Chapter 1. On the shores of the eastern sea of the primordial era, Shangqing Tongtian donned a flowing white Taoist robe, bearing a long sword upon his back, his garments fluttering in the wind as he sat cross-legged in the air above the eastern sea, exuding an aura of supreme authority that oppressed the 8 desolations. 1 is heaven, 2 is earth from the Qian, the sun is born, and the true Yin manifests. From the Kuan, the moon rises, the true Yang leaves its trace following its primordial principle. The Tao is born and transformed. Each word from Shangqing Tongtian was a precious gem, his eloquence resonating with the heavens and the earth, radiating an infinite essence of the Tao. Meanwhile, countless primordial beings sat attentively on the shores of the eastern sea, earnestly listening to the sage's teachings, fearful of missing even a single word. Have I truly crossed over? Perched atop a small hill on the eastern sea's shore, Li Qingshu opened his eyes, his heart trembling at the sights surrounding him. He had not anticipated that he moments ago had been enjoying a hot pot and singing with friends. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck, transporting him directly into the world of the primordial era, where he found himself inhabiting the body of a congenital human with the same name and gender as his own. What was even more perilous was that the primordial era was currently embroiled in the calamity of the witch and demon wars, just as the 6 saints had recently attained enlightenment. Before long, the demon clan would become desperate, dispatching countless troops to slaughter the human race and forge the sword of slaughtering witches. With his current cultivation at the human immortal realm, it was nearly certain that he would perish in this cataclysm. Moreover, the myriad races of the primordial world existed in a brutal hierarchy, a treacherous landscape rife with danger. Should he leave the human tribe and lose the protection of the 3 ancestors Urin, Wudong, and Zi would undoubtedly find himself unable to survive for long. This truly is a scenario where extending one's neck invites the axe, and retracting it presents the same fate. Li Qingshu felt overwhelmed, as this catastrophic beginning had left him no avenue for escape. System, are you there? Li Qingshu attempted to summon within his mind. After all, in the novels he had read in his previous life, those who traversed from Blue Star were often disciples of ethereal sects, equipped with formidable cheats. He believed he should be entitled to such privileges as well. Sure enough, in response to his call, a cool voice resonated in his mind. Ding. The God-tier attribute plunder system has been activated. Upon hearing this, Li Qings's heart surged with excitement. Indeed, the author did not deceive him. He truly possessed a system. As the saying goes, once a system is in place, even the saints can be rendered impotent. With this system, akin to a cheat, the shadows of despair in Li Qings's heart were instantly dispelled. However, while he had encountered numerous systems involving check-ins, clock-ins, and synthesis, the concept of an attribute plunder system was entirely new to him. System, what is an attribute? Li Qingshu inquired within his mind. In response, host, an attribute represents the characteristics of all beings. By concentrating your spirit, you can view the attributes of any being. The quality of attributes ranges from low to high: black, white, green, cyan, blue, purple, red, gold, and purple gold. 9 tiers in total. The host can acquire portions of attributes from deceased beings or download the attributes of living beings by consuming origin points. Origin points can be obtained by refining heavenly materials and earthly treasures. The higher the tier of the downloaded attribute, the more origin points required. When the host acquires attributes of the same type, they will automatically synthesize to evolve. The system elucidated. I see. After the system's explanation, now clear on its function, Li Qingshu promptly opened his interface. Host, Li Qingshu. Cultivation, early human immortal. Treasures, none. Origin points, 0. Attributes, congenital human race green. Golden core, technique green. Fortunate luck green. Congenital human race. You are one of the 129,600 congenital humans created by the Saint NWA. Golden core technique. A method casually created by the great Clarity Lousy while cleaning the furnace ash, yet it is not suitable for your cultivation. Fortunate luck. Your luck surpasses that of an ordinary person. After examining his attribute panel, Li Qingshu was not taken aback by his three green attributes. After all, he was indeed just a lowly individual in the primordial world. It seems that my predecessor's chance encounter with Shangqing Tongshan's teachings today is due to this green attribute of fortunate luck. Li Qingshu mused, turning his gaze towards the exalted figure of Shangqing Tongtian high above. Shangqing Tongtian. Cultivation. Heavenly Tao Saint. Attributes. Pangu Orthodoxy purple gold. Auspicious fortune like a rainbow purple gold. Sword intent of cutting heaven gold. Divine thunder of Shangqing gold. Pangu Orthodoxy. You are transformed from the primordial spirit of Pangu, with roots that surpass all congenital beings in the primordial world. Sword intent of cutting heaven. You have comprehended the supreme sword intent through the laws of sword Tao combined with your own insights, possessing the power to cleave through all. Auspicious fortune like a rainbow. Your fortune is extraordinarily prosperous. Treasures and opportunities will inevitably descend upon you. Divine thunder of Shangqing. You have comprehended the supreme thunder law through the laws of thunder, Tao, combined with your own insights, possessing the power to annihilate heaven and earth. Li Qingshu gazed at the numerous purple gold and gold attributes hovering above Shangqing Tongshan's head, his heart stirred by tumultuous waves. Truly, as one of the three purities and a heavenly Tao saint, he was indeed formidable beyond measure. This gave him the sensation of entering a new game with a mere wooden stick, only to encounter a fully geared high-level player right away. However, even though Li Qingshu was envious of Shangqing Tongshan's attributes, he currently had 0 origin points, utterly destitute, and could only watch helplessly. Ding! The host may randomly draw an attribute from the target character for the first time free of charge, but it cannot be specified, only randomly downloaded. At that moment, the system's notification echoed in his mind. What a timely stroke of fortune! Li Qingshu exclaimed internally, his spirits lifted. Among the numerous attributes of Shangqing Tongtian, apart from fortune and hardship black, most were purple gold and gold tier. If he could draw a purple gold or gold attribute, it would instantly alter his circumstances. With that thought in mind, Li Qingshu wasted no time and activated the random draw on Shangqing Tongtian. Randomly drawing attributes from Shangqing Tongtian. Ding! Congratulations, you have drawn sword intent of cutting heaven gold. Would you like to fuse immediately? The system's voice rang out, and the results soon followed. What the heck? That's incredible. Li Qingshu could barely contain his excitement upon hearing this. Shangqing Tongtian primarily cultivated the sword path, and this sword intent of cutting heaven was the supreme sword intent he comprehended after attaining sainthood through the laws of sword Tao. It was practically his most potent divine ability. He had initially hoped that as long as he did not draw the black attribute of fortune and hardship, he would be satisfied, yet he had unexpectedly hit the jackpot, drawing a gold attribute. Though he had not drawn the best purple gold attribute of Shangqing Tongtian, he felt immense satisfaction nonetheless. Fuse immediately. Regaining his composure, Li Qingshu confirmed the fusion of the attribute sword intent of cutting heaven. Fusing in progress. As the system's voice resonated, an unparalleled, ineffable, and extraordinarily sharp sword intent suddenly erupted from Li Qingshu, who had been sitting in meditation and listening to the teachings. He seemed to transform into a sword that could split the heavens, radiating an aura that caused nearby cultivators to feel a prickling sensation as they involuntarily distanced themselves, overwhelmed by an unparalleled pressure. Shangqing Tongtian, perched high above, immediately sensed this familiar aura and turned his gaze toward Li Qingshu on the small hill. This individual is merely one of the congenital humans created by my sister NWA, yet he is only at the early human immortal realm. How could he possibly comprehend even a hint of the sword intent of cutting heaven from my teachings? It appears this child possesses not only extraordinary comprehension, but also a fateful connection with me. Shangqing Tongtian regarded Li Qingshu with admiration, surprised that his casual discourse had unearthed such a hidden gem. A quarter of an hour later, after successfully fusing with the sword intent of cutting heaven, Li Qingshu opened his eyes, the overwhelming aura gradually dissipating. "What is your name?" Shangqing Tongtian inquired, gazing at Li Qingshu. In response to the sage, "I am Li Qingshu, a junior from the human ancestral tribe. Li Qingxu replied, rising to his feet and cupping his hands in respect. Ah, Shanqing Tongtian nodded, observing Li Qingxi's demeanor graceful and neither servile nor overbearing his fondness for the young man growing. He continued, I wish to take you as my direct disciple. Would you be willing? Upon hearing Shanqing Tongshan's words, the hearts of the millions of primordial beings present trembled, their gazes toward Li Qingxiu filled with extreme envy. After all, Shanqing Tongtian was one of the 6 saints of the primordial era. As the embodiment of Pangu orthodoxy, he wielded the first heavenly killing formation, the sword array of slaughtering immortals, with unimaginable power. To be accepted as a disciple of a saint was already a monumental opportunity, let alone being a direct disciple was something they wouldn't even dare to dream of. Seeing Shanqing Tongtian wish to accept him as a direct disciple, Li Qingxu felt a surge of excitement within. As the saying goes, under a great tree, one enjoys the shade. With a saint like Shanqing Tongtian as a master, he would not only ensure his own safety, but could nearly walk unimpeded throughout the entire world of the primordial era. Moreover, with this newfound identity, he would find it considerably easier to connect with the foremost powers of the primordial realm, thus creating opportunities to enhance his strength through the acquisition of superior attributes. Even if the Jiejiao were to encounter opposition from the Rinjiao, Chanjiao, and Western teachings during the impending calamity of the investiture of the gods, such events lie far in the future. Having a thorough understanding of all significant occurrences yet to unfold, coupled with the support of the system, it is not beyond reason that Jiejiao could alter its fate and evade impending doom. Disciple Li Qingxu pays his respects to Master. Upon regaining his composure, Li Qingxu immediately performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows before Shanqing Tongtian, earnestly observing the rites of apprenticeship. Seeing this, Shanqing Tongshan's heart swelled with delight. Though he currently had numerous direct disciples, including Duobao Daoren, Jinling Xingmu, Wudong Xingmu, Gui Ling Xingmu, and Zhao Gongming, their prowess in the sword arts was rather mediocre, rendering them unable to inherit his most cherished swordsmanship legacy. Now, with the exceptionally gifted Li Qingxu in his fold, he could finally rest assured that his swordsmanship would continue to flourish, fulfilling a significant aspiration. Rise, he commanded. With a gesture of his hands, an invisible force lifted Li Qingxu to his feet. Soon after, a divine light flickered in his palm, revealing a magnificent golden sword. The sword, with a dragon's head as its tip, a dragon's tail as its hilt, and dragon claws as its edge, appeared from a distance as a sinuous golden dragon, exuding an extraordinary aura. From this moment forth, you shall be my direct disciple. This sword is known as the Longyuan sword, a superior grade innate spiritual treasure, which I acquired during my travel through the primordial realm. Today, I bestow it upon you as a token of your apprenticeship. With a wave of his hand, the Longyuan sword transformed into a beam of divine light and flew before Li Qingxu. The hundreds present gazed at the Longyuan sword, rendered speechless, their breaths quickening, their eyes wide with awe. Each innate spiritual treasure is a creation of heaven and earth, capable of significantly enhancing a cultivator's power, and they are exceedingly rare, primarily held by the most powerful beings in the primordial realm. It is likely that an ordinary cultivator would struggle throughout their lives to encounter even a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Yet, with a single gesture, Shanqing Tongtian presented a superior-grade, innate spiritual treasure, inciting envy that bordered on madness among the onlookers. Thank you, Master. In that moment, Li Qingxu felt the weight of Shanqing Tongshan's regard for him and gratefully accepted the Longyuan sword with both hands. Indeed, come to my side, and I shall take you back to Kunlun Mountain. Shanqing Tongtian beckoned Li Qingxu closer. Understood. Li Qingxu nodded, stowing the Longyuan sword before soaring to Shanqing Tongshan's side. Today's teachings conclude here. Should you wish to continue listening, you may await at the foot of Kunlun Mountain. Shanqing Tongtian addressed the multitude of primordial beings present. Unlike the tranquil and passive Taiching Laozu or the grounded Yuanshi Tianzuan, Shanqing Tongtian has always believed in inclusivity, asserting that any being of the primordial realm is worthy of cultivation. Thank you, Sage. All the cultivators along the shores of the Eastern Sea rose in unison, bowing respectfully to Shanqing Tongtian. Indeed, Shanqing Tongtian nodded, and beneath his feet, a white cloud materialized, lifting him and Li Qingshu skyward as they soared towards Kunlun Mountain. Qingshu, he began, I established the Jijiao and attained sainthood thousands of years ago, and now my disciples number in the tens of thousands. Among them, my direct disciples include Duobao, Jinling, Wudong, and Gue Ling. They shall be your elder brothers and sisters. As for the likes of Wu Yunxian, Zhao Gongming, and the Sanxia, you may refer to them as your junior brothers and sisters. As the sage of heaven, Shanqing Tongtian effortlessly traversed the void. His decision to ride the clouds alongside Li Qingshu back to Kunlun Mountain was undoubtedly motivated by the need to impart crucial matters during their journey. Li Qingshu nodded in acknowledgement. Disciple shall remember. Indeed, Shanqing Tongtian extended a finger, and a golden ray of light promptly entered Li Qingshu's spiritual core. This was the Shanqing celestial art, a method of cultivation devised by his master after achieving sanctity. Today I bestow it upon you, and I hope you will diligently practice it henceforth without any negligence. Shanqing Tongtian admonished Li Qingshu, as his personal disciple. Li Qingshu represented both his master's and the Jie Sect's reputation. Hence the high expectations he held for him. Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint your trust, Li Qingshu replied earnestly. Although he had only begun to grasp the intricacies of the Shanqing celestial art in his mind, he could sense its profound and wondrous nature, far surpassing the Jin Dan art he had practiced previously. With this newfound technique, he was certain that his future cultivation would yield remarkable results, and his combat prowess within the same realm would greatly exceed that of other cultivators. Shanqing Tongtian nodded, and the cloud beneath them accelerated suddenly, akin to instantaneous movement. Soon, a towering mountain, majestic and awe-inspiring, loomed before Li Qingshu, a mountain that stood as the second highest in the entire primordial world, second only to Buzhou Mountain, Kunlun Mountain. Shanqing Tongtian led Li Qingshu through the clouds, soaring to the summit of Kunlun Mountain. At the pinnacle, vibrant rainbows hung in the air, celestial cranes soared, auspicious beasts ran freely, and ethereal mists shrouded the landscape, creating an exquisite scene that could only be described as a true blessed paradise. The white clouds bore Shanqing Tongtian and Li Qingshu aloft above Kunlun summit, ultimately arriving at the entrance of a magnificent golden palace that stood 10,000 zhang high. Upon seeing their master return, thousands of Jie Sect disciples hurriedly gathered before the gates of Bo Palace. Upon noticing Li Qingshu beside Shanqing Tongtian, expressions of confusion spread across their faces as they began to speculate about his identity. As the thousands of disciples scrutinized Li Qingshu, he, in turn, observed them. Due to Jie Sect's doctrine of teaching without discrimination, unlike the Chan sect, which emphasized lineage and background, the disciples hailed from various primordial races. While most appeared humanoid, they retained distinctive traits to varying degrees, such as a human body with an eagle's head and wings, or a lion-headed figure with a fearsome visage, and so forth, being under the watchful eyes of so many disciples. Li Qingshu felt as though he had stumbled into a den of monsters. Yet, what captivated his attention most were two women at the forefront. One donned in a golden long gown, and the other in a green long gown. Both were tall and graceful, with skin as smooth as jade and features of unparalleled beauty, exuding an aura that could enchant nations. In contrast, the woman in the golden gown possessed sharp, defined features, and her phoenix-like eyes radiated an invisible authority that commanded respect. Meanwhile, the woman in the green gown bore a gentler demeanor, her hair styled elegantly, adorned with translucent pendants, and her large, sparkling eyes seemed to speak with curiosity as they gazed at him. Disciples pay their respects to Master. The assembled disciples stood in formation, bowing to Shanqing Tongtian. Shanqing Tongtian nodded and introduced, "This is my newly accepted personal disciple, Li Qingshu." Upon hearing this, astonishment washed over the faces of the thousands of Jie Sect disciples. Despite the multitude of celestial beings in the sect, there were currently only 4 personal disciples, while figures like Zhao Gongming, transformed from the first strand of primordial wind, and the golden-winged Great Peng were merely outer disciples. They were bewildered as to what extraordinary merit Li Qingshu possessed to be chosen as a personal disciple. "This is your senior sister, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother." Shanqing Tongtun gestured toward the woman in the golden gown. Junior disciple Li Qingshu pays respects to senior sister. Li Qingshu hastily bowed to the Golden Spirit Holy Mother. In his memories from his past life, he recalled that she was not only the foremost female celestial of Jie Sect, but also possessed formidable strength, second only to Daobao Daoist. Unlike Daobao Daoist, who had faltered during the Fengshan War and ultimately sought refuge in Buddhism, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother had displayed her prowess in the myriad celestial formations, single-handedly overpowering Manjushri, Puxian, and Xihang Daoist, before ultimately falling victim to a surprise attack from the vice leader of the Chan sect, Ran Deng. Hence, Li Qingshu held a deep respect for her. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother wore a warm smile. Although she was unaware of why Li Qingshu had been accepted as a personal disciple, she sensed that he must possess qualities beyond the ordinary, and thus held no intentions of underestimating him. Daobao Daoist is currently traversing the primordial realm, while Wudong and Gue Ling are in seclusion for cultivation. Therefore, I shall not summon them for now. You may take your time to familiarize yourselves. Shanqing Tongtian instructed Li Qingshu. Should you encounter any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to consult them or come to Biao Palace to seek my guidance. Li Qingshu clasped his hands in acknowledgement. Disciple remembers that, Shanqing Tongtian replied, then turned and entered Biao Palace. After his departure, most of the outer and registered disciples bowed to Li Qingshu before dispersing to attend to their own matters. Only a few disciples remained, including the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Qiushou Immortal, the Lingya Immortal, the Winged Immortal, and the Cloud Immortal. While the Qiushou Immortal, the Lingya Immortal, and the Winged Immortal dared not question Shanqing Tongtian's decision. Their expressions were tinged with skepticism, clearly harboring discontent towards Li Qingshu's status as a personal disciple. Junior brother Qingshu, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother called out to him. Senior sister, Li Qingshu responded with a bow. Now that you are a member of Jie Sect, we are one family. This title of senior sister is not to be taken lightly. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother waved her hand, and a golden longsword appeared, shimmering with divine light. This is the Flying Gold Sword, a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. I bestow it upon you as a token of our first meeting. Li Qingshu was taken aback, realizing that the Golden Spirit Holy Mother possessed only 4 innate spiritual treasures. To receive one upon their first encounter was indeed an unexpected honor. What? Do you disdain the gift from your senior sister? The Golden Spirit Holy Mother chuckled upon noticing Li Qingshu's hesitation. Not at all. Not at all. Thank you, senior sister, for the precious gift. Li Qingshu quickly accepted the Flying Gold Sword with both hands. Seeing him accept the sword, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's smile widened as she inquired. May I ask from which clan you hail? Replying to senior sister, I am from the human race. During my travels, I fortuitously encountered Master giving a lecture by the Eastern Sea, and due to my modest understanding of the sword path, I was fortunate enough to earn Master's favor and be accepted as a disciple. Li Qingshu candidly shared, understanding the curiosity that lingered in the Golden Spirit Holy Mother's heart before she could respond. The Winged Immortal scoffed derisively, a human. Humph. Though the Winged Immortal said little, his disdain was palpable. As the son of the primordial phoenix, the golden-winged great Peng, he considered all humans to be insignificant and unworthy of being a personal disciple of Jie Sect. However, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother showed no signs of belittling Li Qingshu. Instead, she earnestly advised, currently, the primordial realm is engulfed in calamities and wars, and the human race is weak, facing dire straits. Yes, you belong to the human race. You must strive to cultivate and strengthen your abilities so that you may stand up for your kin in their time of need. Should you have any uncertainties in your cultivation, feel free to seek me out in the Golden Spirit Palace. Li Qingshu felt a warm sensation in his heart upon hearing her words, and he clasped his hands in gratitude. Thank you, senior sister. After the Golden Spirit Mother concluded her instructions, she departed on a cloud. Meanwhile, Li Qingshu transformed the Longyuan sword bestowed by the Master of Heaven into 1,000,000 source points, preparing to acquire a formidable foundational attribute from the numerous disciples of the before him. Laying the groundwork for his future cultivation journey, as Li Qingshu concentrated, the attributes of the disciples materialized before his eyes. Qiu Shou Xian's cultivation, late true immortal, attributes, golden-haired lion, red, innate divine strength, purple, fond of bragging, white, unfortunate end, black. Bai Zhao's cultivation, pinnacle true immortal, attributes, innate colorful clouds, red, affinity for laws, purple, good relations, green, unfortunate end, black. Yu Xian's cultivation, early golden immortal, attributes, golden winged rock, gold, arrogant and reckless, white, simple-minded, white, unfortunate end, black. As Li Qingshu perused the attributes, he noted that both Qiu Shou Xian and Wu Yun Xian possessed the black attribute unfortunate end, a fate that was subsequently confirmed by their futures. Qiu Shou Xian was captured to become a mount, while Wu Yun Xian was imprisoned in the Spirit Mountain Pool as a pet. The most tragic was Qiu Shou Xian, refusing to become a mount, even had his genitals severed by the merciful navigator. Among the hundreds of disciples, only Yu Xian's golden-winged rock attribute was golden. After all, Yu Xian was the second son of Yuan Feng, with a physique comparable to the golden dragon of the Dragon Clan and containing innate yin-yang essence, possessing greater potential than his brother Kong Xian, who was renowned as the foremost beneath the saints. Regrettably, Yu Xian also had a white attribute, simple-minded. To forge the high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure yin-yang Tu Chi bottle, he had forcibly extracted his own yin-yang essence, causing his foundation to plummet. I Qingshu mused that merging the formidable golden-winged rock, with its robust physique and inherent yin-yang essence, would undoubtedly be immensely beneficial for his future cultivation. He resolved to download this golden attribute. Downloading golden-winged rock gold attribute requires the consumption of 1 million source points. Confirm download? Confirm. As the download commenced, Li Qingshu was immediately enveloped by an overwhelming, pure force that surged into his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. The download was complete. Within a minute, Li Qingshu had fully integrated the golden-winged rock attribute. His essence underwent a transformative metamorphosis, propelling his cultivation from early human immortal directly to early true immortal, a leap across two major realms to refreshing. Li Qingshu reveled in the pure essence within him and the ceaseless, formidable power coursing through his limbs, feeling utterly invigorated. Meanwhile, upon learning that Li Qingshu was merely a native of the human race, Yu Xian grew increasingly disdainful. He contemplated challenging Li Qingshu to gauge the strength of his claimed sword Dao acumen, which had earned him the favor of their master as a personal disciple. However, being at the entrance of Baiyu Palace and under the watchful eyes of many, he dared not act recklessly. Choosing instead to suppress his thoughts and, with a cold snort, departed with Qiu Shou Xian and Ling Yixian in his excitement. Li Qingshu intended to establish a dojo atop Kunlun Mountain to focus on his cultivation. Just as a white cloud formed beneath his feet in preparation for departure, Bai Xiao, clad in a green long dress, called out to him, "Junior brother, are you seeking a location for your dojo?" "Yes," Li Qingshu nodded in response. "Since you're new to Kunlun Mountain, you must be unfamiliar with the area. Would you like me to guide you to find a suitable spot?" Bai Xiao winked at Li Qingshu with a smile. "That sounds good." Li Qingshu considered for a moment before agreeing. After all, the vast expanse of Kunlun Mountain was far larger than the solar system he had previously inhabited. Having someone to guide him would save considerable time. "Great!" Bai Xiao leapt lightly onto the cloud that Li Qingshu had conjured. "Come, junior brother, we shall head this way." She pointed towards the east with her delicate fingers. "All right, I Qingshu willed the cloud to soar forward. As they flew, Bai Xiao began to elaborate on the wonders of Kunlun Mountain. "Junior brother, Kunlun Mountain is the second most sacred mountain in the Hongwang world, following Buzhou Mountain. Beneath it flows the primary spiritual vein of Eastern Hongwang, resulting in an exceptionally rich spiritual energy that allows for remarkably efficient cultivation." I Qingshu nodded, fully aware of this, as he felt the spiritual energy permeating through his pores merely by standing there. The multitude of vibrant rainbows overhead was a consequence of the dense spiritual energy condensing into mist and refracting sunlight. However, despite the overall richness of spiritual energy atop Kunlun Mountain surpassing that of the outside world, there were still distinctions. The spiritual energy rising from a main vein beneath the earth would form spiritual eyes at the mountain's peak, each location emanating not only abundant, but also exceptionally pure spiritual energy, making them ideal for constructing a dojo. Bai Shao continued to share her insights with a voice as melodious as chimes. There truly such significance. Li Qingshu expressed his surprise, although he was well-versed in the grand events to unfold from reading various Hongjun novels. The finer details still required personal exploration and understanding. Under Bai Zhao's guidance, they traversed the mountaintop, seeking the spiritual eyes, while the breathtaking scenery of Kunlun Mountain expanded Li Qingshu's horizons. Various precious, celestial flowers and spiritual roots were abundant, and they occasionally spotted colorful spiritual deer and white cranes. Among other rare beasts, like a tea that moment, an elderly man with white hair and youthful features, clad in a white robe with a notably prominent forehead, rode a celestial crane past them, casting several curious glances. He was the Nanji Xianwang, an inner disciple of the Yuanshi master, riding a red-crowned crane, a rare breed of Hongjun with a cultivation level of a celestial immortal. How enviable! I wish I could have a magnificent mount someday, Bai Shao remarked wistfully as she observed the departing figure of Nanji Xianwang. Junior brother, let me tell you, although the three teachings are one family, most disciples of Yuanshi master are rather arrogant and not particularly friendly towards us disciples. There have been many frictions between us already that if you encounter them, try to avoid conflict. Otherwise, if deemed disruptive to the unity of the three teachings, our master will undoubtedly be displeased. Bai Shao discreetly communicated to Li Qingshu. Understood, Li Qingshu nodded, already anticipating such scenarios. The doctrinal differences between the three teachings were irreconcilable. Moreover, Yuanshi Tianzuan held a disdainful view of those who were beast-like or born from eggs and wet conditions. Disciples of the Chan teaching, like Guang Chengzi and Qi Jingzi, also looked down on's disciples, considering themselves superior. Thus, the discord between the Chan and factions was not only destined to remain unresolved, but would likely escalate into deeper animosity in the future. After some searching, they halted before a small celestial peak atop Kunlun Mountain. Junior brother, do you see that? There lies a spiritual eye, perfectly suited for constructing a dojo, Bai Shao said, her expression filled with excitement. Following her gaze, Li Qingshu indeed spotted a spring-like spiritual eye, approximately 100 feet wide, bubbling forth with spiritual energy. Excellent. Li Qingshu, with a humble thought, immediately summoned the vast divine power within him that a thunderous rumble resounded as the towering immortal peak, several thousand zhang high, began to tremble violently, with earth and stones tumbling in chaos. Soon after, a grand palace, spanning over 100 zhang in width, rose swiftly from the ground before the naked eye. Although his cultivation in the true immortal realm may not be considered formidable in the vast world of the primordial chaos, it was merely a relative assessment within that fantastical realm. In other mystical worlds, he would undoubtedly be regarded as a supreme existence, akin to a primordial ancestor. Indeed, if he were to traverse a certain continent and merely exhale, even the divine King Tang, San would perceive it as a resurgence of spiritual energy. Therefore, with Li Qingshu's current cultivation, conjuring a palace from thin air was a task he could accomplish with ease. Moments later, a magnificent palace, towering several hundred zhang, square in shape and exuding an aura of grandeur, appeared before him. Above the grand entrance hung a resplendent plaque. Qingshu Palace, I appreciate your assistance, junior sister. Li Qingshu expressed his gratitude to Bai Shao. Her guidance had indeed spared him considerable effort in locating his place of practice. No need for thanks. It is enough to be of help to my senior brother, Bai Shao replied with a smile. Then I shall not disturb your cultivation any further. My sister and I reside in the Sanxian Palace nearby. Do visit us if you have the time. With a wave, Bai Shao turned and departed. After her exit, with a grand gesture, the doors of Qingshu Palace thunderously swung open. He stepped upon the white clouds and soared into the hall. The hall was exceedingly spacious, devoid of any furnishings save for a few ancient lamps adorning the walls and a meditation cushion at its center. Qingshu alighted upon the cushion, closed the palace doors, and commenced his focused cultivation. Situated atop a spiritual nexus, the palace was suffused with pure and abundant spiritual energy, far surpassing that of a grand gathering array, as he activated his cultivation technique. Streams of spiritual energy flowed ceaselessly into his body. Furthermore, the golden winged Dapeng was considered a pinnacle being among primordial creatures. Coupled with his training in the Shangqing immortal technique, a method created after achieving sanctification. Li Qingshu's progress was remarkably swift. Several centuries later, he successfully advanced from the early true immortal stage to the mid-true immortal stage, fully adapting to his new foundation and significantly enhancing his abilities. With a resounding crash, the doors of Qingshu Palace swung open, releasing a dense fog of spiritual energy. Qingshu emerged, taking in the scenery that remained unchanged from millennia ago, and could not help but marvel. The primordial chaos truly did not count the passage of years lightly. Several thousand years for him would have been a time of profound transformation. Yet in this realm, it felt as though only a single night had passed. As some passing disciples of the noticed Li Qingshu, they promptly offered their greetings, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. "Oh, junior brother, you have emerged from seclusion." A clear voice chimed from nearby. Following this by Xiao. Alongside Yun Xiao in a flowing white gown and Xiong Xiao in a yellow dress, descended gracefully upon the white clouds before Qingshu Palace. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao also possessed slender figures, with skin as smooth as jade and exquisite features, akin to celestial maidens gracing the mortal realm. "See, I told you, the new junior brother is truly handsome, even more so than senior brother Gongming." Bai Xiao exclaimed playfully to Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao. In contrast to Bai Xiao's vivacity, the two were notably more reserved in Li Qingshu's presence, aware that a direct disciple could inherit the teachings of the celestial sage and potentially govern in the future, a status far beyond that of mere inner disciples. "Greetings, senior brother." Both Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao bowed respectfully. Li Qingshu nodded in response. "Junior brother, we recently discovered a Qingwan bird at the foot of West Kunlun and wish to capture it as a mount. Would you accompany us?" Bai Xiao asked eagerly. "Sister, we can manage on our own. Let's not trouble senior brother," Yun Xiao admonished, concerned that Bai Xiao's lack of decorum might offend Li Qingshu. "It is no trouble at all. I have just concluded my seclusion and have no pressing matters. Accompanying you would be an excellent opportunity to familiarize myself with the surroundings," Li Qingshu replied with a gentle smile, appreciating Bai Xiao's lively nature and recalling her previous assistance, thus finding no reason to decline. "Senior brother, you are too kind. Let us depart at once," Bai Xiao exclaimed joyfully, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight as she seized Li Qingshu's wrist and soared toward West Kunlun. The Qingwan is a rare species of the primordial chaos, rumored to possess phoenix blood. It is incredibly swift, sister, and I have attempted to capture it several times, all in vain. Noticing Bai Xiao's impetuousness, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation before hastily following suit. After departing from the Kunlun Mountains, the trio continued their flight westward. Soon, a towering mountain, reaching billions of zhang high, shrouded in ethereal mists and radiating seven-color divine light, came into view. The Kunlun mountain range stretched for countless miles, with the two tallest peaks known as East Kunlun and West Kunlun. East Kunlun, being the abode of the three pure ones and more majestic in stature, was universally regarded as the principal peak. Hence the mountain range was simply referred to as Kunlun, though we have spotted the Qingwan at the foot of West Kunlun several times. Its nest is likely nearby and should not be far. If we search diligently, we should be able to locate it, Bai Xiao informed Li Qingshu. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded and then released his divine consciousness, meticulously scanning the surrounding area. Similarly, Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao proceeded with their search. The scenery at the foot of West Kunlun was picturesque, teeming with auspicious beasts. However, none captured the attention of the three, as they remained solely focused on capturing the Qingwan as their mount. After several hours of searching, the trio finally spotted the elusive Qingwan perched atop a towering tree that reached into the heavens. The Qingwan rested within a nest woven from golden silkwood, its body several hundred zhang in length, resembling a blue-hued phoenix, its feathers meticulously arranged, shimmering with divine light, akin to soft silk, with its tail feathers occupying a significant portion of its length, exuding a splendid appearance. "This is the Qingyuan," Yun Xiao whispered excitedly, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. They had long sought a suitable mount, and the Qingyuan's phoenix lineage and resplendent appearance made it particularly desirable, after several previous failed attempts to capture it. They felt confident with Li Qingxiu's presence ensuring its capture this time. The Bai Xiao was already eager and ready to take action. "This bird is naturally swift. We must not let our guard down. Moreover, having discovered its nesting site, should we fail to capture it now, it is likely to abandon this nest and not return," Yun Xiao cautioned, suppressing her own excitement. The four engaged in a brief discussion, deciding to encircle the bird from 4 directions, blocking its escape routes before launching a coordinated attack to capture it. However, as is often the case, reality proved more challenging than their aspirations. The Qingyuan, possessing a keen sense of awareness, detected their approach and let out a piercing cry, flapping its wings and soaring into the sky. "Chase after it. Do not let it escape," Bai Xiao shouted, immediately activating her divine abilities to pursue. Bind dragon ropes. A white rope surged forth from the sleeves of Qiong Xia's gown, soaring towards the Qingyuan bird in an attempt to ensnare it. Just as the binding dragon rope approached the Qingyuan, the latter suddenly flapped its wings, erupting with a brilliant azure light that sent the rope hurtling away. I Qingxiu and the 3 Xiaos darted across the heavens like 4 shooting stars, in hot pursuit of the Qingyuan. Yet the Qingyuan, a creature of primordial origins and imbued with the bloodline of the phoenix, possessed astonishing speed, despite the trio of Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao exerting all their efforts. The distance between them continued to widen incrementally. Observing this, Li Qingxiu decided to unleash his full strength, directly invoking the divine speed of the golden peng. The layer of golden radiance enveloped him, and his speed surged exponentially, akin to teleportation, as he closed in on the Qingyuan. The 3 Xiaos were taken aback, astonished at Li Qingxiu's remarkable swiftness. "Go for it, junior brother," Bai Xiao cheered, shaking her small fist in excitement. With the enhancement of the golden peng's speed, Li Qingxiu soon caught up with the Qingyuan, just as he summoned his divine power and formed a colossal hand to grasp it. A thunderous sound, as if shattering gold and stone, resonated through the skies. Suddenly, a magnificent golden-winged great peng, stretching thousands of feet in length, descended from the heavens, piercing through the clouds and extending its claws to seize the Qingyuan. The Qingyuan's body was instantly pierced by the talons of the great peng, emitting a mournful cry as it bled profusely, sustaining severe injuries. "Yui Xian, do not harm our Qingyuan." The 3 Xiaos, having caught up, were filled with fury at the sight. The golden-winged great peng shimmered with divine light, transforming into a man with the body of a human and the head of an eagle, clad in resplendent golden-red divine armor. None other than Yui Xian, one of the 7 immortals in service to the Jie Sect. The Qingyuan was held captive by his divine power, unable to break free despite its fervent flapping of wings. "We have pursued this Qingyuan for quite some time, intending to capture it as our steed. Release it at once," Bai Xiao declared angrily, pointing at Yui Xian as she witnessed the bird's bloodshed. This Qingyuan has caught my eye. It belongs to me now. What can you do about it?" Yui Xian sneered dismissively in response to the Xiao's reproach, regarding them with disdain. After all, they were merely inner disciples, and he considered himself superior to them. "If that is your stance, do not blame us for being impolite." Yun Xiao's expression turned icy at Yui Xian's unreasonable demeanor. "But I would like to hear how you plan to be impolite. Do you truly think that a mere outer disciple can intimidate me?" Yui Xian taunted, shifting his gaze towards Li Qingxiu with a provocative glint. "It seems you harbor discontent towards me at that moment." Li Qingxiu sensed that Yui Xian's intention to seize the Qingyuan was less about the Xiaos and more a personal affront aimed at him. However, he had anticipated this, for the teachings of the Shangqing Tongtian welcomed numerous disciples into the Jie Sect, attracting many celestial beings, yet also bore significant drawbacks that put it bluntly, many disciples of the Jie Sect were akin to monsters and demons. their qualities varying greatly as a human-born. Li Qingshu's position as a direct disciple of Shangqing Tongtian inevitably sparked resentment among the other Jie disciples. Indeed, you, a mere insect-like human, possess no qualification to be a direct disciple of the master without the favor of fortune. Yue Xian spat bitterly, his countenance dark with resentment. When he initially sought to become a disciple of Shangqing Tongtian on Kunlun Mountain, he aspired to be a direct disciple of a sage. Yet, being the second son of a Yuan Feng and a golden-winged Great Peng, he had only been accepted as an inner disciple, overshadowed by the likes of Daobao, Daoren, and the Sansheng Mu. This alone had filled him with indignation. Now, the fact that Li Qingshu, who had joined the Jie Sect much later, and, as a human, held a higher status than him, ignited a fierce desire within Yue Xian to personally defeat Li Qingshu and prove his superiority. You question the master's judgment? Yue Xian, would you like me to report this matter to the master and see what he has to say? Yun Shao threatened with a cold smile. Upon hearing this, Yue Xian's heart sank. The sage was supremely revered. Even with 100 lives, he would not dare offend the master's majesty. Return our Qing Yuan at once, and sincerely apologize to junior brother. Perhaps we may spare you. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences, Xiong Shao declared, hands on her hips, with righteous indignation. Li Qingshu, do you dare face me in a fair duel? Yue Xian, realizing his position was precarious, attempted to provoke Li Qingshu into a fight. Not interested, Li Qingshu replied coolly, effortlessly discerning Yue Xian's ulterior motives. The latter was clearly in the wrong. The Qing Yuan must be returned. Regardless of the circumstances, there is no need for him to engage in battle. If you can defeat me, I shall present you with the high-quality postnatal spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Qi bottle, which I have just refined. And I will be at your service without question. You dare. Seeing his provocation fail, Yue Xian raised the stakes. Li Qingshu immediately focused, examining Yue Xian's attributes. Yue Xian's cultivation, early-stage golden immortal attributes, golden-winged Great Peng, red, arrogant and reckless, white, simple-minded, white, unfortunate end, black, goodness, Li Qingshu thought, bemused. This fellow was evidently lacking in intellect, having foolishly extracted the yin-yang essence to refine a spiritual treasure at such an early stage. The sight of Yue Xian's originally golden attributes devolving to red left him speechless. Although spiritual treasures were powerful, they were ultimately external possessions. True strength lay in one's own capabilities. Nonetheless, despite his bemusement, the prospect of a yin-yang qi bottle wager intrigued him. After all, his system could refine spiritual treasures into source points, subsequently downloading others' attributes to enhance his own strength. Moreover, given Yue Xian's obstinate demeanor, if he did not subdue him, trouble would undoubtedly continue to arise. Conversely, should he manage to subdue Yue Xian, it would serve as a warning to the other Jie disciples, potentially saving him much future hassle. Since you are so eager for a fight, I shall oblige, Li Qingshu replied. Excellent, Yue Xian exclaimed, his excitement palpable as he burst into laughter, feeling as if he had been invigorated. Eye in his eyes, he was a noble, golden-winged Great Peng. While Li Qingshu hailed from the depths of the primitive human race, even if Li Qingshu were somewhat extraordinary, he could never be his match. Defeating Li Qingshu today would undoubtedly elevate his standing among the Jie disciples and perhaps even catch the master's attention, leading to his acceptance as a direct disciple. Prepare yourself, Yue Xian commanded, tossing the Qing Yuan towards the 3 Shaos. Upon seeing this, Xiong Shao immediately activated the binding dragon rope to restrain the Qing Yuan, simultaneously channeling divine power to heal its wounds. Keep that little bird away. Do not obstruct me, Yue Xian instructed the Shaos, his blood and divine power surging within him as he readied himself for battle. Be careful, junior brother, Bai Shao warned, her concern evident as she addressed Li Qingshu. Although she understood that Li Qingshu had been chosen as a direct disciple by the master, suggesting he was far from ordinary, she was still apprehensive. After all, Li Qingshu's foundation was not as strong, having only joined the Jie Sect for a few thousand years, resulting in relatively short cultivation time. Yue Xian, on the other hand, boasted a formidable foundation and a fierce temperament, causing the 3 Shaos to worry that Li Qingshu might not prevail. Not worry, Li Qingshu nodded slightly. Had Yue Xian not foolishly inflicted harm upon himself, he would have still held a degree of caution. Yet now, in his eyes, Yue Xian resembled a tiger stripped of its fangs, posing little threat. Observing Li Qingshu's calm demeanor, Sanshao felt somewhat reassured and soared away on the Qinghuan bird to a distance of hundreds of thousands of miles. Let me see just how much true ability you possess. As Sanshao distanced himself, Yue Xian, eager to engage, launched an immediate attack on Li Qingshu. With a single stride, Yue Xian's enormous fist descended like a meteor. Imbued with terrifying power, aimed squarely at Li Qingshu. Unfazed, Li Qingshu responded in kind, swinging his own fist to meet the oncoming strike. Boom! A deep, resonant sound echoed as invisible sound waves rippled outward from their fists. Li Qingshu stood resolute, his robes billowing, while Yue Xian staggered back 4 or 5 steps before barely regaining his footing. Humph! You have some skill, but it is hardly impressive. From here on, I shall not show any mercy, Yue Xian declared in a low voice. Previously, he had been uncertain of Li Qingshu's strength, fearing that a single punch might gravely injure him and incur the wrath of the sage. Thus he had only exerted 50% of his power. Yet, after this initial clash, it was he who had suffered a setback. While Yue Xian seethed with indignation, he also recognized that Li Qingshu's prowess was not as feeble as he had assumed, and he prepared to unleash his full capabilities to defeat him. Do your utmost, lest you find yourself stubbornly refusing to accept defeat later, Li Qingshu replied calmly. Very well, Yue Xian responded, advancing once more to engage Li Qingshu in close combat. Intending to rely on the formidable physique of the golden-winged roc to overwhelm him with brute force. Boom! Boom! The two clashed violently in the skies, each collision followed by rapid separation before they re-engaged. In a mere quarter of an hour, they had exchanged blows over 10,000 times. Within a radius of 100,000 kilometers, the surrounding small mountains crumbled, and lakes and rivers erupted into towering waterfalls. Initially, Yue Xian was filled with confidence, for he was a noble golden-winged roc, the son of the primordial phoenix, born at the end of the Hongjun cataclysm, that if he could not defeat a mere human, created by Nuwa and as insignificant as an ant, he might as well find a rock to die under. However, as the battle raged on, Yue Xian's confidence began to wane. He realized that although Li Qingshu was merely at the mid-stage of true immortal, his physical strength and power were not only on par with his own, but even surpassed it considerably. After a series of relentless collisions, Yue Xian found himself shaken, his internal organs jostled, and his blood surging. Seeing that he could not prevail in this manner, Yue Xian unleashed a brilliant golden divine light, instantly transforming into a colossal golden divine roc, towering thousands of zhong in size. The roc's majestic body shimmered with golden feathers, its fierce eyes radiating wildness, while its powerful claws exuded boundless might. In this true form, Yue Xian's physical strength and speed surged to new heights. Sky Rock Dragon Strike. The golden roc flapped its wings, stirring up a tempest as it dove toward Li Qingshu with its massive claws extended. Sky Rock Dragon Strike was a combat technique of his own creation. During the Hongjun cataclysm, he often employed this method to hunt dragons, feasting upon young golden dragons. Now, in its true form, the application of Sky Rock Dragon Strike significantly amplified Yue Xian's power, placing immense pressure on Li Qingshu. Nevertheless, rather than yielding to fear, Li Qingshu grew increasingly exhilarated, proactively launching an attack against the golden roc. The roc swooped down from the skies, its enormous wings slicing through the air like celestial blades. Threatening to sever a mountain in half, Qingshu channeled all his energy into the Shangqing immortal formula. Golden light radiating from him as divine power surged within, akin to a roaring river coursing through his veins. Creating a symphony of tumultuous sound, break, Li Qingshu concentrated his entire strength into his right fist and struck upward against the descending golden roc. His punch, imbued with tremendous force, coalesced into a massive golden fist hundreds of zhong in size, distorting the very fabric of space as it moved. Boom! The golden fist collided with the descending golden roc, which came crashing down with overwhelming force. Yue Xian felt as if he had collided with a mountain forged of divine metal. A torrent of violent power surged into him, sending him hurtling backward. Yue Xian tumbled through the air, spinning dozens of times, wildly flapping his wings until he finally stabilized himself. Impossible! He roared, utterly incredulous. How could a mere human rival the strength of a golden rock? Shaken yet unwilling to accept defeat, Yue Xian sought to retaliate, only to find that Li Qingshu had vanished from his sight. At that moment, Li Qingshu had already positioned himself above the back of the golden rock. With all his might, he delivered a powerful punch downward. Boom! This punch, infused with tremendous force, struck the golden rock squarely, causing it to emit a mournful cry as it spewed forth a mouthful of blood, its body plummeting like a meteor, uncontrollably descending toward the earth. Yet it must be said, the golden rock's physical resilience was indeed formidable. Li Qingshu's unparalleled punch could have reduced a mountain to dust. Yet after descending a short distance, the golden rock quickly regained its bearings and stabilized its flight. As the saying goes, preparation ensures success. Hesitation leads to failure. In any confrontation, a moment's doubt allows the opponent to recover, while confidence can decisively cripple them. Having seized the upper hand, Li Qingshu naturally would not grant Yue Xian a moment's respite. Like a relentless parasite, he pursued Yue Xian closely, ready to deliver another punishing blow the instant Yue Xian regained his balance. Thus, from the perspective of San Shao, the golden rock appeared as if it were a ball, being mercilessly kicked around in the air by Li Qingshu. They never expected that their usually gentle and mild-mannered junior brother could be so ferocious in battle. Overpowering the golden rock, Yue Xian, with such ease I Shao gazed at Li Qingshu's valiant form, her eyes sparkling with admiration. Indeed, this is truly unexpected. Qiong Shao nodded in agreement. TOC, a mid-stage, true immortal dominate, a beginner golden immortal, such as Yue Xian, was a testament to the exceptional capabilities of a disciple chosen by their master. Yin Shao sighed. Go, junior brother, strike fiercely and crush his arrogance. Bai Shao cheered, waving her fist in support of Li Qingshu. Enough! Enraged by the relentless onslaught, Yue Xian entered a frenzied state with a furious roar. He unleashed a surge of power that sent Li Qingshu flying. In the next moment, Yue Xian reverted to his human form, brandishing a peculiar bottle that had materialized in his hand. The bottle stood roughly a zhang tall, its body stout and round, tapering to a slender neck reminiscent of a swan's. Half of the bottle was red, the other half black, etched with an intricate web of innate Tao patterns, while two yin-yang fish swam languidly at the bottom. Clearly, this was the supreme postnatal spiritual treasure, the yin-yang qi bottle, crafted from Yue Xian's own innate yin-yang essence. Li Qingshu. Yue Xian seethed, his visage twisted in rage. I never anticipated you possessed such prowess to push me to this extent. But now, how will you contend with my yin-yang qi bottle? His demeanor was fierce, his tone frigid, exuding a lethal intent, as he revealed his ultimate trump card, determined to turn the tide of battle. You shall see for yourself, Li Qingshu replied, unperturbed. Yue Xian had his trump card, and he too had his own. Very well. Let us see how long you can maintain that bravado. With a cold smirk, Yue Xian directly activated the yin-yang qi bottle in his hand. The bottle soared into the sky, its surface adorned with innate Tao patterns radiating brilliance. Shortly thereafter, the yin-yang qi bottle expanded at a visible pace, transforming into a massive size of 100 zhang, positioned in the heavens with its mouth aimed directly at Li Qingshu. Open. As Yue Xian infused it with divine power, the cork of the yin-yang qi bottle popped open, and the dual fish at the bottom began to rotate at an astonishing speed. A crimson vortex manifested at the mouth of the bottle, generating a terrifying whirlwind. Once locked onto by the yin-yang qi bottle, Li Qingshu felt as though countless hands were tugging at him, drawing him towards that red vortex. The three Shaos, witnessing this from a distance, felt a tightening in their hearts. They sensed an overwhelming refining power emanating from the yin-yang qi bottle. Should Li Qingshu truly be drawn within, he would surely be reduced to mere sludge in no time. Meanwhile, as Li Qingshu struggled to control his body, drawing ever closer to the yin-yang qi bottle, a triumphant smile spread across Yue Xian's face. This Yin-Yang Qi bottle was indeed a marvelous treasure, its prowess nearly on par with that of an ordinary high-grade, innate spiritual treasure. It was well worth the effort he had expended to refine it from the innate yin-yang essence within his own body. Just as Yu Yixian felt certain of his victory, Li Qingxiu raised his right hand, bringing his index and middle fingers together to form a sword-like gesture. In the next instant, an unfathomable sword aura erupted from him, shattering the azure clouds of the nine heavens. The surging and fierce sword aura spread like a tempest, exuding an extraordinarily terrifying aura, sending chills down the spines of the three Shaos, who were watching from hundreds of thousands of miles away. Yu Yixian's expression changed dramatically. He could feel an aura emanating from Li Qingxiu that was reminiscent of the revered master of saints. It was the sword intent of the celestial severance. No wonder, despite the multitude of disciples drawn to the celestial church, the master chose to take his junior brother as his personal disciple. The three Shaos were struck with astonishment, finally comprehending why Li Qingxiu could become the master's direct disciple. Yu Yixian also never anticipated that Li Qingxiu, merely at the true immortal realm, not only surpassed him in physical prowess, but had also grasped the legendary sword intent of the celestial severance. I shall not be defeated. However, despite the overwhelming threat he sensed, Yu Yixian's pride would not allow him to concede. With a furious roar, he pushed the Yin-Yang Qi bottle to its limits, attempting to trap Li Qingxiu within before he could activate the sword intent of the celestial severance, thus ending the battle. Yu Yixian continued to struggle against the inevitable. Li Qingxiu ceased holding back and directly wielded his fingers as a sword. Striking towards Yu Yixian, that a burst of purple sword aura erupted forth, illuminating the surrounding heavens and earth with a radiant hue reminiscent of the dawn before creation. The sword intent of the celestial severance. A supreme sword path derived from the comprehension of the laws of swordsmanship combined with one's own essence, possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Although Li Qingxiu, with his current cultivation, could not fully unleash the power of the celestial severance sword intent, it was more than sufficient to contend with Yu Yixian. The purple sword aura, imbued with a might to shatter all, howled past, instantly dimming the divine light of the Yin-Yang Qi bottle, sending it hurtling backwards. That Yu Yixian's complexion turned pale. He had not anticipated that his most prized trump card would be so easily vanquished before Li Qingxiu. Yet, the sword aura did not dissipate after striking the Yin-Yang Qi bottle. It continued to descend upon Yu Yixian. Even though Li Qingxiu had restrained its power, should it land upon Yu Yixian, he would undoubtedly suffer significant injury. Clearly, Li Qingxiu was determined to make an example of Yu Yixian, using him as a chicken to intimidate other disciples of the Celestial Church contemplating mischief. Just as the purple sword aura was about to strike Yu Yixian, a spatial portal suddenly opened beside him. Shortly after, a middle-aged man clad in a blue robe, round and somewhat shiny about the face, stepped forth from within. With a casual wave of his sleeve, the overwhelming sword aura vanished, as if it had been swallowed by the sea. Yu Yixian sighed in relief, wiping the beads of sweat from his forehead. Having encountered the senior brother, Yu Yixian quickly bowed respectfully to the middle-aged Li Qingxiu. Meanwhile, focused his attention on inspecting the newcomer's attributes. Daobao Daoren, cultivation, early stage of Deluo, golden immortal. Attributes: Daobao divine mouse, red; abundant fortune, red; exceptional comprehension, gold; opportunistic, white. So it was Daobao Daoren, the esteemed senior brother of the Celestial Church. Li Qingxiu mused that it is said that Daobao Daoren had joined the Celestial Church long before achieving sainthood under the tutelage of the Celestial Severance. In terms of both seniority and cultivation, he was undoubtedly the rightful senior brother of the Celestial Church. Moreover, the quality of his attributes, with 2 reds and 1 gold, was among the highest Li Qingxiu had encountered. Second only to the Celestial Severance itself, that moment, the 3 Shaos approached Li Qingxiu's side. "We have met the senior brother," they said in unison, bowing to Daobao Daoren. Although Li Qingxiu was aware of Daobao Daoren's opportunistic attribute and understood that he would eventually ally with the Western Church during the investiture of the gods, becoming the Buddha of the Tathagata, Daobao Daoren was still an undeniably formidable presence within the Celestial Church, And Li Qingshu knew better than to offend him. Dao Bao Daoran nodded and turned to Li Qingshu. Inquiring, "Who are you?" Li Qingshu clasped his hand in response. "Greetings, senior brother, and my name is Li Qingshu, a personal disciple of the master, accepted thousands of years ago. So you are a junior brother," Dao Bao Daoran replied. Although he maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, he felt a subtle sense of threat within. After all, the celestial severance held a profound affinity for the sword path, and the fact that Li Qingshu, a mere true immortal, could comprehend even a trace of the celestial severance sword intent was telling. That it implied that Li Qingshu not only possessed remarkable skill in swordsmanship, but also shared a deep bond with the celestial severance. Dao Bao Daoran feared that the celestial severance might show undue favoritism towards Li Qingshu due to his swordsmanship, potentially passing on a legacy to him and even appointing him to lead the celestial church in the future. As fellow disciples, is it not the Master's decree that prohibits infighting among the disciples of the celestial church? Dao Bao Daoran gazed coldly at Li Qingshu, his expression tinged with reproach. In response to the senior brother, Bai Xiao interjected. This conflict was not instigated by the junior brother. She quickly recounted the events leading to the confrontation. Dao Bao Daoran nodded, then continued addressing Li Qingshu. This Yin-Yang Qi bottle was likely crafted from Yu Yixian's own innate Yin-Yang essence, and it holds great significance for him. Since the victor has been determined, why not let this matter rest, to avoid straining the harmony among fellow disciples? Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu furrowed his brow slightly. It was their first encounter, and he believed he had not offended Dao Bao Daoran in any way. Yet, Dao Bao Daoran seemed to harbor a faint sense of animosity towards him, even attempting to impose a bias. In response to the senior brother, "I have a prior agreement with Yu Yixian. Since it was established beforehand, how could we simply dismiss it?" Although Li Qingshu wished to avoid antagonizing Dao Bao Daoran, he was not one to be easily cowed, responding with measured firmness. Dao Bao Daoran, seeing Li Qingshu, a newcomer to the celestial church, daring to defy his wishes, felt a slight shadow cross his face, and a flicker of displeasure flashed in his narrow rat-like eyes. "Yu Yixian, you instigated this matter first, and it was you who proposed the wager. Surely, you can bear to lose?" Bai Xiao, sensing the atmosphere had grown heavy, quickly circumvented Dao Bao Daoran and directly confronted Yu Yixian. Faced with Bai Xiao's inquiry, Yu Yixian's face flushed with a mix of red and white, his expression contorted in distress. Having lost to Li Qingshu while occupying an advantageous position, his pride was severely wounded, and his mental state was on the verge of collapse. Moreover, the Yin-Yang Qi bottle was a supreme innate spiritual treasure he had painstakingly crafted at a great cost. Losing such a treasure would undoubtedly have a significant impact on his strength. Yet despite the anguish he felt, his pride would not allow him to go back on his word. "Take it." With a sweeping gesture, the feathered immortal tossed the Yin-Yang Qi bottle to Li Qingshu. Upon seeing this, Li Qingshu felt a flicker of surprise within his heart. Given that the Dao Bao Daoist was backing the feathered immortal, it would be quite challenging for him to demand repayment should the other party renege on their agreement. To his astonishment, the feathered immortal, despite his arrogance and boisterous demeanor, was willing to accept defeat and honor the bet. Nonetheless, surprise aside, Li Qingshu would not relent in claiming the Yin-Yang Qi bottle, as he had only recently activated his system, and his strength remained utterly insignificant in the vastness of the Hongjun world. He was in dire need of heavenly materials and earthly treasures to enhance his power. The Dao Bao Daoist cast a meaningful glance at the feathered immortal. Though displeased, he chose to remain silent. "Now that this matter is settled, follow me back to Kunlun Mountain," he declared, effortlessly opening a spatial portal leading to Kunlun Mountain. Yes, Li Qingshu, the feathered immortal, and the three heavens nodded in agreement, following the Dao Bao Daoist back to Kunlun Mountain. The great Luo, golden immortal, wielding the power of the laws and possessing the ability to traverse the void, evoked a sense of envy within Li Qingshu. During this journey, he refined the Yin-Yang Qi bottle into a source point. To his astonishment, although the Yin-Yang Qi bottle was merely a top-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, its integration with the innate Yin-Yang essence rendered it comparable in power to an ordinary postnatal top-grade spiritual treasure. And the source point obtained from the refinement reached a staggering 1 million. With this newfound 1 million source points, Li Qingshu immediately downloaded the golden attribute of the Daobao Daoist, high comprehension. Although comprehension could not directly enhance strength, it was crucial for future cultivation, understanding magical powers, and even grasping the laws. Upon returning to Kunlun Mountain, Li Qingshu intended to head back to the Qingshu Palace to continue his practice of the supreme clarity immortal art. However, at that moment, a voice of unparalleled authority and resounding clarity echoed from the summit of Kunlun Mountain. All disciples of the Chan and Jie Sects hastened to the Three Pure Ones' palace. It was the voice of the primordial master. Yun Shao gazed towards the direction of the Three Pure Ones' palace and spoke. "Why has the master suddenly summoned us?" Shao queried, somewhat puzzled. Typically, the Three Pure Ones manage their own disciples separately, making such a simultaneous summons of disciples from both sects quite unprecedented. Perhaps Qiong Shao was about to speak when she was abruptly interrupted by the stern-faced Daobao Daoist. The Master-S summons is undoubtedly for a significant matter. Speculating on the will of the sage carelessly could invite punishment. Upon hearing this, the three heavens immediately ceased their chatter and lowered their heads. "Let us proceed," the Daobao Daoist said, hands clasped behind his back as he flew towards the Three Pure Ones' palace. With Li Qingshu, the feathered immortal, and the three heavens closely following. Meanwhile, disciples from both the Chan and Jie sects converged from all directions towards the same destination. Before long, they arrived at the heart of Kunlun Mountain. The Three Pure Ones' palace. Towering at tens of thousands of feet, the palace was entirely sculpted from white jade, adorned with intricately carved columns depicting vivid divine beasts that exuded an aura of majesty and profound Taoist resonance. Li Qingshu and his companions did not linger, but soared directly into the palace. Inside, the ethereal spirit energy of heaven and earth transformed into a rainbow-like auspicious cloud, flourishing with the essence of the supreme Tao. While the dome appeared to connect with the sun, moon, and stars, casting down endless starlight, Li Qingshu and the other disciples of the Chan and Jie sects advanced until they reached the center of the palace, where they beheld the Taiji Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianun, and Shangqing Tantian seated in the air. Taiji Laozi donned a Taiji robe, his hair white yet youthful, holding a whisk as he sat upon the Taiji diagram, radiating the breath of nature and harmonizing with the Tao of yin and yang. Yuan Shi Tianun wore a robe of purple gold, seated upon a golden lotus, exuding an aura of supreme authority, with a shadow of the creation of the universe and the birth of myriad realms behind him, leaving onlookers in awe. Shangqing Tantian, clad in white, bore the Qingping sword on his back, seated upon a mat, his presence akin to a divine sword cleaving through the heavens, causing the cosmos to tremble, with the sun, moon, and stars bowing in reverence. Although Li Qingshu had made considerable progress since his recent arrival, he felt an overwhelming sense of insignificance before the Three Pure Ones, akin to a speck of dust in the vast cosmos. It is indeed true that beneath the sage, all are but ants, he mused. Under such invisible pressure, he could not harbor any feelings of disrespect, nor did he dare to gaze directly at the three exalted figures towering over the heavens. After selecting a position to stand, Li Qingshu turned his gaze towards the disciples of the Ren and Chan sections. Taiji Laozi emphasized tranquility and inaction. Thus among his disciples, aside from his direct disciple, the Xiandu Grandmaster, there were only the Du Yi Zhenren and a handful of other outer disciples. At this moment, the Xiandu Grandmaster, dressed in white robes, stood at the forefront of the Ren sect disciples. A faint smile gracing his face, emanating an ethereal aura. Li Qingshu focused intently on him, and the detailed information about the Xiandu Grandmaster immediately appeared before his eyes. Xiandu Grandmaster. Cultivation. Early stage Tai, golden immortal. Attributes. Innate human race green. Fortune like a rainbow, gold. Decent comprehension green. Cold and unfeeling, white. Late bloomer, purple. But to Li Qingshu's surprise, the Xiandu Grandmaster, also an innate human, possessed a golden attribute. However, he quickly realized that if the Grandmaster were not blessed with such fortune, he would not have been chosen from among the many innate humans by Taiji Laozi to become his sole direct disciple. Moreover, despite the Xiandu Grandmaster's seemingly ordinary innate human roots and average comprehension, he still wielded formidable cultivation at the early stage of Tai Golden Immortal, likely due to consuming numerous pills refined by Taiji Laozi. After examining the Xiandu Grandmaster, Li Qingshu shifted his gaze to the disciples of the Chan sect. Unlike most of the rather intimidating-looking Jie Sect disciples, the 12 Golden Immortals of the Chan sect were all striking and ethereal, radiating an aura of celestial elegance, with a faint halo of light surrounding them, clearly embodying the essence of true immortals with pristine heritage. Standing before the 12 Golden Immortals was a frail old man dressed in a yellow robe, whose eyes bore a hint of sorrow and a somewhat lecherous demeanor. I Qingshu concentrated his attention, and the detailed information about this individual promptly materialized. Ran Deng Daoist, cultivation. Mid-stage Great Luo, Golden Immortal. Attributes: Lingzhou Palace Lantern Red, Profit-driven, White. Average comprehension, White. Late bloomer, Purple. So, it is indeed the Ran Deng Laozi, Li Qingshu murmured to himself, originally one of the 3,000 worldly guests of the Purple Cloud Palace. His status equaled that of the 3 Pure Ones. However, his comprehension was notably inferior compared to other great beings, and he had yet to grasp a path suitable for himself, even after listening to Hongjun Daozu's teachings 3 times. He had only reached the mid-stage of Great Luo Golden Immortal. Upon learning of Yuanshi Tianzuan's establishment of the Chan sect and his recruitment of disciples, the Ran Deng Daoist shamelessly approached to seek apprenticeship. Yuanshi Tianzuan, acknowledging their shared status as guests of the Purple Cloud Palace, appointed him as the vice leader of the Chan sect, with all Chan disciples treating him with half-master respect. Nevertheless, in Li Qingshu's memories from his past life, the Ran Deng Daoist made little progress after joining the Chan sect. During the Fengshen Calamity, he was even pursued and beaten by Zhao Gongming. Had it not been for the intervention of Qiao Bao and Xiao Sheng, he might have found himself on the Fengshen list. Moreover, the Ran Deng Daoist engaged in rather unscrupulous activities during the Fengshen Calamity. Not only did he turn and throw Qiao Bao, who had saved his life, into the 10 Absolute Formation, but he also repeatedly ambushed Jie Sect disciples from the shadows, ultimately betraying them and joining the Buddhist sect, becoming the Ran Deng Buddha. However, the Ran Deng Daoist, with his frail form and a face that bore 3 parts sorrow and 7 parts lewdness, could indeed be considered an innate Buddhist saint. Suddenly, as Li Qingshu scrutinized the disciples of the Chan sect, his gaze met that of Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi's expression was haughty, and his eyes, filled with disdain and contempt, clearly looked down upon Li Qingshu, a disciple of the Jie Sect. Yet before the 3 Pure Ones, Guang Chengzi refrained from showing any overt disrespect, merely huffing coldly in his heart before diverting his gaze. It seemed that the conflicts and discord between the Chan and Jie sects were truly unavoidable. I Qingshu sighed, reflecting on the adage, one leaf reveals the depth of autumn. A glimpse of a pattern reveals the whole leopard. Guang Chengzi, being both the foremost among the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun and the chief disciple of the primordial heavenly sovereign, had already revealed much through his previous demeanor. As Li Qingshu scrutinized the disciples of the Chan and Jie sects outside the Sanqing Hall, an incessant stream of their disciples arrived. Soon, all gathered within the hall, including the previously sequestered 3 Holy Mothers and Zhao Gongming, who had been treasure hunting. That it seemed that these wandering disciples had received prior notification from a sage. Disciples pay their respects to the master uncle and the revered master. Once all the disciples had assembled, they performed a grand bow to the Sanqing. The Sanqing nodded, and an invisible, vast force lifted all the disciples. Since the inception of our teachings, several hundred millennia have elapsed that we have nearly completed the recruitment of our disciples. Thus, we 3 have decided to impart teachings to you for 3,000 years, aiding you in enhancing your cultivation and understanding your own paths. The voice of Taiji Laozu resonated like the sound of the Tao, echoing through the cosmos. Upon hearing Taiji Laozu's proclamation, all disciples of the 3 teachings displayed expressions of joy, their hearts brimming with exuberance. A single day of teachings from a sage equates to a millennium of arduous cultivation, let alone 3,000 years from the Sanqing, which is truly an unprecedented opportunity. After this discourse, all would surely undergo a profound transformation, elevating their cultivation significantly. Calm your hearts and listen to the teachings, Taiji Laozu remarked, observing the flushed and fervent faces of the disciples. The sage, in harmony with the heavenly Tao, infused his words with extraordinary power. I Qingshu felt the excitement within him being soothed as if by invisible hands, resulting in a sudden clarity of mind and tranquility within his heart. The supreme nature of the sage transcends mere destructive might. It manifests in innumerable forms as all disciples of the three teachings settled into stillness. Taiji Laozu began. The path of the sage is the path of the heavenly Tao. To act without contention is to embody the heavenly Tao in the world. To desire not what is visible, to seek not what is attainable, to contend neither for fame with the Tao, nor for merit with heaven, nor for profit with the world. With Taiji Laozu's words, an unfathomably vast river of Tao principles surged forth from the void, countless Tao patterns transforming into myriad divine lights, cascading upon the heads of all disciples. In that moment, every disciple felt themselves enveloped by a rich aura of Tao. Soon, Dao Daoren and Guang Chengzi manifested 3 flowers of gold, silver, and bronze above their heads. As these 3 Tao flowers revolved above them, both wore smiles, surrounded by Tao patterns, evidently immersed in a state of enlightenment. However, the 3 flowers above Dao Bao Daoren were remarkably solid, while Guang Chengzi's appeared only as a faint outline. The other disciples looked on enviously, recognizing that Dao Bao Daoren and Guang Chengzi were indeed the premier disciples of the Jie and Chan sections. Not only did they possess extraordinary roots, but their strength and comprehension surpassed that of ordinary individuals. The rest of the disciples, still grappling with understanding, could only watch as Dao Bao Daoren and Guang Chengzi entered into states of enlightenment. Yuan Shi Tianzun and Shangqing Tong Tian observed with faint smiles, clearly pleased with their esteemed disciples. Suddenly, Li Qingshu radiated divine light, his primordial spirit resonating with the cosmos. His body shimmered with ethereal celestial energy, and myriad illusory forms of the universe appeared behind him. Enveloped by countless golden lamps, jewels, and hanging pearls, as if he were immersed in the ocean of the great D.A.T. that moment. He not only possessed the roots of the golden winged Depeng, but it also assimilated the enlightenment of Dao Bao Daoren. These 2 golden attributes bestowed upon Li Qingshu a formidable comprehension that surpassed all disciples of the 3 teachings, instantly plunging him into a profound state of enlightenment. Taiji Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Shangqing Tong Tian were taken aback by the splendid manifestation around Li Qingshu. Brother, your disciple comprehension is indeed astonishing, Taiji Laozu conveyed to Shangqing Tong Tian. My disciple, though born of the human race, possesses a level of comprehension that far exceeds that of most innate beings. When he previously heard me expounding the Tao in the Eastern Sea, he grasped a fragment of the Jian Yi, the sword intent of the heavens. Shangqing Tong Tian replied proudly. The Jian Yi of the heavens? Taiji Laozu exclaimed, his heart stirred once more. The Jian Yi of the heavens is the supreme sword intent realized by Shangqing Tong Tian upon his enlightenment and founding of the sect. Even the most gifted sword cultivators at the great Luo Golden Immortal level would find it challenging to comprehend even a fraction of it, even while receiving direct teachings from Shangqing Tong Tian. Yet, Li Qingshu, as a member of the human race with such modest cultivation, managed to grasp a hint of this Jian. This illustrates not only Li Qingshu's extraordinary comprehension, but also his exceptional talent in the sword path. Worthy of the phrase, unparalleled in the vast wilderness. Why did I not discover this pearl of great wisdom when I founded the sect among the human race? Taiji Laozu mused. Although the comprehension of Xuandu Dashi was commendable among humans, it paled in comparison to other innate beings. Even after taking him as a disciple, providing him with personal instruction and various celestial elixirs and spiritual herbs, he barely managed to break through to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Had he chosen Li Qingshu instead of Xuandu, with Li Qingshu's prodigious comprehension coupled with Taiji Laozu's own capabilities, he would undoubtedly have enabled his direct disciple to ascend to the pinnacle of the 3 generations of the Shuangguan. However, As much as he admired him, Li Qingshu had already pledged himself to the Jie Sect, and thus he could not undermine that bond. Upon witnessing the remarkable phenomenon emanating from Li Qingshu, Yuan Shitianzun was initially astonished, but soon fell into disdain upon realizing Li Qingshu's human origins. In Yuan Shitianzun's view, all human beings are but vessels of fortune, with shallow fates unworthy of significant contribution. No matter how high Li Qingshu's comprehension, he would ultimately amount to little. Taiji Laozu expounded on the principle of non-action and his insights into the Tao for 2,000 years in the following millennium. He briefly elucidated the arts of alchemy, artifact crafting, and array formation. Among the disciples of the three teachings, those with high comprehension entered states of enlightenment, their faces adorned with gentle smiles, occasionally revealing expressions of sudden realization, clearly having gained much. Meanwhile, those with lesser comprehension furrowed their brows, grasping only fragments of the sage's discourse, striving to memorize as much as they could for later contemplation. The extraordinary manifestation surrounding Li Qingshu grew ever more astonishing with the passage of time, nearly blinding to behold. After 3,000 years, Taiji Laozu concluded his teachings, passing the mantle to Yuan Shitianzun. Without, the name of the beginning of heaven and earth; within, the name of the mother of all things. One essence without form, two energies yet to stir, empty and mysterious, silent and motionless, true existence within the void, wondrous existence within the void, dispelling confusion, unifying all. The primordial supreme being elucidated the necessity of aligning oneself with the celestial path, along with his own profound insights regarding the Tao, which resonated deeply with disciples from the three teachings. Fast forward 3,000 years, it was now the turn of the Supreme Clarity to expound upon the doctrine. Initially, Supreme Clarity elaborated on the method of intercepting the heavens, subsequently dedicating 500 years to imparting his understanding of the principles governing the sword. Regrettably, despite the multitude of disciples from the three teachings, few possessed any substantial mastery of the sword, and they were nowhere near comparable to Li Qingshu. The three saints delivered their teachings atop Kunlun Mountain, which radiated a golden light, exuding an aura of grandeur and sanctity that evoked envy among countless beings. Not only did the disciples of the three teachings reside within the abundant spiritual energy and clearly defined laws of the premier cave paradise of Kunlun Mountain, but they were also graced by the presence of saints imparting their wisdom. Such unparalleled conditions for cultivation were beyond the reach of other beings in the primordial wilderness in a timeless expanse where 9,000 years passed in the blink of an eye. When Supreme Clarity ceased his teachings, the river of Tao that flowed above the disciples gradually dissipated, along with the rich resonance of the Tao. The disciples awakened from their states of enlightenment, their eyes fluttering open. Following 9,000 years of listening to the teachings of the three saints, nearly all disciples experienced significant enhancements to their abilities. Among them, the Taoist Du Bao ascended from the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal to the mid-stage, far surpassing his fellow disciples. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi progressed from the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal to the mid-stage, nearing the latter from Master Xuandu. Due to his lack of comprehension, his cultivation only experienced a modest advancement. Reaching the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, the most disheartened was the vice leader of the Jie Sect, the Taoist Ran Deng, that he had initially believed that this extraordinary opportunity would surely allow him to break through his bottleneck. However, despite listening to the teachings of the saints for 9,000 years, his bottleneck remained immovable. With Guang Chengzi steadily closing in on his level, Ran Deng felt a mix of frustration and anxiety. Logically, as an incarnation of the Lingzhou lamp, his innate comprehension should surpass that of ordinary primordial beings. Yet, after being the vice leader for so long and having listened to the saints' teachings 2 or 3 times, he had made no progress, which seemed utterly unreasonable. Other disciples of the three teachings also experienced varying degrees of improvement in their cultivation. More importantly, they gained a clearer understanding of their own paths, likely avoiding any bottlenecks for the next several million years. As the disciples rejoiced in their advancements, they noticed that Li Qingshu had not awakened from his state of enlightenment like the others. Instead, he remained seated in mid-air, exuding an aura of solemn majesty. I Qingshu's form radiated divine light, enveloped by a dense array of Tao patterns. The spiritual energy within the Three Pure Ones palace was drawn to him by an invisible force, forming a colorful vortex above his head, continuously infusing him with vast amounts of spiritual energy. They beheld Li Qingshu surrounded by such extraordinary phenomena. The disciples were struck with astonishment. They had not anticipated that. Even after the cessation of the Three Pure Ones' teachings, Li Qingshu could maintain such a profound state of enlightenment. Moreover, the aura emanating from him resembled that of a volcano on the verge of eruption, clearly indicating that he was at a pivotal moment of spiritual breakthrough. Suddenly, an aura reminiscent of an invisible storm erupted from Li Qingshu, sweeping across the area. In that instant, nearly all disciples felt an overwhelming surge of disbelief. Previously, when Li Qingshu entered a deep state of enlightenment, he had exuded the aura of a mid-stage true immortal. Now, however, the aura he radiated had reached the level of a late-stage golden immortal. This signified that over the past 9,000 years, Li Qingshu had experienced an elevation of an entire great realm. While the teachings of the saints indeed presented a remarkable opportunity, the speed of his cultivation's advancement was astonishingly preposterous. The disciples murmured their admiration in their hearts. The winged immortal gazed at Li Qingshu's silhouette, feeling a profound sense of powerlessness. He had initially hoped that after his own strength improved, he would challenge Li Qingshu once more to reclaim his dignity in the yin-yang battle. Yet now, with Li Qingshu's meteoric rise in power, the gap between them had widened by an entire realm. Previously, Li Qingshu, as a mid-stage true immortal, could defeat him, a golden immortal, despite the boundary. Now, with Li Qingshu's superior cultivation, the winged immortal saw no hope of victory. Taoist Du Bao furrowed his brow, his trepidation intensifying. Guangqingzi, Qi Jingzi, and other disciples of the Jie Sect wore similarly grim expressions. They had not expected that despite their impeccable foundations and favorable destinies, they would fall short in comparison to a human like Li Qingshu. The chief disciple of the human sect, Xuandu, also found himself questioning his choices. Logically, as he and Li Qingshu were both among the 1,296 innate human beings created by the Saint Enhua, their foundations and comprehension should have been nearly equal. Yet it was now evident that Li Qingshu's comprehension was on a level beyond his reach, surpassing even that of Guangqingzi and other fortunate true immortals. Li Qingshu's extraordinary performance not only astonished the disciples, but also greatly enhanced the reputation of supreme clarity, causing the Saint of Clarity to regard his own disciple with increasing favor. The teachings concluded, "Upon your return, engage earnestly in cultivation, and reflect upon what we have shared today," intoned the Grand Master Taiji, his resonant voice echoing throughout the hall. "Thank you, Master, Uncle Master, for your teachings." The disciples collectively expressed, rising to bow in reverence to the Three Pure Ones. "Very well. You may disperse," declared the primordial supreme being. Yes, the disciples of the three teachings bowed once more before the Three Pure Ones and turned to depart. Qingshu, at that moment, supreme clarity called out. Qingshu turned, discovering a purple light emanating from the fingertip of supreme clarity, which swiftly entered his brow. "I initially intended to wait until you broke through to the great Luo golden immortal before imparting to you the supreme clarity divine thunder. However, having observed your keen intellect and exceptional comprehension, I have decided to share this divine ability with you ahead of time," Supreme Clarity said with a smile. Qingshu felt a surge of excitement at these words. The Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder, a divine ability derived from the understanding of the principles of thunder, possessed the power to obliterate the heavens and the earth. Mastering it would undoubtedly enhance his strength significantly. "Thank you, Master." Li Qingshu expressed his gratitude with a bow. The many disciples of the Jie Sect looked on with envy, fully aware that such a profound ability was beyond their grasp, given the complexity of the Supreme Clarity Divine Thunder. Their current levels of cultivation and comprehension rendered them incapable of understanding it, and pursuing it recklessly could hinder their own progress. Taoist Du Bao furrowed his brow slightly, but dared not voice his concerns. Continuing to exit the Three Pure Ones palace. Very well, Supreme Clarity nodded, gesturing for Li Qingshu to leave. Upon exiting the Three Pure Ones palace, Li Qingshu found the three heavens and a middle-aged man in a black robe with striking features waiting for him at the entrance. Little senior brother, you are truly remarkable. In the mere span of 9,000 years, you have ascended from the mid-stage of true immortal to the late stage of golden immortal. Upon seeing Li Qingshu, Bai Xiao exclaimed, his face alight with excitement and admiration. It is merely a fortuitous coincidence. The teachings of the saints expound upon the truths of the world, elucidating the mysteries of the cosmos, filled with unfathomable depth and boundless utility. Upon your return, reflect carefully upon what the Master and our Uncle Master have previously conveyed, and you shall surely attain further enlightenment. Li Qingshu replied with a gentle smile, then turned his gaze to the middle-aged man. You must be Zhao Gongming, my junior brother. Zhao Gongming clasped his hands together in greeting. I'm Zhao Gongming, a humble disciple, and I salute you, senior brother. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, regarding him thoughtfully in the memories of his past life. Zhao Gongming was a formidable figure, known for sending the vice leader of the Jie Sect, Ran Deng, into a panic during the Fengshen calamity, leaving him in a state of disarray. Unfortunately, he ultimately fell victim to the schemes of Liu Ye, meeting his demise and being inscribed upon the Fengshen list. My three younger sisters possess impulsive temperaments, acting without considering the consequences, daring to capture the Qinghuan bird, which bears the bloodline of the phoenix. Should the azure phoenix find itself in a dire predicament and choose to fight to the death, it is conceivable that cultivators below the realm of golden immortal could be dragged into mutual destruction. But I must extend my gratitude to my senior brother for intervening, which spared my three younger sisters from any unforeseen mishaps. Zhao Gongming expressed his thanks to Li Qingshu. Upon hearing this, the three Xian sisters displayed a hint of embarrassment, lowering their heads like children caught in wrongdoing. They had long desired a mount, and upon encountering the resplendent divine bird, the azure phoenix, they were instantly overwhelmed with joy, failing to contemplate the gravity of the situation, a mere act of assistance, hardly worthy of mention, especially since we are all of the same sect. It is only natural that we assist one another, Li Qingshu replied with a smile, as he stepped onto the clouds and soared towards the Qingshu Palace, with Zhao Gongming and the three Xian following closely behind. I heard from Bai Xiao that you ventured to the North Sea in search of treasures. Were you successful? Li Qingshu casually inquired, in response to my senior brother, over 100,000 years ago. While I was in seclusion for cultivation, I suddenly sensed that a great opportunity awaited me in the North Sea. After an extensive search, my efforts bore fruit, and I discovered 24 sea-calming pearls. Zhao Gongming raised his hand, revealing 24 fist-sized, shimmering blue pearls, pulsating with divine light. Indeed, they are remarkable treasures, Li Qingshu remarked with an appreciative glance. The 24 sea-calming pearls are rare, innate spiritual treasures imbued with the laws of space, possessing immense power. However, it is said that there are a total of 36 sea-calming pearls in the primordial world. If all 36 were gathered, it would equate to a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. In these tumultuous times, the primordial realm is fraught with peril. During my years of treasure hunting in the North Sea, I frequently encountered demon kings and generals leading their formidable armies against the witch clan. I even witnessed the catastrophic clashes between the demon god and the great witch Quafu. Many aquatic races in the North Sea and surrounding regions have perished due to their battles. The malevolent aura and karmic retribution in the world are growing increasingly dense, and it is likely that terrifying upheavals await in the future, Zhao Gongming lamented as he gazed towards the northern expanse of the primordial realm. Fortunately, he possesses the protection of his identity as a saint's disciple. Otherwise, amidst the chaos of the witch-demon war, he would not dare to traverse the primordial realm carelessly. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu's expression grew increasingly grave. Both the witch and demon clans are bent on annihilating one another. It is likely that the demons will soon embark on a campaign against the human race to forge the witch-slaying sword. If he cannot swiftly break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, even if he personally intervenes, the demons would only hesitate to act against him due to his identity as a disciple of a saint. The rest of the human race would still face near extermination. After conversing with Zhao Gongming and the three Xian sisters, Li Qingshu bid them farewell and returned to his sanctuary for seclusion. The other disciples of the three teachings also chose to enter seclusion, continuing to reflect on and comprehend the teachings of the three saints. Atop Kunlun Mountain, tranquility reigned, while the primordial world descended into chaos. The long-standing grievances between the witch and demon clans escalated amidst their slaughter. Ultimately, the Eastern Emperor Tai, having collaborated with Emperor Jun and Fuxi to comprehend the Grand Celestial Array, fervently led millions of demon soldiers to launch a full-scale assault on the witch clan, seeking to obliterate Mount Buzhou and establish dominion over the primordial realm. Just as the demon clan set up the Grand Celestial Array, believing victory was assured, the 12 ancestor witches summoned the ethereal visage of Pangu using the Grand Celestial Demonic Array. Both the demon's Grand Celestial Array and the witch's Pangu visage possessed combat power rivaling that of the saints. The ensuing battle was cataclysmic, tearing the heavens and shattering the earth, as the primordial land was left in ruins and countless beings fell victim to the devastation. With the primordial realm on the brink of annihilation due to the conflict between the witch and demon clans, Hongjun Daozu intervened. With a mere flick of his finger, the Grand Celestial Array, composed of countless demons and the power of celestial bodies, disintegrated instantaneously. The Grand Celestial Demonic Array, too, was rendered powerless with a single gesture from Taiji Laozu, ceasing operation altogether. In that moment, both the witch and demon clans, along with the myriad beings of the primordial realm, felt the profound truth that all beneath the true saint are but ants. Although the destructive potential of the demon's Grand Celestial Array and the witch's Grand Celestial Demonic Array reached the level of saints, the understanding and mastery of the laws of nature held by a saint are beyond the reach of other beings. After dismantling both arrays, Hongjun Daozu first restored the ravaged primordial realm and then decreed that the witch and demon clans were forbidden from waging war for 100,000 years, allowing the myriad beings time to recuperate. In the face of Hongjun Daozu's might, neither clan dared to defy him, and both acquiesced, thus concluding the Second Great War between the witches and demons. Having witnessed the true power of a saint, both clans began to seek every possible means to attain sainthood. The 12 ancestor witches secluded themselves in the Ancestor Witch Palace on the slopes of Mount Buzhou, absorbing the earth's malevolent and spiritual energies to enhance their cultivation. Meanwhile, after discussions among the upper echelons of the demon court, Emperor Jun decided to choose an auspicious day to wed the moon goddess Xia, inviting Saint Enhua and the great powers of the primordial realm as witnesses, seeking heaven's approval for their union and the bestowal of heavenly merit to elevate their strength. Over 100,000 years later, the doors of Qingshu Palace swung open with a thunderous rumble, and a thick mist of white celestial vapor billowed forth. Qingshu, clad in a white Taoist robe, emerged, having reached the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm after arduous cultivation. He had also begun to grasp the upper clear divine thunder imparted by his master, significantly enhancing his prowess. Just as he stood at the entrance, stretching his limbs, a melodious phoenix cry rang out above him. Moments later, a magnificent divine bird, adorned in azure plumage and measuring several hundred zhang in length, descended from the heavens, circling before him, upon which stood the three sisters, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bi Xiao. We pay our respects to our senior brother. Yun Xiao and Qiong Xiao greeted Li Qingshu with a bow, while Bi Xiao smiled brightly and waved at him. Little senior brother, you've emerged from seclusion. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, sensing that the three sisters had also reached the mid-phase of the golden immortal realm. Where are you headed? He inquired. We were training the Azure Phoenix on the outskirts of Kunlun Mountain when the Demon Court's divine envoy suddenly arrived, inviting us, the disciples of the Jie Sect, to the Yaoqi 3 days hence to attend the Demon Court's heavenly wedding. We were just about to inform our master, Bi Xiao said, lifting a golden invitation. The 3 teachings of the human sect, Chan Sect and Jie Sect, each overseen by a saint, were held in high regard by the Demon Court, which had sent 3 divine envoys to deliver the invitation. The Demon Court's heavenly wedding. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu's heart stirred. The demons not only planned to massacre the human race and forge the witch-slaying sword, but also regarded humans merely as fodder created by the Nuwa Empress since their inception. Smaller human tribes are often devoured by the demons descending from the heavens. Thus, he could not allow Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai to smoothly carry out their wedding. I shall accompany you, Li Qingshu declared. Very well. Come quickly. Little senior brother, Bi Xiao beckoned him to join them. All right. I Qingshu nodded gently and leaped gracefully onto the back of the Qingyuan bird. The bird's back was exceedingly broad, more than capable of accommodating 4 individuals with ease. The Qingyuan flapped its magnificent wings. The 4 soared into the clouds, heading towards the direction of the Biao Palace. The Qingyuan was remarkably swift, trailing behind it a vibrant, colorful plume that resembled a splendid rainbow. I Qingshu noticed that as they passed by the disciples of the Jie Sect, they cast unfriendly and disdainful glances in their direction. It was evident that during his seclusion of over 100,000 years, tensions between the Chan and Jie schools had intensified, leading to outright hostility. After a little over 10 minutes, the Qingyuan bird brought them to the entrance of the Biao Palace. The 4 dismounted from the bird and arrived at the palace's grand entrance. However, at this moment, the doors of the Biao Palace were firmly shut, and they dared not enter recklessly. Master, I have matters to report. Li Qingshu and the 3 Xiao bowed respectfully to the gate of the Biao Palace. Soon, a voice resonated from within, that of the supreme clear heaven, responding with a simple command. Speak, returning to Master. The demon god Gue Che has just sent an invitation, requesting our presence at the demon court for the celestial marriage. Li Qingshu reported. If you wish to go, then go, replied the supreme clear heaven. He showed no interest in matters concerning the demon race, being solely focused on the sword path and cultivation. Moreover, with the identities of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, they were not yet worthy of his personal attendance. Understood. After Li Qingshu and the 3 Xiao took their leave, they conveyed this news to the other disciples of the Jie school to see who else wished to accompany them to the demon court for the celestial marriage. Once the news spread, it was met with overwhelming enthusiasm. The disciples of the Jie school were inherently lively, especially after a prolonged period of seclusion lasting over 100,000 years, with such an opportunity for feasting and revelry at hand. They naturally would not let it slip by. Thus, 3 days later, Li Qingshu led a throng of over 10,000 Jie school disciples on their journey to the heavenly realm. Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai, in their efforts to ensure the celestial marriage was grand enough to garner the recognition of the heavenly Tao, went to great lengths. The entire 33 heavens were adorned with lanterns and festive decorations. Resonating with the sounds of drums and celestial music, all manner of exotic flowers and plants bloomed under divine power, making the demon court a vibrant spectacle of beauty. Above the 4 main celestial gates, flocks of divine birds circled, with colorful rainbows hanging high above. This moment, many powerful beings of the primordial era stood outside the 4 celestial gates, holding gifts and awaiting the officials to record their attendance. The great immortal Jin Yuan has arrived, bringing 3 ginseng fruits. The ancestor of Red Cloud has arrived, bringing 3 ginseng fruits. The great Emperor He Chong from Shudao Mountain has arrived, bringing a dragon blood catfish. Master Ma from the Hongjun Jie Sect has arrived, bringing a top-grade postnatal spirit treasure. As these esteemed beings pass through the southern celestial gate into the demon court, the 6-eared macaque, one of the 4 chaotic monkeys, also wished to join the feast. However, due to its earlier attempt to eavesdrop on the teachings of Hongjun Daozu in the Zixiao Palace using its innate divine powers, it was placed on the primordial blacklist by Hongjun Daozu, who declared, the law does not pass to the 6 ears. As a result, the demon court dared not treat the 6-eared macaque as a guest of honor and immediately dispatched someone to remove it. At this moment, Li Qingshu, Zhao Gongming, and the 3 Xiao, riding the Qingyuan bird, arrived at the southern celestial gate, whereupon the many primordial powers waiting there parted to make way. After all, the Jie school disciples represented the dignity of the Tongtian sage. Although these primordial beings possessed extraordinary cultivation and status, who would dare to slight the saint? Thank you. Li Qingshu smiled at the gathered powers, leading the Jie school disciples to the southern celestial gate. "It is an honor for our demon court to welcome the esteemed disciples of the saint," said the official at the entrance, who immediately stood to greet them and signaled for a celestial maiden to guide them. "Very well," Li Qingshu nodded, and together with the three Xiao, they descended from the Qinghuan bird and passed through the southern celestial gate. "Mind your manners, or I shall break your legs," Bi Xiao warned a nearby heavenly soldier. Waving her pristine fist, the soldier could only respond with a dismayed expression. Upon entering the demon court, a breathtaking expanse of palatial structures, stretching endlessly, greeted their eyes. These palaces towered over 10,000 feet high. Resplendent in gold and jade, adorned with intricate carvings of dragons and phoenixes, exuding an awe-inspiring grandeur. Moreover, as far as the eye could see, there were also numerous spiritual mountains, shrouded in ethereal mists, emanating vibrant energies. These mountains were nourished by flowing spiritual veins, bestowing the 33 heavens with exceptionally pure and abundant spiritual essence. Overall, while the 33 heavens may not rival Kunlun Mountain, they were nonetheless among the top-tier blessed lands of the primordial world. Under the guidance of the celestial maiden, Li Qingshu and the Jie school disciples flew towards the Yaoqi of the 33 heavens. The Yaoqi formed a self-contained world, spanning millions of miles, with its crystal-clear waters shimmering and undulating. Adorned with enormous lotus leaves that floated on its surface, each bearing vividly blossoming lotus flowers. With a splash, hefty dragon fish, measuring dozens of feet in length, leaped from the water, their gaping mouths devouring the lotus pods before plunging back into the depths, creating a kaleidoscope of ripples. Adjacent to the Yaoqi, tables were arranged in neat rows, filled with an array of spiritual fruits and celestial brews. When Li Qingshu and his companions arrived, the Yaoqi was already abuzz with the voices of countless primordial beings. As tens of thousands reveled in drink and dance, "Where shall we sit?" The winged celestial frowned at the sea of heads before her. "Fear not, esteemed immortal. Please follow me," the celestial maiden promptly replied, leading Li Qingshu and his companions to the foremost seats. These prime seats were not only crafted from jade, but also boasted tables laden with top-tier postnatal spirit fruits and brews aged for millions of years. "Feel free, esteemed disciples of the Jie school," the celestial maiden addressed the gathered disciples. Understood, Li Qingshu nodded, and he, along with Zhao Gongming and the three Xiao, chose a table to sit. The other Jie school disciples also dispersed without hesitation, finding their own spots. After seating himself, Li Qingshu glanced around. At the forefront of all the tables stood a towering platform, several hundred feet high, covered in a red carpet and adorned with exquisite precious ornaments. On a jade screen, the words heaven and earth were inscribed, clearly indicating the venue for the upcoming celestial marriage between Emperor Jun and Shihi. Not far from them sat the likes of Zenyuanzi, Ancestor Red Cloud, and the Queen Mother of the West, among the pinnacle powers of the primordial era. Li Qingshu focused intently, their attributes manifesting before his eyes. Zenyuanzi's cultivation, late-stage quasi-saint attributes, top-tier innate gold. Prosperous fortune gold, broadly befriended, purple, good start and finish gold. Ancestor Red Cloud's cultivation, late-stage quasi-saint attributes, top-tier innate gold, prosperous fortune gold, excessively kind-hearted white, fate of calamity, black. Queen Mother of the West cultivation, mid-stage quasi-saint attributes, top-tier innate gold, prosperous fortune gold, disinterested in worldly matters blue, no disasters purple. All three, Zenyuanzi, Ancestor Red Cloud, and Queen Mother of the West, were top-tier innate beings with abundant fortunes. However, Zenyuanzi's attributes ranked the highest, achieving 3 golds and 1 purple, while the Queen Mother of the West followed closely. In contrast, though Ancestor Red Cloud's roots and fortunes were remarkable, he was doomed by a fate of calamity, leading to a tragically unfortunate end. As Li Qingshu gazed at the golden attributes of these great powers, his heart was filled with envy, wishing fervently to download them all onto himself. Yet at present, he possessed only a single low-grade innate spirit treasure. Even if one were to gaze longingly, it would yield no results. One can only devise a plan for the future. In addition to these formidable beings from the primordial realm, seated in the front row were disciples from the teachings of both the way of the primordial and the way of the manifest. The Grand Master Xuandu, the real Mandi, along with several outer disciples of the Way of the Primordial, were gathered at one table, engaging in soft conversations while savoring spiritual fruits, appearing utterly at ease and content. In contrast, the disciples of the Way of the Manifest bore grim expressions, their brows furrowed, their gazes directed at the disciples of the Way of the Primordial, filled with disdain. The wine had run out. Hurry and bring more. The spiritual fruits were also depleted. Is this meager amount sufficient for anyone? If the neighboring witch tribe were to see this, they might think the demon tribe is unable to provide. Indeed, quickly serve more wine and spiritual fruits. Bring plenty. My grandfather has a hearty appetite. As Li Qingshu surveyed the surroundings, numerous disciples of the Way of the Manifest had already devoured all the spiritual fruits and celestial brews on the table and were beckoning the nearby demon tribe for refills. Oomph! A group of creatures adorned with fur and horns, frolicking in such a refined setting, truly disgraced the identity of saintly disciples at that moment. Qi Jingzi, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, snorted disdainfully at the disciples of the Way of the Manifest, unmasking his contempt that it was ashamed to share the title of saintly disciples with such individuals. That Zhu Lusun also wore a proud expression, his eyes filled with disdain and scorn as he gazed at the disciples of the Way of the Manifest. The disciples of the Way of the Manifest, believing themselves to be of pure lineage, with deep blessings, had always looked down upon the disciples of the Way of the Manifest. The two groups frequently clashed atop Kunlun Mountain, their grievances having built up over time. However, due to the presence of the three pure ones on Kunlun Mountain, the disciples of the Way of the Manifest did not dare to act too brazenly. Now that both parties had arrived at the demon court, upon seeing that only the youngest disciple, Li Qingshu, had come from the Way of the Manifest, the disciples of the Way of the Manifest immediately decided to suppress their adversaries. The arrogant words of Qi Jingzi and Zhu Lusun instantly ignited the fury of all disciples of the Way of the Manifest. You self-righteous individuals, what qualifications do you possess to point fingers at me? The celestial eagle, with its golden wings, rose abruptly, its piercing gaze fixed upon the disciples of the Way of the Manifest. You are ashamed to be counted among us as saintly disciples. We would not wish to be compared to you, day in and day out, with your noses in the air, acting superior, seeking trouble. Do you truly believe we fear you, a dog meddling in affairs that do not concern it? The disciples of the Way of the Manifest had long grown weary of the disciples of the Way of the Manifest pretentiousness and began vociferously denouncing them. You disciples of the Way of the Manifest, are you not akin to a nest of snakes and rats or mere feathered beasts, polluting the entire Kunlun Mountain? Were it not for our shared status as disciples of the Xianmen, I would have long since driven you down the mountain. The foremost among the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, Guang Qingzi, spoke up, instantly transforming the atmosphere of the Yao Pool into one of palpable tension. The other primordial powers present, witnessing this, ceased their conversations and turned their gazes toward the disciples of both the Way of the Manifest and the Way of the Primordial. Even the celestial maidens, who had been singing and dancing, halted their movements. It seemed the disciples of both teachings were on the verge of clashing. The demon generals, fearing the disruption of the celestial wedding, immediately forced smiles and urged, "Esteemed disciples of the saints, today marks the wedding of our demon emperor. Should you engage in conflict here, it would pose great difficulties for us." Upon hearing this, the celestial eagle let out a cold laugh. He was acutely aware that Guang Qingzi's term feathered beast was directed at him, the second son of the Yuan Feng. How could the celestial eagle swallow such humiliation? Difficulties? I say let it be. The celestial eagle overturned the table before him, revealing a low-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, a black great halberd, and charged toward the disciples of the Way of the Manifest. Receive my strike. The celestial eagle raised the black halberd above his head, and as divine power surged within, the halberd instantly expanded to a staggering size, descending upon the disciples of the Way of the Manifest. Presumptuous, the feathered beast dares to strike at me. Qi Jingzi, seeing this, immediately slammed his hand on the table, engaging in battle with the celestial eagle. The celestial eagle, with his aggressive nature, had clashed with the disciples of the Way of the Manifest multiple times and had long harbored resentment. preparing to teach the opponent a harsh lesson. Yin-Yang Mirror. Qi Jingzi swiftly summoned the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Yin-Yang Mirror. This mirror contained the power of the Yin and Yang laws. The Yin side emitted divine light that could devour the enemy's essence and soul, while the Yang side could heal injuries, embodying both offense and defense. Celestial Eagle, prepare to be vanquished. Qi Jingzi infused his own divine power into the Yin side of the mirror. Immediately, countless runes surged across the surface of the Yin-Yang mirror, transforming into a pitch-black divine light that shot toward the Celestial Eagle. This black divine light contained an eerie power that instilled a sense of dread in many primordial beings nearby. Unfazed, the Celestial Eagle dove down, wielding the black great halberd to cleave downward toward Qi Jingzi. Shatter. The black Yin-Yang divine light was split in two by the halberd, and the Celestial Eagle seized the opportunity to close in on Qi Jingzi. Although the Celestial Eagle had drawn upon his own Yin-Yang essence, diminishing his own foundation and physical strength considerably, he remained unmatched against Qi Jingzi, who primarily cultivated his spiritual essence. Moreover, the Celestial Eagle's inherently combative nature and vast battle experience far surpassed that of Qi Jingzi. Were they to maintain distance, Qi Jingzi might have been able to contend with the Celestial Eagle. However, in close combat, Qi Jingzi was no match for the Celestial Eagle. The Celestial Eagle possessed immense strength, and the black great halberd held the power to shatter mountains, placing Qi Jingzi under tremendous pressure. After a brief exchange, he found himself on the defensive, witnessing a disciple of this saintly lineage, one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun, being bested by an inner disciple of the Way of the Manifest. All present were taken aback. Guang Chengzi, Zhu Lusan, and the others had particularly grim expressions. They had anticipated witnessing Qi Jingzi overpowering the Celestial Eagle, quelling the arrogance of the disciples of the Way of the Manifest, only to find themselves hoisting a stone that crushed their own feet. Observing Qi Jingzi in a state of disarray, desperately trying to defend himself, the other 12 golden immortals of Kunlun were left utterly humiliated. Bang! After hundreds of exchanges in close combat, Qi Jingzi was struck by the Celestial Eagle's elbow, his chest caving in, and he coughed up blood. The Celestial Eagle's eyes blazed red, filled with fury, as he swung the great halberd toward Qi Jingzi, intent on teaching him a lasting lesson. Enough! Guang Chengzi's voice thundered as he delivered a powerful palm strike. A torrent of divine energy surging forth. Guang Chengzi, possessing the cultivation of mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal, was a whole realm above the Celestial Eagle. Should this palm strike land, the Celestial Eagle would undoubtedly be gravely injured. Bang! Just as the palm was about to strike the Celestial Eagle, Li Qingshu unleashed a punch, the invisible fist force colliding with Guang Chengzi's palm print, neutralizing the attack. The black great halberd in the Celestial Eagle's hand fell, severing half of Qi Jingzi's body, blood gushing forth. Da-da! Qi Jingzi's face turned pale as he let out a terrified scream, nearly losing consciousness. Observing this, the compassionate Wei Master immediately twirled a willow branch, sprinkling some of the divine water from the jade bottle upon Qi Jingzi. Points of light appeared on Qi Jingzi's body, and his form visibly began to heal. However, having already suffered a significant blow, he no longer exuded the same arrogance, and his gaze toward the Celestial Eagle was now laden with fear. Guang Chen, Wei Junior Brother, the Celestial Eagle, was engaged in fair combat with Qi Jingzi. Yet you, as the foremost disciple of the Way of the Primordial, brazenly attacked my junior brother. Is this not excessive? Li Qingshu rose, his expression cold as he regarded Guang Chengzi. Although the Celestial Eagle had previously clashed with him, he was, after all, still his junior brother. Moreover, after his defeat, the Celestial Eagle did not resort to the protection of the precious treasure Taoist to act dishonorably, but instead honored his promise to hand over the Yin-Yang Tu-Chi bottle to him. Thus, Li Qingshu harbored no ill will toward the Celestial Eagle. Furthermore, as the only direct disciple of the Way of the Manifest Present of the Demon Court, he could not stand idly by while Guang Chengzi harmed the Celestial Eagle. Seeing that Li Qingshu had previously intervened to help him avert danger, the Celestial Eagle felt a surge of gratitude that in this moment, one stands up for him, feeling a profound sense of emotion and truly recognizing this senior brother. However, he incessantly boasts of being one of the Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals, resorting to such shameless, despicable tactics as covert attacks. Ai Xiao is exceedingly infuriated by Guang Chengzi's previous actions and immediately retaliates with scathing words. To oppress the weak and strike from the shadows, could this truly represent the character of the Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals? Today, I have truly opened my eyes. Zhao Gongming sneers, expressing disdain for the so-called Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals. A group that, though they appear righteous and noble on the surface, is in fact base and shameless. Do not think we would wish to be disciples alongside you saints. It is we who find it beneath our dignity to associate with you. Other disciples of the Jie Sect join in, mocking the disciples of the Chan Sect. Faced with the collective condemnation from the Jie Sect disciples, the faces of the Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals burn with humiliation. Feeling utterly exposed under the scrutinizing gaze of the crowd, that Li Qingxiu, Guang Chengzi, flustered and enraged, realizes he is in the wrong and cannot out-argue them. Thus, he narrows his eyes, intent on defeating Li Qingxiu before all. Hoping to silence the Jie Sect disciples through sheer strength. Li, being merely a foundational human of innate talent and a newcomer to the Jie Sect, pales in comparison to Guang Chengzi, who had achieved the Golden Immortal realm long before joining the Chan Sect, and now stands at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal level. How could he dare to challenge Li Qingxiu? Cluck, cluck, cluck. Yun Xiao sneers, her words dripping with disdain for Guang Chengzi. Why not allow my junior brother to duel with Qi Jingzi or Si Heng? Or do you dare to face my senior brother, the Taoist master Duo Bao, or my senior sister, the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, in single combat? Bai Xiao retorts, a Tai Golden Immortal challenging a Golden Immortal so boldly. Such audacity. Is this the pride of your Chan Sect disciples? Guang Chengzi's furious reaction only serves to attract more scorn and ridicule from the Jie Sect disciples. Even other powerful beings of the primordial chaos can hardly bear to watch. Astonished that Guang Chengzi, as the foremost disciple of the Chan Sect, could be so utterly shameless. Words are futile. Guang Chengzi declares, Li Qingxiu, if you dare not fight, bow your head and apologize, and I shall show mercy. Ignoring the murmurs around him, he directs his focus solely on Li Qingxiu, attempting to make him the scapegoat. Junior brother, we need not contend with such a person over trifles. Let us return and report this matter to senior sister Jinling, and allow her to deal with him. Bai Xiao discreetly conveys to Li Qingxiu, not wanting him to fall into Guang Chengzi's trap out of momentary anger. After all, as one's cultivation progresses, the disparity in realms becomes ever more pronounced. Moreover, as the foremost disciple of the Yuan Shi Tianzun, Guang Chengzi's strength is certainly beyond that of a mere feathered immortal. Seeing that Guang Chengzi truly considers him a soft persimmon to be squeezed at will, Li Qingxiu chuckles lightly. I am willing to accept your challenge, but let us add a wager. If either of us loses, we shall roll out from here to the southern heavenly gate. How does that sound? His very presence at the demon court's heavenly marriage was to seek an opportunity for disruption. Now, faced with Guang Chengzi's aggressive provocation, he finds the perfect chance to cause a commotion within the Jade Pool. As soon as Li Qingxiu's words are uttered, the entire assembly is taken aback. And no one expected that he would not only accept Guang Chengzi's challenge, but also propose such a heavy wager. With the demon court hosting the heavenly marriage, the majority of the great powers of the primordial chaos have gathered here. Should anyone be forced to roll out from the southern heavenly gate before all these witnesses, it would be a disgrace of monumental proportions. Guang Chengzi, sensing Li Qingxiu's boldness in proposing the wager, feels an inexplicable twinge of insecurity. Yet he quickly rationalizes that as the foremost disciple of the Chan Sect, he far surpasses Li Qingxiu in both foundation and cultivation, leaving no room for fear. Li Qingxiu's audacious proposal must be a bluff intended to intimidate him. Very well. You have spoken. Guang Chengzi huffs coldly, formally accepting the wager. Everyone, step aside. He soars into the air above the Jade Pool, while Li Qingxiu also leaps high, confronting Guang Chengzi from a distance. The disciples of the Chan and Jie Sects, along with other powerful beings, hastily make way. The demon kings and generals present, Witnessing the imminent clash between Li Qingxiu and Guang Chengzi, feel an urgency in their hearts, yet find themselves powerless to intervene. At this moment, a resonant voice reverberates from the depths of the 33 heavens. The esteemed disciples of the Chan and Jie sects. Today marks the grand day of my brother Di Jun's heavenly marriage. Might I request a moment of your forbearance and cease hostilities? What face do you have to speak of? Although Dong Huang Tai Yi is a top-tier power in the primordial chaos and the demon emperor, Guang Xingzi shows him no respect. In his eyes, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, as three-legged golden crows, belong to the same category as mere beasts, as the esteemed foremost disciple of the Jie Sect. Only the Tao ancestor and the 6 saints hold sway over him. Dong Huang Tai Yi is nothing but a triviality. Moreover, this battle concerns the honor of all Jie Sect disciples, and he will not back down. Dong Huang Tai Yi, met with such a merciless retort from Guang Chengzi, feels displeasure rise within him, but knows that as the demon emperor, he is but an insignificant insect before the heavenly saints. Furthermore, Yuan Shirtanzun is the most protective of his kin among the 6 saints, leaving him with no choice but to offer mere advice, hesitant to take any real action against Guang Chengzi. Li Qingxiu, today, Guang Chengzi initially intends to utter a few more boastful words. However, as the saying goes, a gentleman should act swiftly rather than engage in idle talk. Without further ado, Li Qingxiu steps forward, as if teleporting, and instantly appears before Guang Chengzi, that he unleashes the heavenly Peng Dragon combat technique. Upon closing in, Li Qingxiu immediately employs this formidable martial art. His form transforms, resembling a golden-winged great Peng, and he launches a fierce assault on Guang Chengzi. Despite the surprise in his heart, Guang Chengzi immediately retaliates against Li Qingxiu's overwhelming and direct offensive. The sound of their bodies colliding resonates like thunder, causing the waters of the Jade Pool to ripple. The chosen foremost disciple of Yuan Shirtanzun, Guang Chengzi possesses an innate foundation that surpasses the majority of primal beings, with both his physical body and soul being exceptionally robust. However, with Li Qingxiu wielding the golden-winged Great Peng's foundation and executing the heavenly Peng Dragon combat technique, he initially manages to hold his ground, but soon finds himself increasingly pressed by Li Qingxiu's ferocious and domineering style. With each clash, Guang Chengzi feels as though he is being struck by a mountain forged from divine metal, resulting in excruciating pain throughout his body. The overwhelming force continually surges within him, battering his meridians and internal organs. As the impact intensifies, Guang Chengzi's movements slow, and he suffers a series of heavy blows from Li Qingxiu. Humph! Guang Chengzi grunts, sent flying thousands of miles, his complexion alternating between purple and red, with blood spilling from the corners of his mouth. The spectators are taken aback, astonished that in this initial confrontation, the seemingly stronger Guang Chengzi finds himself at an absolute disadvantage against Li Qingxiu. Meanwhile, the feathered immortals are left speechless, their eyes wide with disbelief at Li Qingxiu's mastery of the heavenly Peng Dragon combat technique. Realizing that his comprehension of the technique is truly remarkable, having grasped it after just a single demonstration. With a heartfelt exclamation, Yui Xian remarked. Guang Chengzi wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with a wave of his hand, and the divine power within him surged, swiftly healing his wounds. Beings above the realm of refining spirit and void possess the ability to regenerate severed limbs as a formidable figure at the Tai Golden immortal level. As long as he is not harmed by special forces or suffers damage to his origin or primordial spirit, he can instantly recover from ordinary injuries, despite having faced considerable setbacks in close combat. Guang Chengzi remained utterly confident in himself. This method of fighting that relied on physical strikes was barbaric and primitive, fundamentally unworthy of the stage. Furthermore, he specialized in the primordial spirit, even if his physical form was inferior to Li Qingxiu's. In terms of supernatural powers and spiritual treasures, he could undoubtedly crush his opponent with ease. With a flicker of thought, a purple-red bell, inscribed with various enigmatic Tao patterns, materialized from his sleeve and hovered above his head. Simultaneously, 2 long swords, one red and one black, appeared in his hands. These 2 treasures were named the soul-descending bell and the twin swords, both of which were superior-grade, innate spiritual treasures. Li Qingshu charged at him with fierce momentum. Guang Chengzi immediately urged the soul-descending bell above him. Clang! The bell rang out, emitting a burst of purple-black light, and formless sound waves surged forth in an instant. The soul-descending bell disregarded physical bodies and divine power defenses, specifically targeting the 3 souls and 7 spirits of living beings, making it exceedingly difficult to contend with. Golden Peng, swift as the wind. Upon witnessing this, Li Qingshu transformed into a streak of golden light, swiftly relocating tens of thousands of miles away to evade the attack. Although he had confidence in his strength, he had not yet become so arrogant as to lose touch with reality. Given Guang Chengzi's mid-stage, tight, golden immortal cultivation, if he were to endure the might of the soul-descending bell, which was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, he would undoubtedly suffer a severe setback, potentially leading to his downfall. The soul-descending bell was indeed a formidable adversary. The only way to confront it was to directly suppress Guang Chengzi, preventing him from activating the spiritual treasure. Li Qingshu's thoughts raced, and he quickly devised a countermeasure. Seeing Li Qingshu retreating from the confrontation, Guang Chengzi felt increasingly assured of his victory. What does it matter if your physical form is strong? My soul-descending bell is specifically designed to target the 3 souls and 7 spirits. No matter how powerful your body is, it will be of no avail. Guang Chengzi scoffed inwardly, preparing to continue channeling the soul-descending bell for another assault. At that moment, purple arcs of electricity began to dance across Li Qingshu's body, emanating a terrifying aura of oppression. Boom! In the next instant, a bolt of purple lightning, as thick as a mountain and radiant as the celestial rivers, surged forth from the void, striking towards Guang Chengzi with an overwhelming force. Guang Chengzi's scalp tingled, and his body hair stood on end as he felt an unprecedented sense of danger. With the terrifying destructive power contained within this purple lightning, should he be struck, he would undoubtedly lose half of his life. In the blink of an eye, Guang Chengzi made a decisive choice. He donned the inferior grade, innate spiritual treasure, falling sunset garb, and then manipulated the soul-descending bell to expand to an immense size of tens of thousands of zhang. Just as he completed these actions, the terrifying purple lightning crashed down upon the soul-descending bell with a resounding force. Clang! The soul-descending bell collided violently with the lightning, producing a deafening roar, within a radius of tens of thousands of zhang around Guang Chengzi. The area transformed into a seething sea of thunder. Although the soul-descending bell was a superior-grade, innate spiritual treasure, it was an offensive artifact with limited defensive capabilities. Even with Guang Chengzi exerting all his effort to channel the bell, a significant amount of lightning still penetrated its defenses, striking him directly. Crackle! Crackle! Guang Chengzi was enveloped in brilliant flames as countless bolts of wild lightning lashed against him fiercely. Moments later, as the purple sea of lightning dissipated, Guang Chengzi's figure emerged, revealing a drastic transformation. Previously handsome and refined, he now appeared utterly disheveled after enduring the onslaught of the supreme, clear divine lightning. His hair was singed to a crisp. His face blackened, and smoke billowed from his nostrils and ears, presenting a pitiful sight. It is the supreme clear thunder technique of my master. My junior brother has truly comprehended it, Bai Xiao exclaimed in astonishment. The other disciples of the Jie Sect were equally shaken. The supreme clear thunder technique was an unparalleled divine ability derived from the understanding of the principles of thunder after attaining enlightenment in the supreme clear Tao. Generally, only those who had grasped the laws of power at the great Luo golden immortal level could hope to comprehend it. Yet Li Qingshu at the peak golden immortal level had astonishingly achieved this comprehension in just over 100,000 years. Such insight was simply extraordinary. Boom! Above the Yaoqi, dark clouds rolled ominously, obscuring the sky, with brilliant lightning serpents writhing within the thick cloud layers. With a sweeping motion of Li Qingshu's hand, dozens of bolts of purple supreme, clear divine lightning descended once more towards Guang Chengzi. Upon witnessing this, Guang Chengzi's face changed dramatically. The earlier bolt of supreme clear divine lightning had nearly overwhelmed him. If several were to strike him simultaneously, he would likely be left battered and bruised. Realizing this, Guang Chengzi immediately decided to retreat from the fray. After all, while the might of the supreme clear divine lightning was formidable, it also demanded a tremendous amount of divine power to maintain. As Li Qingxiu was not even a Tai golden immortal, he could not sustain it for long, but if he could delay for a while, victory would ultimately be his. With this thought in mind, Guang Chengzi activated one of the 36 techniques of the Tiangang, earthly golden light, and began to flee in all directions. Guang Chengzi believed himself to be exceptionally clever, but in reality, all of this was part of Li Qingxiu's plan. Guang Chengzi, let us see where you think you can escape to. As Guang Chengzi fled ahead, Li Qingxiu summoned the supreme, clear divine lightning to relentlessly pursue him. Wherever the divine lightning struck, everything fell silent. The hills and trees within the Yaoqi were obliterated into fragments. Holy moly! Retreat! Many powerful beings who had been observing the battle were struck with terror at the destructive power of the supreme, clear divine lightning. Fearing they would be caught in the crossfire and hastily scattered in all directions, he fled. He pursued. He found himself trapped. Although Guang Chengzi employed the earthly golden light to achieve remarkable speed, the supreme clear divine lightning, under Li Qingxiu's control, not only matched his speed, but also had an extensive destructive range. Bolts of thick purple lightning erupted beside Guang Chengzi, with the terrifying aftershocks causing him to spit blood and feel as if his internal organs had been turned to mush. Meanwhile, the once vibrant and lively Yaoqi, resembling a celestial paradise, had been reduced to ruins under the relentless bombardment of the supreme, clear divine lightning. Boom! A bolt of supreme, clear divine lightning struck the waters of the Yaoqi, causing the surface to boil and erupt with sparks, while the plump dragon fish floated belly up, releasing a faint aroma of flesh. Tea should be about time, Li Qingxiu murmured to himself. Although Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai feared the Yuqing and Shangqing sages and dared not act against them, Niwa, as the demon queen and host of the heavenly marriage, would certainly not stand idly by as they completely ruined the ceremony. With this thought, Li Qingxiu no longer held back and directly summoned 10 bolts of supreme, clear divine lightning to strike down beside Guang Chengzi. Clang! Under the assault of the 10 bolts of supreme, clear divine lightning, the soul-descending bell atop Guang Chengzi's head was sent flying, and even the divine consciousness he had left within it was obliterated. He himself was hurled several tens of thousands of zhong, crashing heavily against the stone wall, and coughed up blood. Master Brother, as the numerous disciples of the Jie Sect witnessed the unfolding events, they could not help but exclaim in astonishment. They had never anticipated that Guang Chengzi, the esteemed eldest disciple, would truly be defeated by Li Qingxiu, and so swiftly and thoroughly at that in stark contrast. The disciples of the Jie Sect were filled with uncontainable excitement. The Jie Sect had long regarded them as mere beasts clad in fur and adorned with horns, and their disdain had festered over time. Now, with Li Qingxiu's overwhelming victory over Guang Chengzi, it was as if he had dealt a resounding slap to the faces of all Jie Sect disciples, avenging their grievances. Witnessing Li Qingxiu's formidable prowess, the Jie disciples felt an immense respect blossom in their hearts, leaving no trace of their former disrespect. They could see that moment. Li Qingxiu stepped forward, instantly positioning himself above Guang Chengzi, gazing down upon him from a lofty height. Despite being gravely wounded and coughing up blood, Guang Chengzi could not accept the bitter truth of his defeat. Summoning all his strength, he rose to his feet, preparing to fight once more. Enough, a voice, cold yet resonant, echoed through the 33 heavens. Almost immediately, the radiant figure of the Saint Enhua appeared, clad in a flowing red gown and adorned with a phoenix crown, her beauty both breathtaking and ethereal. Merely standing high above, she emanated an aura of supreme authority that stirred waves of awe in the hearts of all present. We pay our respects to the saint. The mighty beings of the primordial realm and all disciples of the 3 teachings knelt in unison. Indeed, Enhua acknowledged with a slight nod before directing her finger toward Guang Chengzi. A divine light enveloped him, and all his injuries were instantly healed. Thank you, revered teacher, Guang Chengzi expressed his gratitude. Bowing deeply to the saint, Dijun and Dong Huang have invited you all to the heavenly wedding, yet you disregarded their counsel and engaged in a fierce battle here. What kind of decorum is this? Enwa admonished, her voice heavy with authority. Li Qingshu remained unfazed by her words. Although he had indeed wished to disrupt the celestial wedding, it was the Chan sect disciples who had instigated the conflict from the very beginning. His battle with Guang Chengzi had been initiated by the latter. Nevertheless, with Enwa publicly calling them to account, a semblance of decorum must be maintained that we acknowledge our mistakes. Li Qingshu and Guang Chengzi replied, bowing in unison. Very well, Enwa remarked, her tone softening slightly as her gaze shifted to Li Qingshu. Tong Tian has indeed taken on a commendable disciple. After observing Li Qingshu, she noted that the innate human race she had created possessed talents merely at the level of the weakest primordial beings. In contrast, Guang Chengzi was the carefully selected chief disciple of the primordial heavenly venerable. Yet Guang Chengzi had been thoroughly dominated by Li Qingshu in their physical confrontation, and even after employing 3 innate spiritual treasures, he had failed to withstand the might of Li Qingshu's Qingming divine thunder for long. Such formidable insight and combat prowess had greatly surpassed our expectations. You flatter me, revered teacher, Li Qingshu humbly replied. As Guang Chengzi heard the saint praise Li Qingshu in front of everyone, he felt an overwhelming sense of humiliation. However, faced with the saint, he dared not voice any dissent, just as he contemplated reclaiming the lost soul-returning bell and the dual swords. Intending to leave this place of disgrace, he discovered that Li Qingshu had already seized both treasures ahead of him. What do you mean by this, Li Qingshu? Guang Chengzi's expression darkened as he confronted him. Do you recall our wager? The defeated shall roll out of the southern heavenly gate. Li Qingshu replied, unfazed. Guang Chengzi's expression contorted, as if he had just bitten into something bitter, his face alternating between hues of green and purple. I merely find myself temporarily at a disadvantage. I have not lost, Guang Chengzi retorted, his face flushed and veins bulging, adamantly defending his position as the chief disciple of the Chan sect, representing the entire sect and the face of the primordial heavenly venerable. He could never allow himself to be expelled from this place, temporarily at a disadvantage. Ha! Li Qingshu scoffed. Were it not for the saint restoring your injuries, would you even be able to stand here and speak with me? Li Qingshu's cold laughter revealed his foresight. He had anticipated that Guang Chengzi, with his pride, would never concede defeat. Thus, he had preemptively taken possession of the dual swords and the soul-returning bell. You know in your heart the truth of success and failure. I have no desire to waste breath arguing with you. Either you roll out of here, or consider these 2 innate spiritual treasures as compensation for your broken promise, Li Qingshu stated matter-of-factly. You dare. Guang Chengzi's voice rose in pitch. Each innate spiritual treasure was supremely precious, and even as the chief disciple of the Chan sect, he possessed very few Daha. Li Qingshu's laughter was cold as he feigned putting them away, while secretly refining them into 2 million source points. Guang Chengzi felt the severance of his connection to the soul-returning bell and the dual swords, and fury surged within him. He longed to unleash his anger. Yet he was acutely aware that he was no match for Li Qingshu. Furthermore, with the saint personally intervening to halt their conflict, he dared not defy her will. Li Qingshu. Upon my return, I shall truthfully report this matter to my master. Guang Chengzi threatened it. Do as you please, Li Qingshu replied, uninterested. Guang Chengzi's words implied that he alone possessed a saint as a teacher. Moreover, the rivalry between the Chan and Jie sects would inevitably escalate. A sooner confrontation would allow the Jie disciples to see the true nature of the Chan sect, preventing any future leniency during the calamity of the function. After all, in his recollections from a previous life, the Jie disciples had typically imprisoned Chan disciples, while the latter had executed Jie disciples on the spot. Realizing he was powerless to retaliate, Guang Chengzi felt as though he had struck a fist against cotton. Seething with impotent rage, revered teacher, I must take my leave. Guang Chengzi addressed the saint with a bow. The peculiar gazes from the primordial beings felt like invisible slaps against his face that he wished to linger not a moment longer in this humiliating place. Very well. Enwa nodded in acknowledgement. S. Guang Chengzi, the esteemed eldest disciple, departed. The remaining Chan sect disciples followed suit, each bowing to the saint in farewell. After such a tumultuous affair, the Jie disciples had lost all appetite for the festivities. Li Qingxiu, too, had no intention of remaining to support Dijun. Thus he led the Jie disciples away from the demon court. Once the Chan and Jie disciples returned to Kunlun Mountain, Guang Chengzi scoffed coldly at Li Qingxiu before soaring toward the Jade Void Palace, clearly intent on reporting the incident to the primordial heavenly venerable. How ridiculous! The celestial wing, sneered at to think that a mid-tai golden immortal cannot best a golden immortal like Brother Li, yet still has the audacity to complain. Indeed, how shameless! Qiu Shou, the dragon-headed celestial, added mockingly. Come, let us seek out our master, Bai Shao declared confidently to the Jie disciples. Let us go. Under Li Qingxiu's leadership, the Jie disciples marched with great enthusiasm toward the Biao Palace. Upon arriving at the entrance of the Biao Palace, they found the doors wide open, indicating that Shangqing Tontian had been aware of their impending arrival. Disciples seek an audience with our master. Thousands of Jie disciples bowed at the entrance of the Biao Palace. Enter, the voice of Shangqing Tontian resonated from within the grand hall. Upon receiving the master's permission, the disciples promptly rose and flew inside the Biao Palace. The Biao Palace was vast and resplendent, enveloped in ethereal mist, a realm unto itself, where Shangqing Tontian awaited them at the heart of the hall. Disciples paid their respects to our master. Li Qingxiu and the others saluted. Indeed, Shangqing Tontian nodded. I am already aware of the matters you wish to discuss. Though he resided in Kunlun Mountain, he was acutely aware of all the events transpiring within the demon court. Master, it is clearly these disciples of the Chan sect who instigated the conflict first, yet they have the audacity to cast themselves as the aggrieved, Bai Shao exclaimed, visibly agitated. Indeed, another disciple remarked, Qi Jingzi was at a disadvantage against Brother Yu, and it was Guang Chengzi who launched a sneak attack. Had it not been for Brother Li's intervention, Brother Yu would surely have suffered grave injuries. Brother Li's confrontation with Guang Chengzi in the Yaoqi was also incited by Guang Chengzi's humiliation and aggression. Yun Shao added. With a sigh, Shangqing Tontian observed the indignant disciples before him, reflecting on the age-old adage, like master, like disciple. All disciples of the Chan sect inherited the disdain of the primordial lord for those who bore fur and horns, as well as for the embryonic and damp creatures. Most disciples of the Jie sect belong to this category. Coupled with the Chan disciples' inflated sense of superiority, the conflict between the two sects seemed inevitable. Destined to erupt sooner or later, I have decided to relocate our sect from Kunlun Mountain to seek a new haven as the Jie Sect sanctuary, Shangqing Tontian declared after deep contemplation. As the saying goes, red flowers, white lotus, green lotus leaves. The three sects were originally one, and although there were frictions between the Chan and Jie disciples, he was resolute in not allowing such discord to sever ties with his elder brother, the primordial lord. Thus, Shangqing Tontian intended to take a step back, allowing for a broader horizon, and lead his disciples away from Kunlun Mountain. He believed that once the disciples of the two sects were separated, significant conflicts would cease to arise. Relocate from Kunlun Mountain? The Jie disciples were taken aback at this revelation. After all, Kunlun Mountain was, apart from Buzhou Mountain, the finest sanctuary in the primordial world. Moreover, the root of the conflict between the two sects stemmed primarily from the Chan disciples' arrogance and their frequent provocations. Thus, the disciples were reluctant to relinquish such a splendid sanctuary to the Chan disciples. Shangqing Tontian noted the unwillingness etched upon their faces. However, he found himself at an impasse. He could hardly compel the primordial lord to vacate with his Chan disciples. Could he? The disciples felt that a change in environment would be beneficial, sparing them the discomfort of constant encounters. May I inquire where Master intends to relocate the Jie Sect sanctuary? Li Qingxiu, understanding Shangqing Tongtian's predicament, promptly took the lead in expressing his thoughts. Upon hearing his words, the other Jie disciples felt their discontent wane somewhat. They indeed wished to avoid daily interactions with those haughty Chan disciples who looked down upon others. Seeing this, Shangqing Tontian cast a grateful glance at Li Qingxiu, acknowledging that his newly accepted disciple possessed not only extraordinary insight and combat prowess, but also a rare delicacy of thought. I have not yet decided, Shanqing Tontian replied. The matter had arisen suddenly, and he had only just reached a decision without contemplating a suitable location for the Jie Sect's new dwelling. It is said that deep in the eastern sea lies an island named Jineo Island. This island is not only beautiful and brimming with spiritual energy, but it also boasts ample land and is surrounded by numerous smaller islands, making it quite suitable for our brothers to establish a sanctuary. Li Qingxiu proposed. Upon hearing this, Shanqing Tongtian immediately extended his divine consciousness to encompass the entirety of the eastern sea. Soon, he discerned the Jineo Island that Li Qingxiu had mentioned, like stars surrounding the moon. Jineo Island was encircled by thousands of islands, both large and small. This central island spanned millions of miles, teeming with lush vegetation and inhabited by numerous exotic beasts. Its heart stood a towering cliff of purple fungus, which would serve as a perfect site for the construction of the Bo Palace. Indeed, it is an excellent location. With a wave of his hand, the image of Jineo Island materialized within the Bo Palace. The Jie disciples gazed upon the picturesque and spiritually rich Jineo Island displayed before them, their hearts filled with satisfaction. If there are no objections, let us proceed with this plan that we shall relocate to Jineo Island in 3 days. Shanqing Tongtian proclaimed with finality. After emerging from the Bo Palace, Li Qingxiu and the others conveyed this news to the remaining Jie disciples who had not attended the demon court. Initially stunned, upon learning the circumstances surrounding the decision, they were filled with righteous indignation and fury. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit even shattered a millennial-old black jade table with a single strike, rising to seek out Guang Qingzi and the others to demonstrate to them the brilliance of the sun and the vibrancy of the flowers. However, since the decision to depart from Kunlun Mountain had been made, Shanqing Tongtian wished to prevent further deterioration of relations among the 3 sections. He thus announced that the Jie disciples were forbidden from instigating disputes during these 3 days. With this decree, the pent-up anger among the Jie disciples was quelled. Li Qingxiu and the others prepared to relocate to Jineo Island. The heavenly wedding of the demon court had already concluded. The Holy Mother Nuwa had used the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the red embroidery ball, to wed Emperor Jun, and she had attained recognition from the heavenly Tao, receiving merit as a reward. However, due to the earlier confrontation between Li Qingxiu and Guang Qingzi, which had frightened off many mighty beings of the primordial realm, the merit bestowed by the heavenly Tao was rather limited. Even though Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, and others absorbed this merit, it only slightly elevated their cultivation levels without any breakthroughs in their realms. Upon returning to the primordial lands, news of Guang Qingzi's defeat at the hands of Li Qingxiu, a recent addition to the Jie Sect, spread rapidly. Many primordial beings were taken aback, astounded by the turn of events. After all, the primordial lord placed great emphasis on the backgrounds of his disciples, and Guang Qingzi, as the foremost disciple, was expected to exemplify this. In contrast, Li Qingxiu was merely a nascent human of the Jie Sect, having joined only a mere 100,000 years prior. By all accounts, Guang Qingzi should have easily overwhelmed Li Qingxiu. Yet the reality was strikingly opposite. Consequently, the image and status of the Chan disciples in the eyes of many primordial beings plummeted drastically. Although the primordial lord was displeased with Li Qingxiu for causing the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun to lose face in front of everyone while seizing 2 innate spiritual treasures from Guang Qingzi, the latter's defeat was so humiliating that he could not bring himself to confront Shanqing Tongtian about it. He had to let the matter rest. 3 days later, tens of thousands of Jie disciples, led by Shanqing Tongtian, traverse the spatial gate to depart from Kunlun Mountain and head to Jineo Island to establish a new Jie Sect sanctuary. On the same day, Taiji Laozu also departed from Kunlun Mountain with disciples such as Xuandu Dafa Master and Dui Jinren to establish the 8th Scenery Palace on Mount Aluo. The primordial beings were once again stirred, as they never anticipated that the 3 sects, originally united as one, would suddenly part ways within a single day. In the skies above the eastern sea, a colossal spatial gate opened, and a magnificent holy might surged across billions of miles. Shanqing Tongtian, accompanied by Dao Bao Daoren, Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Li Qingxiu and hundreds of thousands of Jie disciples streamed forth from the portal, arriving above Jineo Island. With a thunderous rumble, the towering Jineo Island emerged from the spatial gate, landing precisely atop the immense purple fungus cliff. From this day forth, Jineo Island shall serve as our Jie Sect stronghold. You may establish your sanctuaries upon Jineo Island and the surrounding isles at your discretion. Shortly, I shall arrange a grand gathering formation to enhance the spiritual energy of this place. Shanqing Tian instructed his disciples. Yes, the disciples responded in unison, scattering to capture the island's exotic beasts and establish their sanctuaries. Just as Li Qingxiu contemplated the location for his Qingshu palace, Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao approached him. Little junior brother, we have set our sights on 2 neighboring islands. Their locations and scenery are quite splendid. Shall we build our sanctuary there? It would also facilitate our inquiries regarding cultivation, Bai Xiao eagerly suggested, her eyes sparkling with anticipation. That sounds agreeable. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu pondered for a moment before acquiescing. He had no particular requirements regarding the location of the Taoist temple and among the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the Jie Sect. He was most familiar with the San Shao. Since they had extended an invitation, he naturally had no reason to decline. Splendid, exclaimed Bai Xiao. Let us proceed to secure our space, lest we be outpaced by others. With Li Qingxiu's agreement, her eyes crinkled into crescent shapes as she eagerly grasped his wrist, hurrying towards the periphery of Jineo Island. Before long, they arrived at 2 adjacent isles bordering Jineo Island. These 2 islands were nearly of the same size, spanning approximately 10,000 miles, adorned with lush trees and picturesque scenery, akin to 2 gems embedded in the azure sea. These islands are indeed remarkable, Li Qingxiu remarked after surveying the area. Indeed, when our master showcased Jineo Island, I instantly set my sights on these 2 islands, Bai Xiao boasted, as if seeking praise. You are quite astute, Yin Xiao teased, playfully pinching Bai Xiao's nose before turning to Li Qingxiu. Brother, which of these 2 islands do you prefer? Li Qingxiu discerned that Yun Xiao was allowing him to choose first. He did not hesitate and made a selection. I find myself particularly fond of the one on the left. The left island featured a coastal cliff with a cove, clearly an excellent spot for fishing. Should he grow weary from meditation, he could retreat there to cast a line and unwind. Then we shall choose the one on the right. From this day forth, this island shall be named Sanxian Island. Bai Xiao declared joyfully, bestowing a name upon the right island. In truth, the San Shao preferred the right island, ablaze with vibrant flora. Thus, both parties were thoroughly pleased. Having determined their locations, Li Qingxiu and the San Shao commenced the construction of their respective Taoist temples. The San Shao built the Sanxian Hall, while Li Qingxiu erected the Qingshu Hall once more, owing to his significantly enhanced cultivation. This iteration of the Qingshu Hall was grander and more magnificent than the previous. Meanwhile, the upper clear heaven swiftly set up a vast spirit-gathering array, enveloping Jineo Island and the surrounding isles. As the array integrated into the void and began to operate, the density of spiritual energy within a radius of billions of miles surged hundreds of times, rivaling that of Kunlun Mountain. Eons passed in the blink of an eye. Crash. The waves crashed against the rocks, producing a deafening roar. Atop a great stone on the cliff's edge sat Li Qingxiu, his hands gripping a spiral-patterned black iron fishing rod, engaged in angling. After intermittently meditating for hundreds of thousands of years, he had finally ascended to the rank of Tai Golden Immortal. His power significantly bolstered. He was now merely 1 grand realm away from the longevity of a Deluo Golden Immortal. Logically, on such a beautiful day, having just completed his breakthrough, Li Qingxiu should have been in high spirits. Yet at this moment his brow was furrowed, and his face bore no trace of joy, for despite fishing for 3 hours, he had yet to catch a single fish. Moreover, a large fish had been circling his hook for quite some time, occasionally brushing against it, yet never biting, as if it were mocking him. Little senior brother? At that moment, a melodious voice rang out. Yun Xiao, Qiong Xiao, and Bai Xiao descended from the heavens, alighting upon the cliff's peak. Little senior brother, you have achieved Tai Golden Immortal. The three were taken aback upon sensing the aura emanating from Li Qingshu. After cultivating for hundreds of thousands of years to reach the mid-level of Golden Immortal, they had thought they had narrowed the gap in strength. To their astonishment, the disparity had not only remained but had widened. "Yes, I just broke through," Li Qingshu replied. "How was your catch today?" Bai Xiao approached the fish basket, glancing inside to see what Li Qingshu had managed to reel in, only to find it utterly empty. Ahem. Li Qingshu coughed awkwardly at the sight, hastily shifting the topic. Have there been any changes regarding the situation with the demon court? During his meditation, he had been in a deep state of enlightenment, rendering him less attuned to the outside world. Thus, he had asked the Sanshao to keep an eye on the movements of the demon clan. The Sanshao assumed Li Qingshu was concerned about the safety of the human race and readily agreed. Currently, the ceasefire decree from our master Hongjun is still in effect, and the demon court has been quite tranquil of late. The demon Empress Shiha has given birth to 10 little golden crows. Due to the infusion of the bloodline of Dijuan's golden crows and Shiha's lunar essence, these 10 golden crows possess exceptional potential, emerging with the strength of golden immortals and wielding the true fire of the sun. Apart from that, there have been no other significant events in the demon court. Li Qingshu nodded gently, finding this situation in line with his expectations, according to his memories from past life. Soon Dijuan and Dong Huang Tai Yi, with the covert assistance of Zhuan and Jie, would scheme to ambush old ancestor Hongyun, attempting to seize his Hongmeng purple qi to attain sainthood. Aware of his inevitable demise, old ancestor Hongyun would ultimately choose to self-detonate, leading to the disappearance of the 7th strand of Hongmeng purple qi from the world of Hongwang. Though Li Qingshu was cognizant of all this and recognized the demon clan as foes rather than allies, he had no intention of rescuing old ancestor Hong Yun, as the saying goes. Let go of the urge to help others, respect their fate. Given old ancestor Hong Yun's saintly nature, surviving in the treacherous world of Hongwang until now was already miraculous. Furthermore, this was not merely a scheme between the demon court, Zhuan and Jie, but seemed to involve the hand of Hongjun Daozu as well. In his current situation, it was paramount to focus on steady development. Intertwining himself within the schemes of saints or Dao ancestors at this stage would be akin to seeking death. Thus, both morally and logically, Li Qingshu could not intervene on behalf of old ancestor Hongyun. However, as a top-tier powerhouse of Hongwang, old ancestor Hongyun possessed 2 golden titles. Should Li Qingshu manage to acquire them at the moment of the latter's demise, his own strength would undoubtedly be significantly enhanced. With this thought, a plan began to form in Li Qingshu's mind. Little senior brother, there's a fish on the line. Just as Li Qingshu was deep in contemplation, he felt a tug on the fishing rod. The float bobbing on the surface of the sea, he snapped back to reality, pulling the hook from the water, only to discover it was empty, the bait devoured clean. The large fish flitted around the hook, splashing water with its tail, clearly toying with him. Darn it, this is intolerable. As a seasoned angler, Li Qingshu could no longer withstand the fish's repeated mockery. He swiftly cast his rod aside and leaped from the cliff's edge, plunging into the sea with a tremendous splash. Seeing this, the large fish panicked, wriggling its body in an attempt to escape into the depths of the eastern sea. Yet before the Tai golden, immortal Li Qingshu, it was utterly unable to flee. Before long, Li Qingshu emerged from the water, clutching a fish several dozen meters long. Smack, smack, he held the fish firmly in one hand, while the other hand delivered a flurry of resounding slaps across its face. After receiving dozens of blows, the fish was knocked unconscious, rendered immobile. Let us see you toy with me now. Prepare the pot, heat the oil, and add spices. Li Qingshu called out to the Sanshao. Absolutely, brother. Bi Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement as she skillfully summoned the primordial golden bowl. Over the course of several 100,000 years, Li Qingshu had prepared a myriad of spiritual beasts from the island. The 3 Xiaos, having savored his culinary skills on several occasions, held a profound admiration for his artistry in cooking. Half an hour later, Li Qingshu, Yun Xiao, Bi Xiao, and Xiong Xiao sat together around the primordial golden bowl, indulging in a sumptuous feast. The bubbling broth within the bowl released steam, and the fish, glistening and translucent, was infused with a medley of delectable flavors that tantalized the senses. This particular fish had just awakened a semblance of intelligence, albeit rudimentary, and had dared to tease a direct disciple of the ultimately meeting its fate of being devoured. Sisters, I plan to embark on a journey through the primordial chaos soon. In hopes of encountering some fortuitous opportunities, Li Qingshu remarked while enjoying his meal. Although his system was capable of retrieving the attributes of fallen beings, it was bound by a time constraint. If too much time elapsed after a being's demise, these attributes would vanish entirely. From his memories of his past life, he recalled that Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai he had ambushed the venerable Hongjun in the northern regions of the primordial chaos. Moreover, only those at the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm and above possessed the ability to traverse the void. Thus, to prevent missing out, Li Qingshu resolved to head to the northern primordial chaos early and wait for rabbits. Additionally, having spent several 100,000 years in seclusion, he felt he had gleaned enough insights and that further isolation would yield minimal benefits. Traveling through the primordial chaos would not only enhance his understanding of the universe and the principles of the Tao, but could also aid in his breakthrough to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm, and perhaps lead to unexpected fortunes. Bi Xiao paused her eating upon hearing her senior brother's words, lifting her head to inquire. Yun Xiao and Xiong Xiao, upon hearing this, felt a tinge of reluctance. After all, their swift ascent to the Golden Immortal Realm was largely due to Li Qingshu's guidance. Furthermore, once he departed, they would no longer have the opportunity to mooch off his meals. Yes, it will only be for a short while that I should return soon, Li Qingshu reassured them. All right then, Bi Xiao nodded silently, channeling her reluctance into an increased appetite, hastening her consumption of the meal. Once they had devoured the entire fish, the three Xiaos returned to Sanxian Island. Meanwhile, Li Qingshu decided to pay a visit to Biao Palace to formally inform his master of his departure. Although it was likely that his master, as a sage, was already aware of his intentions to journey through the primordial chaos, he believed in the importance of etiquette. It was one matter for his master to know, but it was another to formally request permission, as it reflected his attitude that, of course, it would be even better if his master could bestow upon him some protective talisman. Having made his decision, Li Qingshu stepped upon a cloud and flew towards the Ziji cliff of Jinao Island. During his journey, he noticed that various peculiar Taoist sanctuaries had sprouted across Jinao Island, and many unfamiliar faces had appeared among the disciples of, clearly indicating that new disciples had joined over the past several 100,000 years. Before long, Li Qingshu arrived at the entrance of Biao Palace atop Ziji Cliff. Disciple seeks an audience with the master, he announced with a bow before the grand doors of the palace. Enter, a resonant voice rang out from within, unmistakably that of Shanqing Tongtian. Yes, Li Qingshu responded, tidying his attire before entering the main hall. Inside, Shanqing Tongtian, clad in a white Taoist robe and bearing the Qingping sword, sat cross-legged on a mat, awaiting his arrival. Disciple pays respects to the master. Li Qingshu again bowed. Shanqing Tongtian acknowledged with a slight nod. Disciple wishes to leave Jinao Island to travel for a period of time, hence the request for permission, Li Qingshu stated directly. Shanqing Tongtian remained unfazed, evidently already aware of his intentions to transcend to the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm. One must cultivate the 5 energies within and nurture their Tao fruit to blossom into the 3 flowers atop the head. A SU journey through the primordial chaos. Focus on deepening your understanding of the universe and its principles to prepare for your breakthrough. Shanqing Tongtian advised Li Qingshu. Thank you, Master, for your guidance. I shall remember it well, Li Qingshu replied gratefully. Shanqing Tongtian nodded slightly before continuing. Your realm is still low, yet you have grasped the sword intent of and the Shanqing Thunder method, which speaks to your extraordinary comprehension. Therefore, I have decided to impart to you a supreme divine ability inherited from the Pangu Father God. Are you prepared? At these words, Li Qingshu's heart raced uncontrollably with excitement. After all, Pangu in his prime was a being of half-step level. The 3 pure ones were manifestations of Pangu's primordial spirit, and the divine abilities passed down must be unimaginably powerful. I am ready, he declared, quickly calming his emotions to maintain clarity of mind. As a golden divine light emanated from Shanqing Tongtian's fingertips, entered Li Qingshu's mind. In the next moment, he found himself presented with a breathtaking vision. In this vision, a colossal figure, towering millions of feet and enveloped in chaotic energy, stood in the boundless void. Though the giant's features were obscured, the aura it exuded shook the starry sea and made the heavens tremble. A force beyond description, the giant slowly raised a hand, gathering endless Tao patterns within it. Then, with a swift motion, it swung its hand toward the infinite void ahead. Boom! The sound of an explosion akin to the opening of heaven and earth resonated, creating a rift that stretched for billions of miles, as if an endless, resplendent river of stars had converged. Within the rift, the powers of earth, wind, water, and fire surged, and a true great thousand world was gradually taking shape. The vision lingered in Li Qingshu's mind for only a few seconds before vanishing. Upon regaining his senses, he immediately felt a splitting headache, as if his consciousness were on the verge of shattering. His current cultivation was far too limited. Even a mere shadow of that world-opening vision had inflicted a severe impact on his mind. Calm. At that moment, Shanqing Tongtian uttered a single, clear word, as a sage of the heavenly Tao. Every action he took resonated with the universe and its principles. With his words, an invisible force swiftly soothed Li Qingshu's tumultuous mind. Exhaling deeply, Li Qingshu wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, profoundly aware of the unparalleled might of this divine ability. The divine ability I impart to you is called heaven-splitting divine palm. As the saying goes, within the Tai Chi Bagua palm lies the essence. I precede in the opening of heaven and earth. The heaven-splitting divine palm comprises 9 forms. The first form, 5 mountains supporting heaven. The second form, Song Hai cutting off flow. The third form, breaking clouds piercing the sun. The fourth form, mystical dragon shattering heaven. The fifth form, heaven breaking palm. The sixth form, sun of the vast sky shaking the universe. The seventh form, shattering stars striking the moon. The eighth form, primordial unity. The ninth form, divine palm opening heaven. Each advancement in the heaven-splitting divine palm brings about a transformative enhancement in power, representing a true supreme divine ability. However, conversely, the cultivation of this divine palm is exceedingly arduous. Your senior brother, Duo Bao, has only barely managed to grasp the first form. Thank you, Master, for the teachings, Li Qingshu expressed with deep gratitude, feeling profoundly moved. The heaven-splitting divine palm, a supreme divine ability passed down from the Peng God, was one of Shanqing Tongtian's most formidable techniques. The fact that his master had imparted this knowledge without reservation demonstrated the immense value he placed on him, to the extent that it could be said he was nurturing him as a successor. Shanqing Tongtian then presented a jade pendant. Sealed within it was a fragment of his divine consciousness, capable of withstanding a full-force strike from a heavenly Tao saint. Keep this safe, and remember to wear it at all times. Thank you, Master, Li Qingshu said hurriedly, accepting the jade pendant with both hands and securing it at his waist. With his identity as a direct disciple of, coupled with the protection of this pendant, he felt adequately fortified, even amidst the calamities that plague the primordial world. The matters that need to be addressed have been conveyed. You may depart now, instructed Shanqing Tongtian with a casual wave of his hand towards Li Qingshu. Understood, I Qingshu bowed respectfully once more to his master before turning and soaring out of Bo Palace, heading towards the eastern continent of Hongjun, above the boundless expanse of the East Sea. Where the azure waves stretched infinitely, Li Qingshu glided upon white clouds, the refreshing sea breeze tousling his hair and robe. As he admired the breathtaking scenery before him, he simultaneously endeavored to cultivate the heaven-splitting divine palm. 5 mountains supporting the heavens, boundless seas flowing away. Chanting the names of the first and second stanzas of the heaven-splitting divine palm, Li Qingshu felt a hint of perplexity. However, he quickly came to an understanding. Given that this divine ability was inherited from the great Pangu, the 5 mountains must refer not to the 5 mountains of Hongjun, but rather to the 5 grand mountains of the chaotic world. While the boundless seas denoted the chaotic star, C.5 mountains supporting the heavens, Tathagata's divine palm, 5-finger mountain, it appeared that after the Taoist of many treasures joined the Buddhist sect during the Fengshen calamity to distance himself from the Jiejiao, he had renamed the first stance of the heaven-splitting divine palm to the Tathagata's divine palm, Qingshu speculated. Although he was aware that the Taoist of many treasures would eventually betray Jiejiao during the Fengshen calamity and convert to Buddhism, he recognized that the Taoist possessed profound thoughts and had already become a significant figure within Jiejiao before Shangqing Tongtian attained sainthood. Without concrete evidence, if he were to recklessly report the other party, he risked being bitten back, leading to adverse consequences. Therefore, the task of rooting out the first internal traitor of Jiao must be approached with caution. Haste would not serve him well, in his previous life's memories. Aside from the Taoist of many treasures, there were also the real man of Jade Cauldron, Fox Sister, and fifth brother who had cultivated the heaven-splitting divine palm. However, even with the integration of the golden-winged Great Peng's essence and the comprehension of the Taoist of many treasures, he found it exceedingly challenging to grasp the heaven-splitting divine palm, struggling to find any thread of understanding in a short span of time. The real man of Jade Cauldron likely practiced a diluted version of the heaven-splitting divine palm, while Fox Sister and fifth brother had cultivated even lesser variations. Nevertheless, even the diluted version of the heaven-splitting divine palm allowed Fox Sister to repel Yang Jian, the foremost warrior of the heavenly court. Demonstrating the overwhelming power of this divine ability, as Li Qingshu contemplated his future plans, he devoted himself to comprehending the first stance of the heaven-splitting divine palm. Months passed, and before him lay not the featureless ocean, but a continuous expanse of sandy beach. This was precisely the location where he had first traversed into this realm, where he listened to Shangqing Tongtian impart teachings and subsequently became his direct disciple. Thank goodness for awakening the system. Otherwise, if I had crossed over as an ordinary human, facing such a catastrophic beginning, I might as well have found a crooked tree to hang myself from. At least dying with some semblance of dignity. Li Qingshu sighed from the depths of his heart. Although the cultivation system in the Hongjun world was divided into over 20 realms for the survival of the fittest beings in Hongjun, there were essentially only 3 realms. The ant realm, where one could be mercilessly slaughtered at will. The realm of comrades, where one might not necessarily prevail. And the realm of forebears, who could casually extinguish one's life. Without the system, he would most likely have perished at the hands of other races or later been used as a material for the demon race's slaughtering weapons. After expressing his thoughts, Li Qingshu flew over the beach and entered the densely forested, mountainous terrain of the eastern continent of Hongjun, just as he intended to seek out Wui Mountain to secure the outstanding innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure gold, and the mid-grade innate spiritual root, the Great Red Robe. A sudden cacophony of fierce battle echoed from a distance that emanated from the direction of the Taishan tribe of the human race. Following the sound, Li Qingshu immediately pinpointed the source and swiftly raced towards it upon the clouds. Simultaneously, within the Taishan tribe, occupying an area of several million li, flame soared and screams and cries filled the air. Countless human beings, numbering in the hundreds of billions, fled in utter terror, akin to ants on a hot pan, frantically scrambling about. Boom! A colossal claw, sharp and covered in scales, descended heavily, shattering dozens of houses into debris and splinters. Following this, a wolf demon opened its gaping maw and, amidst the horrified gazes of the nearby humans, devoured thousands in one gulp, crimson blood oozing between its knife-like teeth, creating a horrifying spectacle in addition to the wolf demon. Countless other demons rampaged through the Taishan tribe, mercilessly slaughtering humans that my child, return my husband to me. Do not flee. Take up arms and fight these beasts, kill them, and let us perish together. The chaos unleashed by the hundreds of thousands of demons transformed the Taishan tribe into a nightmarish hell on earth. Grieving for their loved ones, the people with bloodshot eyes and gritted teeth brandished makeshift weapons, desperate to confront the demons. Yet the human race was inherently weak. Even the innate humans, created by the Saint Enwa, were merely at the bottom tier of innate beings. Moreover, the golden elixir technique casually passed down by Lao Zi of Taching was entirely unsuitable for human cultivation, resulting in a severely diminished strength among humans. Even within the Taishan tribe, boasting over 100 billion individuals, There were only about 2 to 3,000 cultivators above the human immortal realm. Such feeble power posed no threat against the demon army. Boom! A deafening explosion reverberated through the skies above the Taishan tribe. The tribe leader, Taishan Shi, was sent flying by the slap of a great demon at the golden immortal realm, crashing through several mountains before coming to a halt. Cough, cough. Amidst the swirling dust and smoke, the bloodied Taishan Shi rose to his feet, gazing at the carnage that lay before him, and could not help but shed tears as he cried out to the heavens. Oh, heavens, what wrong have my hundreds of billions of kin committed to deserve such a catastrophic fate? The Taishan tribe had been the human tribe closest to the East Sea, thriving peacefully under the protection of the ancestral tribe for nearly 100,000 years. Yet today they had encountered misfortune, beset by a horde of demons seeking sustenance from the lower realms. Roar! In the sky, 5 monstrous birds, each thousands of feet long, descended with gaping maws, their eyes filled with a savage bloodlust. Beasts, even if I die today, I will not let you succeed. As the 5 monstrous birds swooped down to make him their meal, Taishan Shi bellowed in defiance, ready to self-destruct, just as he braced himself for death. The 5 monstrous birds, filled with murderous intent, suddenly trembled violently. Boom! In the next instant, the sky was shrouded as the colossal bodies of the birds exploded into a rain of blood. This unexpected turn of events left both the humans and demons present in stunned silence, all frozen in place. Then, clad in a Taoist robe, with a jade pendant at his waist and long hair cascading over his shoulders, Li Qingshu appeared high above the Taishan tribe, gazing down at the fierce demons and the blood-soaked scene that resembled a hell on earth. Li Qingshu's wrath erupted within him like an active volcano. None of you beasts shall leave here alive today. Li Qingshu spoke each word deliberately, as the terrifying pressure and sharp killing intent emanating from him enveloped the area. All the demon clans felt as though they had fallen into an icy abyss, hastily scattering in all directions. These demon beings, of the golden immortal, true immortal, and celestial immortal realms, appeared utterly insignificant before Li Qingshu. With a mere splay of his fingers, thousands upon thousands of violet arcs of lightning surged forth in an instant. These delicate Shangqing divine thunders were not only incredibly swift, but also, under Li Qingshu's mental manipulation, strikingly precise, piercing into the minds of the demon clans. Subsequently, the Shangqing divine thunders detonated within their minds, obliterating their brains along with their primordial spirits in an instant. In but a few seconds, the once ferocious hundreds of thousands of demon clans were all vanquished by Li Qingshu. In that moment, the entire Taishan tribe was strewn with the colossal corpses of demons. A scene of utter devastation. From the brink of annihilation to total extermination of the demon clans, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Such a drastic transformation left all members of the Taishan tribe in disbelief, even questioning whether this was merely an illusion conjured in their final moments. Only after a short while did the people come to accept that what lay before them was not a mirage, but a stark reality. I have not perished. I have survived. Initially, the crowd erupted in joyous celebration, grateful for their narrow escape from becoming the demon's prey. Yet, as they gazed upon the ravaged remnants of their tribe and recalled their beloved friends and family swallowed by the demons, a wave of heart-wrenching agony washed over them. Some rummaged through the ruins, desperately searching for the dismembered remains of their kin. Others wept blood, wailing to the heavens in their profound sorrow. Some stared vacantly, as though their souls had been siphoned away, reduced to mere shells of their former selves. Witnessing this, Li Qingshu felt a heavy weight in his heart, as if he could scarcely draw breath. The plight of the Taishan tribe was but the tip of the iceberg regarding the grim status of humanity as a whole. Though he had saved the Taishan tribe today, he could only wonder how many other human tribes have been slaughtered by the demons across the vast wilderness. In his memories from a previous life, he recalled how the demon clans had mercilessly exterminated trillions of humans in their quest to forge the slaughter which soared, driving humanity to the brink of extinction. Old man, is that you, brotherly? The Taishan elder, bearing grievous wounds, trembled as he approached Li Qingshu, wishing to express his gratitude. However, upon seeing Li Qingshu up close, his eyes widened in disbelief. Brother Taishan, Li Qingshu replied with a respectful gesture. In the memories he had assimilated, both he and the Taishan Elder were among the 129,600 primordial human beings created by Nuwa, and they had once fled together to the eastern wilderness, making them familiar acquaintances. "Brotherly, how have you changed so drastically?" the Taishan Elder inquired, astonished. He had lost track of Li Qingshu's whereabouts several tens of thousands of years ago and had assumed he had met an untimely end within the demon's grasp. To his surprise, not only was Li Qingshu alive and well, but he also exhibited an unimaginable strength. "I was fortunate enough to be taken under the wing of the saint while listening to his teachings by the Eastern Sea. For these years, I've been diligently training at his side," Li Qingshu responded. "You were the one who defeated Guang Chengzi at the Demon Court's celestial wedding, after the great powers of the wilderness returned from the Demon Court." The tale of the youngest direct disciple of the Li Qingshu defeating the chief of the Jie Sect, Guang Chengzi, spread throughout the wilderness. The Taishan Elder had heard whispers of it, but had thought little of it, merely attributing it to a coincidence of names. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, extending a surge of pure divine energy to aid the Taishan Elder in recovering from his injuries. "Senior Li, you are truly favored by the heavens. Blessed with profound fortune," the Taishan Elder exclaimed with deep envy. Had Li Qingshu's meteoric rise in power been due to some treasure or fortuitous event, he might have dared to call him Brother Li out of their previous camaraderie. However, now that Li Qingshu's strength far surpassed his own, and he held the esteemed title of the saint's direct disciple, there was an insurmountable chasm between them. Thus, the Taishan Elder felt both reverence and trepidation towards Li Qingshu, unwilling to address him as an equal. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu furrowed his brow slightly. He had intended to reassure the Taishan Elder that he need not concern himself with titles, and that they could continue to address each other as before. Yet, observing the Elder's apprehensive demeanor, he understood that pressing the issue might only heighten the Elder's anxiety, fearing he might inadvertently offend the saint. However, this was an unavoidable reality. The law of the jungle, the strong prey upon the weak, was a harsh truth ingrained in the minds of all humanity, forming a deeply rooted belief. Subsequently, Li Qingshu and the Taishan Elder aided other injured humans, and then directed the tribesfolk in managing the massive demon corpses. These demons were each as colossal as mountains, and with hundreds of thousands of them, the members of the Taishan tribe would not have to worry about food for several hundred years to come. During this time, Li Qingshu also learned the reason behind the Taishan Elder's frail condition. Shortly after he had joined the Elder had fortuitously encountered a peculiar primordial spirit fruit, in a bid to survive in the perilous wilderness. The Taishan Elder resolved to take the risk and consume the fruit. Though it contained numerous fragments of Tao principles and divine essence, it was equally laced with potent toxins. After months of unconsciousness, he awoke to find his cultivation had leapt to the early stage of the golden immortal realm. But his foundation suffered irreparable damage, transforming him from a vibrant youth into a white-haired old man. Coupled with the numerous battles he had fought against the demons over the years, he had developed many lingering ailments, resulting in his current frail state. The situation within the tribe is indeed dire. Li Qingshu sighed as he surveyed the humanity of the Taishan tribe. The 129,600 primordial humans created by the Saint Nuwa boasted foundations that were nearly as solid as the primordial beings themselves. However, the subsequent generations of postnatal humans had far inferior roots. Presently, most of the adult humans within the Taishan tribe possess strength ranging only from refining essence to transforming qi into spirit, rendering them incapable of fending off even the most ordinary beasts of the wilderness. There is nothing to be done. This is simply the nature of humanity, the Taishan Elder lamented, when the venerable Laozi of Taiching had imparted the golden elixir Tao. He had initially believed it to be the hope for humanity's resurgence, only to realize the bitter truth. The Taishan Elder harbored significant resentment, but dared not voice it, fearing he might provoke the ire of the saint. After all, Laozi's establishment of the human teaching and the transmission of the golden elixir Tao had granted him significant merits in the heavenly path and siphoned a portion of humanity's fortune. Yet, after achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint, Laozi had not once intervened on behalf of humanity. Even the method of cultivating the golden elixir that he imparted proved to be almost entirely ineffective. Moreover, the Grandmaster Xuandu, who is also of the human race, similarly turned a blind eye to his kin after entering the teachings of the Taqing Laozi, never once extending a helping hand. Thus, the Taishan clan is profoundly grateful to Li Qingxiu, who, having become a direct disciple of a saint, still stepped forward in a moment of crisis to assist the human race. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu nodded silently. He had also practiced the Golden Elixir Path. In his view, this Golden Elixir Path was likely a haphazardly created, worthless technique devised by Taqing Laozi while refining alchemical materials, entirely reliant on mere verbal defense. Although his current cultivation might not be deemed strong within the primordial world, in other fantastical realms, he would at least be a celestial king or divine emperor. With his identity as a member of the human race and his formidable comprehension, it was conceivable that, given some time, he could indeed devise a more suitable cultivation method for his kin. Having made up his mind, Li Qingxiu promptly conveyed his intentions to Taishan. Upon hearing this, Taishan immediately expressed unwavering support. After all, Li Qingxiu was a direct disciple of a saint, and his capabilities and understanding undoubtedly surpassed those of ordinary individuals. Furthermore, as a human, any method he created would inherently be more conducive to their cultivation. Without further ado, under Taishan's guidance, Li Qingxiu entered his cave abode to begin seclusion. Seated in midair, Li Qingxiu meticulously contemplated the structure of his body, the positions of his meridians, and the pathways of his divine energy. His desire to create a cultivation method stemmed not only from a sense of duty towards the human race, but also for his own benefit. Although the Shangqing Immortal Sutra was an unparalleled technique created after Shangqing Tongtian attained sainthood, it resembled a path of cultivation opened by Shangqing Tongtian. Disciples of the Jie Sect who tread this path would indeed progress more swiftly and farther than other beings of the primordial world. However, the ultimate achievements of all Jie Sect disciples practicing this technique would never surpass those of the path's originator, Shangqing Tongtian. Just as the law of strength is the way of the Panga god, the immortal path is the Tao of Hongjun Daozu. All true powerhouses must forge their own path. Naturally, as one of the 6 saints of the primordial and the legitimate heir of Pangu, other Jie Sect disciples need only diligently cultivate the Shangqing Immortal Sutra, for they could never hope to reach the heights of Shangqing Tongtian. Li Qingxiu's situation, however, was different. He possessed a system, boundless potential, and possibilities, thus he aimed to look further ahead. Additionally, the Fengshan calamity, as recalled from his past life, involved not only the machinations of Taqing Laozi, Yuanshi Tianzin, and others, but also the schemes of that exalted figure who looked down upon the primordial world to avert the fate of the Jie Sect's demise and to escape a tragic end himself. There were matters he must prepare for in advance. After over 10,000 years of seclusion, Li Qingxiu successfully created a technique based on the physique of the human race and his own insights, naming it the Tao Immortal Scripture. The Tao Immortal Scripture is not merely about refining the physical body or the primordial spirit. Rather, it enhances strength through the internal evolution of the world. Prior to reaching the human immortal realm, this scripture focuses on tempering the body, augmenting divine power, and opening a spiritual sea within the Dantian. When a cultivator successfully establishes an ancient star in their internal spiritual sea, they ascend to the human immortal realm. Elevate the number of ancient stars to 108 signifies the earth immortal stage, when ancient stars begin to not only exist within the spiritual sea, but also permeate the entire body. Reaching 365 to form a small circumpolar system, it indicates the attainment of the celestial immortal state. As the number of ancient stars continues to grow, reaching 3,650 to form a grand circumpolar system, one advances to the true immortal realm. Should Li Qingxiu cultivate this method to its utmost, every inch of his blood and flesh could harbor endless stars, forming a vast world at that time. With a mere gesture, he could wield the power of this vast world to suppress his foes, unbound by the rules of the primordial realm, impervious to calamities, and even to the boundless calamities. Achieving true immortality. Tao begets one begets two begets three begets all things. Hence he named this technique the Tao, immortal scripture that, of course, his 10,000 years of seclusion had only brought this technique to the true immortal level. The subsequent realms remained in the realm of his imagination. Truly perfect this method, he would need to invest immense time and effort into further development. However, given the current state of the human race, the true immortal level of the Tao, the immortal scripture, would suffice for the time being. He could first pass down this portion of the cultivation method and continue to impart later developments as they arose. With a resounding roar, the stone door of the cave swung open, and Li Qingshu emerged. Senior Li. Upon seeing Li Qingshu conclude his seclusion, Tai Xian rushed forward, his face brimming with anticipation. After their previous harrowing experience, Tai Xian and the people of the tribe had increasingly recognized the significance of strength. Thus, Tai Xian and the hundreds of billions of humans fervently hoped that Li Qingshu could devise a truly suitable cultivation method for them, granting them the opportunity to grow stronger. Indeed, I have created the method, but it has only been developed to the true immortal stage. Understanding Tai Xian's eager expression, Li Qingshu responded candidly. Wonderful. Upon hearing this, Tai Xian's countenance flushed a deep crimson, his heart racing with excitement. In this brutal world where the weak are preyed upon, weakness itself is a sin. Not only must they struggle to survive in the cracks of existence, but they are also perpetually at risk of annihilation. All humans are acutely aware of this, yet their poor foundations and lack of suitable cultivation methods hinder them. Even with a fervent desire to grow stronger, they have no viable path to do so. Li Qingshu, being a direct disciple of Hongjun Tian and a member of the human race, would naturally create techniques more suited for their cultivation than the golden elixir method. Gather your kin. I shall impart the cultivation method to you. Li Qingshu instructed Tai Xian. Understood. Tai Xian nodded in agreement and began to summon the members of the Tai Xian tribe. With the aid of divine power, Tai Xian's voice resonated throughout the heavens and earth, echoing in the minds of hundreds of billions of humans. Soon, a vast throng of humanity converged from all directions, a dark mass filling the surroundings. Although the Tai Xian tribe had suffered devastating losses a millennium ago, they had since recovered, not only reconstructing their tribe, but also restoring their population to hundreds of billions. Within a quarter of an hour, all the humans had gathered, their heads bobbing as they filled the nearby mountain ranges. We bowed to Senior Li. The hundreds of billions of humans saluted Li Qingshu in unison, their synchronized and resounding voices shaking the heavens. Sit down and listen attentively. Li Qingshu instructed. Yes. The gathered humans promptly settled down, casting expectant glances at Li Qingshu. I have spent 10,000 years in seclusion, relying on the foundation of the human race and my own insights to initially create the Tao, immortal scripture, which I shall now impart to you all. Seated high above, clad in flowing white robes that billowed majestically, Li Qingshu began to teach the gathered multitude. After 100 days, he had transmitted the entirety of the Tao, immortal scripture he had developed. He not only explained each realm in exquisite detail, but also shared his insights during the cultivation process, striving to guide the people of the Tai Xian tribe to avoid unnecessary detours in their future practice. I have elucidated everything I can. Whether you succeed in your cultivation depends on your own efforts. Li Qingshu stood before the crowd and declared, "Thank you, Senior, for imparting your teachings to us, that we shall certainly devote ourselves to our practice, not letting down your earnest intentions." The multitude of the human race once again bowed in unison to Li Qingshu, their hearts stirred with profound emotion and boundless gratitude. Although the creators of humanity were the holy Nuwa and the master of the human religion, Laozi of Taiji, these two saints had treated humanity as mere pawns, completely neglecting their plight. In stark contrast to these lofty figures, every individual present could acutely sense that Li Qingshu, the direct disciple of the, genuinely cared for the human race and was concerned for their survival. Previously, they had suffered under the oppression of myriad races, mercilessly slaughtered by the demon clan, yearning for strength yet finding no means to attain it. Now, the teachings imparted by Li Qingshu were akin to a long-awaited rain after a drought. The hundreds of billions of humans present resolved wholeheartedly that from this day forth, they would endure rigorous training to the utmost. even if it meant risking madness or death in their pursuit. For such an end would be far more dignified than perishing hopelessly at the hands of the demon clan. Observing the fervor and exhilaration radiating from the assembled humanity, Li Qingxiu felt a deep sense of solace. As the saying goes, it is better to teach a man to fish than to give him a fish. For humanity to become the true masters of heaven and earth, they must rely on their own burgeoning strength rather than external protection. Moreover, during the calamity of both the human religion and the had manipulated humanity as mere pawns, drawing thee into the fray. Should humanity grow stronger, it would become increasingly difficult for the two teachings to exploit them in the future. After imparting the Li Qingxiu did not linger in the tribe, offering a few parting words before turning to continue his planned quest for. Throughout this journey, he encountered multiple assaults from the demon clan on human settlements, each time dispatching the attackers without hesitation. The demon king of the realm, upon learning of the repeated annihilation of his subordinates by Li Qingxiu, gritted his teeth in rage. Yet, given Li Qingxiu's esteemed status as a direct disciple of they dared not act against him, swallowing their fury in silence. The vast expanse of the world was overwhelming. Even ordinary mountains dwarfed the blue star where he had previously resided, and without the guidance of a lacking virtue map, he had searched for over a millennium without discovering the location of. During this time, while honing his skills, he also continued to delve into the mysteries of this divine technique, proved exceedingly challenging to comprehend. After so long, he had only begun to grasp its intricacies. The difficulty is to be expected, Li Qingxiu mused, for there is an unparalleled divine skill passed down from the great Pangu. Its immense power makes such complexity reasonable. Otherwise, would not have simplified it into a beggar's version for the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. After thousands of years of searching and inquiring, Li Qingxiu finally arrived at the foot of, towering to a height of billions of zhong. The mountain loomed majestically, adorned with an array of bizarre stones. Its slopes were cloaked in lush greenery, vibrant flowers, and rare herbs vying for attention, while a winding river at the base reflected the mountain's splendor alongside the clouds above, creating a breathtaking tableau. This must be the place, Li Qingxiu murmured, ascending skyward on a cloud to reach the summit of the summit. The terrain was uneven, predominantly featuring peculiar, barren stones, with only a smattering of vegetation thriving in the crevices. Given the early morning mist, visibility was severely limited. However, Li Qingxiu's formidable spiritual sense swept across the peak, swiftly detecting the presence of an innate restriction. Following this awareness, he flew towards a colossal stone towering 10,000 zhong high. This gray stone was rough to the touch, its surface pocked with countless tiny particles, and many areas were overgrown with dark green moss due to the ravages of wind and rain. Had he not known of the treasures hidden within and possessed a keen spiritual sense, it would have been nearly impossible to notice. Once he confirmed his location, Li Qingxiu raised his right hand, using his finger as a sword, and unleashed a fierce sword chi toward the giant stone. Swish! The sword chi whistled through the air, cutting deeply into the stone and cleaving it in two. Subsequently, a blinding golden light erupted from the fissure, akin to a golden sun concealed within, instantly dispelling the mist surrounding the summit. Suddenly, a copper coin the size of a wash basin, perfectly round and adorned with various innate Tao patterns, sprouted a pair of wings and soared from the gap, hurtling into the distance. Clearly, this was the object of Li Qingxiu's quest, the supreme innate spiritual treasure known as. Attempting to escape, Li Qingxiu had anticipated this and summoned his divine power to weave an enormous net that enveloped the coin collided with the divine net, becoming ensnared and unable to break free. Yet, the Tao patterns on its surface radiated an even more brilliant light, striving to break free from the divine net. Li Qingxiu pointed, and purple divine lightning cascaded from the heavens, precisely striking given that there was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure, exceedingly resilient and indestructible, he had no fear of it shattering under his full force. As a dazzling bolt of divine lightning exploded upon the coin, the Tao patterns enveloping it were instantly obliterated. With a mere thought, Li Qingxiu grasped triumphantly securing his prize. Gazing at the resplendent winged coin in his hand, Li Qingshu's heart swelled with joy that a single supreme innate spiritual treasure could be exchanged for 10 million source points, equivalent to 10 golden entries or 1 purple gold entry, significantly enhancing his overall strength. That moment, 2 middle-aged men, one tall and one short, one stout and one slender, clad in red and blue Dao robes, arrived from another direction at the summit, evidently drawn by the commotion. Li Qingshu focused intently on the pair, and their attribute interfaces materialized before him. Xiao Sheng cultivation, peak true immortal entries. Innate being, green, fortune and misfortune intertwined, white, dragon Yang's favor, white, a grim fate awaits, black, Chao Bao cultivation, peak true immortal entries. Innate being, green, fortune and misfortune intertwined, white, the affection of the broken sleeve, white. An unfortunate end, black, junior Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. Pay respects to the esteemed elder. Li Qingshu appraised Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. The two also bowed in greeting. Indeed, red and blue have always been a pairing, Li Qingshu mused inwardly, in no wonder in his past life. After Xiao Sheng fell to the hands of Zhao Gongming, Chao Bao was willing to sacrifice himself for revenge. Now the reason was clear, noticing the hesitance in Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. Li Qingshu quickly deduced their thoughts. Cultivators of. They must have been aware of this existence. However, due to the formidable innate restrictions surrounding it, they were incapable of breaking through with their current cultivation. Witnessing Li Qingshu's sudden appearance and taking away the treasure they had guarded for so long, their hearts brimmed with resentment. Yet, they dared not express their feelings, instead waiting for the opportune moment. This item, known as though an innate spiritual treasure, bears significant drawbacks. Should it fall into your hands, it would only bring you harm, Li Qingshu stated coolly to Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao. Dare we ask? Esteemed elder, why is that? Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao exchanged glances, their faces a mixture of confusion and inquiry. The sole purpose of is to utilize your own fortune to seize the treasures of your enemies. The stronger your enemy's cultivation and the more precious their treasures, the greater the fortune you must expend. You two are merely ordinary innate beings. Using it once or twice may be manageable. But should you overextend, you will surely deplete your own fortune, inviting disaster upon yourselves. Li Qingshu responded matter-of-factly. Indeed, in his past memories, Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao had met their demise after losing 24 of Zhao Gongming's, resulting in their fortunes falling into the negative, leading to their untimely demise. Now it all makes sense. Upon hearing the words, Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao were instantly struck with a chill, filled with profound trepidation. Fortunately, thanks to Li Qingshu's timely warning, had they stumbled upon this treasure in their dazed state, they would have met their demise without even realizing it. Their unwavering faith in Li Qingshu stemmed from the stark disparity in their powers. Before him, they felt utterly insignificant if he wished to seize the treasure by force. He could extinguish their lives with a mere gesture, rendering any fabrication of lies unnecessary. Thank you, esteemed elder, for enlightening us. Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao expressed, bowing in gratitude. Unlike other formidable beings of the primordial world, the duo harbored little desire for power or treasures. They merely wished to lead a tranquil life free from worldly strife atop Wui Mountain. Li Qingshu's visit had inadvertently spared them from a great calamity. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded, surprised by their remarkable open-mindedness. With a flick of his finger, 2 strands of pale golden light surged into their minds. These are my insights. Upon contemplation, you should be able to break through your bottleneck and ascend to the golden immortal realm, he informed them. Although taking the Luo Bao Jin Xian was mutually beneficial for Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao, it was only fitting to offer some form of compensation, given that Wui Mountain was their sacred ground. Thank you, esteemed elder, thank you, Xiao Sheng and Chao Bao exclaimed, their hearts brimming with joy. Their foundations were merely on par with ordinary innate beings, stagnating at the peak of the true immortal realm for countless millennia. Li Qingshu's guidance was akin to a long-awaited rain in a parched land. Once they transcended to the golden immortal realm, their lifespans would soar to several billion years. Very well, Li Qingshu replied, then stepped onto a white cloud, continuing his flight towards the northern expanse of the primordial world. Simultaneously, he refined the Luo Bao Jin Xian into 10 million source points. Despite its unique ability to summon treasures, the drawbacks of the Luo Bao Jin Xian were far too substantial compared to the alluring golden and purple gold attributes. The primordial realm was vast beyond measure. Li Qingshu's journey would take thousands of years, even at his accelerated pace following his breakthrough to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. For an ordinary innate being at the Immortal Realm, crossing the primordial world would likely consume an entire lifetime. After a span of 20,000 years of relentless contemplation, fortune favored the diligent, and Li Qingshu finally comprehended the first form of the heaven-splitting divine palm, Wuyue Qingtian. Concurrently, he traversed through the eastern region of the primordial world and entered its central area. Here, the spiritual energy was notably richer than in other locales, and he could catch a glimpse of the towering Buzhou Mountain, which reached into the chaotic realm, resembling the backbone of heaven and earth. Buzhou Mountain was overwhelmingly majestic, its grandeur so profound it defied description. Merely gazing upon it from countless miles away, the remnants of Pangu's oppressive aura seemed to descend upon him, instilling a sense of dread. Although Kunlun Mountain was reputed as the second mountain of the primordial world, it paled in comparison to the Pangu-formed Buzhou Mountain. As he journeyed through the central region towards the northern expanse, Li Qingshu observed that despite the abundance of spiritual energy, the number of living beings was vastly inferior to that of the eastern region. Clearly, the races in the central area had been terrified by the cataclysmic battles between the witches and the demons, fleeing to other regions to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Suddenly, a distant mountain, towering tens of millions of zhang, erupted in a thunderous explosion, scattering stones and dust across the sky at a colossal serpent, entirely black with 9 heads and covered in scales, surged forth, lunging at the shattered mountain. It opened its gaping maw and devoured a demon general buried beneath the rubble, tearing its head off and swallowing a whole. Li Qingshu extended his consciousness and discovered a fierce battle unfolding, with millions of demons and witches clashing, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to run red with blood. Although the ordinary demons and witches appeared evenly matched, the situation quickly tilted in favor of the witches as the Tai Golden Immortal Demon General fell to the hands of the great witch Xiang Lu. The demon army rapidly disintegrated, with only a few scattered demons managing to escape in disarray. Observing this, Li Qingshu had no desire for dialogue with the witches. He had already squandered considerable time in the Taishan tribe. And according to his recollections, Dijun and Dong Huangtai were likely preparing to strike down Ancestor Hongjun. His only intention was to hasten to the 10,000 great mountains in the northern primordial realm to prepare for looting. Moreover, the witch race, born from Pangu's blood intermingled with the earth's malevolent energy, was not only brutish but also volatile. With their immense karma weighing them down, Li Qingshu was further disinclined to entangle himself with them. "Stop! Who are you?" Just as Li Qingshu pressed forward, a voice like thunder echoed from afar. Almost immediately, the 9-headed Xiang Lu twisted its massive form and flew before Li Qingshu. Its towering figure was cloaked in scales resembling black iron, reflecting a chilling light, with its cold, piercing eyes and sharp fangs instilling a sense of dread. That moment, Xiang Lu scrutinized Li Qingshu with a frigid gaze, poised as if ready to pounce. Feeling the weight of that scrutinizing stare, Li Qingshu furrowed his brow, a flicker of irritation stirring within him. However, he suppressed his discontent, unwilling to provoke a confrontation. "That I am Li Qingshu, a direct disciple of the saint of the," he declared, maintaining a dignified composure. He anticipated that revealing his identity would deter Xiang Lu. Yet to his surprise, Xiang Lu showed no intention of retreating. Instead, it circled him, scrutinizing him closely. "The direct disciple of. You are the one who defeated Guang Chengzi at the Yaoqi heavenly wedding, transcending realms, are you not?" Though Li Qingshu did not fully grasp the meaning behind Xiang Lu's words, he responded truthfully. "Indeed." Upon hearing this, Xiang Lu let out a cold snort. While Guang Chengzi may be a mere facade, an ornate pillow with no substance, he is nonetheless a top-tier innate being. You are but a mere human. How could you possibly have bested him across realms? Could it be that is spreading falsehoods to inflate your reputation? Li Qingshu's frown deepened at Xiang Lu's dismissive tone towards both humanity and, "Whether you believe it or not is your own concern. It has nothing to do with me," he retorted coldly, preparing to depart. Yet at that moment, Xiang Lu suddenly flew in front of him, its mountain-like body blocking his path. "What do you mean by this?" Li Qingshu's frustration boiled over at the repeated provocations, and he spoke icily that I wish to test for myself whether you truly possess the strength to battle across realms. As rumored, Xiang Lu declared, baring its razor-sharp fangs, a torrent of overwhelming and ferocious energy erupting from its being. Li Qingshu could not help but sigh inwardly at this brazen display of arrogance from the witch race. The second battle between the witches and demons concluded with the Taiqing Laozi dismantling the Zhoutian star array. Following the revelation of the saint's supremacy, the demon race sought to align themselves with the saint Nuwa. Yet the witch race retained their hubris, showing no regard for him, or begone. Enraged, Li Qingshu launched a powerful punch towards Xiang Lu. Without flinching or attempting to evade, Xiang Lu chose to absorb the blow with its body. Boom! A resounding thud echoed as Xiang Lu was sent hurtling thousands of miles back, ultimately crashing into a mountain and fracturing it in two. Quite interesting, upon sensing a faint, throbbing pain in his chest. Xiang Lu was momentarily taken aback. In his estimation, Li Qingshu not only stood 2 minor realms beneath him in cultivation, but was also a true descendant of Pangu, born from Pangu's blood. Having absorbed the essence of a venomous ancestral witch, making him a formidable adversary, Li Qingshu, merely a human akin to an ant, surprisingly managed to repel him with a single strike, which greatly exceeded Xiang Lu's expectations. Observing that Xiang Lu had withstood his furious blow without sustaining any harm, Li Qingshu could not help but marvel inwardly. Though the witch clan lacked a primordial spirit and could not discern the heavenly laws, their physical prowess was indeed astonishing. Of course, this could also be attributed to the significant gap in their respective cultivations. Were they to face each other on equal ground, Li Qingshu was confident that Xiang Lu would suffer at least grievous injury from a direct confrontation. "Come, let us engage in battle." Li Qingshu's fierce assault further ignited Xiang Lu's fighting spirit. With a thunderous roar, he twisted his immense form, akin to a mountain forged from black divine metal, charging towards Li Qingshu and emanating an overwhelming sense of pressure. Just as Xiang Lu was about to collide with Li Qingshu, he abruptly twisted his body, his long serpent tail whipping down like a mountain range, striking towards Li Qingshu with tremendous force. Crack! This assault not only boasted immense power but also moved with blinding speed, producing a series of explosive sounds. Li Qingshu, employing the Golden Pang's swift movement, narrowly evaded the strike, yet the ferocious wind generated by the near miss still caused a sharp pain in his flesh. With Li Qingshu having dodged his attack, Xiang Lu opened his 9 massive maws, unleashing a torrent of black-green venom. His 9 heads functioned like gates, continuously spewing forth poisonous liquid that enveloped Li Qingshu in a deluge. Sizzling, with the aid of the Golden Pang's rapid motion, Li Qingshu darted left and right, deftly avoiding Xiang Lu's onslaught. However, upon contact with the ground, the venom instantly caused white smoke to rise, dissolving the earth in a boiling black water. Even the towering mountains crumbled at a visible pace upon contact with the poison, ultimately transforming into a pool of flowing liquid. Li Qingshu furrowed his brow once more at the sight. Given the horrific corrosive capability of this venom, a careless brush could lead to the rapid erosion of significant flesh, or even a severe blow to his primordial spirit. Xiang Lu was indeed intent on his destruction. Since this was the case, he would not hold back any longer. Supreme clear divine thunder. With a powerful sweep of his hand, a colossal bolt of purple gold lightning, as thick as 10,000 feet, descended with the intent to obliterate, crashing down upon Xiang Lu. Boom! Xiang Lu, unable to evade in time, was struck directly by the supreme, clear divine thunder, erupting into a brilliant display of lightning and producing a cacophony of explosive sounds. Roar! Xiang Lu bellowed as he surged forth from the thunder's embrace, large patches of charred flesh evident across his body, many scales blown away, clearly indicating he had sustained significant injuries. However, rather than retreating, the injury ignited a primal ferocity within him. his eyes turning a fierce red, exuding a terrifying intensity as if he sought to devour Li Qingshu whole. He rapidly closed the distance to Li Qingshu, 5 of his heads opening wide to reveal sharp fangs dripping with venom, while the remaining 4 continued to spew poison in an attempt to suppress him. This was never-ending, was it? Li Qingshu had expected that his previous strike would instill a sense of fear in Xiang Lu. Yet, not only did the latter remain undeterred, but he also grew increasingly ferocious, seemingly intent on a life-or-death struggle. As Xiang Lu's attacks grew more frenzied and fierce, Li Qingshu gathered the power of the supreme, clear divine thunder in his fists and unleashed a devastating punch towards the serpent head lunging at him. The resplendent lightning surged forth like a blazing sun, penetrating Xiang Lu's head and erupting within. Boom! One of Xiang Lu's heads was obliterated into countless fragments, blood and flesh raining down. Xiang Lu, in agony, emitted a thunderous roar, plunging into a state of frenzied madness, intensifying his assaults against Li Qingshu. Did he truly believe that Li Qingshu would shy away from killing him? Upon witnessing this, Li Qingshu's eyes turned icy. Not only had Xiang Lu provoked him without cause, but his increasingly ruthless attacks suggested an intent to consume him alive. A direct disciple of the Zhejiao, walking the wilderness represented the face of the entire sect and the revered Tongtian saint. Given the other party's actions, Li Qingshu had every justification to retaliate lethally. 5 mountains supporting the heavens. Li Qingshu's eyes shot forth with astonishing light, the divine power within him surging like a torrent. He formed a mountain-sealing gesture with his palms and struck towards Xiang Liu in the next instant. A colossal mountain, composed of 5 peaks towering tens of thousands of feet, manifested in the sky. Descending upon Xiang Lu with unstoppable force, Xiang Lu's form suddenly sank, feeling an unprecedented weight of oppression as he gazed up at the mountain descending upon him and roared, mustering all his strength to soar upwards. Attempting to overturn the mountain, thud, as Xiang Lu shot skyward, the 5 mountains bore down, their collision producing a sound akin to a volcanic eruption. In the eyes of millions of incredulous witches, Xiang Lu's remaining 8 heads simultaneously spewed forth a mouthful of blood before shattering in rapid succession, leaving only the central head intact. Moreover, Xiang Lu was rapidly forced down by the immense mountain, plummeting from the sky like a meteor, crashing heavily to the ground. Boom! The ground trembled over a radius of several million li, collapsing in a large area, while surrounding mountains crumbled one after another. The 5 fused mountains stood tall upon the earth, with Xiang Lu suppressed beneath. Xiang Lu roared in fury, striving to break free from his entrapment. Yet the mountain remained immovable, holding him fast. Who dares to strike against a great witch of my clan? At that moment, a voice boomed like a resounding gong that a titan of a witch, bare from the waist up, muscles rippling grotesquely, appeared. With a mere punch, he shattered the towering mountain into rubble. This formidable figure exuded an aura of terror, akin to a deity of slaughter descending, instilling a sense of suffocating pressure upon Li Qingshu. He focused intently, and the attributes of the opponent materialized before him. Xing Tian, cultivation, peak great Luo golden immortal traits. Law of battle gold, great witch's root red, simple-minded white, unfortunate end black. So, it is the great witch Xing Tian. Li Qingshu murmured within. Among all the great witches of the clan, Xing Tian was the strongest. Even after having his head severed by Hao Yin, he continued to fight valiantly, using his breast as an eye and wielding his weapon with unyielding ferocity. And the law of battle ranks among the top 30 of the 3,000 great avenues, which is the primary reason for Xing Tian's increasing ferocity in battle. Download Law of Battle. Download Great Witch's Root.L. Qingshu silently instructed the system. Downloading Law of Battle Gold and Great Witch's Root Red requires 230,000 source points. Would you like to download now? The system's prompt echoed. Wasn't the golden trait supposed to require only 100,000 source points? Li Qingshu asked, utterly baffled. In response, the system replied, Host, even among traits of the same color, there can be significant differences. The more precious the trait, the greater the number of source points required for download. I see. Enlightened, Li Qingshu nodded. It appeared that while Xing Tian's law of battle trait had not reached the purple gold level, it was nonetheless far more precious than the average golden trait, thus necessitating a higher expenditure of source points. Were you to dare injure a great witch of my clan? As Li Qingshu silently communicated with the system, Xing Tian had already flown before him, his face contorted with rage, emanating an aura of immense terror, as if he might annihilate Li Qingshu at the slightest provocation. That I am Li Qingshu, the personally instructed disciple of the celestial sage. Li Qingshu replied nonchalantly. Despite Xing Tian, the great witch, possessing far superior cultivation, he bore a life-preserving jade pendant bestowed by his master, instilling him with a sense of invulnerability, should Xing Tian dare to strike him. Activating the pendant would ensure his master would promptly appear to vanquish the aggressor. In the presence of a true celestial sage, even the combined might of the 12 ancestor witches would prove futile. Personally instructed by a sage, upon hearing this, Xing Tian's brows furrowed, and the oppressive aura he exuded diminished, clearly wary of Li Qingshu's identity. Yet, what significance did that hold? It did not grant you immunity from the wrath of my witch clan. If you fail to provide a satisfactory explanation, leaving here today might prove more challenging than you anticipate. Xing Tian intoned gravely. An explanation? Humph. It is you who ought to provide an explanation. Li Qingshu scoffed coldly. What transpired? Xing Tian inquired, directing his gaze towards Xiang Lu, who had just emerged from the ground. Though immensely powerful, he was unaware of the events that had unfolded due to the witch clan's lack of a primordial spirit. Indeed, it is as follows. Xiang Lu recounted the events leading up to the confrontation under Xing Tian's scrutinizing gaze. Although he felt somewhat embarrassed, he steeled himself to relay the entire incident. Upon hearing the account, Xing Tian's expression darkened. The physical prowess of the witch clan rendered them invincible at their level. Even a Tai golden immortal would be insignificant before Xiang Lu. He had not anticipated that Xiang Lu would provoke Li Qingshu and, despite being 2 minor realms above him, would be utterly defeated and humiliated. Had he not sensed the disturbance and arrived swiftly, Xiang Lu's fate would surely have been far worse. What a disgrace. Xing Tian cursed inwardly. Aware of his own shortcomings, yet unwilling to concede, he waved his hand, taking Xiang Lu with him as they traversed the void, disappearing in an instant. Even the great witches of the Daluo golden immortal level behaved thus. The downfall of the witch clan was indeed not unjust. Qingshu gazed contemplatively in the direction Xing Tian and Xiang Lu had departed, murmuring to himself that he had previously suspected that the witch clan, born of Pangu's blood and the malevolent energies of the earth, would not be amiable, and he wished to avoid entanglements with them. In retrospect, his decision had proven astute. However, he had successfully downloaded the entry's law of war and great witch's roots from Xing Tian, which was not without merit. Moreover, having employed 5 mountains supporting heaven for the first time, he had effortlessly subdued the rebellious great witch, Xiang Lu. Such power brought him considerable satisfaction from memories of his past life. He recalled that the downfall of the Jie Sect, which had once attracted myriad immortals during the calamity of the Hongjun, was not solely due to the scheming of figures like Taiching Laojun, Yuan Shuriken, and the Western Saints. The reckless actions of Jie Sect disciples, who abused their identities as disciples of sages and accumulated extensive karmic burdens, were also a significant factor. It seemed imperative that upon his return, he must advise his master to rectify the sect's conduct and impose restrictions on the behavior of his fellow disciples. Having witnessed the witch clan's rudeness and recklessness, Li Qingshu reflected deeply on the Jie Sect he belonged to. As the saying goes, without rules, there can be no order. For the Jie Sect to avoid annihilation in the Fengshen calamity, a thorough transformation was essential. After millennia, Li Qingshu finally traversed the central region of the primordial world and arrived at the northern wilderness, home to the 10,000 Great Mountains. The mountains of the northern wilderness stretched endlessly, crisscrossing in myriad formations, with scarcely a plain in sight, instead revealing a verdant expanse. Moreover, the peaks here soared to several tens of millions of zhang, and the towering trees obscured the sky, resembling an untouched primeval forest. This must be the area Li Qingshu mused as he walked among the 10,000 great mountains. After observing the surroundings, he resolved to enter seclusion here for cultivation, awaiting the fruition of good fortune. Meanwhile, in the Wuzhuang Temple on Mount Wanshou, Patriarch Hongjun sat at a stone table beneath the ginseng fruit tree, sipping wine and playing chess, exuding an air of contentment. Since receiving the final trace of primordial purple energy in the Zixiao Palace, Jin Yuanzi had expressed concern for his safety, urging him to cultivate in Wuzhuang Temple until he had fully refined the primordial purple energy before making further plans. However, despite having received the primordial purple energy for tens of millions of years, he had yet to refine it, as if something essential was lacking. Suddenly, as he enjoyed his drink, Patriarch Hongyun felt a stirring in his heart and gazed northward toward the northern wilderness. He sensed a destined opportunity awaiting him there. Should he seize this chance, he could fully refine the primordial purple energy and lay the foundation for sainthood. Rising from his seat, he contemplated traversing the void to investigate. Yet, recalling Jin Yuanzi's repeated admonitions before his retreat, that he must not leave Wuzhuang Temple under any circumstances, he decided to wait for his friend's return from seclusion to discuss the matter. Patriarch Hongyun resumed his seat, suppressing his restless heart, and continued to drink and play chess. However, as time progressed, the urgency of his feelings only intensified that a century later, he found himself pacing beneath the ginseng fruit tree. Frequently glancing toward the northern wilderness, his mind caught in a conflict. I cannot betray the goodwill of my friend Jin Yuanzi. Ultimately, reason triumphed over impulse. Patriarch Hongyun settled down, closed his eyes, and resolved to cultivate to calm his restless thoughts. Initially, this approach proved effective. Yet, after several centuries, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain focus, as though incessant voices urged him to venture northward for his opportunity. This incessant call became a source of great agitation. Growing ever more intense, Patriarch Hongyun intended to consult Jin Yuanzi for a strategy. However, Jin Yuanzi was currently in seclusion, striving to reach the pinnacle of quasi-saint realm. Should he be disturbed, his journey could falter, and he might never find another chance to break through. With my speed, it won't take long to reach the northern wilderness. A brief trip should pose no risk. Once I refine the primordial purple energy, I can offer guidance to my friend Jin Yuanzi in the future, he murmured, resolutely pushing open the doors of Wuzhuang Temple and setting off toward the northern wilderness, unbeknownst to Patriarch Hongyun. While the primordial world appeared tranquil, many eyes were discreetly observing Wuzhuang Temple. Upon sensing his departure, Di Jun of the Monster Court, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Patriarch Kunpeng, and the Lord of the Underworld Blood Sea, Ming He, sprang into action. In the next moment, Li Qingshu, who was in seclusion and cultivation within the 10,000 great mountains, sensed a disturbance. He opened his eyes to find a portal of space opening above him. Moments later, Patriarch Hongyun, clad in a red robe with flowing red hair, emerged from the portal. He truly has come. Li Qingshu's heart tightened upon witnessing this. Patriarch Hongyun had indeed fallen victim to the schemes of the likes of Junti and Jane. Lured to this place, upon arriving in the 10,000 great mountains, Patriarch Hongyun began meticulously searching for his destined opportunity. Yet as he soared through the air, he suddenly vanished, as if he had ceased to exist in this realm. In the next moment, another portal opened, and the Lord of the Underworld Blood Sea, clad in black robes and exuding a terrifying killing aura, emerged, wielding the Yuan Tu and the Abi. Where is he? The ancestor of the underworld cast his gaze far and wide, concurrently unleashing his divine consciousness in search of the ancestor of Red Cloud. He had long cultivated the principles of the path of slaughter, achieving enlightenment through murder. Naturally, he would not let slip such an opportunity that could both affirm his mastery of the killing path and grant him the primordial purple chi. However, after half a day's search, he found himself empty-handed, failing to detect even a single hair of the ancestor of Red Cloud. Li Qingshu understood that the ancestor of Red Cloud had entered the realm of Hichu and Luoshu. With the presence of Zhuanti and Jin shielding the movements and secrets with their sage powers, even the mightiest beings of the primordial era would be unable to discern anything, even if they were to dig 3 feet into the ground. While the ancestor of the underworld anxiously searched the skies above the 10,000 great mountains for the ancestor of Red Cloud, Li Qingshu focused his gaze, and the attributes of the former instantly appeared before him. Ancestor of the Underworld's cultivation. Peak quasi-saint attributes. Top tier innate, gold. Path of slaughter, gold. Extraordinary comprehension, red. Violent temperament, white. Due to the ancestor of the Underworld's imitation of the Saint Enoi in creating the Azura tribe within the blood sea of the Underworld and his absorption of certain merits from the heavenly Tao to enhance his strength. His cultivation surpassed that of most top-tier beings of the primordial era, reaching the peak of quasi-saint. Moreover, the ancestor's abode in the primordial garbage dump, the blood sea of the Underworld, coupled with the existence of 480 million blood god avatars for self-preservation, made him one of the few formidable entities in the primordial era that Li Qingshu remembered from his past life, who had started and ended well without succumbing to the many tribulations. How many source points are required to download the top-tier innate, the path of slaughter, and extraordinary comprehension attributes of the ancestor of the Underworld? Li Qingshu silently inquired of the system. Previously, he had refined the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the falling treasure money, earning 10 million source points, and downloading the attributes of Xing Tian cost him 230,000 and now. He had over 700,000 source points remaining. For him, source points existed merely as cold numbers within the system, far better utilized for downloading attributes to enhance his strength. Host, 5.9 million source points are required. The system quickly responded, download. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu immediately gave the command without hesitation. Ding! Attributes are being downloaded. As Li Qingshu downloaded the attributes of the ancestor of the Underworld, the latter remained undeterred, continuing his search in the 10,000 Great Mountain for the traces of the ancestor of Red Cloud, intent on slaying him to seize his primordial purple chi. Moments later, a thunderous explosion reverberated through the skies above the 10,000 Great Mountain. A brilliant light erupted, illuminating the surroundings as if 1,000 suns had converged, blinding all who beheld it. Following this, a terrifying surge of energy erupted like a breached dam, sweeping across the heavens and earth, instantly reducing everything within millions of miles to dust. The space collapsed in large swathes, shattering into utter disarray, leaving behind only boundless void. The ancestor of the Underworld, caught too close, was violently hurled away by this overwhelming force, the self-detonation of the ancestor of Red Cloud, a formidable being at the late quasi-saint level, unleashed an unfathomable might. Had it not been for the Hichu and Luoshu of Emperor Jun, along with the sage powers of Zhuanti and Jane absorbing most of the energy, the entire northern region of the primordial era would have been obliterated. Amidst the shattered space, Emperor Jun, Donghuang Tai, and the ancestor of the Underworld emerged, blood spilling from their mouths. The expressions on their faces were dark and grim, reflecting their utmost dismay. The self-destruction of the ancestor of Red Cloud not only annihilated him, but also scattered the primordial purple chi and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd, into the chaotic currents of space. Their meticulously devised plans had come to naught, leaving them empty-handed, and they had suffered significant injuries from the explosion, though filled with resentment. The three were compelled to flee back to the demon court, erasing all traces and sense of their presence, lest they draw the ire of Zenyuanzi. The commotion caused by the self-detonation of the ancestor of Red Cloud reverberated throughout the entire primordial world. In an instant, numerous powerful beings of the primordial era began to traverse the void, and Li Qingshu, suppressing his excitement, mingled with the crowd, moving toward the site of the ancestor of Red Cloud's explosion. As he approached within a certain distance, the system's voice finally resonated in his mind, detected the fallen attributes of the ancestor of Red Cloud, top-tier innate gold, life's fatal calamity, black. Will you collect? Regrettably, only one of the two golden attributes of the ancestor of Red Cloud had dropped. What a pity, Li Qingshu murmured. However, seeing the two attributes dimming in color, seemingly on the verge of complete disappearance, he disregarded everything else and promptly commanded the system, collect the golden attribute. Affirmative, top-tier innate gold has been collected. Your attributes, top-tier innate gold, X2, golden-winged great pong gold, root of the great witch red, have merged and transcended into ultimate innate purple gold. As the system's voice rang out, the two previously downloaded golden and one red root attributes fused with a newly collected golden root attribute, ascending to the purple gold ultimate innate, due to the immense enhancement of his roots. His cultivation surged by 2 minor realms in an instant. Host, Li Qingshu cultivation, late Tai golden immortal attributes, ultimate innate, purple gold, heavenly splitting divine palm, purple gold, extremely high comprehension gold. Shangqing immortal decision gold, law of battle, gold, path of slaughter, gold. That last, a second purple gold attribute has emerged. Li Qingshu murmured with great satisfaction. His current attributes could be deemed exceptionally luxurious, while they did not rival the 3 pure ones. They surpassed the vast majority of powerful beings in the primordial It was a pity that the primordial purple chi and the supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 99 scatter soul gourd, of the ancestor of Red Cloud were now lost to the unknown. Had he obtained them, his strength would undoubtedly have ascended to new heights, just as Li Qingshu reveled in his secret delight. Xinyuanzi burst forth from the spatial gate. Unlike his usual demeanor, Xinyuanzi's face was now grim, his sword-like brows standing tall, emanating an aura of terrifying malice. Even the surrounding space warped under his presence. Resembling a god of slaughter descended upon the world, exuding formidable dread. Having just concluded his retreat in Wuzhuang Temple, he intended to share the joy of his breakthrough with the ancestor of Red Cloud. However, upon emerging from his secluded meditation, he discovered that the ancestor of Red Cloud was not within the temple, that a sense of foreboding gripped Xinyuanzi's heart. Just as he prepared to search for the ancestor of Red Cloud, a thunderous explosion suddenly erupted from the northern part of the primordial era. Without delay, he traversed the void, only to find the lingering aura of the ancestor of Red Cloud dissipating, clearly indicating that he had perished. Upon Xinyuanzi's arrival, he immediately released his divine consciousness, meticulously scanning the surrounding heavens and earth, hoping to find remnants of his old friend's soul or true spirit. Yet the self-detonation of the ancestor of Red Cloud had left no trace of life behind. Who has plotted the murder of my friend, the ancestor of Red Cloud? This seat shall demand blood for blood, leaving the culprit with no place to rest. Xinyuanzi's raven hair billowed wildly as he roared to the heavens, his voice infused with unbridled rage that sent shivers down the spines of all beings in the northern primordial era. The beings gathered in the 10,000 great mountains, who had intended to profit from the situation. Scattered in fear, wary of being caught in the ensuing chaos, Li Qingshu followed the crowd's lead, hastily departing from this perilous place. Although Xinyuanzi understood that, given the cultivation of the ancestor of Red Cloud, only top-tier beings, such as Emperor Jun, Dongwang Tai, the ancestor of the underworld, and Zhuangmu, could have been capable of slaying him, he was unable to find any evidence. After a period of frantic madness, Xinyuanzi could only temporarily suppress his fury within, leaving matters unresolved for the time being. After leaving the 10,000 Great Mountains, Li Qingshu did not return to Jinao Island immediately. Instead, he planned to traverse the northern sea of the primordial era. According to his memories from his past life, during the third battle of the witch and demon clans, the ancestral witches would self-destruct alongside Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai. Subsequently, the ancestral witch Gonggong would shatter Mount Buzhou, leading to the loss of support for the primordial world, showing signs of returning to chaos that time. The various saints would slay the black tortoise of the northern sea, using its 4 limbs to support the heavens once again. If he could locate the position of the black tortoise in the northern sea and persuade it to vow allegiance to the Tao, voluntarily offering its body to uphold the heavens, he would be able to claim a portion of the merits of the Tao. Such merits from the Tao were truly invaluable. Even without absorbing it to enhance his power, one could merge it with spiritual treasures, transforming them into treasures of the great Tao, thereby allowing one to kill without incurring karmic consequences. Furthermore, obtaining the merits of the great Tao is akin to receiving its recognition and protection. With this layer of Taoist merit as a shield, anyone attempting to harm him would have to weigh the consequences of incurring the great Tao's wrath. Given the relatively short distance between the 10,000 Great Mountains and the North Sea of the primordial world, coupled with Li Qingshu's recent meteoric rise in cultivation, he managed to reach the North Sea in merely a few hundred years. Among the 4 seas of the primordial world, east, south, west, and north. The North Sea is regarded as the most enigmatic. It harbors not only the Gui Su, which is said to be the resting place of all things, but also the Beiming Sea, home to countless peculiar creatures. Legends say that the ancestor Kunpeng was once merely a golden-winged great peng, who transformed into a top-tier innate being after devouring a Kuan in the Beiming Sal. I Qingshu soared upon white clouds, continuing deeper into the North Sea. The waters of the East Sea are a deep blue, while the North Sea appears as a vast expanse of inky black, as if some unfathomable terror lurked beneath, invoking a sense of unease within him. His flight lasted an astonishing 10,000 years, traversing the boundless depths of the North Sea, where not a single island could be found. Were an ordinary being to arrive in this desolate expanse, they would undoubtedly become lost. It was only through his formidable spiritual sense that Li Qingshu could navigate his way. Suddenly, as he flew, he noticed the waters below begin to churn violently, reminiscent of boiling liquid. Shortly thereafter, a fiery red light emerged from the previously dim depths. Expanding rapidly, he extended his spiritual sense and discovered that several thousand underwater volcanoes had begun to erupt simultaneously due to tectonic shifts. Columns of white mist erupted from the sea surface, and numerous scorched fish and shrimp floated belly up, their flesh seared. What is that? Just as Li Qingshu contemplated leaving the area, he caught sight of 12 azure orbs surging from the largest volcanic crater. With a wave of his hand, a surge of immense spiritual power enveloped the 12 orbs, drawing them before him. Each orb, about the size of a fist, shimmered with radiant light, and their surfaces were etched with faint, ethereal Tao patterns. Could these be the 12 sea-calming pearls? Li Qingshu was momentarily taken aback that it seemed that after elevating his foundational attributes to the purple-gold level, his fortune had also significantly improved, allowing him to encounter such a fortuitous event. Although these 12 sea-calming pearls were only of medium-grade innate treasure quality, when combined with the 24 in Zhao Gongming's possession, they would amount to a supreme innate treasure. Just as Li Qingshu intended to collect them, an inexplicable chill coursed through him, raising the hairs on his body, accompanied by a sharp pain in his brow, as if something were about to pierce through. Without hesitation, Li Qingshu executed the golden peng's swift escape, and in the next instant, a black-red beam of light pierced through the afterimage he left behind, tearing a deep rift in the surrounding space. Focusing his gaze, he realized that the assailant was a peculiar-looking mosquito. This mosquito, the size of a calf, had a body as dark as ink, yet boasted 6 pairs of wings as thin as cicada wings. Along with a glistening, sharp proboscis, mosquito Taoist, cultivation level, great Luo, golden immortal. Attributes: blood-winged black mosquito gold, flight and trace gold, reckless white, average fortune green. So it is the mosquito Taoist. Li Qingshu murmured inwardly. He had been perplexed as to why someone would dare to attack him. A direct disciple of but given that it was the mosquito Taoist, such audacity was not surprising. The mosquito Taoist was notoriously bold. In Li Qingshu's memories from his past life, during the final stages of the Hongjun calamity, when Junti and Jin sought to seize disciples within the 10,000 immortal array, the mosquito Taoist had escaped the watch of the youth and flown directly to Ling Mountain, siphoning off 3 grades of merit from the 12-petal golden lotus of Jin, reducing it to a 9-petal golden lotus. Had it not been for Junti and Jin's timely intervention, the remaining 9 petals would have surely been drained as well. Furthermore, the mosquito Taoist flight and trace attribute allowed it to conceal itself within the fabric of the world, traversing the seas undetected, existing within the world yet remaining unseen. This rendered even the most powerful sages, despite their immense capabilities, unable to trace the mosquito Taoist's whereabouts. Contemplating this, Li Qingshu felt a surge of excitement. A sage's thoughts could unveil the myriad wonders of the primordial world in an instant, that if he wished to alter the course of the Hongjun calamity and save from annihilation, acquiring the flight and trace attribute was absolutely essential. System: how many source points are required to download flight and trace? Li Qingshu silently inquired within to avoid unforeseen circumstances. He planned to directly download the flight and trace attribute for himself. System: host. It requires 8 million source points. 8 million? Truly, it is a profound ability that can evade the calculations of sages, nearing the level of purple gold attributes, Li Qingshu mused. Initially, he had intended to use his remaining 100,000 source points to download this attribute. But now it seemed he would have to take a risk, attempting to defeat the Mosquito Taoist to see if he could obtain the attribute as a drop. Li Qingshu assessed the Mosquito Taoist. The latter was scrutinizing him in return, as, "Oh, this is the disciple of a sage, capable of evading my ambush," the Mosquito Taoist remarked, its voice sharp and grating, as if squeezed from its throat. "Knowing my identity, how dare you act so recklessly?" Li Qingshu replied, channeling his inner spiritual power in preparation for a thunderous strike. "Humph! What if you are a sage's disciple? Others may fear you, but I do not." The Mosquito Taoist scoffed arrogantly, then continued, "Surrender all your treasures, and out of respect for the heavens, I shall spare your life." Li Qingshu did not respond. Instead, he cast his gaze behind the Mosquito Taoist, feigning respect as he bowed. "Disciple greets master." The Mosquito Taoist trembled, its body stiffening, face paling. Although its speed was unparalleled below the quasi-saint realm and its movements inscrutable, should a sage seal the surrounding space, even the most formidable abilities would be rendered futile. In that fleeting moment when the Mosquito Taoist's mind was disturbed, Li Qingshu unhesitatingly unleashed a thunderous strike. Sky-splitting sword chi. Li Qingshu transformed his finger into a sword, unleashing a torrent of spiritual power that instantly coalesced into two razor-sharp sword energies. The dazzling sword light, imbued with an indomitable force, cleaved through the heavens, striking the junction where the Mosquito Taoist's wings met its body in the blink of an eye. As the fierce sword energy whistled by, the Mosquito Taoist's delicate wings were severed at the roots, spiraling gently toward the sea surface. Li Qingshu assessed that the Mosquito Taoist was a blood-winged black mosquito at the great Luo golden immortal level. Instantly defeating it seemed unlikely, as it would undoubtedly flee at the first sign of danger. Thus, to ensure his success in obtaining the flight and trace golden attribute, he chose to inflict a heavy blow while targeting its wings. "You dare to ambush me, you little brat." The Mosquito Taoist bled profusely from its wounds, its face darkening, eyes blazing with murderous intent. "Initially, it sought to claim your treasures, but now you have proven to be utterly foolish. Daring to strike at me you truly believe that your status as a disciple of the heavens grants you immunity from my wrath." The Mosquito Taoist was not only a guest of the Zhixiao Palace, but also a formidable figure at the great Luo golden immortal level. Caught off guard by the treachery of the younger Li Qingshu, who had unexpectedly severed his wings, he was instantly engulfed by a fury that knew no bounds. Upon hearing the remark, Li Qingshu offered no response. Instead, he enveloped himself with the power of the upper clear divine thunder and charged directly at the Mosquito Taoist. After all, with the Mosquito Taoist cultivation at the great Luo golden immortal level, as long as his primordial spirit or true essence remained intact, his physical injuries would swiftly heal. Therefore, Li Qingshu understood that he must launch a relentless and fierce assault to prevent his opponent from mending his wings. Seeking death. Although Li Qingshu's prior injury had caught the Mosquito Taoist somewhat off guard, he remained confident in his superiority, believing his strength far surpassed that of the younger generation, due to the inconvenience of his true form in combat. The Mosquito Taoist transformed into a middle-aged man clad in a black robe. Empowered by the laws of battle, Li Qingshu felt as if the divine power coursing through his veins was boiling. Igniting an indomitable fighting spirit within him, he gathered his strength and unleashed a powerful punch towards the Mosquito Taoist, the mighty fist enveloped by the blazing upper clear divine thunder erupting in an instant. The Mosquito Taoist retaliated with a forceful punch of his own, and in the blink of an eye, their fists collided with tremendous impact. Boom! The terrifying power of thunder erupted like a blazing sun, sending the Mosquito Taoist hurtling away as if struck by a rampaging chaotic beast, flung several 100,000 miles away. Crackling lightning surrounded him, his body charred black, and dark red blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Shock flickered in his elongated eyes. Although his true form, the blood-winged black mosquito, lacked the formidable physique of the golden-winged Great Pung or the Golden Dragon, it was still a top-tier innate being. Moreover, he was a bona fide great Luo golden immortal, wielding the power of the devouring laws. His astonishment. In their initial clash, he suffered a significant setback, his internal organs roasted by the ferocious upper clear divine thunder. As the saying goes, preparation leads to success. Lack of it leads to failure. In any conflict, hesitation invites the enemy to rise, while decisiveness can lead to their downfall. With a successful strike, Li Qingshu offered no respite to the mosquito Taoist, once again stepping upon the upper clear divine thunder as he charged toward him. The primary distinction between the great Luo golden immortal and the Tai golden immortal lies in the mastery of the laws. Now wielding the law of battle and the law of killing, both of which rank among the top 50 of the 3,000 great laws, he felt no fear against the mosquito Taoist. Additionally, owing to his roots having reached the level of a purple gold attribute, the intensity of the divine power within him far exceeded that of an ordinary Tai golden immortal. Thus, Li Qingshu faced the mosquito Taoist without trepidation, resolutely determined to slay him and seize the flying body, tracing golden attribute for himself. Could a dignified great Luo golden immortal truly be outmatched by a mere junior? The mosquito Taoist, regaining his composure, activated the devouring laws, intending to consume Li Qingshu's flesh and essence to augment his own power. Boom! Boom! A fierce battle erupted in the depths of the North Sea, with raging divine power wreaking havoc across the heavens. Boundless Tao patterns colliding in a chaotic display. Billions of hectares of seawater boiled, surging and churning, sending countless columns of water soaring into the sky. Even the surrounding space fractured, resembling shattered mirrors, despite the mosquito Taoist unleashing all his trump cards and supreme techniques. He remained at a disadvantage. Li Qingshu's attacks were not only as ferocious as a volcanic eruption, but also as relentless as a torrential downpour, offering him no chance for respite as he relentlessly pursued and battered him. Though the mosquito Taoist wielded the devouring laws, capable of siphoning his enemy's essence to bolster his own, Li Qingshu's physique was incredibly resilient, akin to a treasure forged from divine gold. Furthermore, with the upper clear divine thunder enveloping him, any attempt by the mosquito Taoist to draw near would result in a debilitating shock from the divine thunder. Seizing this opportunity, Li Qingshu struck fiercely at his mouthparts, nearly shattering them with sheer force. Thud! Another resounding collision echoed. The mosquito Taoist was struck by Li Qingshu's overwhelming punch, plummeting like a meteor to the water's surface, creating a colossal splash that soared hundreds of thousands of feet high. Cough, cough. The mosquito Taoist struggled to rise, his severely wounded body urging him to retreat. As time passed, he realized that not only had Li Qingshu's combat strength not diminished, but had also grown considerably stronger than at the outset of their battle. Moreover, a terrifying aura of murderous intent radiated from Li Qingshu, infiltrating his mind and assailing his nerves with an insidious pressure. This young man was truly a harbinger of doom, as if evil itself had come to fruition. Should the battle continue, the mosquito Taoist feared for his very life. Muttering to himself, he resolved to flee. However, Li Qingshu was all too aware of the mosquito Taoist's intentions, as the latter attempted to open a spatial gate to escape. He discovered that he was completely ensnared within a cage formed by the concentrated upper, clear divine thunder. The mosquito Taoist's expression shifted dramatically as he exerted all his strength to break through the thunderous prison. Sky-cutting, sword chi. Thunderous might. 5 mountains supporting the heavens. Li Qingshu, enveloped in radiant upper clear divine thunder, glared with fierce determination. His imposing presence akin to that of a thunder deity descended upon the mortal realm. He first wielded his fingers as swords, unleashing 3 piercing sky-cutting sword chis, then pressed down with both palms, summoning thousands of blazing upper clear divine thunders to rain down upon the mosquito Taoist. Finally, with his hands forming the mountain embrace seal, he unleashed the first form of the heavenly splitting palm. 5 mountains supporting the heavens. Boom! Boom! The fierce sky-cutting sword chi whistled through the air, cleaving the severely wounded mosquito Taoist into 4 pieces. Following this, tens of thousands of upper clear divine thunders cascaded down, obliterating the mosquito Taoist's form into mere dust. In the next moment, a colossal mountain descended, akin to the celestial grinding mill, utterly annihilating the mosquito Taoist's primordial spirit along with his true essence. Thus, the once mighty mosquito Taoist, a guest of Zixiao Palace, was left with nothing but scattered remnants of his soul. Upon detecting the items dropped by the mosquito Taoist, flying body tracing, gold, mediocre fortune, blue, would you like to collect them immediately? The system prompt swiftly appeared before Li Qingxiu's eyes that it truly dropped. Li Qingxiu's heart surged with joy upon witnessing this, that he had finally obtained the attribute he desired, rendering his efforts to slay the mosquito Taoist worthwhile. Collect immediately. Li Qingxiu commanded the system. Understood. Collection successful. As the system's voice echoed, the two attributes merged seamlessly into one with the acquisition of flying body tracing. He would no longer have to act with trepidation or excessive caution in a vast wilderness. Li Qingxiu murmured to himself. After assimilating the attributes, he began to reflect on the recent battle with the mosquito Taoist. The might of a great Luo golden immortal is indeed incomparable to that of a Tai golden immortal. Had I not taken the initiative to sever his wings and neutralize the effectiveness of his devouring laws during the fight, it is uncertain whether I would have emerged victorious. Li Qingxiu pondered. Having trained for a relatively short time and with a lower cultivation level, the battles he had experienced after crossing over had all been against opponents of higher realms, fraught with peril. Currently, his most pressing concern was to elevate his cultivation level as much as possible. However, he had heard that during the breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal level, the quality of the three flowers was crucial and would greatly influence his future path as a cultivator. It seemed that he must strive to enhance himself before breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal. Although the great Luo golden immortal is considered a powerful entity in the wilderness world, he sought to elevate his status further. However, for the true strong, it marks the beginning of another chapter. The sturdier the foundation laid during the breakthrough to the great Luo golden immortal, the higher the ceiling of future achievements. Just as Li Qingxiu pondered deeply, the nearby land suddenly trembled with a thunderous roar. The trees on the land swayed violently, and vast mountains, soil, and boulders tumbled down, crashing into the sea and sending up towering splashes. Moreover, due to the immense tremors of this land, even the sea, extending for billions of miles around, seemed to boil, stirring up monstrous waves. Following the sound, Li Qingxiu turned his gaze and beheld an enormous head emerging from the depths of the ocean. This head was astonishingly large, spanning billions of miles, comparable to the golden Ao island of the eyes embedded within the head resembled twin suns, radiating an unsettling brilliance. Not only that, but Li Qingxiu soon realized that the trembling land was not an island at all, but rather the body of this creature. He concentrated, information about this being materialized before his eyes. North Sea Xian turtle cultivation, sub-holy attributes, ultimate innate purple gold, innate spiritual connection gold, natural born strong gold, fortune and misfortune intertwined, white. Upon seeing this information, Li Qingxiu understood that the entity before him was indeed the North Sea Xian turtle he had been seeking. It appeared that his earlier battle with the mosquito Taoist had roused this being from its slumber. However, the vastness of the North Sea Xian turtle's form far exceeded his expectations, eclipsing even the galaxy in which he had lived in his past life. Furthermore, the North Sea Xian turtle had reached the sub-holy realm, situated between the quasi-holy and holy levels, vastly surpassing other top-tier beings of the primordial world, and was merely a step away from true sanctification. Only such a colossal creature could potentially support the primordial world in place of the unmoving mountain. Li Qingxiu mused, "Young one, what era do you think this is?" The voice of the North Sea Xian turtle resonated in Li Qingxiu's ears, ancient and profound. "Returning to my esteemed senior, the Hongjun catastrophe has now concluded, and it has been several tens of millions of years since Hongjun Daozu attained sainthood." Li Qingxiu replied respectfully, cupping his hands. "Hongjun catastrophe, attaining sainthood?" The North Sea Xian turtle sighed. "I must have slept for quite a long time. I still recall that the last time I awakened, this little dragon had just begun to make a name for itself, vowing to carve out its own domain." Looking up at the vast sky, the North Sea Xian turtle reflected. Its essence was one of the most exalted innate beings of the primordial world, possessing the peak cultivation of the great Luo golden immortal upon birth, endowed with boundless longevity. Moreover, due to its desire to remain uninvolved in the affairs of the primordial realm, it had chosen to slumber in the North Sea. During its slumber, its body continuously absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, thus advancing to the subholy realm. However, it vaguely sensed that without a tremendous fortuity, its cultivation had reached its limits, forever unable to take that seemingly close yet truly unattainable step. What little dragon? Li Qingshu inquired, somewhat puzzled. Esteemed senior, it has been a long time since we last met that moment. A voice imbued with weariness emerged from the depths of the S.L. Qingshu extended a spiritual sense and discovered that the ocean floor here was immensely deep, extending billions of miles, far surpassing other locations. The terrain resembled a colossal funnel. Coiled at the bottom of this funnel was a colossal nine-clawed golden dragon, enveloped in golden scales, measuring several tens of millions of miles in length. Upon opening its eyes, they shone like two blazing suns, emitting a tangible golden radiance, while its red whiskers fluttered in the water, exuding an air of majesty. Yet the scales upon its body were dim, its aura fluctuating, revealing a sense of a flickering flame in the wind. Ancestral dragon cultivation, perfected primordial golden immortal attributes. Nine-clawed golden dragon gold, extraordinary destiny gold, royal fate gold, peak and decline, black. The ancestral dragon is still alive. Upon realizing the identity of the being before him, Li Qingshu was instantly taken aback that he and all the myriad spirits of the primordial realm had believed that the ancestral dragon had willingly transformed into the Tao. Like the initial Qilin, to appease the heavenly Tao's wrath and leave a glimmer of hope for the remaining members of its kin. Little did they know, the ancestral dragon had been concealed in the depths of the North Sea. Connecting the underwater terrain to the current state of the ancestral dragon, Li Qingshu suddenly formed a conjecture in his mind. It seemed that this place was indeed the legendary resting place of all things. The Goetiu. The bottom of Goetiu was the North Sea's eye, where the ancestral dragon, akin to the primordial phoenix suppressing the undying volcano, restrained the North Sea to prevent the rules of the chaotic world from invading the primordial realm, thus restoring the primordial to chaos. While the primordial world was the pinnacle of the myriad worlds beneath the great Tao, the untimely demise of Panga the Creator had left numerous bugs. For instance, the prematurely awakened heavenly Tao, the incomplete earth Tao, and the yet-to-materialize human Tao, along with the undying volcano that could obliterate half of the western primordial realm and the four eyes connecting to the chaotic world. The ancestral dragon now served as a plug, temporarily sealing the greatest North Sea eye, preventing the laws of the chaotic world from assimilating the primordial realm. However, while this safeguarded the primordial world, the ancestral dragon as corporeal form was constantly subjected to the erosion of chaotic laws. Coupled with its current state of being engulfed in the flames of tribulation, it was far from its former peak condition. Teetering on the brink of exhaustion, its soul nearly dissipated. Little dragon, did you not vow to lead your kin to achieve great dominion? The North Sea Shin turtle inquired of the ancestral dragon. Alas, I led the dragon clan, along with the Phoenix clan and Qilin clan, to vie for supremacy in the primordial realm, which ultimately triggered the calamity, resulting in our eventual reckoning by the heavenly Tao. The ancestral dragon lamented. Back then, your dragon clan, alongside the Phoenix clan, Qilin clan, and numerous others, stormed the heavenly court, ending the Beast Emperor dynasty and the calamity. You should be aware of the horrors of such calamities. Why then repeat the mistakes of the past? The North Sea Shin turtle pressed that we are indeed aware of the consequences of triggering a calamity, upon perceiving a significant increase in the karmic burden of heaven and earth. Our three clans ceased hostilities. Had it not been for some unseen forces stirring the pot, we would not have fallen to such a fate. The ancestral dragon's gaze shifted toward the chaotic world, though his eyes were filled with profound wariness, unwilling to elaborate further. Indeed, you have been wise to remain secluded here, untouched by the web of karma, free from disaster, the ancestral dragon expressed with envy. Had he not been driven by ambition to lead his kin down the path of dominance over the primordial realm, he would not have met such an end, although he still lived. He was akin to a candle flickering in the wind, barely clinging to life under the dual pressures of chaotic law and tribulation fire. The tree wishes to be still, but the wind does not cease. Who can claim to remain unscathed within the primordial realm? The North Sea Xian turtle raised its head, gazing at the heavens and murmuring "Li Qingshu." Upon hearing this, maintained a facade of calm, yet tumultuous waves surged within him. The primordial realm was currently ensnared in calamity, with the heavenly secrets in utter disarray, rendering even saints incapable of deciphering even a fragment. Yet the North Sea Xian turtle could foresee a great calamity approaching, which was indeed astonishing. However, turtles were inherently more attuned to spiritual awareness. It was through the markings on a turtle shell that Fuxi established the innate 8 trigrams for divination, the most exalted of turtle-like beings. The North Sea Xian turtle's instincts for fortune and misfortune were undoubtedly beyond those of ordinary cultivators. Nonetheless, as the saying goes, there is always a glimmer of hope in every situation. Such is also the doctrine of Mai. If possible, I shall find a way to assist my esteemed senior in navigating this calamity. Li Qingshu recognized that his opportunity had arrived and promptly offered his assistance. The North Sea Xian turtle inquired with some confusion, as this was the first time it had heard of such a faction. Currently, the primordial realm comprised 7 saints, among whom the upper clear Tontian, transformed from the essence of Pangu, was one. That there was a sect founded by upper clear Tontian. Zulong proactively elucidated. Upon hearing this, the Xian turtle of the North Sea gently nodded that in that case, I shall extend my gratitude in advance for your kind intentions. Young friend, he had slumbered for eons, now awakened due to Li Qingshu, feeling that perhaps there was a predestined connection at play. With the successful establishment of an agreement with the North Sea Xian turtle, and having garnered a preliminary sense of trust from the other party, Li Qingshu felt a surge of elation in his heart. With this agreement in place, when Mount Buzhou eventually collapses, he could directly approach this location, persuading the North Sea Xian turtle to actively support the heavens, thereby reaping a substantial harvest of invaluable merits. Furthermore, due to the groundwork laid today, his encouragement for the North Sea Xian turtle to uphold the heavens would be entirely reasonable and natural, arousing no undue suspicion from Hongjun Daozu. After exchanging a few words with Zulong and Li Qingshu, the North Sea Xian turtle, feeling utterly fatigued, fell silent once more. The North Sea Xian turtle resumed its slumber, while Li Qingshu, having achieved his objective, set forth on his journey back to Golden Ao Island. During this time, he continued his cultivation of the Shangqing Immortal Sutra and the heaven-splitting Divine Palm, not neglecting to deduce his own Tao, immortal scripture. After tens of thousands of years, with his greatly enhanced comprehension, Li Qingshu not only advanced the Tao, immortal scripture to the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm, but also subtly touched upon the second form of the heaven-splitting Divine Palm, Songhai Duan Lu. The Daobao Taoist had spent many years cultivating this divine ability and had only just grasped the first form, Weiyue Qingtian, while Li Qingshu, in a mere tens of thousands of years, was on the verge of comprehending the second form. This clearly illustrated that some things cannot simply be achieved through the passage of time. Without sufficient comprehension, even the most relentless efforts would yield no results. After tens of thousands of years, Li Qingshu arrived before a grand mountain at the intersection of the eastern and northern regions of the primordial world. Most other mountains formed continuous ranges, and even solitary peaks displayed gentle undulations, with distinct ridges and slopes. However, the colossal mountain before Li Qingshu, standing at billions of zhang, rose abruptly from the ground, resembling a sharp sword thrust into the boundless earth, an astonishing sight. This mountain was known as Shouyang Mountain, a prominent edifice within the entire primordial realm, truly magnificent, he mused. However, there was a saying that Shouyang Mountain was transformed from Pangu's bull's testicle. Its veracity remained uncertain. Li Qingshu raised his gaze, admiring the imposing Shouyang Mountain, and could not help but exclaim, "Yet, The reason for his arduous journey to this place was not merely to pay homage to the divine bull of Pangu, but rather to pursue a more significant objective. From his past life memories, he understood that the ease with which Taijing Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and other saints manipulated the human race stemmed not only from their formidable cultivation, but also from a crucial factor: the human race's supreme treasure. The Kongtong seal had fallen into the hands of these saints as the supreme treasure of the human race. The Kongtong seal held the power to establish or depose emperors if he could not acquire the Kongtong seal. Even if the human race ultimately became the masters of heaven and earth, Taijing Laozu, Yuan Shi Tianzuan, and others could still readily support a puppet emperor, continuing to exploit the human race as mere pawns of fate. "Let me see where this Kongtong seal is," Li Qingshu murmured, directing his divine sense towards Shouyang Mountain. Several hours later, Li Qingshu finally sensed an exceedingly concealed innate restriction at the heart of the mountain. This innate restriction effectively cloaked the aura of the Kongtong seal, rendering it undetectable to other beings of the primordial world. Had Li Qingshu not been aware that the Kongtong seal was hidden within Shouyang Mountain and had not recently experienced a significant surge in cultivation, he might have genuinely failed to perceive it. "Come forth." After pinpointing the location of the Kongtong seal, Li Qingshu immediately unleashed a pure and vast surge of divine power, commencing the dissolution of this innate restriction. Moments later, a brilliant golden radiance erupted from the stone crevices of Shouyang Mountain. Following this, a square golden seal, roughly the size of a human head, soared forth from within. This seal was intricately carved with the four sacred beasts: the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise, with 9 vividly depicted golden dragons coiling around its top. The inscription Kongtong adorned its surface, surrounded by countless faintly discernible innate Tao patterns, exuding a majestic and formidable aura. "I shall take this Kongtong seal on behalf of the human race," Li Qingshu thought to himself. Given the current state of the human race, even if he were to hand the Kongtong seal over to the 3 ancestral figures, it would likely end up in the hands of Taijing Laozu and the like. Thus, it was most appropriate for him to safeguard this critically important treasure for the time being. Just as Li Qingshu intended to stow the Kongtong seal and return to Golden Ao Island, a sudden distortion rippled through the nearby space. In the next instant, a portal manifested, from which the Xiandu Grandmaster, clad in a white Taoist robe, emerged. "Qingshu Shidi, how have you fared?" the Xiandu Grandmaster greeted with a gentle smile. Upon witnessing the other party traversing the void, Li Qingshu was taken aback. After all, such a feat was a capability exclusive to the great Luo Golden Immortals, the last time he had encountered the Xiandu Grandmaster during the Sanqing teachings. The latter had only been at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Now, merely tens of thousands of years had passed. Could it be that Taijing Laozu had permitted the Xiandu Grandmaster to consume the 9 transformation golden pills as if they were mere candies? Hastening his progress to the great Luo Golden Immortal, as he focused on the Xiandu Grandmaster, detailed information about the other party resurfaced before him. The Xiandu Grandmaster's cultivation now matched his own, both at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. It seemed that Taijing Laozu had bestowed upon him a special treasure, granting him the ability to traverse the void at this level. Xiandu Shixiang, Li Qingshu, despite harboring discontent regarding the Xiandu Grandmaster's disregard for the human race, still offered a polite greeting. In merely tens of thousands of years, Qingshu Shidi has already advanced to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Such a pace of enhancement is truly astonishing, the Xiandu Grandmaster remarked, sensing the aura emanating from Li Qingshu, Taijing Laozu's only direct disciple. He had frequently received personalized teachings from his master, significantly bolstered by various rare treasures and miraculous elixirs, which had facilitated his current cultivation. Yet, Li Qingshu's rate of growth surpassed even his own, leaving him in awe. Shidi has traversed the primordial world and fortuitously encountered some opportunities, which has allowed me to barely break through to the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. May I inquire what brings Xiandu Shixiang to this place? Li Qingshu, uninterested in idle chatter, responded perfunctorily before steering the conversation towards the matter at hand. "I have come at the behest of my master to retrieve the Kongtong seal from Shouyang Mountain." the Xiandu Grandmaster indicated. Gesturing towards the Kongtong seal hovering in Li Qingshu's hand at IC, Li Qingshu smiled, directly stowing the Kongtong seal within his internal space. Upon witnessing this, the Xiandu Grandmaster's expression darkened, furrowing his brow. Qingshu Shidi, I have been honored as my master's sole direct disciple, and over the years I have greatly benefited from his teachings. This is my master's first task for me, and I do not wish to disappoint him. I kindly request that you consider our ties in the Jie Sect and relinquish the Kongtong seal to your elder brother. The Xiandu Grandmaster played the emotional card. Yet upon hearing this, Li Qingshu remained unfazed, his aversion to the other party's moral coercion growing stronger. Your gratitude towards your master has nothing to do with me, Li Qingshu thought. The Kongtong seal was a supreme, innate spiritual treasure. This old fellow thought he could simply take it with a few flattering words. Was there such a good deal in the world? Though displeased, Li Qingshu maintained a courteous facade as he declined the request. Observing that his emotional appeal had failed, the Xiandu Grandmaster promptly switched tactics. Qingshu Shidi, you may not be aware, but the Kongtong seal is a treasure of the human race, integral to the fate of all humanity. My master dispatched me to retrieve it for the good of the human race. To prevent this treasure from falling into the hands of those with ulterior motives, I implore you to consider the greater good and the welfare of the human race. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu could hardly suppress a roll of his eyes. If to safeguard the Kongtong seal from those with ill intentions towards the human race, I.n. the entire primordial world. Aside from the demon race, who could be more unscrupulous towards the human race than Taijing Laozu himself? Although Niuhua may have neglected the human race, it is only fitting that we enjoy the fortune bestowed upon us as a result of her creation. In contrast, Laozi of Taching, who established the teachings of humanity and utilized the human race to attain heavenly merit and sanctification, has not provided any substantial assistance to humankind while reaping its benefits. Thus, regardless of how morally righteous the Grand Master of Xuandu may proclaim himself to be, he is unlikely to change his stance that I understand now. Thank you for the information, senior brother. However, as a direct disciple of there are few in the Hongjun world who would dare to lay a hand on me. The Kongtong seal in my possession is perfectly safe, so there is no need for you to concern yourself. Li Qingshu replied calmly. Upon hearing this, the Grand Master of Xuandu recognized Li Qingshu's resolute attitude. He retracted his smile and solemnly stated, Junior brother Qingshu, the Kongtong seal is a supreme treasure of the human race and rightfully belongs to our teachings. I hope you understand this principle and refrain from interfering in our matters. Seeing the Grand Master of Xuandu take such a firm stance, Li Qingshu could no longer engage in pretense. Have you forgotten, senior brother, that I too am a part of the human race? Is there any reason I should not hold the Kongtong seal? Moreover, in a world devoid of ownership, the first to arrive is the first to claim. Since I have discovered the Kongtong seal first, it rightfully belongs to me. You intend to bully me with your influence and seize what is mine. The Grand Master of Xuandu attempted to impose moral constraints, but Li Qingshu was no pushover, directly countering, to disrupt the bonds between the three teachings, to bully the weak, and to seize treasures. Such accusations cannot be ignored. The Grand Master of Xuandu's expression shifted slightly upon hearing this. Although he was aware that Taching's master was determined to acquire the Kongtong seal, he found himself at a loss with the unyielding Li Qingshu. After all, Li Qingshu's cultivation had reached a level equal to his own. Even if he attempted to seize the Kongtong seal first and then negotiate with his master, it would be impossible. Li Qingshu had already been able to overpower Guang Chengzi, who was at the Tai Golden Immortal level, during his own Golden Immortal stage. Now that they were at the same level, and considering the Grand Master had only attained his level through the use of elixirs, if he were to confront Li Qingshu, he would likely not only fail to obtain the Kongtong seal, but might also be left severely beaten. Since your mind is set, I can only inform our master of the situation. The Grand Master of Xuandu said, bringing up Taching in an attempt to intimidate Li Qingsu. Li Qingshu replied, please do as you wish, as a member of the human race and the rightful claimant of the Kongtong seal. He felt justified in his position. The Grand Master of Xuandu could inform Taching, and he would not fear even if it reached Hongjun Daozu. Very well, The Grand Master of Xuan nodded and once again opened a spatial door with the spiritual treasure. Returning to the Eight Sceneries Palace on Mount Daluo. After securing the Kongtong seal, Li Qingshu resumed his journey back to Jinao Island, in the eastern region of Hongjun. Qingxiu Mountain rises majestically, towering for tens of millions of zhang. Though it lacks the grandeur of Buzhou Mountain or Kunlun Mountain, its scenery is exceptionally beautiful. To the foot of the mountain, crystal clear waters embrace the base, while the midsection is adorned with a vibrant sea of flowers. At its peak stands a low-grade postnatal spiritual root known as the Qingxiu tree, towering over hundreds of thousands of zhang, its canopy lush and verdant, casting a divine green light that envelopes the entire Qingxiu Mountain in a sacred and peaceful ambience. This place serves as the abode of the Qingxiu Fox clan, a lineage that has lived in seclusion for generations, avoiding all conflicts and leading a life of tranquility. However, today, the serene existence of the Qingxiu Fox clan has been utterly disrupted by the arrival of unexpected guests. At the summit of Qingxiu Mountain, the elderly leader of the Qingxiu Fox clan, with hair and beard as white as snow, along with several elders, is hosting a banquet under the Qingxiu tree for a few disciples of the. Behind them stand several young talents of the Fox clan, showing great respect, the esteemed disciples of the sage Grace Qingxiu Mountain. Our Qingxiu Fox clan is truly honored, the clan leader said with a beaming smile. After all, this is a grand sect founded by a sage, a formidable entity in the entire Hongjun world. They eagerly anticipated forging close ties with the disciples of the, hoping for future exchanges of knowledge. Perhaps, when faced with calamities, they might rely on this connection to avert disaster. The Cheng'er Dingguang, clad in a yellow robe and possessing rodent-like eyes, scrutinized the young fox women with a lascivious gaze. One cannot deny that the members of the Fox clan are all exceptionally beautiful, with the women possessing alluring figures that stirred Chang'er Dingguang's desires. Who are these individuals? He inquired, downing a cup of fine wine before gesturing towards the standing Fox clan members. These are our exceptional clansmen from the Qingxiu Fox clan. To be candid, I wish to ask the immortal to recommend them, in hopes of allowing them to join the, even if only as nominal disciples, the clan leader said, rising to pour a cup of wine for Chang'er Dingguang. Placing a space pouch filled with treasures on the table before him, Our has always welcomed all sincere seekers of the Tao. Anyone with a genuine intent to cultivate has the opportunity to become part of our sect. Chang'er Dingguang replied with a slight smile as he accepted the pouch. Huh. The clan leader, seeing Chang'er Dingguang accept the pouch, was immediately filled with joy, believing the matter to be settled. However, Chang'er Dingguang then shifted the conversation, casting an unrestrained gaze upon the young fox women. The fox women felt an icy chill run down their spines at his predatory gaze, wanting to express their anger, but they could only suppress their discomfort and bury their fury deep within. Whether their hearts are truly devoted to seeking the Tao is hard to determine, Chang'er Dingguang said, finishing his drink and speaking with a significant tone. This, the clan leader and several elders exchanged glances. Bewildered by Chang'er Dingguang's words that I am but a foolish old man, incapable of understanding the true meaning behind your words, I implore the immortal to elucidate, the clan leader said. Let them accompany me back to my cave, where I shall personally test their resolve in seeking the Tao, Chang'er Dingguang said, licking his lips, his narrow eyes gleaming with lust. Upon hearing this, the clan leader and several elders' expressions changed drastically, while the young fox women turned pale and instinctively took a few steps back. Immortal, they are all my dear granddaughters. Furthermore, if a Fox clan woman loses her original een, her cultivation potential will be severely diminished. I beseech the immortal to show mercy, the clan leader pleaded with a forced smile. Chang'er Dingguang, upon hearing this, slammed the wine cup down on the table, shattering it into pieces and sending wine splattering to Oh, you think my status is unworthy of your granddaughters? Chang'er Dingguang said coldly. Indeed, for our senior brother to take an interest in them is their honor. Old man, do not be ungrateful. The external disciples of the standing beside Chang'er Dingguang immediately pointed at the clan leader and elders, shouting arrogantly, Immortal, please do not be angry. I absolutely did not mean it that way, the clan leader hurriedly explained, If Chang'er Dingguang genuinely wished to take his granddaughters as companions, he would certainly not oppose it. However, it was clear that the immortal was driven by carnal desires, wanting to treat them as mere playthings, and he could not bear to push his granddaughters into the flames of disaster. In the Hongjun world, countless clans vanish into oblivion daily. As one of the 7 attendants of the sage, my status is second only to the sage and his direct disciples. If you provoke me, be wary that your Qingqiu Fox clan may be erased from the annals of Hongjun. The long-eared luminary, with a frosty countenance, issued a flagrant threat. Upon hearing his words, the members of the Fox clan felt a sudden weight in their hearts. Although the Qingqiu Fox clan does not rank at the bottom of the primordial world, it remains inconsequential compared to the colossal entity of the Jie Sect, one of the 7 celestial attendants of the saint. The long-eared luminary is a formidable figure they cannot afford to offend. This Qingqiu tree seems rather splendid. Leaving it here would be a waste, just as the Fox clan members were at a loss for what to do. The long-eared luminary spoke again. What my esteemed senior brother says is indeed correct. In my opinion, this Qingqiu tree would be far better suited for planting on my senior brother's island. Indeed, it is most fitting. The other outer disciples of Jiao quickly grasped the long-eared luminary's intentions and eagerly chimed in. Esteemed luminary, this Qingqiu tree is the sacred tree upon which our Fox clan depends for survival. It is the very essence of our existence. We implore you to show mercy. I would be eternally grateful. The Fox clan's patriarch immediately rose, bowing deeply in supplication. Silence. The long-eared luminary's brows furrowed at the patriarch's pleas, and without hesitation, he struck him across the face, smack. The patriarch was sent flying several hundred meters, a tooth flying from his mouth, blood staining his white hair. I have no desire to waste words with you. You have 2 choices. Either surrender this Qingqiu tree along with your kin to me, or prepare for the annihilation of the Qingqiu Fox clan. The long-eared luminary coldly proclaimed as he poured himself a glass of fine wine. The elders and young women of the Fox clan felt a deep sense of despair upon hearing this. They had not anticipated that their warm hospitality would be met with such brazen robbery and threats of extermination. Should the Qingqiu Fox clan lose its sacred tree, even if the luminary refrained from acting, their fate would be sealed. Thus, we cannot acquiesce to the luminary's demands, declared the clan's elder with resolute finality. Very well, very well. The long-eared luminary, upon hearing this, could not help but erupt in laughter, repeating the phrase thrice. He had believed that by joining Jie and becoming one of the 7 celestial attendants of the saint, he could dominate the primordial realm. Yet, to his astonishment, this insignificant Qingqiu Fox clan dared to defy him. Since you seek death, I shall grant it. The long-eared luminary rose with a dramatic flourish, a palpable murderous intent emanating from him. The other Jie disciples overturned the table and summoned their magical artifacts, preparing to carry out the extermination of the Qingqiu Fox clan, just as the Fox clan members feared for their lives. A resounding voice suddenly echoed from the distant heavens. Long-eared, you possess quite the audacity. The voice, laced with disdain and mockery, incited the long-eared luminary's fury. Who dares to call my name so brazenly? He bellowed, his voice brimming with arrogance. In the next moment, a tall figure clad in a white Taoist robe, with flowing hair cascading down his shoulders, descended gracefully upon the peak of Qingqiu Mountain. Upon witnessing this, the long-eared luminary and several outer disciples of Jie felt their legs weaken, hastily bowing in reverence. Senior brother Qingqiu, your hospitality toward the Fox clan was met with their refusal to comply with your unreasonable demands, leading you to contemplate their annihilation. The identity of Jie disciples does not grant you the license to act with impunity. Li Qingqiu's countenance was grim as he cast a piercing gaze upon the long-eared luminary and his fellow disciples. An invisible pressure enveloping them like a vast ocean, causing them to sweat profusely, their bodies trembling uncontrollably. While he had anticipated the unruly behavior of those disciples within Jie, he had not expected them to act so egregiously. Had he not fortuitously passed through this area on his way back to Jinao Island, the lives of millions of foxes on Qingqiu Mountain would have been in grave peril. The members of the Qingqiu Fox clan sighed in relief. feeling as though they had narrowly escaped death. The status of the 7 celestial attendants within Jie was akin to that of inner disciples. Only a true disciple of the saint could instill such trepidation in the previously arrogant long-eared luminary. "Senior brother, you misunderstand," the long-eared luminary stammered, feeling as if an invisible mountain weighed heavily upon him, his mind racing for a way out. "Misunderstand?" Li Qingshu retorted. "I witnessed it with my own eyes. Do you think me so easily deceived?" With a swift motion, Li Qingshu delivered a resounding slap, sending the long-eared luminary hurtling through the air to crash against a stone wall, blood spurting from his mouth, in his memories of a past life. After the destruction of the immortal slaying sword array, Shanqing Tongtian began to set up the 10,000 immortals array and inscribe the names of Taiji and others onto the Six Souls banner, intending to use it to lead Jie to a victorious turnaround. Moreover, before the battle commenced, Shanqing Tongtian entrusted the Six Souls banner to the long-eared luminary for safekeeping, highlighting the trust placed in him. However, the long-eared luminary betrayed Jie and his master, surrendering the Six Souls banner, which obliterated any hope of a comeback for Jie, resulting in numerous casualties among its disciples. After the calamity of the Fengshen, the long-eared luminary joined the Buddhist sect, being conferred the title of Dingguang Huanqi Buddha. Thus, Li Qingshu harbored no fondness for this ungrateful traitor and yearned to flay him alive. Nevertheless, he did not intend to execute him immediately, as he foresaw future utility in keeping him alive. Li Qingshu's physical form and strength were both formidable. The force behind his enraged strike obliterated the long-eared luminary's internal organs. This display left the long-eared luminary's sycophants nearly paralyzed with fear. Given Li Qingshu's overwhelming strength, a blow directed at them would likely lead to their immediate demise. Simultaneously, he channeled a pure divine energy to heal the patriarch of the Qingxiu Fox clan. "The events of today are a reflection of my laxity and guidance as your senior brother, and I sincerely apologize," Li Qingshu addressed the Fox clan members. "Having experienced the rain, I wish to offer you an umbrella." As a member of the human race, he understood the despair of being at the mercy of others. The patriarch of the Qingxiu Fox clan felt a surge of astonishment. He had not expected the esteemed Li Qingshu, a direct disciple of the saint, to be so reasonable and understanding. Unlike the long-eared luminary's arrogance, in that moment, the impression of the Jie disciples among the Fox clan shifted dramatically. "Shameful wretches. Do you not return to seek forgiveness from our master?" Li Qingshu stepped forward, seizing the long-eared luminary by the ear and lifting him up, then rebuked the other outer disciples of Jie. Yes, the outer disciples hurriedly followed suit. Although they knew they would face punishment upon returning to Jinao Island, they dared not resist. After all, as a direct disciple of Jie, even if Li Qingshu were to slay them with a single strike, it would be deemed a necessary purging of the sect's conduct, rendering their deaths meaningless. Sometime later, Li Qingshu, still holding the long-eared luminary, returned with the outer disciples of Jie to Jinao Island. Upon his arrival, he immediately attracted the attention of many Jie disciples. Senior Brotherly has returned from traversing the primordial realm. Indeed, is Senior Brotherly from the aura emanating from him. It seems his cultivation has significantly advanced. Truly, he is the most perceptive among us. His rate of improvement is simply unparalleled. After marveling at Li Qingshu's rapid progress, the disciples turned their gaze towards the long-eared luminary. Alas, what has long-eared senior brother done to provoke Li Qingshu? He is being dragged back by the ear. Previously, Li Qingshu dealt with Guang Chengzi. Surely, he wouldn't dare to provoke him. That I suspect he must have committed some misdeed, only to be caught by Li Qingshu. Amidst the clamorous discussions of the disciples, the truth was soon uncovered. After all, Chang Erding Wangxian had long relied on his status as a disciple of the, accompanied by a few sycophants, to wreak havoc in the outside world, stirring considerable resentment among many clans in the eastern wilderness. Under the watchful gaze of the disciples, Li Qingshu brought Chang Erding Wangxian before the gates of the Bio Palace at Ziji Cliff. Disciple seeks an audience with the master. As Li Qingshu's words fell, the grand doors of Bio Palace swiftly swung open. He stepped onto the white clouds and gracefully passed through the entrance, arriving at the center of the great hall where Shanqing Tongtian awaited. Disciple has come to pay respects to the master. Qingshu unceremoniously tossed Chang Er Dingguangxi into the ground, and then solemnly bowed to Shanqing Tongtian. The thrown Chang Er Dingguangxian staggered a few steps before barely regaining his balance. Once steadied, he, along with the other external disciples of the, gazed up at Shanqing Tongtian, feeling immense pressure and dread. They could only redden their faces and, with reluctant resolve, greet, "We pay our respects to the master." Shanqing Tongtian nodded, feeling a slight astonishment at Li Qingshu's cultivation level, which had reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. He was taken aback by the rapid growth of his disciples' abilities, rivaling the likes of Daobao Daoren and Jinling Xingmu. What has transpired? Shanqing Tongtian inquired. He had been in profound seclusion, delving into the swordsmanship, only paying attention to the disciples within the confines of Golden Ao Island, largely oblivious to the external events in response to the master. Li Qingshu recounted the origin and progression of the events in meticulous detail. Upon hearing this, Shanqing Tongtian's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially presumed that Chang Er Dingguangxian was merely a bit unruly, but it was shocking to learn that he had become so audacious and reckless in the outside world, threatening to annihilate entire clans over trivial disagreements. Such behavior was even more brutal and bloodthirsty than that of the demonic cultivators. "Chang Er, do you recognize your errors?" Shanqing Tongtian asked in a grave tone. He had intended to expel Chang Er Dingguangxian from the outright. Yet, recalling the years of service the latter had rendered, he found himself softening. Disciple acknowledges his wrongdoings. Upon hearing this, Chang Er Dingguangxian and the other external disciples immediately felt their legs weaken, collapsing to the ground in a manner akin to pounding garlic, terrified that Shanqing Tongtian would obliterate them to uphold the teachings. "Given the grave mistakes you have committed, I shall impose a punishment upon you. You will reflect upon your actions at the base of Ziji Cliff for 30 million years, hoping you may sincerely contemplate and reform." After a brief moment of contemplation, Shanqing Tongtian declared. Upon hearing this, the faces of Chang Er Dingguangxian and his companions turned pale, their minds shaken as if struck by 5 thunderbolts, feeling as though the heavens had collapsed. While 30 million years might not be considered long for the top-tier powers of the wilderness, they themselves had only existed for a few million years. With this punishment, they were not only stripped of their freedom, but also destined to become the laughingstock among the tens of thousands of disciples of the... Yes, thank you, Master. Though their hearts felt as if they had swallowed bitter gall, Chang Er Dingguangxian and the others dared not oppose the will of the sage, resigning themselves to their punishment. However, they silently attributed this grievance to Li Qingshu. "Qingshu, your rapid cultivation growth has indeed surprised the master," Shanqing Tongtian remarked with a sense of satisfaction as he looked at Li Qingshu. "Thanks to the master's blessings, I encountered a few fortuitous opportunities during my travels." Li Qingshu responded with a cupped fist. "How has your practice of the heavenly splitting divine palm progressed? Are there any areas of confusion?" Shanqing Tongtian inquired, intending to use this opportunity to provide guidance to Li Qingshu. In response to the master, the disciple has successfully mastered the first form, 5 mountains supporting heaven. I have also gleaned some insights into the second form, Songhai Dui Lu, and should be able to master it in due time. Li Qingshu replied truthfully. Upon hearing this, Shanqing Tongtian was once again taken aback. Shortly after founding he had imparted the heavenly splitting divine palm to Daobao Daoren, Jinling Xingmu, Gui Ling Xingmu, and Wudong Xingmu. Yet to this day, only Daobao Daoren had barely touched upon the first form's principles, without fully mastering it. Meanwhile, Li Qingshu had accomplished this in merely a few 100,000 years, nearing mastery of the second form. Such comprehension was truly extraordinary that it seems I have indeed stumbled upon a rare gem from the depths of the sea, Shanqing Tongtian mused, growing increasingly satisfied with Li Qingshu. Given Li Qingshu's rate of growth and astonishing enlightenment, surpassing Daobao Daoren and Jinling Xingmu and becoming the foremost disciple of the appeared merely a matter of time. Excellent, but the path of cultivation is long and arduous. One must not be overly hasty, particularly regarding the flowering of the Luo Golden Immortal stage. It bears significant implications for future accomplishments that I advise you to deepen your foundation and refine your skills within the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Should you achieve a flowering of 9 petals or more at the moment of breaking through to the Luo, your future achievements will rival those of top-tier powers, such as Xu Wangmu and Zhen Yuanzi. Shanqing Tongtian advised Li Qingxiu. Thank you for the master's teachings. The disciple understands. Li Qingxiu nodded, having already resolved to do so. Master, I have more to discuss, Li Qingxiu continued. What is it? Shanqing Tongtian, intrigued by Li Qingxiu's serious demeanor, inquired. Though with its doctrine of inclusivity, has amassed a vast number of disciples, attracting countless celestial beings to our fold, which has greatly enriched yet it has also led to considerable drawbacks, setting aside the issue of backgrounds. The character of these disciples is highly variable. Many, like Chang Erding Wangxian, exploit the name of to commit misdeeds, causing harm to many. Such actions not only tarnish the reputation of our and undermine your standing, but also risk accumulating significant karmic retribution. Though the currently enjoys your protection, there may be no immediate ramifications. Yet if left unchecked, the gradual accumulation of karmic retribution may eventually pose a hidden threat leading to unimaginable consequences. Li Qingxiu, emboldened, expressed all his thoughts. Upon hearing Li Qingxiu's words, Shanqing Tongtian's expression grew serious, his gaze deepening, clearly contemplating the implications of what had been said. Noticing this, Li Qingxiu seized the moment to press on. It is said that the fierce beasts of the Calamity Era, the Beast Monarch, as well as the Dragon, Phoenix, and Qilin clans of the Dragon Han Calamity, once mighty forces, ultimately fell due to excessive accumulation of karmic retribution. Although the Master is a saint of the heavenly Tao, far surpassing figures like Shun Ni and Zulong, the lacks the innate treasures that stabilize fortunes, unlike the human sect or the Chan sect. Therefore, I believe it is imperative to establish regulations to restrain the behavior of the disciples, to prevent their actions from bringing calamity upon thee in the future. After Li Qingxiu finished speaking, he felt a twinge of anxiety, nervously observing Shanqing Tongtian's expression, worried that his words might provoke displeasure. After all, what he said directly pointed out the previous mismanagement of the disciples by Shanqing Tongtian. However, for the sake of the lives and futures of the tens of thousands of disciples as well as to prevent its potential downfall during the forthcoming calamity, he felt compelled to voice his suggestions candidly. After listening to Li Qingxiu's words, Shanqing Tongtian fell into contemplation. He had founded the based on the principle of inclusivity, believing that all beings in the wilderness, regardless of their origins, should have the right to cultivate, if they possessed the heart, to seek the Tao. He had never intended to create a force that oppressed the weak and harmed the innocent, that if he continued to allow disciples like Chang Erding Wangxian to act recklessly in the outside world, it was likely that they would soon become a reviled entity among all beings. While he had intended not to suppress any disciple's nature, he had inadvertently neglected to discipline them, thus enabling their misdeeds. It was indeed time for change. Taking a deep breath, Shanqing Tongtian spoke. Li Qingxiu, your insights are most astute. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu's heart soared with joy, and he felt a deep respect for Shanqing Tongtian. His master, as a true disciple of Pangdu, a direct transmission from the Tao ancestor and a saint of the heavenly Tao, bore an immensely noble status. Yet now, he could openly acknowledge his previous shortcomings. This was indeed a rare and commendable quality. Had it been the proud Yuan Shi Tianzun, he might have recognized his errors, but would have been too proud to admit them in front of his disciples, potentially reacting with anger and punishment instead. Your wisdom is unparalleled, Master, that Li Qingxiu bowed respectfully and said. Recently, I have been deeply engrossed in comprehending the pivotal aspects of the celestial sword path. Consequently, I find myself unable to dedicate the requisite energy to oversee the multitude of disciples. Therefore, I wish to entrust you with the responsibility of formulating the sect rules and ensuring their adherence among the disciples. Would you be willing to accept this task? Shanqing Tongtian, sensing the gravity of the situation, believed that since Li Qingxiu had proactively approached him regarding this matter, he must have already conceived detailed regulations and methods of enforcement. Upon hearing this, Li Qingxiu felt a wave of astonishment wash over him. After all, the roles of establishing sect rules and supervising disciples typically fell to the sect leader or the eldest disciple. He was merely the youngest among the direct disciples of Jie. Concerned about his capabilities and the possibility of disappointing his master's trust, Li Qingshu expressed his worries. His primary apprehension stemmed from his inferior status and insufficient experience, fearing that the hundreds of thousands of disciples under him might not respect his authority. He found himself caught in a dilemma, unsure whether to exert force or to refrain from doing so. Not fret, Shanqing Tongtian reassured him. With me supporting you, feel free to act without reservation. A subtle smile graced Shanqing Tongtian's face as he discerned Li Qingshu's concerns, and he promptly tossed a jade token to him. This token resembled a finely crafted small sword, faintly emanating a hint of the sword intent of a sage. With the characters Shanqing inscribed at its center, I in truth. The reason Shanqing Tongtian entrusted this matter to Li Qingshu was not only due to his need for an extended period of seclusion to delve into the celestial sword path, but also because he intended to cultivate Li Qingshu as a successor to oversee Jiejiao in the future. After all, Li Qingshu possessed remarkable talent in swordsmanship, shared a profound connection with him, and demonstrated extraordinary comprehension. It was highly likely that his future achievements would surpass both the Bao Dao Run and Jinling Shengmu. Moreover, the disciples like the Bao Dao Run and Jinling Shengmu had been part of Jiejiao for many years, and they were undoubtedly more aware of the behaviors of other disciples than Li Qingshu. Yet, they had never suggested the need to establish rules or impose restrictions on the conduct of disciples. Thus, Shanqing Tongtian concluded that they either lacked the vision and broader perspective to recognize the underlying risks or, having recognized them, were too timid to present their concerns directly to him, lacking the unwavering determination and courage that Li Qingshu exhibited. After careful consideration from various angles, Shanqing Tongtian decided to use this opportunity to help Li Qingshu establish authority in the eyes of the other Jiejiao disciples. Laying the groundwork for his future role in leading the sect, gazing at the crystalline jade token in his palm, Li Qingshu lifted his head to meet the smiling gaze of Shanqing Tongtian. He vaguely grasped his master's intentions. Since his master placed such importance and trust in him, he had no reason to retreat. Thank you for your trust. Master, I shall do my utmost to uphold the integrity of our sect. Li Qingshu responded, bowing deeply to Shanqing Tongtian as he accepted the token. Very well, Shanqing Tongtian waved his hand. You may go. Yes, Li Qingshu once more performed a solemn bow to Shanqing Tongtian before exiting the Bio Palace. With a thunderous sound, the grand doors of the palace closed behind him, signifying that Shanqing Tongtian had commenced his formal retreat into seclusion to contemplate the celestial sword path and strive for a higher realm of understanding. Junior brother, at that moment, a melodious and sweet voice rang out. Bai Shao, waiting not far away, was beaming with joy as she waved at him, soon joined by Yun Shao and Xiong Shao, who flew towards Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu nodded faintly, a smile gracing his features as he beheld the familiar faces before him. Yet his mind remained occupied with thoughts on how to promulgate the sect rules and ensure that the unruly and inherently wild disciples of Jiejiao would adhere to them. Junior brother, did Chang heir Ding Guangxian commit some misdeed that incurred Master's wrath? Yun Shao inquired with curiosity. Just moments ago, Chang heir Ding Guangxian and several Jiejiao disciples had departed from Bio Palace in a dejected state, and they had intended to inquire about the situation. However, the group had merely glared at them before retreating to a corner of Ziji Cliff. Indeed, Li Qingshu replied, while journeying back from my travels in Hongjun, I happened upon him abusing his authority as a Jiejiao disciple at Qingqiu Mountain, even threatening to annihilate the entire Qingqiu Fox clan over a trivial disagreement. Thus, I brought him back to Jineo Island to face Master's judgment. Master has sentenced him to reflect in solitude at the base of Ziji Cliff for 30 million years. Serves him right. That Chang'er rabbit has long been causing trouble with the sycophants, tarnishing our sect's reputation. And now he dares to contemplate exterminating entire clans. He deserves a severe punishment to instill some sense in him, Bai Shao declared, raising her fist. However, given Chang heir Ding Guangxian's narrow-mindedness, he may harbor resentment towards you after this incident. Xiong Shao gently cautioned. It matters not, Li Qingshu said nonchalantly. Having decided to make an example of Chang heir Ding Guangxian, he was unconcerned about any potential grudges or retaliations. In fact, had it not been for the utility he still possessed, he would have long since eradicated this rabbit from Qingxiu Mountain. Furthermore, his current cultivation level far exceeded that of Chang heir Ding Guangxian. And this gap would only widen in the future, rendering him impervious to any threat posed by the rabbit. Simultaneously, Li Qingxiu had already devised a plan for the formulation and enforcement of the sect rules. All Jie Jiao disciples, gather at Ziji Cliff to see me. His resonant voice, amplified by divine power, echoed like a thunderous bell across the sky, reverberating over Jineo Island and the myriad nearby islands. In no time, all Jie Jiao disciples heard his summons. A direct disciple of a sage, Li Qingxiu had previously demonstrated his prowess at the demon court wedding, earning considerable respect among the disciples. Upon hearing his call, numerous outer and inner disciples, as well as the winged immortals, hastily abandoned their tasks and soared towards Ziji Cliff. Though Jin Ling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and Gui Ling Shengmu were somewhat taken aback. They too concluded their seclusion and proceeded to Ziji Cliff at Indabao Palace. Dabao Daoren opened his eyes and furrowed his brow. To him, only his chief direct disciple had the right to command the other Jie Jiao disciples. Li Qingxiu, being the youngest direct disciple, had no grounds to act in such a manner, which he deemed an affront to his authority and position. Let me see what scheme you are concocting. Dabao Daoren murmured, a glint of malice flickering in his narrow eyes. Should Li Qingxiu make an exaggerated move without just cause to rally the entire sect, he would seize the opportunity to publicly humiliate Li Qingxiu, thus obliterating any chance he had to contend for control of Jie Jiao. Soon, hundreds of thousands of Jie Jiao disciples converged from all directions, creating a vast throng before Ziji Cliff. Shortly thereafter, the three ladies, Jin Ling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, and Gui Ling Shengmu, descended from the clouds, adorned in palace attire and crowned with phoenix headdresses, positioning themselves at the forefront of the gathered disciples. Junior brother, I greet the three esteemed sisters, Li Qingxiu saluted them. Indeed, Jinling Shengmu inquired, what prompted you to summon us, junior brother? Junior brother has an important announcement on behalf of master, so I kindly ask my sisters to remain patient for a moment. Li Qingxiu replied. Very well. The three sisters nodded with smiles, refraining from further inquiries. Before long, Dabao Daoren, Yu Yixian, Ling Yixian, Qiu Xian, Zhao Gongming, and other disciples also arrived at Li Qingxiu exchanged a perfunctory greeting with Dabao Daoren, who merely nodded in response. In a quarter of an hour, a dense sea of Jie Jiao disciples had formed before Ziji Cliff. They murmured among themselves, puzzled as to why Li Qingxiu had suddenly gathered them all, casting curious glances in his direction. Once Li Qingxiu confirmed that all Jie Jiao disciples on Jineo Island had assembled, he cleared his throat and spoke. Esteemed brothers and sisters, the reason I have gathered you here is to announce a matter of great significance. As soon as Li Qingxiu spoke, the murmurs in the venue came to an abrupt halt, with everyone fixated on his words. Without wasting time, he delved straight into the matter. Upon my return from my travels through the vast wilderness, I passed by the Qingxiu Mountain in the eastern expanse, only to discover that the long-eared Jingguang immortal, relying on his identity as a disciple of the, was acting as an accomplice to tyranny. Not only did he oppress the Qingxiu clan, but he also threatened the annihilation of millions of its members when their unreasonable demands were unmet. That I captured him and presented him to my master for judgment, who imposed a punishment of 3 million years of contemplation against the wall at the base of Ziji Cliff. To the utterance of Li Qingxiu's words, gasps of astonishment echoed throughout the venue. Many disciples were taken aback by the brutality of long-eared Jingguang immortal's actions, which transcended mere moral decay. It was devoid of humanity. Others marveled at the severity of his punishment, realizing that 3 million years of wall-facing would be an excruciating ordeal for one so proud and accustomed to freedom. A fate worse than death. Previously, my master, in his benevolence and belief in the principle of inclusive education, refrained from undue interference, hoping that you all would self-regulate your conduct. However, in my observations, countless individuals, like long-eared Jingguang immortal, have been exploiting the of to act with impunity. These individuals not only tarnish the reputation of but also damage the image of our master, the true inheritor of Pangu, while accumulating a significant amount of karmic debt. Although this karmic debt may not yield immediate repercussions, it will inevitably pose a hidden threat to placing all its disciples in jeopardy. Li Qingshu continued with fervor, his voice resonant and commanding. Many disciples found themselves instinctively bowing their heads, unable to meet his gaze due to their guilty consciences. Most of them had been lowly beings in the wilderness, and upon fortuitously joining, they felt their status had dramatically elevated, leading them to act tyrannically and oppress other cultivators. Now, confronted with the exposure of their misdeeds and reminded of Long-eared Jingguang immortal-esque fate, they were drenched in sweat, their anxiety reaching its zenith. In contrast, the likes of Sanshao and Zhao Gongming, who upheld righteousness, felt a surge of satisfaction and agreement with Li Qingshu's pronouncements. They had long harbored dissatisfaction towards these arrogant disciples but had refrained from voicing their concerns due to the overwhelming numbers of such individuals. Moreover, their master, along with Daobao Daoist and the Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, had not intervened, making it difficult for them to speak out without being accused of undermining the unity of their sect. From a broader perspective, Sanshao and others were unwilling to see the reputation of tarnished by the likes of Long-eared Jingguang Immortal, ultimately reducing them to pariahs in the wilderness for their own self-interest. They were also averse to being dragged into the karmic repercussions of these individuals' actions. Thus, for both personal and collective reasons, Sanshao, Zhao Gongming, and their peers had long hoped for a change, yearning to impose severe penalties on those transgressing the teachings of. Li Qingshu keenly observed the expressions of these disciples. After a brief pause, he continued, "Upon my master's recognition of this issue, he commanded me to establish rules to regulate and oversee the conduct of all disciples. Henceforth, every member must remain vigilant, refraining from bullying the weak or abusing their power, provoking disputes without cause, and committing acts of extermination against innocent races are strictly prohibited. Those who violate these rules shall face penalties ranging from being pierced by 10,000 swords and contemplation against the wall, to the severe forfeiture of their cultivation, expulsion from, or even execution, resulting in the obliteration of their very souls." Li Qingshu articulated his decree with unwavering resolve, his voice reverberating like thunder across the expanse of Golden Aojiao Island, stirring up tremendous waves in the Eastern Sea. Disciples such as Sanshao and Zhao Gongming, who acted with integrity, felt exhilarated and uplifted. This regulation had been eagerly anticipated, awaited for many years. Conversely, the arrogant disciples trembled at the mention of execution and soul obliteration, feeling an overwhelming weight in their hearts, making it difficult to breathe. The Holy Mother of Golden Spirit, the Holy Mother of Wudong, and the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, upon hearing this, were taken aback, realizing the extent of their junior disciples' favor with their master. However, they understood that without rules, nothing could be accomplished, just as the heavenly principles must adhere to the laws governing the wilderness, must likewise abide by them. They fully respected their master's decision, harboring no dissent. Meanwhile, the expression of Daobao Daoist at the forefront of the disciples darkened instantly, a fleeting glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. He had not anticipated that the Supreme Pure would command Li Qingshu to establish the rules for, thereby placing all disciples, including himself, under their authority. It was evident that the Supreme Pure had already recognized Li Qingshu as his successor, even beginning to entrust him with the governance of all of this should have rightfully belonged to him. After all, he was the original senior disciple who had joined their master's sect. How could a mere human of lowly status presume to represent their master in overseeing? Although Daobao Daoist maintained a facade of calm, his heart was ablaze with fury, following the initial shock. The multitude of disciples found themselves involuntarily turning their gazes towards Daobao Daoist. Some were perplexed, questioning the unusual turn of events. After all, such significant matters of establishing rules should have been the prerogative of the senior disciple, Daobao Daoist. Now, the Supreme Pure had entrusted this responsibility to Li Qingshu. In an instant, speculation arose among the disciples regarding the apparent decline in Daobao Daoist's standing in the eyes of the Supreme Pure. A portion of the disciples, accustomed to acting with impunity, were reluctant to adhere to such stringent rules and hoped that Daobao Daoist would intervene and nullify them. Aware of the disciples' scrutiny, Daobao Daoist realized that if he failed to manage this situation adeptly, his authority within would plummet. However, he understood that since Li Qingshu dared to announce this matter at the Ziji Cliff before Bo Palace, he must have received the Supreme Pure's consent. It was imperative that he did not openly oppose it. I have clearly delineated the rules. Do any of you have objections? Li Qingshu spoke solemnly, scanning the entire assembly, absorbing the expressions of all present. Li Qingshu. A sharp voice pierced through the air. You are merely the youngest disciple of... Having joined the sect for a shorter time than I, what qualifies you to assume the role of establishing and enforcing the rules on behalf of our master? The voice belonged to the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, a direct disciple of Daobao Daoist. Li Qingshu cast a glance at the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit before shifting his gaze to the stoic Daobao Daoist at the forefront. Although Daobao Daoist maintained a tranquil demeanor, appearing disinterested, he was acutely aware that the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, as a second-generation disciple of, would not dare to speak so boldly without his endorsement. Furthermore, given her seniority, Daobao Daoist could easily downplay the situation later, attributing it to youthful impetuosity and ignorance of decorum, thus allowing the matter to dissolve quietly, an ideal scapegoat for him. Upon the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit's words, many disciples turned their attention to Li Qingshu, eager to see how he would respond. Anticipating such occurrences prior to announcing the rules, Li Qingshu had already devised a strategy. In the spotlight of countless eyes, he raised his left hand. Divine light shimmered. A pure white token, resembling a small sword, materialized in his grasp. In the next moment, the character Supreme Pure on the token emanated an intangible aura of sanctity, causing the hearts of the tens of thousands of disciples present to tremble, their pupils constricting. The Supreme Pure's decree, as if the sage himself had arrived. Originally, the Supreme Pure's command for Li Qingshu to establish the rules had already astounded them. However, it became evident that the level of favor the Supreme Pure bestowed upon Li Qingshu far exceeded their expectations. With the Supreme Pure's decree in hand, as if the sage himself were present, he declared, "Do you believe I lack the qualifications?" Li Qingshu let out a light chuckle as he stepped towards the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit, simultaneously raising his right hand and delivering a forceful slap. Smack! The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit was sent flying, blood spewing from her mouth mid-air. And no sooner had she landed than Li Qingshu struck her again. Within mere seconds, the Holy Mother had endured nearly 10 resounding slaps, leaving her face bruised and swollen, her eyes filled with stars, and her garments stained crimson with blood. The assembled disciples understood that when Li Qingshu referred to others, he meant the Holy Mother's master, the Taoist Duobao. Though it appeared that Li Qingshu's slaps were directed at the Holy Mother, they were in truth a blow to the face of Duobao Daoist. Witnessing their fellow disciple being so severely reprimanded in front of all the disciples of the Jie Sect, Duobao Daoist's countenance darkened to a near dripping point, his fists clenched in his sleeves, knuckles turning white. Yet, with the sacred command of Upper Qing in his grasp, Li Qingshu stood as if a sage had descended, his every word and action representing the authority of Upper Qing Tongtian. Though he nearly ground his teeth in frustration, he dared not act recklessly like this moment. The Holy Mother of Fire Spirit lay bloodied on the ground after rolling several times, while Li Qingshu, holding the sacred command, gazed down upon her from a position of dominance. In chaotic times, one must wield strict laws. On the very first day of establishing the sect rules, he had to cultivate sufficient authority. Otherwise, the rules would be mere empty words, failing to serve any purpose. Realizing the gravity of the situation, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit hastily nodded in rapid succession, like a chick pecking at grains. Fearful of enduring further slaps, you have committed an offense against your superiors and shown disrespect to your elders, which warrants severe punishment. However, considering this as your first transgression, I shall let this matter rest. If there's a next time, I shall not show mercy. Li Qingshu spoke each word with unwavering resolve. Yes, I thank you, Master Uncle, for your leniency, as the saying goes. 3 slaps scatter the rebellious soul. How could we be descendants of the ancestral peace? After enduring those heavy slaps, the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit had become thoroughly subdued, even daring not to raise her head to meet Li Qingshu's gaze. Does anyone else have any objections? After rendering the Holy Mother of Fire Spirit completely compliant, Li Qingshu turned his attention to the others, observing the dire state of the Holy Mother, while Duobao Daoist remained utterly silent. Those disciples with ulterior motives who wished to evade the sect rules quickly abandoned their thoughts. Very well. Since there are no objections, from this day forth, all disciples of the Jie Sect must strictly adhere to the sect rules. Any violators, regardless of who they are, shall face my unyielding punishment. With no one daring to voice dissent, Li Qingshu made a definitive conclusion. Yes. The disciples responded in unison. All right, you may disperse. Li Qingshu collected the sacred command and gestured for the crowd to leave. Upon hearing this, the disciples promptly scattered, returning to their respective places of practice. Junior Brother Li, today's establishment of the sect rules was indeed timely. I shall remember it well. Duobao Daoist remarked meaningfully to Li Qingshu. Thank you for your acknowledgement, Senior Brother. Li Qingshu replied calmly that, Duobao Daoist nodded, then stepped onto a white cloud, departing with the injured Holy Mother of Fire Spirit. Watching the retreating figure of Duobao Daoist, Li Qingshu understood that although the two had not yet openly clashed, the tension was palpable. However, he paid little heed to it, for his actions had received the approval of his master, Upper Qing Tongtun. Moreover, given the current circumstances, it was merely a matter of time before his strength caught up with, or even surpassed, that of Duobao Daoist. As for the potential fallout from strained relationship, he had little to worry about. In his memories from a past life, Duobao Daoist had been cowardly during the early stages of the Fengshen calamity, akin to a turtle retracting its head. Too afraid to stand up for the disciples of the Jie Sect, in the mid-stage, he fanned the flames, leading Upper Qing Tongtian to fully entangle all Jie Sect disciples in the calamity. In the later stages, he outright rebelled, offering heads to Taiji Laozu in the 10,000 Immortals array, subsequently joining the Western sect to become the Buddha of the Tathagata. The disciples continued to depart in succession. Li Qingshu did not linger, joining San Shao and Zhao Gongming as they rode a white cloud towards their practice grounds on the outskirts of Jinao Island. Senior Brother, the promulgation of these sect rules came at just the right moment. During my travels through the Hongjun, I frequently encountered Jie Sect disciples committing misdeeds. Even when I offered kind words of advice, they would not heed them, with the number of Jie Sect disciples growing. If this trend of misconduct continues, it will inevitably lead to significant trouble. Zhao Gongming earnestly expressed to Li Qingshu that he believed that mere seclusion would not suffice, and thus spent most of his time traversing the Hongjun, seeking opportunities, which made him particularly well-versed in this matter. With the sect rules now established, subsequent conditions should see some changes, Li Qingshu remarked. As long as the Jie Sect does not become entangled in excessive karmic retribution. Even if the likes of Run, Chan, and the Western sect, or that high-ranking figure in Hongjun, attempt to draw the Jie Sect into the calamity, it would not be so simple. However, the Jie Sect's lack of a congenital supreme treasure to suppress its fortune remained a critical flaw. If an opportunity arises, he must strive to acquire a congenital supreme treasure to stabilize the sect's fortune. Gongming, what do you think of this? Li Qingshu waved his hand, revealing 12 azure spheres that floated before them. Is that the sea-stabilizing pearl? Zhao Gongming's eyes widened in astonishment, his heart stirred by the revelation that there were indeed more than the 24 he possessed. This was a fortuitous find during my travels in the North Sea. It is the same spiritual treasure as her 24 sea stabilizing pearls. Together, they should reach the level of a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure. As he spoke, Li Qingshu guided the 12 sea stabilizing pearls to float towards Zhao Gongming. These 12 pearls are a gift for you. Upon hearing this, Zhao Gongming felt a surge of excitement, his gaze fixed on the 12 sea stabilizing pearls, though he hesitated to accept such a precious gift. Thank you for your kindness, Senior Brother, but I cannot accept. Zhao Gongming swallowed hard before speaking. These pearls in my possession are merely a mid-grade congenital spiritual treasure. They are far less valuable than if united to form a top-tier congenital spiritual treasure. Moreover, these pearls are not given freely. When I strive for the great Luo Golden Immortal stage, I will need to borrow your 36C stabilizing pearls for a period of comprehension. I Qingshu chuckled. Even if I refine these 12C stabilizing pearls, I would only gain 100,000 source points, which is not of great significance. Meanwhile, the complete C stabilizing pearl can form the 36 heavens. Encompassing the power of spatial laws, if I can comprehend the power of spatial laws through this, its value far exceeds 100,000 source points. All right, thank you, senior brother. Zhao Gongming, filled with joy, promptly accepted the 12C stabilizing pearls. His face beaming with delight, the corners of his mouth stretching nearly to his ears, the top-tier congenital spiritual treasures. There are scarcely a few in the entire Hongjun world. With such a treasure, his strength would undoubtedly experience a significant leap forward. Upon returning to the dojo, Li Qingshu resumed his training of the Shangqing Immortal Sutra, while simultaneously deducing the second form of the Tao, the Immortal Canon, in the heaven-splitting Divine Palm. However, this time his practice did not involve the profound seclusion he had previously embraced. After all, the newly established regulations of the Jie required his attention as the author and overseer of these rules. He could not afford to act as a negligent overseer. The unruly disciples, accustomed to acting with impunity, might easily succumb to temptation and violate the regulations, should any transgressions occur without appropriate punishment. The deterrent power of the regulations would significantly diminish, potentially rendering them mere words over time. This matter was crucial to the future of the Jie and was the first task entrusted to him by his esteemed Shangqing master. Thus he was determined to execute it with utmost diligence. Centuries later, Li Qingshu sat upon a stone on the cliff, fishing. Suddenly, a piercing eagle's cry, akin to the sound of gold splitting stone, resonated through the air. A majestic, golden-winged great pung, measuring tens of thousands of feet in length and resplendent in golden plumage, swooped down from the heavens. Clutched in its talons were several pale-faced Jie disciples. With a swift dive towards the cliff, the great pung released its grip, casting the disciples downwards. They fell heavily to the ground, rolling several times before landing precisely at Li Qingshu's feet. Simultaneously, the feathered immortal transformed into human form and alighted beside them. Senior brother, upon arriving in the eastern wilderness, they began to act recklessly, completely disregarding the regulations. I have apprehended them all, the feathered immortal reported, bowing respectfully to Li Qingshu. Despite their prior conflicts, the gratitude the feathered immortal felt for Li Qingshu, who had boldly defended him against Guang Chengzi, had fostered a sense of admiration. Moreover, since Li Qingshu's ascension to the Jie, his meteoric rise in power had thoroughly subdued the once obstinate feathered immortal, who now could be considered Li Qingshu's most fervent admirer. Well done, I Qingshu nodded slightly. What have you all been doing outside? The feathered immortal delivered a sharp kick to one of the disciples. Why, yes, the disciples stammered, their faces ashen and sweat beading on their foreheads as they recounted the events. Although Li Qingshu's previous display of authority through the fire spirit Saint Mother had indeed instilled fear in most of the Jie disciples. Upon leaving Jineo Island and venturing to the eastern wilderness, they felt emboldened, believing that the distant Li Qingshu, with his mere Tai golden immortal cultivation, would be oblivious to their misdeeds. Thus they continued their reckless behavior. Some of these disciples engaged in murder and plunder, while others, under the guise of the Jie, extorted protection fees from the eastern races. Even more egregiously, they crafted the postnatal spiritual treasure, the 10,000 Souls banner, and slaughtered innocent beings to enhance its power. Senior brotherly, we realize our mistakes. Please, for the sake of our brotherhood, spare us this time. The disciples pleaded after recounting their transgressions. Realize your mistakes? Li Qingshu chuckled lightly. When I issued the regulations, I made it abundantly clear that violators would face severe punishment. You disregarded this entirely, continuing your reckless ways, and now that you stand before me, you claim to understand your errors. It seems you are not remorseful, but rather aware that your lives are at stake. With that, Li Qingshu flicked his fishing hook, the sharp barb shooting upward from the sea like a streak of cold light, piercing the brow of the disciple who had crafted the 10,000 Souls banner. The disciple's pupils turned a ghastly gray, and his body slumped lifelessly to the ground. Hiss! The remaining disciples gasped in unison. Frozen in fear, unable to even kneel, those who had so casually disregarded the lives of others now faced the chilling reality of death. Feathered immortal, take them to Ziji Cliff and subject them to 1,000 sword piercings each day. Li Qingshu commanded, casting his hook back into the sea. Yes, the feathered immortal replied with a sinister smile, swiftly carrying the disciples away to Ziji Cliff. In the following period, apart from the feathered immortal, others such as the Qiushou immortal and Zhao Gongming also apprehended numerous disciples who had violated the regulations. Li Qingshu showed no leniency. Those deserving of death were executed. Those deserving of punishment were punished. And those who warranted expulsion from the Jiejiao were expelled. As the saying goes, a single rat dropping spoils the entire pot of porridge. A bad apple must not be allowed to remain. Under his unwavering methods, those disciples who had entertained any hopes of evasion became utterly compliant, refraining from further transgressions. In the boundless expanse of the primordial wilderness, tens of thousands of years passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, the various races of the wilderness were astonished to witness a complete transformation in the conduct of the Jiejiao disciples. The once arrogant and oppressive disciples had adopted a balanced demeanor, embodying the true essence of saintly disciples and the orthodox path of the Xianmen. The races that had once feared the Jiejiao no longer regarded them with trepidation, and the reputation of the Jiejiao experienced a remarkable resurgence. Li Qingshu felt a profound sense of satisfaction. As the saying goes, the beginning is always the hardest. If the current disciples of the Jiejiao adhered to the regulations, those who joined later would naturally refrain from defiance. Calculating the time, it seemed that Hutu was nearing the culmination of her reincarnation. Li Qingshu sat poised upon the stone at the cliff's edge, fishing rod in hand, gazing towards the direction of the Wuhaoshan mountain range. Murmuring to himself, in his memories from a past life, he recalled that the ancestral shaman Hutu would, prior to the Third Wuqiao War, be subtly guided by Hongjun Daozu to undergo transformation into the 6 paths of reincarnation, thus completing the earthly Tao. He saw this as an opportunity to collect the entry associated with Hutu, akin to retrieving the entry from the fallen Red Cloud ancestor, thereby enhancing his own strength. In truth, Li Qingshu had contemplated guiding Hutu in her transformation into reincarnation, hoping to share in the merits of such an act. However, after careful consideration, he ultimately abandoned this notion. After all, this was a pivotal scheme orchestrated by Hongjun Daozu, the authority of the primordial wilderness, a mere disciple of the Jiejiao. Should he dare to intercept Hongjun's plans, it would inevitably draw attention and suspicion, potentially leading to his erasure as a variable. As the representative of the heavenly Tao, a saint and the foremost authority of the Xianmen, Hongjun Daozu possessed an intricate web of strategies and machinations. Even if Li Qingshu were to gain merits, he would still be ensnared within Hongjun's various designs and methods. Furthermore, through prior interactions, Li Qingshu harbored no fondness for the Wu clan. If his intervention were to result in the continued existence of such a violent, warlike, and unruly race within the primordial world, it would hardly be advantageous. For Li Qingshu, who possessed a system of entries, the most favorable scenario would be for the 2 clans, Wu and Yao, to meet their end during the cataclysm, exiting the primordial world together. Only then would the human race have a genuine opportunity to rise and become the dominators of heaven and earth. At that time, he would also be able to collect the entries dropped by the ancestral shamans in Dijun, as well as Donghuang Tai Yi, allowing him to undergo a profound transformation and soar to greatness. That if he could obtain the chaos bell dropped by Donghuang Tai Yi and use it to stabilize the fortunes of the Jiejiao, then the fortunes of the Jiejiao would be as steadfast as a mountain. However, although Li Qingshu would not actively guide the ancestral shaman Hutu in her transformation into reincarnation, yet he still possesses other means to profit immensely from this incident. The primordial chaos knows no bounds. The century-long ceasefire established by the Tao ancestor Hongjun has swiftly elapsed. On the very next day after the end of the truce, the witch and demon clans, pent up for a full 1,000,000 years, erupted into fierce battles across the vast expanse of the primordial world, clashing mercilessly. Xingqian, Qiyu, Shangliu, Hui, Quafu, and the 10 great demon gods engaged in a brutal struggle, shaking the heavens and rending the earth. With the sun and moon shrouded in darkness, as countless beings of the primordial realm were caught in the chaos, reduced to ashes. However, the overall strength of the witch and demon clans was evenly matched. After a harrowing confrontation, both sides sustained grievous injuries, unable to gain the upper hand at AS for Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, Fuxi, Kunping Laozu, and the 12 ancestors of witchcraft. They were all in seclusion, striving to break through to the pinnacle of quasi-saint, Hongyuan Jingxian, as swiftly as possible, aiming to leverage their realm advantage to decisively vanquish the opposing faction. In the Zhu Palace atop Buzhou Mountain, the 12 ancestors of witchcraft were each engrossed in their respective chambers, in the palace of the ancestor of earth. With a human body and serpent tail, 7 hands behind and 2 hands in front grasping the serpent of ascension, the ancestor of earth hovered in midair. The ancestor of earth exuded a majestic aura. Her eyes gently closed, her form enveloped by intricate patterns of the earth Tao, radiating an imposing presence. Suddenly, a frown creased the ancestor's brow as she sensed her consciousness uncontrollably detaching from her body. Ascending along the mountainside of Buzhou, reaching the lofty heights of the primordial ether, in her current perspective, the entire primordial land was densely populated with various true spirits. These true spirits originated from countless beings since the dawn of the primordial realm, including fierce beasts, dragon clans, phoenix clans, and Qilin clans. Their numbers overwhelming, nearly saturating the entirety of the primordial expanse. The countless true spirits stretched infinitely, resembling a vast gray ocean. How distressing! Who will come to our rescue? I have been dead for billions of years, yet the true spirits remain without a home to return to, enduring daily the scorching sun and the chilling night. Grant me a release. I can no longer endure. If this continues, my true spirit will dissipate. I worked so hard to attain the Tai Jingxian realm in my lifetime. I refuse to vanish entirely. The wails of billions of true spirits echoed in the mind of the ancestor of earth. Resonating like the haunting sounds of a demon, in that moment, she felt as though she was experiencing the anguish of these true spirits firsthand, her heart heavy with sorrow, tears streaming involuntarily down her cheeks. A strong impulse to sacrifice herself to liberate these primordial true spirits surged within her. However, this thought was fleeting, swiftly suppressed. After all, the witch and demon clans were at odds, maintaining an equilibrium. Should she choose to sacrifice herself, the witch clan would lose the formidable trump card of the Daitian Xinsha formation. If Dijuan and Dongwang Tai were to exploit this vulnerability again, the witch clan would have no means to retaliate. Facing imminent extinction, with this in mind, the ancestor of earth promptly centered her thoughts, forcibly drawing her consciousness back to her physical form. Initially, she believed this incident to be a mere accident. Yet, in the time that followed, such occurrences became increasingly frequent during her cultivation sessions. Sensing something amiss, the ancestor of earth ceased her practice. Though she contemplated informing her brothers, she feared it might hinder the breakthroughs of the other ancestors. So she chose to keep the matter to herself for the time, being as time passed. Even when the ancestor of earth refrained from entering a state of meditation, her consciousness would still actively detach, with the frequency and duration of these episodes escalating. After several 100,000 years, one fateful day, as she finally managed to return her consciousness to her body, she found herself before a floating azure lotus flower. The lotus possessed 36 translucent petals, each adorned with swirling symbols of the heavenly Tao. Simultaneously, a voice resonated in her ears, akin to the tolling of a great bell, echoing the sounds of the heavenly Tao. When the azure lotus arrives, the ancestor of earth shall no longer be a witch. Upon the utterance of this decree, the impulse within the ancestor of earth could no longer be contained. Her pupils dilated, and her consciousness, in a haze, opened a portal leading to the blood sea of the netherworld. The blood sea of the netherworld is a realm almost independent of the primordial world. It is devoid of land, consisting solely of an endless crimson ocean churning violently. It is formed from the naval blood of Pangu, where all impurities of the primordial realms sink. The spiritual energy here is both bloody and tainted. Consequently, apart from the Laozu of the river of the underworld and the Azuras and Yikshas he created, no beings from the primordial world wished to venture into this domain as the portal opened. The ancestor of Earth, her eyes vacant and devoid of spirit, emerged from within. With a crash, the waters of the blood sea surged violently. Soon after, Laozu of the river of the underworld rose amidst the tempest, stepping upon a blood-red lotus flower. Friend of the earth, what brings you to my blood sea of the netherworld? Laozu inquired, his expression dark and guarded, wary of the ancestor's intentions. The ancestor of earth paid no heed to Laozu, not even casting him a glance, but by the heavenly Tao. I, Panga's descendant, the ancestor of earth, witnessed the fall of myriad spirits in the primordial realm, their true spirits with nowhere to return. My heart cannot bear it. I willingly transform into reincarnation to complete the earthly Tao, allowing the fallen true spirits to be reborn through the 6 paths of reincarnation. Her resounding voice, amplified by some unseen force, instantly reverberated throughout the primordial world. This sudden proclamation sent ripples of shock through countless beings, akin to a stone cast into a tranquil lake. They could hardly fathom that the ancestor of Earth, one of the 12 ancestors of witchcraft, would choose this pivotal moment in the war between the witches and demons to act with the compassion of a saint and embody reincarnation. Dijuan, Zhujun, and the other ancestors were taken aback, immediately traversing the void to reach the blood sea of the netherworld, hoping to intervene in time. Meanwhile, Dijuan, Dongwang Tai, and the demon clans nearly burst into laughter. The last time they had launched an assault on the witch clan with a Daitian Shinsha formation. The 12 ancestors had summoned the Phantom of Pangu, thwarting their efforts. Now, with the ancestor of Earth embodying reincarnation, the 12 ancestors would no longer be able to deploy the Daitian Shinsha formation. In due course, they would lead their demonic forces back to overwhelm the witch clan effortlessly, unifying the primordial realm. On Golden Ao Island, the disciples of the Jie Sect buzzed with excitement over the news. After waiting for so long, they finally saw their hopes realized. Sitting atop a stone on the cliff, fishing, Li Qingshu's eyes sparkled with brilliance. He casually propped his fishing rod aside, opened a portal, and stepped through without hesitation, disappearing from sight. After cultivating for several 100,000 years, Li Qingshu's strength had risen once more, reaching the pinnacle of the Tai Jingxian realm, though he had not achieved the breakthrough to the Deluo Jingxian stage. In terms of his primordial spirit, divine power, physical form, and laws, he was no weaker than an ordinary Deluo Jingxian, enabling him to tear through space and traverse the void. However, due to his relatively low realm, the distance he could cover in his spatial travels was limited, necessitating multiple jumps. Simultaneously, a portal opened above the blood sea of the netherworld. Dijuan, Zhujun, Gonggong, Zhurong, and the other 11 ancestors of witchcraft surged forth eagerly. Towering thousands of feet tall, their fierce gazes and explosive muscles radiated an overwhelming aura, stirring tumultuous waves across the blood sea of the netherworld. They had intended to prevent the ancestor of Earth from embodying reincarnation. But despite their immediate arrival through the void, they found no trace of her. Moreover, her presence was rapidly diminishing, on the verge of complete dissolution. River of the underworld, did you manipulate my sister, the ancestor of Earth? The hot-tempered ancestor Gonggong bellowed at Laozu, his voice booming like thunder, a torrent of fury erupting from him. Dijuan, Zhujun, and the other ancestors glared at him, ready to pounce should a disagreement arise. Do not speak recklessly. This matter has nothing to do with me. The old ancestor of the River of Hades, with a grim expression, elucidated the situation. After the Earth Mother ancestor swore an oath to the heavenly Tao, she transformed into a beam of earthy yellow light and vanished into the center of the sea of blood in the underworld. He himself was still bewildered by the turn of events, having not anticipated that the likes of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin would come forth to cast aspersions upon him. If it were not related to you, how can my sister, the Earth Mother, suddenly arrive here in the form of reincarnation? Upon sensing the faint and nearly extinguished aura of the Earth Mother ancestor, The ancestor of Gong Gong felt an uncontrollable rage surge within him, prompting him to take action against the old ancestor of the River of Hades. Observing this, the old ancestor of the River of Hades swiftly emanated a radiant glow, wielding the treasures Yuan Tu and Abai in his grasp. Although Yuan Tu and Abai were merely top-grade innate spiritual treasures, their combined might could rival that of supreme innate spiritual artifacts. Just as tensions escalated and the atmosphere became charged, a spatial portal materialized out of thin air. Shortly thereafter, Li Qingsu emerged from within. Upon detecting the fallen items of the Earth Mother ancestor, the law of Earth Gold, Panga's blood gold, and the misfortune of life, black, the system prompted, "Would you like to collect them immediately?" Upon arriving at the Sea of Blood in the underworld, a notification resonated within Li Qingsu's mind. Fortunately, he had made it in time that a wave of elation washed over him. Indeed, the Earth Mother ancestor's transformation into reincarnation signified her demise. At most, only a fragment of her consciousness lingered within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Otherwise, the underworld from his past life memories would not have fallen under the control of the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sections after the initial surprise. He commanded the system to collect those 2 golden items. Ding! The law of Earth Gold and Panga's blood gold have been collected. The system's voice echoed, and Li Qingsu felt a surge of immense, pure power coursing through him, causing his strength to skyrocket, bringing his cultivation perilously close to the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. At this moment, the previously tense old ancestor of the River of Hades and the 11 ancestors became aware of Li Qingsu's presence. "Li Qingsu, what brings you here?" The ancestor Zhu Rong inquired in a thunderous tone, exuding an invisible pressure. "This is none of your concern. The Sea of Blood in the underworld is hardly your domain." Li Qingsu replied coolly, casting a glance at him. Despite the fearsome appearances of these ancestors, brute strength mattered little. In the world of power, influence, and background were paramount. His identity as a direct disciple of the Jie Jiao established his standing. Complemented by the jade pendant containing a fragment of the divine consciousness of the Honorable Master Tong Tia, he harbored no fear. Ancestor Zhu Rong's brows furrowed in indignation upon realizing that this junior disregarded his status as an ancestor, prompting an immediate flare of anger as he contemplated teaching Li Qingsu a lesson. "Third brother, do not act impulsively," the strategist of the Wu clan, Zhu Jioyin, interjected, blocking Zhu Rong's path. The Earth Mother ancestor's transformation into reincarnation had captured the attention of all beings in the primordial world, and it was certain that the esteemed Tong Tian would take notice as well. That Li Qingsu, being a disciple of a saint, represented the face of the upper clear Tong Tian. Should they dare to lay a finger on him, it was likely that Tong Tian would appear in an instant to mete out punishment. Humph. Ancestor Zhu Rong snorted, suppressing his fury and falling silent. At that juncture, Li Qingsu focused intently on Dijiang, Zhu Jioyin, and the other ancestors, their detailed information materializing before him. Dijiang's cultivation, peak of the Hongjun golden immortal. Items: law of space, purple gold, Panga's blood gold, no Yuan Shun, black. Zhu Jioyin's cultivation, peak of the Hongjun golden immortal. Items: law of time, purple gold, Panga's blood gold, no Yuan Shun, black. Li Qingsu noted that the ancestors before him were indeed formidable beings forged from Panga's blood, with astonishingly high-quality items. Most ancestors possessed 2 or more golden items, while Dijiang and Zhu Jioyin wielded the laws of space and time, which were the purple gold grade. Once the third great battle between the Wu and Yao clans erupted, these precious items would undoubtedly belong to him. The thought ignited a fervent excitement within him, as he could hardly contain his eagerness to loot. Suddenly, the center of the Sea of Blood in the underworld caved in, revealing a colossal whirlpool. The waters of the Sea of Blood began to boil, rushing towards the vortex. Witnessing this, the old ancestor of the River of Hades turned pale, his heart bleeding at the sight. The waters of the Sea of Blood were irreplaceable, and the creation of the Azura and Yiksha clans relied heavily upon them. More critically, his 480 million blood god avatars lay hidden within the sea. In but a few seconds, he felt countless blood god avatars being swallowed by the vortex, vanishing into oblivion. The blood god avatars were his greatest trump card, granting him an almost impossible ability to evade death. Without them, his power and survival capacity would be significantly diminished. This state of affairs persisted for over a minute, during which the waters of the Sea of Blood dwindled by approximately one-third, resulting in a loss of over 100 million blood god avatars. This scene left the old ancestor of the river of Hades agitated, akin to an ant on a hot stove, yet utterly helpless. Fortunately, the whirlpool at the center of the Sea of Blood ceased its voracious consumption of water. Subsequently, a riot of colors erupted from the base of the whirlpool, growing increasingly radiant, resembling a vibrant sun rising in the sky. Under the gaze of the ancestors and the old ancestor of the river of Hades, 6 enormous rings, each spanning tens of millions of zhang in diameter, began to levitate. These rings were constructed from myriad intricate patterns and exuded an aura of divine majesty. These 6 rings represented the 6 paths of reincarnation, into which the Earth Mother ancestor had transformed herself, encompassing the 3 noble paths, the path of celestials, the path of humanity, and the path of Azura, alongside the 3 evil paths, the path of hell, the path of hungry ghosts, and the path of beasts. As the 6 paths of reincarnation emerged, the aura of the Earth Mother ancestor nearly dissipated, rendering even the ancestors, who shared a deep connection with her, incapable of sensing her presence at this moment. Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestors were struck with disbelief, unable to fathom that their sister, the Earth Mother, had completely vanished from the primordial world. In the next instant, golden light burst forth from the heavens. An unending stream of golden clouds materializing from a void, casting a hue upon the mountains and rivers that transformed the very essence of the landscape. In addition, a series of spectacular phenomena unfolded in quick succession. Boom! The immense expanse of merit clouds surged, and from their center fell a beam of light as thick as a mountain, blazing with the brilliance of the celestial rivers, crashing towards the Sea of Blood in the underworld. In an instant, the 6 paths of reincarnation were engulfed by the deluge of merit light, and even the vast Sea of Blood was bathed in a golden glow. Such an overwhelming abundance of merit left all beings in the primordial world awestruck and yearning. The Earth Mother ancestors' transformation into reincarnation had amassed a quantity of merit surpassing that accumulated by the likes of the old Lord Ta Ching and the primordial Lord Yuan Shi combined when they attained sainthood. Any being that absorbed and refined this merit would find their cultivation leap beyond that of the 3 pure ones, Enhua, Zhuan-Ti, and Jie, instantly becoming one of the most powerful entities in the entire primordial realm. Second only to the Tao ancestor Hongjun, however, the Earth Mother ancestor now retained only a minuscule, indistinct fragment of her consciousness within the 6 paths of reincarnation. Even if she were to absorb all this celestial merit, it would yield no effect. Once the 6 paths of reincarnation had absorbed all the heavenly merit, a vast world emerged beside the Sea of Blood, named the Underworld, in the vast expanse of the primordial world. Countless true spirits sensed the formation of the 6 paths of reincarnation, their excitement palpable as they yearned for liberation and the chance to reincarnate and cultivate anew. However, the 6 paths resided within the eerie blood sea of the underworld, a realm unto itself, and these true spirits were devoid of any power. Though they were as restless as ants on a hot pan, they found themselves without a way to access the 6 paths. At this moment, the long-awaited Li Qingshu made his move. With all his might, he summoned the power of the Earth's principles and a colossal black stone gate, towering tens of millions of zhang, materialized, linking the primordial world with the underworld. This grand portal was constructed from massive blocks of black rock, its surface engraved with profound runes, emanating an air of majesty and solemnity, resembling an insurmountable chasm. Above the gate, 2 grand characters danced in a flourish of dragons and phoenixes. Fengdu, the great Tao stands above, Li Qingshu proclaimed, his resonant voice echoing through the heavens and the earth as Li Qingshu witnessed the true spirits of the primordial world unable to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation. I hereby establish Fengdu to connect the realms of Yin and Yang, guiding all spirits in their cycle of rebirth. I shall self-designate as the Emperor of Fengdu. May the great Tao bear witness. the ancestral witch, Hutu, embodied the cycle of reincarnation to complete the Earth's path, a matter of great significance for the primordial realm that would benefit countless beings. Deserving of the great Tao's recognition. However, influenced by the power of the heavenly Tao, Hutu found her consciousness muddled, allowing the heavenly Tao to bear witness and reap substantial benefits. I Qingshu understood the heavenly Tao as partiality, treating all beings as mere fodder. Thus, the merits of the heavenly Tao held little value. His establishment of Fengdu, connecting the yin and yang realms and facilitating the reincarnation of the primordial true spirits, was, to a certain extent, a completion of the Earth's path and should rightfully earn the acknowledgement of the great Tao. He had witnessed the entire process of the Six Paths' birth and realized that the true spirits could not yet enter, thereby rectifying this gap. This action was entirely reasonable. The myriad spirits of the primordial world and the six saints, including Hongjun Daozu, would only see him as astute for seizing this rare opportunity. As Li Qingshu's words faded, a sprawling expanse of purple-golden auspicious clouds, stretching millions of acres, erupted in the chaotic world. Although the extent of these auspicious clouds paled in comparison to the overwhelming merits of the heavenly Tao. The divine air they exuded was unparalleled in holiness and nobility. Soon after, these auspicious clouds transformed into a beam of purple-gold divine light that pierced through the primordial world, directly enveloping Li Qingshu above the blood sea of the underworld. His body emanated an overwhelming radiance, with every strand of hair glowing with divine light and every pore bursting forth with resplendent brilliance. The great Tao, being supreme and impartial, allowed Li Qingshu to draw a portion of its merit into the stars he had cultivated within himself. Under the nurturing of the great Tao's merits, the number of these stars began to surge exponentially, evolving rapidly, forming 3,650 great cycles within him, propelling Li Qingshu's cultivation of the Tao Xianjing to the pinnacle of Tai, golden immortal. Surpassing his previous celestial realm as for the remaining portion of the great Tao's merits, he chose not to refine it for the time being. Firstly, his foundation was not yet sufficiently solid, and he was not ready to break through to the Deluo golden immortal stage. Secondly, the merits could serve as a protective talisman, allowing him to either refine it into a spiritual treasure or use it to negate the karmic repercussions of killing. The myriad spirits of the primordial world were awestruck to witness Li Qingshu receiving recognition from the great Tao and the subsequent bestowal of merits as a reward. Incredible. This fellow is truly clever. He constructed Fengdu to guide the reincarnation of all spirits. Why didn't I think of that? The old ancestor of the river of the underworld lamented internally, filled with regret. After all, the merits derived from the essence of the great Tao were invaluable. Even a mere fragment worth a fortune did in the entirety of the primordial world. Only Hongjun Daozu and the three pure ones had previously attained merits from the great Tao. Meanwhile, at the peak of the Spirit Mountain, the two saints, Zhuanti and Jin, were nearly drooling with envy. The merits they had gained from establishing the Western Church were barely enough for one of them to attain sainthood, to achieve simultaneous enlightenment. The two had vowed 48 grand aspirations, thus borrowing a substantial amount of heavenly Tao's merits to attain their status. However, since the heavenly Tao could lend them merits, it could also retract them at any moment, potentially causing them to fall from grace. Thus, both Zhuanti and Jin held an insatiable desire for merits, particularly those from the great Li Qingshu of the is truly astute, exclaimed the top-tier powers of the primordial realm, including Xinyuanzi and the Queen Mother of the West. After all, with the Earth's path now awakened, even if Li Qingshu had not established Fengdu, it would have emerged swiftly to guide the true spirits into the six paths of reincarnation. Yet Li Qingshu had taken the initiative to create Fengdu and had become the emperor of Fengdu, recognized by the great Tao's for Taiqing Laojun of the Luo Mountain and Yuanshi Tianzuan of Kunlun Mountain. Their expressions darkened, as saints. Their foresight was greater than that of ordinary beings. Qingshu's actions not only garnered him the merits of the great Tao, but also meant that every true spirit reincarnating through Fengdu would bestow upon him a share of fortune. It was no exaggeration to say that once the six paths began to operate, Li Qingshu's fortune would only be second to Hongjun Daozu, far surpassing even them, the true descendants of Pengdu. Upon learning of this, the hundreds of thousands of disciples of the held Li Qingshu in the highest regard. His prestige within had imperceptibly risen to new heights, subtly approaching the level of the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the Daobao Daoist. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother was unbothered, even pleased to see the emergence of such a rising star in the dot. In contrast, the Daobao Daoist grew increasingly unbalanced, his feelings becoming distorted. Since Li Qingshu joined his status in the eyes of their master and his prestige among the disciples had plummeted. If he did not take action soon, his position as the chief disciple of the would be precarious. Meanwhile, the purple-gold radiance surrounding Li Qingshu gradually dimmed. He was now the emperor of Fengdu, personally acknowledged by the great Tao. Neither the representative of the heavenly Tao, Hongjun, nor the representative of the earth Tao, Hutu, could alter this fact. At this moment, the void before Li Qingshu shimmered slightly, and a thick, square, pitch-black tome along with a black brush materialized before him. The Book of Life and Death, the Pen of Reincarnation. Upon seeing the three large characters inscribed on the tome, Li Qingshu's heart leaped with joy. The primordial world possessed three tomes: the Book of Heaven, which included the Fengshen Bang and the Shunbian; the Book of Earth, encompassing the Shanhai Jing and the Earth's membrane; and the Book of Humanity, comprising the Book of Life and Death and the Pen of Reincarnation. All three tomes were the highest grade of innate spiritual treasures. The Book of Life and Death recorded the lifespans of all beings below the Deluo Golden Immortal in the primordial world, while the Pen of Reincarnation could alter these lifespans. With the Book of Humanity in hand, the entire 6 paths of reincarnation could be said to be under his control. Moreover, for any being below the Deluo Golden Immortal, he could simply change their lifespan to 0 with the Pen of Reincarnation, making it an unparalleled choice for both casual travel and the darker arts of murder and theft. After stowing away the Pen of Reincarnation and the Book of Life and Death, Li Qingshu observed the countless true spirits eagerly gathering before the gate of Fengdu, yearning to enter the 6 paths of reincarnation and cultivate anew. With a grand gesture, he slowly opened the imposing and weighty gate of Fengdu. As the gate swung open with a resounding crash, an endless tide of true spirits surged forth like a deluge, rushing through Fengdu into the realm of the dead. Each true spirit that passed through Fengdu would grant him a modicum of fortune. While the fortune provided by a single true spirit was negligible, it was worth noting that the number of beings that had perished since the formation of the primordial realm was incalculable. The wealth of fortune bestowed by such a multitude of true spirits was truly bounteous. Under the vast accumulation of this fortune, Li Qingshu suddenly felt his cultivation speed surge by hundreds of times. No wonder the top-tier powers of the primordial realm were scheming and vying for fortune. Its importance was beyond measure. Feeling the benefits of this fortune, Li Qingshu could not help but exclaim in heartfelt admiration. His visit had yielded immense rewards. Not only had he gained the merits of the great Tao and enhanced its strength, but more importantly, he had also secured a portion of the fortune from the 6 paths of reincarnation. This fortune would significantly accelerate his cultivation progress, wielding profound and far-reaching implications for his future. Furthermore, as the Emperor of Fengdu, he held a pivotal position within the entire system of the underworld. Aside from the authentic spokesperson of the Earth Mother, there exists no higher authority. The consciousness of the Earth Mother ancestor, which is now but a faint remnant, imprisoned within the cycle of reincarnation, rendering her even less than a living dead. Before the awakening of the Earth Mother ancestor witch's consciousness, he had the final say in most matters pertaining to the underworld. With his objectives fulfilled, Li Qingshu chose not to linger in the underworld any longer. Instead, he opened a portal to the void and returned to Golden Ao Island. Meanwhile, despite the desperate attempts of the ancestor witches such as Emperor Jiang and Zhu Jioyin to reverse the outcome and bring the Earth Mother ancestor witch back to the mortal realm, the situation had already been predetermined. Even with Zhu Jioyin activating the laws of time to their utmost limits, nothing could be altered. Ultimately, the ancestor witches could only place their hopes on Zhu Jioyin achieving enlightenment in the Tao of primordial unity. in the hopes that she might utilize the power of time to reverse the flow back to before the Earth Mother ancestor, which transformed into reincarnation. Upon returning to Golden Ao Island, Li Qingshu first appointed disciples of the Jie, including the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, Zhao Gongming, the Three Shaos, and the Winged Immortals, as judges of the 10 halls of Yama, and as underworld officials such as the Judge and Meng Pa, as well as the Oxhead and Horseface. After all, although the 6 paths of reincarnation had already commenced their operation, order had yet to be established, making it impossible to render clear punishments and rewards for good and evil. The influx of numerous Jie disciples was perfectly timed to fill this void, allowing them to share in a portion of the reincarnation as fortune, thus creating a win-win situation. Assigning these Jie disciples legitimate tasks would also prevent them from idling about and causing trouble elsewhere. On a certain day, thousands of years later, the East Sea glimmered with waves as vast as 1,000 hills under the gentle Li Qingshu sat at the edge of a cliff, rod in hand, simultaneously fishing and cultivating. Within him, 36 deep blue light points flickered, resembling 36 shining blue stars. As he advanced his Tao, the Immortal Sutra, to a certain level, Li Qingshu resolutely abandoned the cultivation of the Supreme Clarity Immortal Technique, retaining it only as a reference. After all, while the Supreme Clarity Immortal Technique was created after attaining sainthood through Supreme Clarity, its essence still derived from the cultivation methods passed down by Hongjun Daozu. Should he practice this method, the higher his cultivation, the more fortune he would provide to Hongjun Daozu, making surpassing him impossible. Thus, Li Qingshu was compelled to carve out his own path, cultivating the techniques he had devised himself, forging a journey that belonged uniquely to him. Now possessing the fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation, he successfully transformed it into a fortune of remarkable brilliance, purple gold. Additionally, having integrated 2 golden attributes from the Earth Mother ancestor witch, his cultivation speed was no longer merely efficient. It was astonishingly rapid. After thousands of years of cultivation, he had reached the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Had he not chosen to suppress his progression intentionally, he could have broken through at any moment, becoming an immortal with boundless lifespan. Furthermore, through contemplating the 36 sea-calming pearls within him, he had gained a certain insight into the laws of space. He estimated that it would not be long before he could initially comprehend the laws of space, which ranked just below the laws of strength among the 3,000 great Tao laws. As Li Qingshu contemplated his future path, the fishing rod in his hand suddenly plunged, nearly slipping from his grasp. Did I catch something significant? Coming back to his senses, Li Qingshu tightened his grip on the rod while gradually reeling in the line. The fishing line was taut and quivering, evidently indicating that a massive creature was thrashing vigorously at the other end. However, with the fishing rod being a top-quality postnatal spiritual treasure, combined with Li Qingshu's formidable cultivation at the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, even if this creature exerted all its strength, it could not escape his control. As he continued to reel in the line, the distant surface of the sea appeared to boil and surge. Sensing the opportune moment, Li Qingshu gripped the rod firmly and made a powerful cast. With a resounding splash, a waterfall erupted from the surface of the water as a several thousand-foot-long azure dragon burst forth, arcing through the air before crashing heavily onto the cliffside. What? Did I just catch a dragon? Li Qingshu gazed in astonishment at the immense creature before him. At that moment, the azure dragon lying on the ground radiated a burst of light, transforming into a dragon maiden clad in a blue gown, with delicate features and a pair of dragon horns. Upon taking human form, the dragon maiden immediately reached up to remove the hook lodged in her lips. Ouch, that hurts, she gasped, but her wound swiftly healed under the infusion of divine power. As Li Qingshu concentrated, detailed information about her appeared before his eyes. Bing cultivation, early celestial immortal attributes, hidden golden dragon bloodline, red, heart of a child gold, dragon clan princess, purple, extraordinary insight, purple, fate of mortality, black. Upon seeing her attributes, Li Qingshu felt a pang of surprise. After all, in his past life's memories, Bing was the 3rd prince of the EC Dragon King. However, memories are but memories, and some discrepancies with the authentic primordial world are to be expected. Are you Ao Bing? Li Qingshu inquired. How do you know my name? Ao Bing was taken aback, surprised that this stranger recognized her identity upon their first meeting. Li Qingshu did not respond, but instead got straight to the point. I am Li Qingshu, a direct disciple of the Supreme Clarity Saint, wishing to take you as my disciple. Would you be willing? Aside from the fate of mortality, which would see her skinned alive by Neza in the future, Ao Bing's other attributes were quite impressive. Notably, the heart of a child was a rare trait that fostered closeness to the Tao. Thus, Li Qingshu was immediately inclined to accept her as a personal disciple and impart the Tao, the Immortal Sutra, to her. Firstly, the future Fengshen calamity would not only be a contest among the higher echelons of the Four Doctrines, but also a competition among the third-generation disciples. If his disciple could excel among the third generation of the Xianmen, many of his plans would be easier to execute. Secondly, Li Qingshu wished to test whether the Tao, the Immortal Sutra, which he had created, could be cultivated by races other than humanity. Should it prove suitable for other races, he might one day disseminate this method throughout the primordial realm, diminishing the singular dominance of Hongjun's immortal Tao cultivation methods. Furthermore, Ao Bing possessed a hidden golden dragon bloodline. When the ancestral dragon transcended at the North Sea, bringing Ao Bing along might allow her to inherit the ancestral dragon's legacy. Become your disciple? Ao Bing was momentarily stunned by Li Qingshu's abrupt proposal. She had merely sneaked out of the Dragon Palace for a bit of fun and had taken a bite of the exquisite postnatal spiritual fruit on the hook. She never expected to be caught by Li Qingshu and then asked to become his disciple. Seeing her hesitance, Li Qingshu pointed to the large black pot beside him and said, "You have two choices. Either become my disciple, or I will start boiling oil that I've heard dragon gall and phoenix marrow taste delightful." Upon hearing this, Ao Bing shivered and quickly performed 3 bows and 9 kowtows to Li Qingshu, formally accepting him as her master. Disciple Ao Bing pays respects to master. Very well, I Qingshu nodded in satisfaction. Although the Dragon Clan had accumulated a significant amount of karmic retribution in ancient times, with all the golden dragons having perished and the ancestral dragons sealed at the CEI, this karmic burden had dissipated. Otherwise, the Heavenly Court and the Buddhist sect in his past life would not have gone to such lengths to incorporate the Dragon Clan under their banner. Li Qingshu raised his right hand, and a beam of divine light flashed, causing a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, the flying golden sword, to hover in his palm. This is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. The flying golden sword, which I present to you today as a token of our master-disciple relationship. Although he had acquired numerous treasures, aside from the Kongtong Seal and the Rune Book, 2 top-grade innate spiritual treasures, most of the others have been refined into source points. The flying golden sword, given to him by the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, had remained untouched due to its lower grade and his inability to refine it into much source point. While it was merely a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, it would undoubtedly suffice for Ao Bing, who was at the early celestial immortal realm. Ao Bing lifted her gaze to the flying golden sword Li Qingshu extended, her eyes widening in astonishment. She had initially thought Li Qingshu's intention in accepting her as a disciple was merely to have someone to serve him. Unexpectedly, this seemingly casual master had directly gifted her a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure as a token of acceptance. This revelation truly took her by surprise, leaving her both elated and bewildered. "Thank you, master." After regaining his senses, Ao Bing joyfully received the flying golden sword with both hands, examining it meticulously, as the saying goes. A phoenix that has fallen to the ground is not as good as a chicken. Although the Dragon Clan amassed a vast treasure trove during the Dragonhan calamity, these treasures eventually fell into the hands of other powerful beings as the Dragon Clan waned. Presently, the entire Eastern Sea Dragon Clan possesses merely a single inferior postnatal spiritual treasure, rendering them exceedingly impoverished. Noticing Ao Bing's unwavering gaze upon the flying golden sword, Li Qingshu presumed that his disciple found him somewhat stingy. After all, Ao Bing, being the Dragon Maiden of the Eastern Sea, undoubtedly had a broader perspective than that of an ordinary cultivator. Ahem, Li Qingshu cleared his throat. "You may temporarily wield this flying golden sword." Once your cultivation progresses, I shall bestow upon you even more formidable treasures. I Qingshu spoke with a hint of shyness. Upon hearing this, Ao Bing's eyes sparkled with excitement, her heart swelling with exhilaration, feeling an overwhelming surge of motivation to cultivate. Yes, I will certainly dedicate myself to my training, Ao Bing declared earnestly, thumping her chest. What cultivation method are you currently practicing? Li Qingshu inquired. Master, our dragon clan originally possessed the Tianlong 9 transformations created by the primordial dragon. However, our subclans Green, White, Red, and Black lack the golden dragon bloodline and are unable to cultivate it. Therefore, we can only practice the Qinglong Ju created by my father. Ao Bing replied candidly that in truth, her innate potential ranked among the elite within the 4 subclans. Yet, due to the Eastern Sea Dragon King's mere Tai golden immortal status, the techniques he devised were rather lackluster, resulting in her barely breaking through to the early stage of the celestial immortal realm. I shall now impart to you a new cultivation method. See if you can comprehend it, Li Qingshu stated, channeling a divine light into Ao Bing's forehead after organizing the information in her mind. Ao Bing's heart surged with tumultuous waves. The cultivation method of the Tao Immortal Sutra involved opening up stars within one's body, allowing them to continuously evolve and transform until they formed myriad worlds. Upon reaching the pinnacle of this practice, one would embody a vast universe, transcending the 3,000 paths, even in the face of immeasurable calamities or the annihilation of the chaos era. One could remain unscathed. Such an astonishingly profound cultivation method was beyond anything she had ever seen or heard. In comparison, her father Qinglong Ju and even the primordial dragon's Tianlong 9 transformations paled in insignificance. Master, is this Tao Immortal Sutra created by the Grand Master of the Upper Clear? Ao Bing inquired, her emotions gradually settling. This technique is my own creation, though it is still incomplete that I am also in the process of deducing and cultivating it. Li Qingshu responded. Ao Bing was left utterly speechless, her astonishment rendering her voiceless. She never anticipated that her master, who had yet to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm, could devise such an extraordinary cultivation method. It was simply unfathomable. After regaining her composure, Ao Bing's gaze toward Li Qingshu transformed, sparkling with admiration and respect. Although her decision to become his disciple was made hastily, she realized that her seemingly modest master was not only a direct disciple of a sage, but also possessed exceptional talent. Capable of creating the Tao Immortal Sutra, she felt certain that following such a master would lead to remarkable achievements, and perhaps even the revitalization of her dragon clan was a possibility. Commence your training. Should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to consult me at any time. Li Qingshu instructed Ao Bing, then resumed casting his fishing line into the Se8.Yes. Ao Bing understood that this was her sole opportunity to alter her fate, and she was determined not to disappoint her master's expectations. She promptly seated herself beside Li Qingshu, closed her eyes, and began her earnest cultivation that on Golden Tortoise Island. Li Qingshu engaged in teaching, cultivating, and contemplating the laws of space in a tranquil and serene manner. Meanwhile, the world of the primordial era was rife with turmoil and undercurrents, after the Earth Mother ancestor which transformed into reincarnation. The entire demon clan was electrified with excitement, feeling that the opportunity to unify the primordial era had finally arrived. The Eastern Emperor Tai immediately summoned the demon army, intent on flattening Mount Buzhou to dominate the primordial era. However, after calming down, Dijun pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to thwart Eastern Emperor Tai's plans. Although the Witch Clan had lost the Earth Mother ancestor and their strongest trump card against the Great Heavenly Star Array, the other 11 ancestor witches were still peak Hongjun golden immortals residing in Mount Buzhou. Should they recklessly launch an attack, the ancestor witches' nature would compel them to fight to the death. If all 11 ancestor witches self-destructed, even their Great Heavenly Star Array would be unable to withstand the onslaught, likely leading to mutual destruction. Moreover, if the ancestor witches were cornered, there was a risk they might detonate the primordial spiritual veins beneath Mount Buzhou, resulting in the annihilation of the entire primordial world. Thus, after careful consideration, Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai restrained their impulse to mobilize against Mount Buzhou, hoping to find a more prudent solution. At the same time, the 10 little golden crows born to Dijun and Shihi, due to their exceptional heritage and innate mastery of the fire laws, along with Dijun's meticulous guidance and the precious resources left by the ancient heavenly court, successively broke through the great Luo golden immortal realm, each blooming at the 9th rank, rivaling top-tier powerhouses like Zhun Yuanzi and the old ancestor of the underworld river, promising a bright future. Dijun held high hopes for his 10 sons, cherishing them immensely and eagerly anticipating their growth to take charge of the demon court. After breaking through the great Luo golden immortal realm, the little golden crows felt they had acquired the strength to protect themselves and clamored to venture beyond the demon court to explore the vast primordial lands. However, as the conflict between the witch and demon clans intensified, the little golden crows had yet to fully mature. If they were discovered venturing into the primordial lands, the great witches, including Xing Tian, would undoubtedly ensure they did not return alive, to prevent the untimely demise of his cherished sons. Dijun confined them to the divine tree of Fusong on the Sun Star, allowing them to absorb the essence of solar fire for cultivation until they broke through to the quasi-saint level. Eastern Emperor Tai, witnessing his brother Dijun not only enjoying intimate moments with Shi daily, but also fathering such ambitious little golden crows, was filled with envy. Consequently, he expressed his desire to form a Dao partner with Chang Shi. However, Chang Shi, unimpressed by the brutish and battle-crazed Eastern Emperor Tai, decisively rejected his courtship. Unwilling to give up, Eastern Emperor Tai devised various strategies to pursue her, yet all fell on deaf ears. He believed that as the demon clan's emperor, holding the Chaos Bell, he was not only in a position of power, but also deemed the foremost figure beneath the sages. Thus, his pursuit of Chang Shi was a favor to her. To his dismay, Chang Shi showed no gratitude, leading to his humiliation and fury. Seizing the opportunity while he was instructing the little golden crows on the Sun Star, he cornered her, attempting to force himself upon her. Chang Shi resolutely refused, and in her rage, she severely injured Eastern Emperor Tai, nearly severing his manhood. Enraged, Eastern Emperor Tai retaliated fiercely, obliterating Chang Shi's soul, leaving behind only a trace of her true spirit to flee toward the primordial lands. Upon learning of the incident, Dijun chose not to blame Eastern Emperor Tai, but instead decided to help conceal the matter, casting the blame onto the witch clan by claiming that Chang Shi had been slain by the ancestor witch Gong Gong during her journey to the primordial lands. Transmuting her grief and anger into motivation, she intensified her training of the 10 little golden crows, hoping that one day they could reach the level of Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai, and together march to flatten Mount Buzhou, annihilating the witch clan in the 33 heavens of the demon court. Within the Lingxiao pavilion, Dijun admonished, "You, as the demon emperor, must temper your temperament, act with more deliberation, and refrain from recklessness. Fortunately, I have managed to keep the matter regarding Chang Shi under wraps. If he were to discover the truth, she would undoubtedly become our enemy at this critical juncture. Any internal strife within the demon court would shatter our dreams of dominating the primordial lands and nullify years of hard work." Seated upon the dragon throne, Dijun earnestly lectured Eastern Emperor Tai. Understood, Eastern Emperor Tai nodded earnestly. Seeing that Eastern Emperor Tai acknowledged his mistakes, Dijun refrained from further reproach. Just as they intended to retreat for continued cultivation, a voice suddenly echoed from outside the hall. Underling Baizhe seeks an audience with the Demon Emperor and Demon King. Upon hearing this, Emperor Dijun and Dongwang Tai exchanged a glance, their expressions reflecting mild astonishment. After all, they had previously informed the various demon clans of their intent to enter seclusion for a breakthrough, instructing that they should not be disturbed unless a matter of great importance arose. However, Baizhe's demeanor was typically composed, and his request for an audience surely indicated a matter of utmost urgency. "Come in," Emperor Dijun commanded, his voice resonating like a tidal wave. Yes, the sound of footsteps echoed as Baizhe, clad in a flowing white robe, entered the grand hall, followed closely by several burly demon warriors and a gold immortal shaman bound tightly with ropes. Your Majesty, Demon Emperor, I have made a significant discovery, Bai Zhe announced, stepping to the center of the hall and bowing respectfully to Emperor Dijun and Dongwang Tai, his face alight with barely contained excitement. Dijun and Tai, intrigued by his enthusiasm, urged him to elaborate. Oh, pray tell, what is this discovery? Bai Zhe's hand shimmered with light as he unveiled a long blade. Yet this blade was merely a top-grade postnatal spiritual weapon, not even worthy of being called a spiritual treasure. Dijun and Tai exchanged puzzled glances, uncertain of the significance of such an ordinary weapon. Under their watchful gaze, Bai Zhe approached the bound gold immortal shaman. The shaman, sensing Bai Zhe's intentions, began to struggle violently. However, the ropes binding him were crafted from a postnatal spiritual treasure, and despite his immense strength, he could not break free, glaring at Bai Zhe with blood-red eyes, as if wishing to devour him whole. Ignoring the shaman's fierce gaze, Bai Zhe raised his right hand and lifted the long blade. With a swift motion, a cold gleam flashed as he brought the blade down, cleaving the shaman in twain, blood gushing forth. "This is—" Emperor Dijun and Donghuang Tai gasped, rising from their thrones, their eyes ablaze with fervor. Naturally, slaying a gold immortal shaman was trivial for them, but they were astonished that Bai Zhe had not exerted a shred of divine power and had effortlessly dispatched the formidable shaman with a weapon that was hardly remarkable. The entire process was executed with startling precision and without any hindrance. "Your Majesty, this is the significance of my discovery," Bai Zhe explained, his thoughts guiding the blade to fly before Dijun and Tai. The weapon was unremarkable in both material and craftsmanship. Its efficacy in severing the shaman's formidable body stemmed from its history of slaughtering countless humans, absorbing their vengeful souls. Dijun caressed the blade, its icy surface contrasting with the fervor igniting within him. "So, if I can gather a substantial number of human souls and infuse them into a weapon, I could forge a devastating tool that disregards the physical might of the ancestral witches." Bai Zhe nodded affirmatively. "Indeed." "Ha, truly, the heavens favor our demon court," Tai boomed, his laughter echoing through the hall. Who would have thought that the seemingly insignificant human race holds such profound utility? After deliberating, Dijun and Tai resolved to massacre the vast majority of humanity in the primordial wilderness, crafting a true witch-slaying sword. With the sword in hand and the Zhou Tian star formation as their trump card, they would be assured of victory against the witch clan. Though humans were diminutive, they were nonetheless a race created by the Saint Nuwa. Would our actions invite the displeasure of the saints? Dijun pondered, hesitating. "Brother, do not be concerned. The Taiji and Saint Nuwa regard humanity merely as expendable pawns. If they held any genuine affection for humanity, we would not see them struggling for survival in the cracks of existence that we demons have feasted upon humanity for years without their protest." Tai reassured him. After a moment of contemplation, Dijun conceded, "You are right. As long as we do not annihilate humanity entirely, leaving a small remnant should suffice. After all, while the human race may seem utterly insignificant, their reproductive capabilities are commendable. Given some time, they could certainly recover their numbers." Seeing Dijun's agreement, Tai prepared to summon the demon army, eager to lead the charge against the human tribes in the eastern primordial wilderness. "Brother, we cannot involve ourselves directly in this matter," Dijun interjected, halting Tai's enthusiastic preparations. "Why not?" Tai inquired, his brow furrowing with confusion. Though the Witch clan was largely known for their brute strength, the cunning Jerome, reputed as the Witch clan strategist, was astute that if he witnessed their direct involvement in the slaughter, he would undoubtedly deduce their significant motives and intervene. "Therefore, we must avoid drawing the ancestral witch's attention and allow the demon deities to lead the army in a manner that remains undetected, as they would in their usual hunt for humanity." Dijun articulated, wisdom gleaming in his eyes. "Your Majesty speaks true," Bai Zhe concurred. "Very well," Tai nodded, recognizing the merit in Dijun and Bai Zhe's counsel. "Bai Zhe, convey my orders to the 10 demon deities to each lead their forces in the extermination of humanity and the collection of vengeful souls, ensuring that humanity is not entirely extinguished." "Understood." Bai Zhe respectfully accepted the command. Soon, Bai Zhe, Ji Ming, Ing Zhao, Fei Dan, Fei Lian, Jiuying, Shangyang, Qin Yuan, Ci Tai, and Gui Che, the 10 demon deities, led their vast armies, stealthily advancing from the 4 celestial gates toward the eastern primordial wilderness. The demon deities were filled with exhilaration and fervor, envisioning their completion of this task, aiding the demon emperor and demon sovereign in forging the witch-slaying sword. They anticipated being hailed as the great contributors to the demon court's triumph over the witch clan, assured of rewards and elevation in status. While the demon deities believed their actions were shrouded in secrecy, Li Qingshu had long anticipated this day and had been attentively monitoring the movements of the demon court. Sensing the formidable army advancing toward the eastern primordial wilderness, he opened his eyes, rising from his perch on a rocky cliff. "Disciple, I must attend to an urgent matter. You may continue your focused training here," he instructed, his aura surging forth. Having prepared for so long, his power was finally poised to be unleashed today. "Understood," Ao Bing replied, recognizing the seriousness in Li Qingshu's demeanor and nodding obediently. With a single step, Li Qingshu traversed the spatial patterns rippling from beneath his feet. As he lifted his foot, he remained in place, yet with his next step, he vanished into the horizon, only to reappear in an instant. On a vast plain in the eastern primordial wilderness, countless houses sprawled as far as the eye could see, with trillions of humans bustling diligently within their tribes. Some were engaged in forging tools, others in dismantling prey, while some diligently practiced, creating a scene of flourishing vitality. At the heart of the tribe stood an ancient tree towering tens of thousands of zhang, its trunk luxuriantly thick, resembling a colossal umbrella that shed a cascade of shimmering light. This was the largest tribe of the human race, the ancestral land tribe, in addition to housing countless billions of humans. The tribe was also home to the 3 ancestral figures, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, who had transcended to the Daoyuo Jingxian realm by absorbing the merits of the heavenly Tao. Since the 3 ancestors had attained this celestial elevation, the safety of the ancestral land tribe had seen a significant enhancement, having not suffered invasions from other races thereafter. Just as the humans of the ancestral land tribe were bustling about, they suddenly felt the sky above them grow ominously dark. Curious, they looked up to the heavens and discovered that the previously clear skies had been overtaken by a vast expanse of relentless, layered black clouds. These ominous clouds approached the ancestral land tribe at a speed visible to the naked eye as the dark mass drew nearer. The humans beheld an army of countless monstrous beings standing atop the clouds. These creatures bore fierce visages, donned full armor, wielded a variety of weapons, and exuded an overwhelming aura of malevolence, instantly instilling a suffocating sense of dread among the billions of humans in the ancestral land tribe. Clang, clang, clang. The urgent sound of bells resonated throughout the entire ancestral land tribe. Upon hearing the alarm, the people set aside their tasks and grasped their weapons. Simultaneously, the 3 ancestors, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi, emerged from the tree hollow at the center of the tribe. Soaring into the sky above the tribe, the indestructible flames, the first garment of the post-heaven, and the first stone house, all endowed with the blessings of the heavenly Tao, radiated power comparable to that of low-grade innate spiritual treasures. Yet, even with such formidable assets, the 3 ancestors felt their bodies tense and sweat form in their palms as they gazed at the ferocious and bloodthirsty army of monsters, soon an army of millions. Led by the demon gods Baze, City, and Qin Yuan, advanced toward the ancestral land tribe. "Halt!" Suiren called out, his resonant voice rolling forth like a tidal wave, attempting to deter the monstrous forces. "Presumptuous! A mere swarm of ants dares to shout at me." The demon god City, with the head of an ox and long, curved horns, stood bare-chested, revealing a bronze physique that seemed forged from divine metal. With a fierce glare, he lifted his wolf-toothed club above his head and brought it crashing down toward the 3 ancestors. The club flared with blinding light, expanding rapidly to millions of zhang in length, resembling a metallic mountain that obscured the sky. Seeing this, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Zi's expressions shifted dramatically, realizing that City had launched an immediate assault. Offering them no chance to retaliate, Suiren summoned the indestructible flames, transforming them into a soaring fire dragon, engulfing the club in a desperate attempt to incinerate it. However, City S Club, a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, was indestructible and impervious to the flames. Yo Chao's stone house ascended skyward, rapidly enlarging to 1,000,000 zhong in size, aiming to block City S strike. Yet the club's tremendous force shattered the stone house, sending debris flying and obliterating most of its inscriptions. In a flurry, Z activated the first garment of the post-heaven, unleashing divine light to shield the trio. Boom! Upon collision, Suiren, Yu Chao, and Z plummeted to the ground like meteors, creating a thunderous sound, a cloud of dust erupting into the sky as they were dragged for miles before finally coming to a halt. Cough, cough. As the dust settled, the three ancestors staggered to their feet. Bloodied and breathless, the city's strike had plunged the spirits of the billions of humans in the ancestral land tribe into despair, extinguishing their hopes in their eyes. The Daojixian figures of Suiren, Yu Chao, and Z were omnipotent beings, even considered powerful in the vast wilderness. Yet now, despite their utmost efforts, they found themselves helpless against City as casual blow. Should the monstrous army engage, they would face an overwhelming slaughter. Ants are still ants. Even if they absorb the merits of the heavenly Tao to become Daojixian, they remain but larger ants. City cast a scornful glance at Suiren, Yu Chao, and Z. Before gaining the heavenly Tao's merits, they had only possessed the cultivation of the celestial realm. It was only through the infusion of these merits that their cultivation had been forcibly elevated to the Daojixian level. However, such an unnatural boost was merely sufficient to contend with Tai Jinxian, but utterly inadequate against one of the 10 demon gods. City, the three ancestors, witnessing City's blatant disregard, intended to retort. Yet as they opened their mouths, they coughed up blood, their faces turning pale as they swayed unsteadily. This moment, the monstrous army behind Baze and the others sharpened their weapons, their eyes gleaming with excitement and brutality, poised to massacre, intending to construct a path to unify the wilderness with the corpses of billions of humans. Facing the bloodthirsty, monstrous army, the hearts of all humans in the ancestral land tribe turned to ash, their faces etched with despair. Just as Baze and the other demon gods prepared to issue the order for massacre, a spatial gate suddenly opened nearby. Following this, several massive, severed heads tumbled out from the portal, rolling to a stop before them. Upon closer inspection, Baze and the others were horrified to recognize these bloodied heads as belonging to the demon gods Jimeng, Ingzhao, and Guiche, who had previously split off to slaughter other human tribes. Jimeng, Ingzhao, Guiche, and the other demon gods were among the elite chosen from the hundreds of thousands of Daojixian within the demon court, their combat prowess on par with the great shamans of the Witch Clan. They had never anticipated that, after being apart for such a brief moment, the 7 demon gods would meet their demise. That moment, the spatial gate rippled once more. Then, Li Qingxiu, clad in a white robe, stepped through. Fortunately, I have not arrived too late. I Qingxiu surveyed the ancestral land tribe below, feeling a slight sense of relief. Upon reaching the eastern part of the wilderness, he discovered that the demon gods had divided their forces to assault various human tribes. To prevent the potential slaughter of other tribes while he dealt with Baze and City, Li Qingxiu opted for a more strategic approach, swiftly traversing the wilderness to eliminate Jimeng, Guiche, and the other 7 demon gods, along with the millions of monstrous troops they commanded before arriving at the ancestral land tribe. The billions of humans in the ancestral land tribe, witnessing the once mighty demon gods being felled by Li Qingxiu, were left speechless, their hearts stirred by tumultuous waves of astonishment. You dare to slay our demon gods? What audacity! City regained his composure and glared at Li Qingxiu, his eyes wide as symbols that I am the one who has slain them. What will you do about it? Baze's expression darkened, while City and Qin Yuan seethed with rage, their auras like an invisible tempest bearing down on Li Qingxiu. Yet he remained unperturbed, calm, and collected. Once again, it comes down to power and influence. As a direct disciple of the Jie, adorned with the jade pendant bestowed by the upper pure heaven, he felt no fear, even in the presence of figures like Di Jun or Dong Huangtai. Li Qingxiu, as a disciple of Jie Jiao, why must you oppose our demon race? Beiza's fury simmered, but the identity of his opponent instilled profound trepidation, preventing him from acting recklessly. Have you forgotten? I am also part of the human race. How could I stand idly by while you plot the extermination of humanity? Li Qingxiu responded with unwavering resolve. The standoff between Li Qingxiu and the formidable demon army swiftly captured the attention of many powerful beings across the vast wilderness. Upon hearing Li Qingxiu's words, the Grand Master of Xuandu from Deluo Mountain remained unperturbed, feeling no pangs of guilt in his eyes, having joined the human teachings and being the sole direct disciple of the Supreme Pure Saint. He considered himself a prominent figure within the entire wilderness. The humble origins of the human race, akin to mere ants, were to him the greatest shame. His current objective was to completely sever ties with the human race, ensuring that only his noble identity as a direct disciple of the human teachings would be remembered, while his base human lineage would be forgotten, the three ancestral figures of the human race. Along with the billions of humans from the ancestral tribe, sighed in unison at this critical juncture for the survival of humankind. The Grand Master of Xuandu, as the chief direct disciple of the human teachings, had yet to make an appearance, while Li Qingxiu had traveled countless miles to protect humanity. This young man truly embodied loyalty and righteousness, a rarity indeed. Many powerful beings in the wilderness lamented inwardly. In a world rife with deceit and driven solely by profit, individuals like Li Qingxiu, who could leap over the Dragon Gate yet still remain true to their roots, were exceedingly few. Observing all of this from the shadows, Shangqing Tantian grew increasingly appreciative and trusting of Li Qingxiu. Not only was Li Qingxiu intelligent and perceptive, but he also, like the master himself, valued loyalty and righteousness. Entrusting it to him, the master felt reassured. With such a level-headed disciple, bold in thought and action, and deeply principled, he could devote himself to comprehending the sword path and strive for a higher realm. Li Qingxiu, as a direct disciple of the, do you not fear the karmic retribution that may arise from recklessly slaying my demon gods, potentially implicating the, at this moment, after much contemplation, Baize spoke again, still seeking ways to dissuade Li Qingxiu. After all, the identity of a saint's direct disciple loomed large. Unless absolutely necessary, he truly dared not make a move against him. I'm shielded by the merits of the Tao, and thus, I remain untouched by all karmic retribution. Li Qingxiu declared, snapping his fingers, a radiant purple-gold light swirling at his fingertips, exuding a divine and grand aura. Previously, he had only utilized a portion of his Tao merits to transform the stars within him, leaving a significant amount untouched, with the merits of the Tao protecting him. Even if he were to slay 7 demon gods and 1 billion demons, or even to vanquish Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, it would not affect the. Upon witnessing this, Baize's pupils constricted. He had not anticipated that Li Qingxiu had not expended all of his Tao merits to enhance his strength. Li Qingxiu, do not be ungrateful. Were it not for your identity as a saint's direct disciple, I would have dismembered you long ago. Why must you be so obstinate? As Li Qingxiu remained resolute, the irritable Zi Tai immediately brandished his wolf-toothed club, pointing it at Li Qingxiu and shouting angrily. Foolish ox, do you possess the ability to do so? Li Qingxiu cast a disdainful glance at him, his scorn evident. Feeling the derision and contempt in Li Qingxiu's gaze, Zi Tai was instantly incensed, 2 plumes of thick white smoke erupting from his nostrils, his eyes bloodshot as a fierce killing intent surged forth. That I shall kill you. With a roar, Zi Tai charged at Li Qingxiu. Swinging his wolf-toothed club, Zi Tai, do not act impulsively. Baize shouted urgently, though he showed no intention of genuinely stopping him. After all, given the current circumstances, it was clear that Li Qingxiu was determined to protect humanity. Whether or not they could gather the resentful souls of humanity to forge the slaughter which sword was crucial to the grand ambition of the demon court unifying the wilderness. And it was imperative that nothing went awry. Therefore, Zi Tai's reckless actions aligned perfectly with his intentions. If Zi Tai were to defeat Li Qingxiu, they could seize the opportunity to massacre the human race. Fulfilling the commands of Emperor Jun and Dong Huangtai, Even if Shanqing Tongtian were to come to demand an explanation, he could claim he had attempted to intervene, but Zitai had acted on his own accord. This way, he could not only shift the blame onto Zitai, but also successfully accomplish the task set by Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, becoming the greatest contributor to the unification of the wilderness. Truly perfect. Boom! Boom! Zitai raced towards Li Qingshu with great strides, each footfall echoing like a heavy hammer striking the heavens, producing an immensely dull sound. "Receive my blow," Zitai roared, raising his wolf-toothed club above his head. As he infused the immense divine power of a late-stage, Deluo golden immortal into the club, it radiated divine light, swelling to millions of zhang in size, filling the sky as it descended violently towards Li Qingshu. Upon witnessing this, Sui Run, Wu Niao, and Zi felt their pupils constrict, their breaths halting in tension, but Zitai was, after all, one of the most physically formidable beings among the 10 demon gods, comparable to the great shamans of the Witch Clan. The earlier casual strike had already severely wounded them. Now, with Zitai's full fury unleashed in a single blow, its might would undoubtedly far exceed the previous attack. They believed that Li Qingshu, possessing only the perfected realm of Tai Golden Immortal, had yet to break through to the Deluo Golden Immortal realm. Even with the teachings of the saint, his power, though exceptional, would still stand no chance under such overwhelming absolute pressure. As the wolf-toothed club descended with world-destroying force, Li Qingshu felt as though the blood within him ignited. The 3,650 stars of his great Zhou Tian resonated, filling him with an overwhelming surge of power. Break! Li Qingshu swung his fists, delivering a formidable blow towards the wolf-toothed club. Seeking death, Zitai sneered coldly upon seeing that Li Qingshu chose to confront his club head-on without evasion. In his view, Li Qingshu must have become arrogant, emboldened by the leniency shown by many powerful beings due to his identity as a direct disciple of the Bai Zhe. 2. Was on high alert, ready to intervene. Fearing that Li Qingshu might be obliterated by this strike, in the next moment, the colossal wolf-toothed club collided heavily with Li Qingshu's ascending fist. Clang! A thunderous and resonant sound of metal clashing erupted, as a torrent of terrifying energy surged forth like a river bursting its banks. The laws and patterns of the Tao clashing violently, the destructive force shattering the surrounding space into a fragmented mirror-like state. Crack, crack! Following that, a crisp sound of shattering rang out. To the point of impact between the wolf-toothed club and Li Qingshu's fist, a visible crack appeared. Soon after, the crack began to spread, erasing the patterns inscribed upon it. Boom! Amidst the countless incredulous gazes, the colossal wolf-toothed club shattered like fragile porcelain, disintegrating into countless fragments that rained down like a meteor shower. Simultaneously, the right hand of Zitai, which had gripped the club, transformed into a mist of blood in an instant. Not only that, but even his internal organs were violently impacted, resulting in a sudden spurt of fresh blood. Zitai's complexion turned deathly pale as he staggered in mid-air, nearly plummeting to the ground at that moment. The world fell into a profound silence, so quiet that the sound of falling needle could be heard. The likes of Swearin, Yao Qizi, and countless billions of the human race had their eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. Mouths agape as if they could swallow a fist. They had envisioned numerous outcomes. For instance, Zitai, wary of Li Qingshu's identity, might withdraw at the last moment, or perhaps the treasures left on Li Qingshu by Shanqing Tongtian would activate, blocking the strike, or even that Bai Zhe would intervene, sparing Li Qingshu from disaster. Some powerful beings from the primordial era, who had witnessed Li Qingshu battle across realms, believed he might truly withstand this blow. Yet, none could have anticipated that Li Qingshu not only endured Zitai's full force strike unscathed, but also shattered the mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, the wolf-toothed club. With a single punch, it must be noted that this was a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, indestructible and eternal. Even the 12 ancestors of sorcery, renowned for their invincible physical forms, could hardly achieve such a feat at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Remarkably, Li Qingshu, whose roots lay in the weakest innate human lineage, possessed such formidable combat prowess that it was utterly astonishing. Li Qingshu's modus operandi was clear. Either abstain from action or strike with lethal intent. As the onlooker stood stunned into silence. He stepped forward, appearing before Ci Tai as if teleporting. Gazing at the nearby Ci Tai, Li Qingshu swung his right fist, aiming directly at the latter's head. This punch contained the power of 3,600 great cosmic stars, capable of shattering even a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. Should it land on Ci Tai, his skull would undoubtedly explode like a watermelon. In this critical moment, the demon god Qin Yuan transformed into an incredibly swift ray of divine light, hurtling towards Li Qingshu. Unlike other demon gods, who often appeared as massive as mountains, Qin Yuan's true form was that of a peculiar bird with a tail adorned with poisonous spikes, no larger than an ordinary bird. Its diminutive size, combined with Qin Yuan's mastery over the speed principle among the 3,000 great laws, granted it a velocity surpassing that of its peers. Moreover, the poisonous spikes at its tail were extraordinarily toxic, having previously caused considerable trouble even for Qiyu. Confident in its speed, Qin Yuan believed it could pierce Li Qingshu's arm with its venomous tail and rescue Ci Tai, just as Qin Yuan appeared before Li Qingshu. The green glowing poisonous spike poised to strike his arm. The surrounding space suddenly warped. It felt as though it had sunk into a quagmire, caught in an unfathomable spatial vortex. The distance between its spike and Li Qingshu's arm seemed a mere half-inch. Yet it felt as if separated by an insurmountable chasm, unable to breach the gap despite all efforts. In the next moment, a large hand seized the poisonous spike at its tail. Qin Yuan frantically flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to escape Li Qingshu's grasp. Yet, the hand held it firmly, like an iron vice, unable to budge an inch. Witnessing Qin Yuan's futile struggle, Li Qingshu could not help but let out a derisive chuckle. And no matter how swift Qin Yuan was, it could not surpass the spatial law, second only to the force law among the 3,000 great laws. With a slight exertion, he could infinitely extend the space between them, ensuring Qin Yuan would never reach him. Furthermore, having previously absorbed the essence of the blood-winged black mosquito, Li Qingshu's own speed and reflexes were hardly inferior to Qin Yuan's. Thus, the notion that Qin Yuan could harm him was nothing but a delusion. "Nice tail spike," Li Qingshu remarked. "I'll take it." With his left hand, he forcefully snapped off Qin Yuan's tail spike. This spike not only possessed extreme toxicity, but also remarkable penetrating power, combined with its hard material. It could be refined into a top-tier post-heavenly spiritual treasure capable of killing invisibly. As Li Qingshu broke the tail spike, blood gushed forth from Qin Yuan's wound. Its face turned pale, and its expression was filled with terror. The tail spike was not only its strongest attack, but also stored its essence power. Even as a great Luo golden immortal, it could not be reconstituted. Losing the tail spike would cause its strength to plummet, relegating it from the ranks of demon gods. However, Qin Yuan's concerns were evidently unfounded, for Li Qingshu had no intention of allowing it to return alive. After stowing the poisonous spike, Li Qingshu reached out once more, gripping Qin Yuan by the neck. With a crisp crack of bones, Qin Yuan's neck twisted, its eyes dimming as the light of life rapidly dissipated. The formidable Qin Yuan, a late-stage great Luo golden immortal and one of the 10 demon gods, was dispatched with the same ease as a poultry slaughtered by Li Qingshu's hand. The human race and the powerful beings of the primordial era could only watch in awe as Li Qingshu so casually dispatched a demon god, their tongues clicking in astonishment. Though Li Qingshu held strong values of loyalty and righteousness, he was also decisive in slaughter, showing no regard for the likes of Baizhe, Emperor Jun, and the entire demon court. Seizing the moment Li Qingshu killed Qin Yuan, Ci Tai hastily fled behind Baizhe. Ci Tai's face was ashen, his gaze towards Li Qingshu filled with fear and trepidation, resembling a lost dog, an utter contrast to his previous arrogant demeanor. Realizing that both Qin Yuan and Ci Tai were no match for Li Qingshu, Baizhe stepped forward. Though wary of Li Qingshu's identity and reluctant to engage, the situation left him no choice. If he did not act, the mission of slaughtering the human race and collecting vengeful souls would be in vain. That I had no intention of opposing you. But alas, I bear the imperial command. It seems I must apprehend you first and seek forgiveness from the sages later, Baizhe said calmly. Regarding Li Qingshu, you truly believe you can surpass me? Li Qingshu stood high in the sky, his garments billowing, black hair flowing, facing Bai Zhe from a distance. That I can see that your strength is formidable, befitting a disciple personally taught by the sages, far exceeding my expectations. Were I at your level, I would not stand a chance against you. However, I am but a step away from the quasi-saint realm, towering over you by a whole realm. You stand no chance of victory, Bai Zhe replied, his eyes glinting with a steady, wise light. The distinction between Tai, golden immortal, and Great Luo, golden immortal, was like that of clouds and mud. Moreover, having reached the pinnacle of the Great Luo golden immortal realm, the gap between him and Li Qingshu was immense. As the foremost among the 10 demon gods, he was no weakling and could not be defeated by someone who had crossed an entire realm. Let me see what abilities the foremost among the 10 demon gods, Bai Zhe, possesses. In Li Qingshu's eyes, a flicker of lightning danced. With a grand sweep of his hand, a colossal bolt of the supreme, clear divine thunder, imbued with a vibrant purple hue, cascaded down towards Bai's with overwhelming force. Given Li Qingshu's current cultivation, the might of this supreme, clear divine thunder was unparalleled. The purple lightning illuminated the heavens, emanating boundless power that shattered the surrounding space into fragments. Zitai gazed upon the terrifying supreme, clear divine thunder, his expression contorted with dread, as if a massive stone had been placed upon his heart, nearly suffocating him. It dawned on him that Li Qingshu had not truly exerted himself against him and Qin Yuan. Otherwise, this single bolt of divine thunder would have sufficed to obliterate them utterly. Yet, the demon god Bai's remained remarkably composed, displaying an unwavering demeanor in the face of the impending thunderstorm. With a flash of divine light in his hand, he conjured a brush that gleamed with an ethereal white radiance. As if meticulously crafted from pure white jade, the sage of the demon clan, Bai's, despite his formidable abilities, was not particularly skilled in combat. However, he possessed a top-tier innate spiritual treasure, the Bai's brush. This brush possessed the divine capability to transform the intangible into the tangible, effectively compensating for his combat shortcomings. Raising his right hand, Bai's fluidly wielded the brush. With a few deft strokes, a massive, ancient bronze door, stretching millions of zhong in length and breadth, and as solid as the earth itself, materialized overhead. The surface of this door was intricately engraved with various Dao patterns, radiating a subtle metallic sheen. Appearing utterly indestructible, boom! In the next moment, the purple supreme, clear divine thunder struck the colossal bronze door with tremendous force. A magnificent explosion of lightning erupted at the point of collision, as countless patterns clashed violently, consuming one another. When the divine thunder dissipated, the ancient bronze door remained unscathed, evidently having successfully withstood Li Qingshu's attack. A triumphant smile crept upon Bai's face, while Li Qingshu exhibited no signs of discouragement. After all, this casual strike of his was merely a probe, and its deflection was entirely expected. It seemed that Bai's primary offensive tactics derived from the brush in his hand. Li Qingshu mused inwardly. Determined to fulfill Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Taiyi's orders expeditiously, Bai's resolved to switch from defense to offense, but he focused his energy, channeling all his divine power into the Bai's brush. With strokes reminiscent of a dragon and snake, an immense beast, towering millions of zhong and adorned with vibrant patterns, complete with fangs and wings, materialized in the sky. This was Qiongqi, one of the 4 ancient fierce beasts. Many powerful entities observing from the shadows felt their hearts tighten. Sui Run, Yu Chao, Yi, and countless billions of the human race were engulfed in terror. Under the reign of the ancient beast emperor, there were 4 fierce beasts: Chaos, Qiongqi, Tao Tai, and Tuo Luo. These 4 beasts led their monstrous armies to ravage the wilderness, flattening numerous paradises and great powers, forcing all races to unite against them. Although this Qiongqi was not its true form, the ferocious and savage aura it exuded was still chilling. Roar! The towering Qiongqi loomed over Li Qingshu like a mountain, its blood-red maw gaping wide. Revealing sharp fangs as it roared with ferocity, waves of resounding sound erupted from its throat, shaking the heavens, causing mountains to crumble and rivers to erupt into towering columns of water. Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Jie quickly collaborated to erect a protective barrier of divine power over the ancestral lands of humanity. Nevertheless, billions of humans were still left reeling, blood streaming from their noses and ears due to the invisible sonic waves. After roaring, Qiongqi flapped its wings and launched itself at Li Qingxiu. Despite its colossal size, Qiongqi moved with astonishing speed. With a powerful flap of its wings, it swiftly crossed the sky and appeared before Li Qingxiu in an instant. Qiongqi opened its gaping maw, revealing a cavernous throat, intent on swallowing him whole. Faced with such a behemoth, Li Qingxiu immediately employed the technique Law of Heaven and Earth, one of the 36 heavenly patterns. Law of Heaven and Earth was notoriously difficult to master, yet Li Qingxiu had long since perfected it. He activated the divine power. His form visibly expanded, transforming him into a giant towering millions of zhang. He raised both arms, palms outstretched, and with remarkable precision, seized Qiongqi's fangs. Lift! The veins on Li Qingxiu's muscles bulged as he grasped the fangs and executed a shoulder throw, sending the mountain-sized Qiongqi crashing down. Boom! With a thunderous sound, Qiongqi was violently slammed into the ground, shattering hundreds of mountain ranges and carving a long trench in the earth before finally coming to a halt. Such a ferocious display of combat left the watching great witches and ancestral witches dumbfounded. They had believed their physical forms to be unmatched, only to discover someone even more formidable, a Tai golden immortal able to contend with the Qiongqi summoned by Baize and gain the upper hand. What manner of creature is Li Qingxiu? Baize, while maintaining a calm exterior, could not help but ponder as the head of the demon gods. He had fought with the great witches multiple times, yet even the most renowned of them for their brute strength in the Tai golden immortal realm did not compare to this ferocity. Seeing that a single Qiongqi was no match for Li Qingxiu, Baize resolved to end this swiftly and summoned the remaining 3 of the 4 fierce beasts. With a flurry of strokes from the Baize brush, Chaos, Tao Luo, and Tao Tai, each towering millions of zhang, materialized in the sky. Tao Tai, with a cow's body and human head, its eyes located beneath its armpits, tiger teeth, and human claws, was enveloped in a glossy hide that concealed explosive muscles, radiating unmatched strength. Chaos resembled a yellow sack, crimson as fiery flames, with 6 legs and 4 wings, its form featureless. Tuo Luo had a tiger's body and a human head, its massive frame fearsome, with blue-purple fur that resembled burning hellfire, trailing a gigantic tail akin to a spear. After conjuring these 3 ancient fierce beasts, beads of sweat appeared on Baize's forehead, and his breathing quickened. Though the Baize brush had the ability to materialize the intangible, creating powerful entities or creatures consumed significant divine and mental energy. That it was not that he wished to summon the Beast Emperor Shen'enai or the Panga Great God, but rather, with his current mental capacity, the mightiest beings he could depict were these 4 ancient fierce beasts. Moreover, while divine power could be replenished, the depletion of mental energy was not easily recoverable. However, Baize was confident that with the strength of the 4 fierce beasts, they would surely defeat Li Qingxiu, thus fulfilling the orders bestowed upon him by Emperor Jun and Donghuang Tai Eror. Under Baize's command, Tao Luo, Chaos, and Tao Tai surged towards Li Qingxiu. Their immense forms blotted out the sky, filling the heavens with terror. Li Qingxiu, sensing the colossal threat, ceased to hold back any longer. Supreme, clear divine thunder, sky-cutting sword chi. Li Qingxiu formed a thunder seal with his left hand while his right index and middle fingers converged into a sword gesture. As he unleashed his dual assault, an endless sea of purple lightning cascaded down upon the 4 fierce beasts. Countless bolts, thick as mountains, rained down, causing the starry sea to boil, the space to shatter, and the terror to reach unimaginable heights, as if the apocalypse had descended. The sky-cutting sword chi was indomitable. A single stroke could cleave the very stars from the sky, its power astonishing. Roar, just as the supreme, clear divine thunder was about to descend upon them. Tao Tai suddenly opened its gaping maw towards the heavens. With a mighty inhale, it unleashed a formidable suction, drawing in all the supreme, clear divine thunder before swallowing it whole. Tao Tai's innate divine ability was to devour and refine all things. The cataclysmic supreme clear divine thunder, upon being ingested, was absorbed into its form. Like a clay ox sinking into the sea, it vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, a colossal vortex of chaos manifested upon the faceless visage of the chaos itself. This vortex connected to the depths of the chaotic realm, capable of transferring any unbearable attack away from itself. The chaotic vortex spun slowly, instantaneously teleporting away the sword aura of the celestial severing that Li Qingshu had unleashed. Observing this, Baize wore a faint smile, exuding an air of confidence as if everything was under his control. As the saying goes, knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in every battle. Baize was acutely aware that Li Qingshu possessed not only formidable physical prowess, but also mastery over powerful divine abilities such as Shangqing Divine Thunder, Celestial Severing Sword Aura, and 5 mountains supporting heaven. Therefore, he had prepared in advance to counter his opponent's assault using the innate divine powers of Tao Tai and Chaos. The other prominent beings of the primordial world were equally astonished. They had not anticipated that the 4 great ferocious beasts conjured by Baize's brush would not only possess their forms, but also wield their innate divine abilities, which was utterly terrifying. Meanwhile, the Swearing clan, the Chao clan, the Zi clan, and the entirety of the ancestral land tribe's humanity felt their hearts plummet. For them, Li Qingshu represented their last glimmer of hope. Should he be defeated, it would spell disaster for the ancestral land tribe and humanity as a whole. After Chaos and Tao Tai neutralized Li Qingshu's onslaught, they, alongside the other 2 ferocious beasts, launched an attack against him. A slowly rotating vortex appeared in Chaos's abdomen in the next moment. Massive chaotic mountains surged forth from the vortex. Each wisp of chaotic energy weighed hundreds of millions of tons, capable of collapsing mountains and severing rivers. The chaotic mountains, resilient enough to withstand such chaotic energy, were immensely solid and heavy, akin to apocalyptic seals, shattering the very fabric of space in their wake. Roar! The fur on Tao Tai surged, and violet-black flames erupted from every part of its body, morphing into a fearsome fire dragon that surged toward Li Qingshu, causing the very heavens to seem as though they might melt under the extreme heat. Li Qingshu initially intended to counterattack with Shangqing Divine Thunder and Celestial Severing Sword Aura. However, at that moment, Tao Tai opened its gaping maw, revealing an unfathomable black hole. In an instant, a terrifying force ensnared him, as if innumerable hands were pulling him toward Tao Tai's. Li Qingshu's assault was abruptly interrupted by this sudden power. He began channeling divine energy to stabilize himself through the 3,600 great circulations within. Yet, the space around him began to shatter, and even the massive mountains beneath him were uprooted, swept into Tao Tai's belly like leaves caught in a tornado. Li Daoyu. It is not too late to concede and depart, Baize remarked again, deeply wary of the Shangqing heavenly being behind Li Qingshu. Concede? Li Qingshu chuckled lightly upon hearing this. The brilliance akin to a thriving starry sky illuminated from within him. The stars of the 3,600 great circulations spread across his entire being, instantly resisting Tao Tai's pulling force. After all, within him lay an expansive cosmos. No matter how powerful the Tao Tai conjured by Baize was, it could not shake the power of the entire starry sky. Boom! As Li Qingshu steadied himself, the violet-black fire dragon opened its maw wide, ready to consume him, while the immense chaotic mountains descended, nearly crashing onto Li Qingshu's head. The combined assault of the 4 ancient ferocious beasts was utterly terrifying, sending chills down the spines of the observing Deluo Golden Immortals. Though they were mighty beings of the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, they knew they would be obliterated within mere 0.1 seconds against such an onslaught. The outcome is decided. Baize mused inwardly, envisioning the ensuing carnage he could lead against humanity, collecting their vengeful souls to report back to the demon court. Though the 8 great demon gods, including the Ghost Car and Jiao Ying, had perished, this might very well be a blessing in disguise for him. After all, once he returned with the vengeful souls of humanity, he would be hailed as the greatest contributor to the unification of the primordial world, elevating his status significantly. Just as Baize believed victory was assured, a massive fist suddenly emerged from the roaring violet-black flames, striking down fiercely upon the descending chaotic mountains. That a series of explosive sounds erupted as the chaotic mountains shattered one after another, cascading down like a meteor shower. Then, amidst the swirling flames, Li Qingshu emerged, unscathed, his white robes as pristine as snow, and his long hair flowing, showing no signs of injury. This unforeseen turn of events caused by Zai's face to change dramatically. Li Qingshu had previously shattered a mid-grade innate spirit treasure, the Wolf Fang Club, with a single punch, revealing the strength of his physical form. However, he had assumed that the flames emitted by Tao Tai would not only scorch the flesh, but also assault the soul. Bai Zai had expected Li Qingshu to eventually succumb to the flames and plead for mercy, but to his astonishment, Li Qingshu had withstood the flames without a single scratch, regaining his composure. Bai Zai attempted once more to command the four ferocious beasts to strike Li Qingshu. Yet, Li Qingshu would not afford him that opportunity. Countless stars within him radiated their brilliance, an endless torrent of immense power flowing through his limbs and gathering in his palms. His hands, infused with divine power, shone brilliantly, akin to blazing suns, blinding those present that oceans flow severed. A glimmer of divine light sparkled in Li Qingshu's eyes as he shaped his hands like blades, swiftly slashing toward the four ferocious beasts. As he unleashed this amassed palm strike, the entire firmament rumbled, an overwhelming killing intent erupting like an unquenchable volcano, sweeping across the universe. If the first form of the celestial severing palm, 5 mountains supporting heaven, represented suppressive force, then the second form, ocean's flow severed, embodied the power of cutting. The formidable cutting force, combined with the spatial tearing power Li Qingshu wielded, transformed his strike into an apocalyptic blade capable of cleaving through all existence. Before the four ferocious beasts could react, a violent gale surged forth, and in the next moment, their mountainous forms, along with the surrounding space, were cleaved asunder. The four ferocious beasts were bisected, not spilling blood, but rather dissolving into pure Tao patterns that gradually faded away. After vanquishing the four ferocious beasts with an unparalleled strike, Li Qingshu surged toward Bai Zai with unstoppable momentum. Bai Zai's complexion turned pale, his pupils dilating. Before he could react, the oncoming formless blade instantaneously shattered him into a shower of blood. Hiss! The mighty beings of the primordial world and the countless billions of humanity present gasped in unison, as if struck by lightning, their minds ringing with disbelief. And one had anticipated that Li Qingshu, merely at the Tai golden immortal realm, could wield such earth-shattering and terrifying divine powers. That unparalleled strike seemed as though it could sever the very fabric of the universe, striking terror into the hearts of all. Even the four ferocious beasts and the demon god Bai Zai were obliterated without a chance to resist. Soon after, a faint golden light soared from the blood rain, revealing Bai Zai's panicked visage as he fled into the distance. This was Bai Zai's true spirit. As long as it remained intact, he could reincarnate and return. However, Li Qingshu would not grant him that opportunity. As he reached out his hand, Bai Zai's true spirit was ensnared by an invisible force, drawing it before him. Li Qingshu, my friend. Bai Zai's voice emanated from his true spirit, filled with dread and supplication. After years of struggle in the primordial world, he had finally clawed his way to a high position within the demon court, nearing the quasi-saint realm, and naturally did not wish to perish. Spare you a life? Have you ever considered sparing the lives of the countless trillions of humanity in the eastern primordial realm? Li Qingshu let out a cold laugh, and with a surge of power from his hand, he ruthlessly crushed the true spirit of his opponent without mercy. Standing beside him, City was struck with terror as he witnessed one of the 10 great demon gods, Bai Zai, perish at the hands of Li Qingshu. Sweating profusely, he trembled uncontrollably. Li Qingshu unleashed a bolt of purple gold lightning, which instantly struck City. Boom! The sound of the explosion reverberated as the terrifying Shanqing divine thunder shot forth, obliterating City's corporeal form, blood raining down as both flesh and true spirit were annihilated. Even the countless demon army behind him was reduced to ashes under the ravaging Shanqing divine thunder A notification appeared before Li Qingxiu, indicating the drops from Bai Zhe, mine near Demon Gold, and from City, immense strength, red, asking if he wished to collect them immediately. Collect immediately, Li Qingxiu commanded. Though Bai Zhe and City had each dropped but a single item, he felt immensely satisfied. After all, he had also collected numerous items when he vanquished the other 8 demon gods. Furthermore, the high-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Bai Zhe brush, had also fallen into his possession, marking a bountiful harvest. As Li Qingxiu fused the items, the world of Hongjun erupted in chaos. What kind of divine power had he just displayed, so terrifying that it was beyond comprehension? Li Qingxiu's ability to annihilate the 4 great ferocious beasts and the demon god Bai Zhe in one fell swoop was not solely due to the might of his divine powers, but also the augmentation of the spatial laws. Unbelievable, the spatial laws. This was an existence second only to the laws of strength among the 3,000 great laws. There were only a handful of beings in the entire Hongjun world who mastered the spatial laws. How could Li Qingxiu, who had yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, even comprehend such a profound law? This young man was truly extraordinary, defying the heavens. The celestial sage was indeed fortunate to have such a disciple. No other disciple from the various sects could even hope to compare that Dijun and Dong Huangtai. He never anticipated that the 10 great demon gods, brimming with confidence as they headed to the eastern part of Hongjun to slaughter the human race, would be utterly annihilated by Li Qingxiu alone. The likes of Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi among the human race were equally astonished to find that Li Qingxiu, one of their own, had grown to such an unfathomable level of strength. Even the Xuandu Grandmaster, a direct disciple of the human sect, would seem like a firefly compared to the bright moon in comparison. Meanwhile, Taoist Duo Bao on Jin Ao Island, witnessing that Li Qingxiu had not only comprehended the spatial laws, but had also executed the second form of the heaven-splitting palm, was consumed by envy. I'm a primordial being, the Taoist mouse, who has spent tens of millions of years under my master's tutelage to reach my current level. How does this mere human comprehend the spatial laws and the second form of the heaven-splitting palm, which I have yet to touch? His scarlet eyes glowed ominously within his cave, instilling a chilling fear in the nearby disciples. Li Qingxiu quickly integrated the items dropped by Bai Zhe and City. After this battle, his strength had significantly increased once more. However, he felt that it was still not the opportune moment to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal. He needed to refine his physical body and primordial spirit to perfection, while also striving to comprehend as many laws as possible before making that leap, laying the most solid foundation for his future path to supremacy, gazing at the Bai Zhe brush in his hand, which shimmered with colors reminiscent of intricately carved jade. Li Qingxiu refrained from directly refining it into a source point. After all, its ability to transform the intangible into the tangible was undeniably intriguing, and he intended to explore its potential for new applications that that moment. An overwhelming aura of killing intent descended from the 33 heavens, an invisible force locking onto Li Qingxiu in an instant. His actions of slaying the 10 great demon gods and decimating the demon army had directly thwarted Dijun and Donghuang Taiyi's grand plan of forging the slaughtering, which soared to eradicate the witch race and unify Hongjun. Infuriated, they wished to rend Li Qingxiu into pieces. Boom! The next moment, the heavens trembled, an aura of utmost supremacy erupted from the direction of Jinao Island, sweeping across the entire demon court in an instant. Under the pressure of the sage, all the demons within the 33 heavens experienced an unprecedented terror, as if an invisible sword hung above them, ready to strike down and reduce them to nothingness. Within the Lingxiao treasure palace, Dijun and Donghuang Tai suddenly trembled, spitting out a mouthful of blood, their auras plummeting. The myriad beings of Hongjun understood in an instant that Shanqing Tongtian was intimidating Dijun and Donghuang Tai, backing Li Qingxiu. After all, Li Qingxiu was not only a direct disciple of Shanqing Tongtian, but also the architect and executor of the regulations of the Jie Sect. Given Li Qingxiu's displayed talents and potential, he was destined to become the most brilliant jewel of the third generation of the Xianmen. Thus, Shanqing Tian would never allow anyone to act against Li Qingxiu, not even harboring a malicious thought. We acted impulsively and offended your esteemed disciple. We beseech the sage to forgive us. Di Jun bowed respectfully towards the direction of Jinao Island. Even the notoriously proud Dong Huangtai, he was compelled to lower his head. After all, while he claimed to be the foremost beneath the sage, all beneath the sage were mere ants, and he was merely the largest among them. Seeing Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, he submit in apology. The aura of Shanqing Tian gradually receded like the ebbing tide. Huff. Once the invisible pressure dissipated, both Di Jun and Dong Huangtai exhaled deeply. The myriad beings of Hongwang, having witnessed this event, gained a renewed understanding of the supreme authority of the sage. In the eyes of Taiching Laozi and Yuanshi Tianzuan, the struggles between witches and demons, and the wars among the myriad races, were but trivial matters. After completing all this, Li Qingxiu did not leave immediately. Instead, he descended gracefully on white clouds to stand before Sui Run, Yu Chao, and we pay our respects to Senior Li. Thank you for your timely intervention that saved us from peril, they said, hastily adjusting their appearances to show their respect. Although Li Qingxiu had yet to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, his true power far surpassed theirs. As the saying goes, on the path of cultivation, the capable take precedence. Coupled with Li Qingxiu's status as a direct disciple of a sage, they naturally did not dare to address him as a fellow Taoist. Thank you for saving our lives. At that moment, the billions of human beings from the ancestral land bowed deeply to Li Qingxiu, their voices resonating through the heavens. When the demon army descended with overwhelming force, all humans felt a sense of despair, as if the end of days had arrived. Yet Li Qingxiu appeared like a celestial being, propping up the collapsing edifice, turning the tide by decisively slaying the 10 great demon gods and rescuing them from the brink of death. Thus, the entire human race was filled with gratitude and profound respect for Li Qingxiu. Noticing this, Li Qingxiu nodded slightly, surveying the ancestral land before his gaze settled on Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi. Just as he had anticipated, although the three ancestral figures had absorbed heavenly merit to forcibly elevate their cultivation to the early stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal, they had not comprehended any laws. Their understanding of the Tao and the progress of their golden elixir technique were merely at the level of Golden Immortal. This pulling up seedlings to help them grow approach not only rendered the three ancestral figures the weakest among the great Luo Golden Immortals, but also made their future paths of cultivation even more arduous. I am fortunate I did not directly use merit to elevate my cultivation, Li Qingxiu mused, increasingly convinced of the correctness of his prior decision. However, he understood that the actions of Sui Run, Yu Chao, and Zi in using heavenly merit to enhance their cultivation were born of desperation. After all, the human race had a weak foundation and lacked suitable cultivation methods, in such circumstances. Reaching the Golden Immortal realm would be a monumental achievement. Given the opportunity to become a great Luo Golden Immortal, they would not let it slip by. Furthermore, for the human race to establish a foothold in Eastern Hongwang, at least a great Luo Golden Immortal level powerhouse was needed to safeguard the security of their tribes. That I wish to impart a new cultivation method to you. Would you be willing to listen? Li Qingxiu inquired of the multitude of the human race. Previously, he had ventured to the Taishan tribe and vanquished the demon god Jimeng. During this period, he observed that the strength of the human race within the Taishan tribe had seen considerable enhancement. Not only had the vast majority of the human populace acquired varying degrees of cultivation, but those with resolute determination were on the verge of breaking through to the golden immortal realm. This clearly demonstrated that the Tao immortal scripture he had created was far more suitable for humanity than the golden elixir formula imparted by Laozi of Taiching. Consequently, Li Qingxiu resolved to officially teach the Tao immortal scripture to the other members of the ancestral tribe, intending to propagate this technique widely. Although his actions would undoubtedly incite discontent among the teachings of humanity, he was indifferent to such repercussions. After all, the rift between the teachings of humanity and was only a matter of time. He could not allow his regard for Laozi of Taiching to hinder his efforts to improve the plight of the human race. Moreover, humanity was destined to become the sovereign of the future cosmos. their fortune as deep and boundless as the ocean. Should Li Qingshu succeed in imparting teachings to humanity, it would also yield significant benefits for himself. Upon concluding his remarks, the eyes of Swearin, Yu Chao, Zi, and the multitudes of billions of humans instantly sparkled with anticipation. Over the past several hundred millennia, they had cultivated numerous interactions with the human populace of the Taishan tribe, although the Taishan tribe's numbers paled in comparison to those of the ancestral tribe. The proportion of cultivators among them was exceedingly high, reaching approximately 70 to 80% when excluding children. Furthermore, the martial prowess of the Taishan cultivators was formidable, rivaling that of other inherently powerful races, and in some instances, even surpassing them. After a round of inquiries, they learned that the Taishan tribe had received the Tao, the immortal scripture transmitted by Li Qingshu, which accounted for their dramatic transformation. The billions of humans from the ancestral tribe were immensely envious, yet the Taishan tribe informed them that this Tao, the immortal scripture, was an incomplete technique, far from perfection. Additionally, without Li Qingshu's consent, the Taishan tribe dared not unilaterally disseminate this technique. Now that Li Qingshu himself had expressed his intent to impart the teachings, the billions of humans from the ancestral tribe were naturally filled with exuberance. Their excitement palpable. We are willing. We are willing. Please enlighten us, esteemed elder. We are all ears, Swearin hastily proclaimed, and the other tribes exhibited an equally eager demeanor. Very well, I Qingshu nodded, immediately assuming a seated position upon a cloud, preparing to deliver his teachings. Observing this, the other tribes quickly imitated his example, finding suitable spots to sit, their expressions grave as they gazed at Li Qingshu, fearful of missing a single word. As it became apparent that everyone was ready, Li Qingshu wasted no time and began elucidating the Tao, the immortal scripture. As he spoke, his resonant voice, bolstered by divine power, reverberated throughout the heavens, clearly reaching the ears of every human present. The billions of humans listened with rapt attention, not daring to draw breath. Even infants ceased their cries, leaving the realm resonating solely with Li Qingshu's voice. Gradually, golden lotus flowers began to materialize from a void, showering brilliant divine light that was breathtakingly radiant and resplendent. These golden lotuses blanketed the sky, forming an unbroken ocean of gold. Moreover, various multicolored mystical birds flew in from all directions, circling above Li Qingshu. Emitting melodious calls, springs emerged throughout the ancestral tribe, from which sweet water gushed forth in abundance. Typically, such phenomena would only manifest when a top-tier being of at least quasi-saint level delivered teachings. Yet Li Qingshu was able to achieve this at the Tai Golden Immortal level, showcasing the extraordinary profundity of the Tao, the immortal scripture. I Qingshu's exposition lasted a full 3 months that he spared no effort, directly imparting the entirety of the Tao, the immortal scripture, from the foundational techniques to the great Luo Golden Immortal chapters, meticulously explaining the unique aspects of each realm as well as sharing his own cultivation insights. As he concluded his teachings, the resonant sounds of the Tao gradually faded into silence. The overwhelming phenomena receded into the void, and the multitude of humans awakened from their trance. The Tao, the immortal scripture, has been fully entrusted to you. Should any other tribes inquire in the future, you may pass it down without consulting me, I Qingshu stated, rising to his feet before stepping upon the white clouds and departing, offering no further admonitions. After all, he had already provided the opportunity to alter their destinies. If the human race could not exert themselves to cultivate after such a chance, they were unworthy of becoming the lords of the future cosmos. Thank you, esteemed elder, for your teachings. The multitude of humans rose, expressing their profound gratitude as they bowed deeply toward the direction of Li Qingshu's departure. Previously, they had lacked roots and suitable cultivation methods, possessing only a fervent desire to grow stronger without a pathway to do so. Even after struggling for years in the eastern wilderness to establish a foothold, the demon court could obliterate the entire human race at a moment's notice. This sense of helplessness, where they could not even safeguard their own lives, was a heavy burden on the hearts of all humans. Now, with Li Qingshu's transmission of the Tao, the immortal scripture, They had finally been granted the opportunity to seize control of their own fates. For the entire human race, this was akin to a long-awaited deluge after a parched drought. They clenched their fists, silently resolving to dedicate themselves wholeheartedly to cultivation, determined to transform the precarious situation of humanity. Meanwhile, due to Li Qingxiu's intervention, the plans of Emperor Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi to slaughter humanity and forge the slaughtering witch sword were thwarted. In response, the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, sought to expedite their path to enlightenment in the primordial chaos, searching for any opportunity to rescue the great Witch Ho Tuesday. They directly entered the Panga Hall, formed from the head of the great Pangu, to cultivate and fortuitously achieve breakthroughs, reaching the pinnacle of the primordial golden immortal realm. Consequently, Emperor Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Fu Shi grew increasingly wary of the Witch clan, deciding to temporarily abandon their ambitions for a decisive battle, opting instead to seek opportunities to strategize in the future. Upon his return to the Li Qingxiu's status among the disciples soared to new heights. After all, his single-handed feat of slaying the 10 demon gods of the demon court across great realms was nothing short of extraordinary, earning him immense admiration from the disciples. Simultaneously, disciples such as Jinling Shengmu, Wu Dang Shengmu, Zhao Gongming, and the San Shao who had joined the Yinsi experienced rapid advancements in their cultivation, breaking through previous bottlenecks with the assistance of the karmic fortune of the 6 realms. Notably, Jinling Shengmu, who had previously been on par with the relatively weaker Duobao Dao Run, now matched his cultivation level, even exhibiting hints of surpassing him. Observing the substantial benefits gained by the disciples who had become part of the Yinsi, the remaining disciples urged Li Qingxiu to incorporate them into the system as well. Given the vastness of the primordial world, teeming with myriad races, countless beings perished daily. Consequently, the demand for Yinsi was immense. Thus, Li Qingxiu did not refuse the requests of these disciples, directly appointing them as the black and white impermanents. Oxhead and Horseface among the Yinsi. Several 100,000 years passed. Once more Li Qingxiu sat upon a stone high above a precipice, cradling an exaggeratedly designed guitar that was visually striking, strumming its strings. As the music resonated, he began to sing softly in a deep voice. You and he have parted ways once more, while I remain by your side, waiting. I am not even a backup. Yet I tolerate your recklessness. This time, I quietly weep, without thinking of you. As Li Qingxiu sang, Ao Bing, seated opposite him, couldn't help but become teary-eyed, biting his lip as tears streamed down his face. Only when Li Qingxiu paused his performance and tapped Ao Bing's head did he awaken from his reverie. Disciple, how do you find this sorrowful melody? Li Qingxiu inquired, as the guitar in his hands gradually transformed into Dao patterns, vanishing from sight. Master, my heart aches profoundly that I seem to have loved a man for many years, a love that penetrates to the very marrow. Yet he favors another woman. I have sacrificed everything for him. But to him, I am merely a self-indulgent clown. Oh, Bing sobbed, clutching his chest, tears streaming down as he struggled to recover from the emotional impact of the sorrowful melody. It appears that the effect of my sorrowful melody is quite remarkable, Li Qingxiu mused, stroking his chin. In pursuit of the most perfect state to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm and establish the foundation of the Tao. He had been incessantly contemplating various principles over the years. Recently, by a stroke of fortune, he comprehended the power of the emotional principle, which inspired him to create a guitar using the Baizé brush to express his self-invented, sorrowful melody. At present, it appears that this tragic melody driven by the laws of emotion is indeed a potent tool, perhaps capable of yielding unexpected results at certain moments. Observing that his promising disciple remains ensnared in the depths of this tragic melody, he immediately unleashed a divine light, dispelling the power of the emotional law. Master, your tragic melody is remarkably powerful. It allows one to confront adversaries without shedding blood. Ao Bing exclaimed upon fully awakening, his eyes sparkling with admiration for this unique divine ability, brimming with curiosity. Senior brother, there is a situation in the underworld. Come quickly to Li Qingxiu had intended to continue fishing, but suddenly the voice of Bi Xiao resonated in his mind. I have matters to attend to. You may cultivate on your own for now. Once you achieve the great Luo Golden Immortal, I shall teach you the tragic melody. I Qingshu patted A.O. Bing's shoulder and promptly opened a spatial portal, heading to the realm of the underworld. Before long, he arrived at the entrance to the dual realms of Yin and Yang, the gates of Fengdu. Passing through the towering gates that soared 1,000,000 zhang high, Li Qingshu truly entered Fengdu. After years of development and an increasing number of true spirits, Fengdu had evolved from merely a passage connecting the realms of Yin and Yang into a vast city of the underworld. Here resided true spirits who either cherished memories of their loved ones from their past lives or were reluctant to drink Meng Po's soup, erasing all memories before reincarnation. Furthermore, the gates of Fengdu would open every 10,000 years, allowing true spirits judged by the Ten Yama to briefly return to the primordial world to eliminate karmic burdens. These true spirits thus lingered near the gates of Fengdu, over time forming an endless expanse of a colossal city. As Li Qingshu reached above Fengdu, he noticed Zhao Gongming, the three Shaos, and other disciples of the Jie Sect in a tense standoff with a man clad in a yellow robe, riding a mystical beast known as Diting. Behind this man stood hundreds of bald, rat-eyed figures of Li Shixiao. The Jie Sect disciples greeted, their eyes lighting up upon seeing. I Qingshu flew to the side of the three Shaos, casually producing a majestic throne with the Baizé brush and settling into it. Now, tell me what is going on to IT is this way. Today, a disciple of the Western Church's guiding master, Xidagarba, suddenly arrived in the underworld, claiming he wished to recite scriptures in the 18 layers of hell to redeem those deeply mired in sin. He also declared that as long as there is suffering in hell, he shall not attain Buddhahood, stubbornly insisting on remaining here. Bixiao exclaimed, her eyes fixed angrily on Xidagarba. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu nodded slightly and turned his gaze upon Xidagarba. Leave now, and I shall hold no grudges. Should you remain here, beware that I might break your legs. Having lived 2 lives, Li Qingshu was acutely aware that the Western ascetics excelled in distorting truth and creating chaos. Thus, he had no desire to waste words and issued a direct expulsion order. Xidagarba, however, remained unfazed, his expression calm. Instead, he performed a gesture of reverence with one hand, stating, Li Shidi, the underworld does not belong to the Jie Sect, nor does the cycle of reincarnation. Moreover, within the 18 layers of hell, there are many true spirits suffering due to their past karmic entanglements that I cannot bear to see them in such torment. I wish to enter the 18 layers of hell to recite scriptures and guide them towards clearing their karmic debts and achieving reincarnation, as long as there is even one soul suffering in hell. I shall never leave the underworld and shall never attain Buddhahood. Xidagarba's face bore a sincere sorrow, his words noble and meticulously crafted, projecting an image of selflessness and altruism. It was precisely for this reason, combined with Xidagarba's status as a direct disciple of a saint, that Zhao Gongming, Yu Yixian, the three Shaos, and the other Jie Sect disciples refrained from attacking him outright. As long as there is suffering in hell, I shall not attain Buddhahood. He spoke so eloquently, yet his true intention was to carve out a piece of the pie. Although the underworld and the cycle of reincarnation did not belong to the Jie Sect, I am recognized as the Emperor of Fengdu by the Great Tao. I shall not allow the Western Church to extend its grasp here. You would do well to abandon such thoughts and return whence you came. Li Qingshu stated plainly from his throne. Indeed, those who committed heinous acts in life and are now suffering in the 18 layers of hell deserve their fate. It is but the natural order of karma. There is no need for your interference. Qiong Xiao and Zhao Gongming chimed in. Not at all. As the saying goes, one who puts down the butcher's knife can become a Buddha instantly, no matter the severity of their past sins. If they genuinely repent after death, they deserve a chance at redemption. I have come as a disciple of the guiding saint to offer them salvation. Xidagarba continued calmly. The allure of the karmic fortune of the cycle of reincarnation was too great. Today, he was determined to claim his share. It takes countless hardships and trials for a good person to become what you refer to as a Buddha. Yet a wrongdoer need only put down the butcher's knife. Do you not find this notion absurd? Li Qingshu scoffed. If a wrongdoer could simply put down the knife and escape consequences, how could that possibly be just for those they have harmed? Xidigarba, seeing this, sought to continue the debate, but Li Qingshu raised his hand to interrupt. Yue Xian, Zhao Gongming, break their legs, Li Qingshu commanded. Understood. Very well. Zhao Gongming and Yue Xian responded eagerly, their eyes gleaming with excitement. They had long harbored dissatisfaction towards Xidigarba's attempt to intervene and his pretentious demeanor. However, due to Xidigarba's status as a direct disciple of the guiding saint, they had restrained their anger to avoid conflict between the Jie Sect and the Western Church. Now, with Li Qingshu's permission, they wasted no time in launching their attack. Yue Xian's divine light flickered as he grasped a massive black halberd and charged at Xidigarba. Upon witnessing this, Xidigarba's expression shifted dramatically. He had not anticipated Li Qingshu's decisiveness. Disregarding his identity, Xidigarba summoned his staff and bowl, engaging in a fierce battle with Yue Xian above Fengdu. The conflict escalated rapidly, shaking the mountains and trembling the heavens. However, as Zhao Gongming unleashed 36 sea-controlling pearls into the fray, regardless of Xidigarba's formidable cultivation, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the pressure of the exquisite innate spiritual treasures. The 36 sea-controlling pearls descended like stars, bearing down upon Xidigarba, leaving him feeling as if his head were about to burst. Seeing this, Yue Xian dove down and shattered Xidigarba's knees with his black halberd. As Xidigarba received this blow, he found it increasingly difficult to withstand the suppression of the sea-controlling pearls. With a loud thud, he fell to his knees, his face flushed and sweat pouring down. Di Ting attempted to resist, but was swiftly pinned to the ground by the Qiushu Xian, who manifested his nine-headed lion form, burying the beast's head deep into the earth. The hundreds of disciples from the Western Church cried out in agony as their legs were broken one by one, all kneeling in unison. Do you not think that because you are a direct disciple of the guiding master, I would refrain from action, that I will not spare anyone whose actions I find displeasing? For this occasion, given our shared lineage in the Xianmen, I shall grant you your life. Should there be a next time, be prepared to remain in the 18 layers of hell forever. Qingshu declared, his hands resting upon the dragon-headed armrests, his expression dark as he looked down upon Xidigarba and the hundreds of bald disciples from the Western Church. Xidigarba, realizing he had not only failed to achieve his goal, but had also endured such humiliation, felt his face shift between shades of black and white, veins bulging on his forehead, his heart ablaze with fury. Yet, sensing Li Qingshu's murderous intent, he swallowed the words that threatened to escape his throat. After all, Li Qingshu had decimated the 10 demon gods of the demon court as easily as one would slaughter chickens, and even the chief disciple of the Jie Sect, Guang Qingzi, had fled in fear before him. He sensed that if he dared utter another word, he would surely face a severe beating. I thank you, Li Shixiang, for your mercy. I shall take my leave. After a fierce internal struggle, the Earth Store finally triumphed over his rage with reason and respectfully saluted Li Qingshu with cupped hands. Begone, Li Qingshu waved dismissively. Upon hearing Li Qingshu's command, Zhao Gongming promptly stowed away the 36 sea-calming pearls. With the removal of the pearls, the divine power that had suppressed the Earth Store was restored. He utilized this divine force to mend his injured knee and remounted the back of the listening beast. Let us depart. The Earth Store cast a glance at Li Qingshu and the watchful disciples of the before, addressing the hundreds of Western disciples with a solemn tone. Understood. Soon, the Earth Store led the hundreds of disheveled Western disciples in a hasty retreat. From now on, should any faction dare to intervene in the underworld, they need not seek my permission. They will be sent directly to the 18th layer of hell. Li Qingshu stated to Zhao Gongming, San Shao, and the other disciples. Although he had established rules that prohibited the disciples from causing trouble, it did not mean they should concede at every turn. The fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation was of utmost importance to all disciples of, and any encroachment by other forces would be absolutely intolerable, including that of the Western Sect. If this breach were allowed, more factions would inevitably swarm in, seeking to carve up the fortune of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Excellent. With your assurance, we feel at ease. The likes of Qiushou Xian and Lingya Xian revealed cruel smiles as they eagerly responded. After resolving the matters of the underworld, Li Qingshu returned to Jinao Island. In the ensuing hundreds of thousands of years, he both contemplated the power of the laws and instructed his disciple Aobing in her cultivation. Aobing, possessing the trait of childlike heart, exhibited pure intentions and remarkable comprehension. Coupled with the position Li Qingshu arranged for her in the underworld, which granted her the benefits of the 6 paths of reincarnation, she managed to break through the golden immortal realm in less than 1,000,000 years. This achievement greatly pleased Li Qingshu, filling him with satisfaction. His eldest disciple was indeed extraordinary and worthy of pride, embodying the potential for greatness. More importantly, Aobing's success demonstrated that his created Dao Yi Xian Jing could be cultivated not only by humans, but also by other races. One day, while Li Qingshu was meditating in the Qingshu Hall, Aobing suddenly transmitted a request for an audience from outside the hall. "What is it?" Li Qingshu flew out of the Qingshu Hall to inquire of Aobing, who awaited at the entrance. "Master, I wish to return to the East Sea Dragon Palace," Aobing replied. Returning to the East Sea? Li Qingshu raised a brow, questioning whether something had transpired. After all, Aobing had previously mentioned that the atmosphere in the Dragon Palace was somber. With her father Ao Guang perpetually wearing a poker face and speaking in a monotonous tone, the last thing she desired was to return to the Dragon Palace, and now she was suddenly eager to go back. Which genuinely surprised him that my father just transmitted that the last golden dragon ancestor of our clan recently perished, leaving behind a golden dragon pearl. The dragon clans of the 4 seas are preparing to select the most talented and promising individuals to inherit this golden dragon pearl. My father requested that I return to compete for it, Aobing recounted. Upon hearing this, Li Qingshu nodded thoughtfully. The dragon race had long claimed that all golden dragons had perished during the Longhan Cataclysm. It was unexpected that one had remained hidden until recently. In that case, I shall accompany you, Li Qingshu said to Aobing. He had heard many legends about the dragon race, but had never truly visited the Dragon Palace since arriving in the Hongjun world. Thus, he planned to seize this opportunity to explore the Dragon Palace, lending his support to his disciple while also broadening his horizons. "Really? Master, you are too kind," Aobing exclaimed, her eyes sparkling with delight, forming crescent moons. As a direct disciple of and the Emperor of Fengdu, coupled with his exploits at Yaodi and the defeat of the 10 great demon gods, Li Qingshu had already garnered significant renown in the Hongjun world. Naturally, Aobing was eager for her master to accompany her to the East Sea Dragon Palace, fulfilling her small vanity. "When do we depart?" Li Qingshu inquired. "The sooner, the better. My father mentioned that the other 3 sea dragon clans are already en route to the East Sea Dragon Palace." Aobing replied. "Very well. Let us go," Li Qingshu declared, as a white cloud immediately formed beneath his feet. "Yes." Aobing nodded and leaped onto the white cloud. With a flick of his thoughts, Li Qingshu propelled the cloud skyward, carrying them both toward the depths of the East Sea. The vast, undulating expanse of the East Sea stretched infinitely beneath them as Li Qingshu swiftly traversed the waters, soon covering billions of miles. "Master, this is the spot." Aobing pointed to the nearby sea surface. Indeed, Li Qingshu nodded slightly, and together with Aobing, they plunged into the East Sea. Due to the clear skies that day, the surface waters appeared quite transparent. However, as they descended deeper, the surroundings grew increasingly dim until light vanished entirely. Nonetheless, with Li Qingshu's formidable cultivation and keen senses, the environment posed little threat to him as they continued to plunge millions of fathoms to the ocean floor. A sprawling, undulating underwater mountain range gradually came into view. These underwater mountains resembled colossal dragons entwined in slumber, grand and imposing, exuding an aura of majesty. Additionally, numerous volcanic vents spewed forth magma, causing the surrounding seawater to boil and distort from the heat. Various luminous aquatic creatures swam about, casting an otherworldly glow across the tranquil depths. Under Aobing's guidance, Li Qingshu soon caught sight of the East Sea Dragon Palace in the distance, towering several million fathoms high. The East Sea Dragon Palace was adorned with red bricks and green tiles, resplendent in gold and jade, shining brilliantly in the depths of the ocean. Surrounding the Dragon Palace were numerous well-armed shrimp soldiers and crab generals patrolling dutifully. Halt! Who goes there? As Li Qingshu and Aobing approached the Dragon Palace, the patrolling crab general shouted in alarm. Thousands of shrimp soldiers immediately aimed their spears at them, treating the situation as a grave threat. It's the third princess. You have returned. Upon recognizing Aobing and Li Qingshu, the crab general relaxed, gesturing for the shrimp soldiers to lower their weapons. Aobing acknowledged with a slight nod. And who might this be? The crab general turned his gaze toward Li Qingshu. This is my master, Li Qingshu. Aobing declared proudly that it is the esteemed Li Shangxian. I was blind not to recognize such greatness. Please forgive my transgressions. The crab general exclaimed, astonished to find the illustrious Li Qingshu standing before him. And offense taken. Li Qingshu replied, as he and Aobing passed through the path, cleared by the shrimp soldiers, and entered the East Sea Dragon Palace. The interior of the Dragon Palace was equally resplendent, with floors paved in white jade and walls, and ceilings adorned with night pearls the size of wash basins, complemented by vibrant corals scattered throughout. However, while the decorations appeared lavish, they were merely mundane trinkets to him, possessing no true value. Indeed, it was a case of a phoenix fallen to the ground, no better than a chicken, a once mighty ancient race. Now resorting to such trivialities to maintain appearances that it seemed the dragon race had truly fallen to the depths of decline, Li Qingshu murmured humbly to himself, when Li Qingshu and Aobing arrived at the East Sea Dragon Palace. The Grand Hall was already filled with hundreds of dragon clan members of various appearances. At the center of the hall stood four majestic dragon thrones, occupied by the East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang, the South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, and the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, all sitting upright with an air of authority. The four dragon kings were tall and imposing, adorned in luxurious garments of dragon-patterned silk, crowned with 9-streamed headpieces, their expressions solemn, exuding an aura of power that commanded respect without the need for anger. Additionally, many dragons were seated or standing to the sides, exhibiting an air of nobility and distinction, likely elders or young prodigies from the four great dragon clans. As Li Qingshu and Aobing stepped into the Grand Hall, all eyes immediately turned toward them. Aobing, where have you been all these years? Why haven't you returned to visit? And who is this? Ao Guang intended to reprimand Aobing, but upon seeing Li Qingshu beside him, he felt a sudden jolt of disbelief and asked, Father, this is my master, Li Qingshu. I have been practicing alongside my master all these years, Aobing said proudly, puffing out his chest. Indeed, it is the esteemed immortal Li. Upon hearing this, Ao Guang sprang from his seat as if the throne had scalded him. The South Sea Dragon King Ao Qin, the West Sea Dragon King Ao Run, the North Sea Dragon King Ao Shun, and the other dragons present also rose in unison that we pay our respects to immortal Li. The dragons greeted Li Qingshu. Although Li Qingshu had yet to transcend to the great Luo golden immortal realm, his formidable strength was evident to all. Moreover, his noble status meant he had no need to struggle for recognition. With his exceptional comprehension, he was destined to become a figure of the likes of Zhen Yuanzi or Emperor Jun in the primordial world. Thus, the dragons present treated Li Qingshu's arrival with utmost respect and trepidation. Li Qingshu acknowledged, clasping his hands in greeting. The four sea dragon kings, recognizing Li Qingshu's esteemed status and formidable prowess, were further impressed by his approachable demeanor, devoid of arrogance. Meanwhile, the other young dragon prodigies, witnessing Aobing's remarkable fortune of being accepted as Li Qingshu's disciple, were filled with envy. Their envious gazes thoroughly satisfied Aobing's vanity. Having immortal Li as a guest in our East Sea Dragon Palace is truly an unexpected honor. Please take a seat, immortal Li, Ao Guang said with a beaming smile, preparing to relinquish his position. And no need for that. I am merely accompanying my disciple to visit the Dragon Palace today. I cannot overshadow the host. Li Qingshu replied, making his way to a vacant seat on the left side of the hall. Aobing obediently followed, standing beside Li Qingshu. Seeing this, Ao Guang did not insist further, just as he intended to return to his seat and suggest that everyone sit down to continue discussing the matter of the Golden Dragon Pearl. A sudden chorus of screams from the shrimp soldiers and crab generals erupted from outside. Immediately after, a fierce gust of wind howled in. Along with it came the sight of injured shrimp soldiers and crab generals. Spitting blood. Who dares to invade the dragon palace? The dragons roared in fury. Although the dragon clan had fallen, they would not allow themselves to be bullied. Dozens of hot-blooded young dragon prodigies charged out with great fervor, only to be sent hurtling back at an even greater speed, crashing against the walls and collapsing to the ground, gasping for breath. Those blind fools, daring to obstruct my presence, deserve nothing less than death. A domineering voice echoed as Guang Chengzi stormed in, followed by Hongjun and Hang Daorun. The dragons, who had initially been ready to unleash their wrath, found their anger stifled upon realizing the assailants were disciples of the Chan school. Those who were preparing to demand the golden dragon pearl from the 4 sea dragon kings felt a tremor of apprehension upon seeing Li Qingshu seated nearby. After all, Li Qingshu had decisively defeated Guang Chengzi with his golden immortal cultivation over 1,000,000 years ago, while Guang Chengzi had only just recently reached the peak of the Tai golden immortal realm. Li Qingshu had long since attained the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal stage, making him nearly unmatched in the great Luo golden immortal realm. Honored disciples of the Chan school, what brings you to our humble abode? East Sea Dragon King Ao Guang forced a smile as he approached. The other 3 Sea Dragon Kings took action to tend to the injured young dragon prodigies. I have heard that your dragon clan's last golden dragon recently passed away, leaving behind a dragon pearl. Hence, my junior brother Hongjun wishes to contend for it, Guang Chengzi proclaimed, striding confidently to take a seat in the East Sea Dragon King's throne. Hongjun and Hang Daorun also seated themselves in the thrones of the West Sea and South Sea Dragon Kings, respectively. The North Sea Dragon King had no choice but to vacate his seat. In truth, had Li Qingshu not been present, Guang Chengzi would have directly coerced the 4 Sea Dragon Kings to hand over the Golden Dragon Pearl. This Ao Guang's expression turned troubled, and the faces of the other young dragon prodigies darkened instantly. Hongjun is a high disciple of a sage. How can our young dragons compete with him? Ao Guang said cautiously. In his view, Guang Chengzi's demand was tantamount to outright robbery. Hongjun, akin to Xuandu, Dafa Shi, had severed ties with his clan upon becoming a disciple of a sage. With the dragon clan in such decline, the 4 Sea Dragon clans hoped to select the most talented member to inherit the Dragon Pearl and lead their kind to resurgence. If the Golden Dragon Pearl were to fall into the hands of the Chan school, the last hope of the Dragon clan would be utterly extinguished. Upon hearing this, Hongjun slammed his hand against the armrest of the dragon throne. Standing up at the start, is the Golden Dragon Pearl not open for all dragons to contend for? Am I not a dragon? What am I, if not a dragon? Hongjun shouted hoarsely, his veins bulging on his neck. Have you lost your mind? Li Qingshu, who had intended to be a mere observer, frowned at the scene of Guang Chengzi and the Chan disciples bickering like monkeys. Seeing Li Qingshu speak, Hongjun's momentum immediately deflated, redirecting his gaze toward Guang Chengzi. Guang Chengzi felt a twinge of unease, but in order to uphold the dignity of his position as the Chan school's top disciple, he could only feign calmness as he said, Li Qingshu, the 4 Sea Dragon clans have gathered here today to discuss important matters. It may not be appropriate for a mere human to be present. Li Qingshu chuckled lightly. What business is it of yours? Do I require your permission to be where I choose? Even when his cultivation was relatively low, he had never backed down to Guang Chengzi. Now, with an overwhelming advantage, he regarded him with utter disdain. Ew. Guang Chengzi's face flushed with anger at the public humiliation from Li Qingshu, his rage boiling within. However, he understood that if a confrontation ensued, he would undoubtedly be crushed beneath Li Qingshu's might. That I did not mean it that way. That I merely believe that, although we are disciples of sages, this is ultimately a matter for the Dragon Clan to resolve, and we should not impose ourselves, Guang Chengzi said. Taking a deep breath, he understood that if both parties intervened, he had no chance of victory, so he attempted to employ a tactic of moral coercion. Should not impose. What were you doing just now, then? Were you having a fit? Li Qingshu scoffed, recognizing Guang Chengzi's ulterior motives. However, I am here today not to meddle in the affairs of the Dragon Clan, but merely to accompany my disciple Ao Bing on a visit. Guang Chengzi initially believed that Li Qingshu had resolutely decided to seize the golden dragon pearl for himself, rendering their journey a fruitless endeavor. To their astonishment, Li Qingshu unexpectedly shifted his stance, declaring that he would not interfere in the affairs of the Dragon Clan. This revelation indeed instilled in them a sense of renewed hope, akin to the emergence of light after a dark storm. Upon regaining their composure, Guang Chengzi, C.I. Hangdaoren, and Huang Longjun turned their gazes toward Ao Bing, who stood beside Li Qingshu. I am Ao Bing, the foremost disciple of my master, Ao Bing proclaimed, standing tall with pride. Given her status, she ought to address Guang Chengzi and the others as Shi Shu or Shibua. However, the earlier brazen conduct of Guang Chengzi and his companions left her quite displeased, compounded by the evident discord between her master and them. Thus, Ao Bing saw no reason to engage in superficial pleasantries. Ao Bing, Guang Chengzi, and the others scrutinized her, noticing that she only possessed the cultivation of the early golden immortal stage. Although such a level was formidable within the Dragon Clan, it paled in comparison to their own prowess, rendering her unqualified to contend for the golden dragon pearl. Are you implying that you will not intervene and will merely allow your disciple to participate in the competition for the Dragon Pearl? Huang Longjun sought clarification from Li Qingshu once more. Indeed, Li Qingshu replied nonchalantly. While the Golden Dragon Pearl was indeed precious, he would not leverage his status to demand that the Dragon King hand it over to Ao Bing. To him, it sufficed that Ao Bing exerted her utmost effort. Whether she succeeded or not mattered little in the grand scheme, as the heritage of the ancestral dragon was worth countless times more than a mere golden dragon pearl. Ha ha! It is settled. Upon hearing this, Guang Chengzi burst into hearty laughter. Although Huang Longjun was not particularly favored by the primordial heavenly venerable and had not been bestowed any spiritual treasures, he was nevertheless a disciple of a saint, boasting cultivation nearing the mid to late golden immortal stage. In contrast, Ao Bing was merely at the early golden immortal stage and had not been personally taught by a saint. Thus, she could not possibly compare to Huang Longjun. Should Huang Longjun take action, he would undoubtedly defeat Ao Bing with ease and claim the Golden Dragon Pearl. Naturally, the Golden Dragon Pearl would ultimately be submitted to him. For Huang Longjun was merely an outlier of the Jie Sect, unworthy of wielding such a precious artifact. Old Dragon King, quickly assess how many wish to compete with me for the Golden Dragon Pearl. Huang Longjun, oblivious to his role as merely a tool for Guang Chengzi to obtain the Golden Dragon Pearl, hastily urged Ao Guang. Very well, Ao Guang addressed the numerous young talents of the Dragon Clan present, asking those who wished to contest for the Golden Dragon Pearl to step forward. Although he was reluctant to allow the Jie Sect disciples to intervene, Huang Longjun was indeed of Dragon Clan descent. Given that they had already broached the subject, any further refusal on his part could incite resentment and retaliation from the Jie Sect. For the declining Dragon Clan, the Jie Sect was an entity they could not afford to provoke. Count me in. As soon as Ao Guang made his statement, over 100 young talents of the Dragon Clan stepped forward. While they may not rival Huang Longjun in cultivation, they were unwilling to let him seize the last flicker of hope for the Dragon Clan without a fight. Among them were Ao Bing's two elder brothers, Ao Jia and Ao Yi. Observing this, Ao Guang sighed softly, feeling both gratified and helpless. He was heartened to see the young talents of the Dragon Clan still brimming with passion and united against a common foe. Yet he was acutely aware that strength could not be compensated for with mere courage and fervor. Despite the multitude of young talents, they posed no real threat to Huang Longjun. Follow me, Ao Guang instructed the crowd. Upon hearing this, everyone rose from their seats and followed Ao Guang out of the Grand Hall. Under Ao Guang's guidance, they arrived at the martial arts arena of the East Sea Dragon Palace. This arena spanned tens of thousands of miles, with a platform crafted from a massive ochre stone, its surface adorned with a myriad of modeled patterns, exuding an ancient charm. This martial arena was forged by our clan's golden dragon in ancient times and can withstand the assaults of quasi-saint powerhouses. You may unleash your full potential upon it. The ultimate victor shall claim the golden dragon pearl, Ao Guang remarked, gazing at the arena with a glimmer of nostalgia in his eyes, reminiscent of the dragon clan's once glorious era of dominance in the primordial world. Huang Longjinren, upon hearing these words, leaped into the air, hovering above the martial arena. The golden dragon pearl shall be mine, he declared. Anyone daring to challenge me may ascend the platform now. Huang Longjinren stood tall in the sky, hands clasped behind his back, his robes billowing, radiating an aura of unparalleled superiority. Though he was but a minor figure within the Jie Sect, his presence overshadowed by the likes of Nanji, Xianwang, and other inner disciples. He felt compelled to assert his superiority in front of the faltering dragon clan. I shall. The East Sea's crown prince, Ao Jia, eagerly rushed forward. As he did, a swirling mass of black thunderclouds enveloped him. In the next moment, a colossal dragon, measuring thousands of feet long and covered in azure scales, emerged from the tempest. Ao Jia, possessing only the pinnacle of true immortal cultivation, was acutely aware of the vast disparity in their realms. And so he manifested his true form, hoping to make a valiant stand. Roar! The azure dragon let out a furious roar, extending its claws as it plummeted toward Huang Longjinren. Overestimating oneself, Huang Longjinren scoffed. Waving his sleeve to unleash an overwhelming, intangible force, the azure dragon was sent hurtling through the air as if struck by a meteor, its scales shattering, blood gushing forth. My son, Ao Guang gasped in horror, hastily channeling his divine power to heal him. Under Ao Guang's utmost efforts, Ao Jia, who was on the brink of death, barely clung to life. Huang Long, today is a spar within our dragon clan, not a fight to the death. Are you not being a tad excessive? Ao Run, witnessing Huang Longjinren's ruthless approach, immediately donned a stern expression and spoke to It is not that my hand is heavy, but rather he is simply too weak, Huang Longjinren replied nonchalantly, as if unfazed by the situation. The other young talents of the dragon clan seethed with anger, their fists clenching until the knuckles turned white. Brother, I will avenge you. With bloodshot eyes, Ao seized a long spear, bellowing as he soared onto the platform, charging at Huang Longjinren. Yet within mere seconds a dull thud echoed as Ao plummeted to the platform. A spray of blood escaping his lips, his spear splintered into several pieces. Is this the caliber of the young talents of your dragon clan? Pathetically weak, Huang Longjinren sneered, looking down upon the gathered dragons with unabashed contempt. His true form, a Huang Long, was an amalgamation of the white dragon and golden dragon, possessing a trace of golden dragon bloodline, fundamentally surpassing the azure, white, black, and red dragon clans, coupled with his mastery of the Yuqing immortal art. A technique created by the primordial heavenly venerable and a plethora of Jie Sect divine abilities, he naturally regarded the other dragon clans with disdain. Enough, do not come at me one by one. It wastes my time, all of you. Come at me together, Huang Longjinren proclaimed with a grand gesture. Charge, let's defeat him. Unable to tolerate such disdain, the young talents of the dragon clan surged into the sky, unleashing their most formidable abilities against Huang Longjinren. In an instant, the skies above the martial arena were filled with surging divine energy, radiating brilliance, accompanied by the incessant clang of metal clashing. However, the moment of triumph was fleeting, as anguished cries echoed, and hundreds of young talents from the dragon clan plummeted from the sky like fallen dumplings, suffering grievous injuries that a pitiful swarm of ants. Attempting to shake a tree, the illustrious Huang Longjinren reveled in his invincible prowess. A size 36-foot unexpectedly descended from the heavens, crashing down upon his face like a meteor. PFF, Huang Longjinren was sent reeling, blood spurting from his mouth as more than a dozen bloodied teeth flew forth. He was propelled several thousand zhang away before he could barely regain his balance. At that moment, Huang Longjinren's right cheek was swollen, his face flushed with a purplish hue, and a massive shoe print was unmistakably imprinted upon it. This sudden attack left Guang Qingzi and the Four Seas Dragon Kings aghast. No one had anticipated that, amidst a throng of hundreds of dragon prodigies who posed no threat to Huang Longjinren, Ao Bing would strike true. though there was an element of surprise involved. It undeniably showcased A.O. Bing's formidable strength. Truly, as a direct disciple of the Jie Sect, his thick skin allowed him to endure the blow with minimal consequence. A.O. Bing stood firm in the sky, exclaiming in astonishment, "What audacity! How dare you ambush me?" Huang Longjinren, seething with rage, glared as if he wished to rend A.O. Bing into 1,000 pieces. "My foot seeks to punish scoundrels like you. A brazen wolf! No, a brazen dragon!" A.O. Bing proclaimed proudly, straightening his chest while gripping the inferior innate spiritual treasure, the flying gold sword, bestowed upon him by Li Qingxiu. The flying gold sword? Huang Longjinren's gaze fixated on the golden longsword in A.O. Bing's grasp, his eyes igniting with fervor. Although he had been accepted as a direct disciple of Yuan Shitianzun for various reasons, becoming one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun in Yuan Shitianzun's heart, he was merely a creature with fur and horns, lacking even a single inferior innate spiritual treasure. Witnessing A.O. Bing wield an inferior innate spiritual treasure ignited a fierce envy within Huang Longjinren, who longed to seize it for himself. "You possess some discernment. Blades are unforgiving. Be cautious lest my sword sever your head," A.O. Bing warned in a low voice. "Humph." Huang Longjinren scoffed. "You merely capitalized on my moment of inattention, relying on luck to land a blow. Oh, you truly believe yourself my equal?" With a cold chuckle, he summoned his divine power to mend his injuries. In his eyes, he was a direct disciple of Yuan Shitianzun, while A.O. Bing was merely a disciple of Li Qingxiu, akin to the third generation of the Jie Sect. It was one thing to be unable to defeat Li Qingxiu. Failing to overcome his disciple would be akin to seeking death by smashing his head against a tofu block. "You shall soon discover the truth, fellow dragon brethren. You may descend." A.O. Bing instructed the other dragon prodigies, wishing to prevent them from being inadvertently harmed in the impending battle. Understood, the dragon prodigies nodded. Though they were filled with fervor, they recognized the vast disparity in strength between the two combatants. Remaining would not assist their cause. Rather, they would become a burden to A.O. Bing in no time. Hundreds of dragon prodigies descended from the arena, prepared to observe. Huang Longjinren had intended to utter a few taunts, seeking a sense of superiority over A.O. Bing. However, A.O. Bing, as the foremost disciple of Li Qingxiu, had not only inherited his techniques and powers, but also emulated his approach to action. As the saying goes, the early bird catches the worm. The late bird suffers the consequences. With a sharp, resonant sound of sword song, A.O. Bing's eyes narrowed, and he lunged forward with a sword aimed at Huang Longjinren. As A.O. Bing struck, a fierce sword energy instantly filled the sky. Although the sword had yet to reach him, the invisible pressure sent chills down Huang Longjinren's spine, causing his body to ache instinctively. Sensing the impending danger, Huang Longjinren swiftly abandoned his previous nonchalance. Adopting a serious demeanor, Dragon Claw, his arms transformed into a glimmering gold, adorned with perfectly aligned dragon scales, morphing into robust dragon claws. As A.O. Bing closed the distance, Huang Longjinren dared not underestimate him. He immediately swung his claws, unleashing a torrent of fierce winds to engage in battle. Clang, clang. The rapid, crisp sounds echoed like a torrential downpour as the figures of A.O. Bing and Huang Longjinren flickered in the sky, engaging in a fierce and rapid exchange. Break! After hundreds of exchanges, A.O. Bing summoned his entire divine power, continuously infusing it into the flying gold sword. The sword radiated a blinding light as A.O. Bing unleashed a mighty strike. In the next instant, a golden sword energy, stretching for thousands of zhong, surged forth with overwhelming force. Huang Longjinren's scalp tingled as he hastily conjured two massive golden dragon claw phantoms to intercept the attack. The phantom claws were instantly cleaved in two by the golden sword energy, which continued its relentless advance towards Huang Longjinren. In this fleeting moment, he barely managed to cross his arms in defense. Clang! The sword energy collided violently with the golden scales, sending Huang Longjinren hurtling backward. As he steadied himself, his arms were bloodied and broken, with only a few scraps of flesh holding them together. Huang Longjinren's complexion turned pale, a mix of pain and fear washing over him, but he could hardly fathom that Ao Bing, a mere third-generation disciple of the Jie Sect at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, had not only held his ground but had also inflicted a wound upon him in their initial clash. Guang Qingzi, the Four Seas Dragon Kings, and the other dragon clansmen were equally astonished. If Ao Bing's previous strike had contained an element of surprise, their recent encounter had thoroughly established his formidable strength. Among them, Ao Guang was the most shocked. As Ao Bing's father, he was acutely aware that, due to being the youngest, Ao Bing was significantly weaker than Ao Jia and Ao Yi, having only spent a brief period of over 100,000 years under Li Qingxiu's tutelage after leaving the Dragon Palace of the East Sea. Ao Bing's strength had undergone such a dramatic transformation that he could challenge Huang Longjinren, a direct disciple of a sage. This was utterly unfathomable to him. Ao Guang was overwhelmed with excitement, while Guang Qingzi's expression darkened, casting a glance at Huang Longjinren that carried a hint of menace. Regardless of the circumstances, Huang Longjinren was a direct disciple of a sage and one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. If he were to lose to a disciple of Li Qingxiu today, it would not only humiliate him, but also disgrace the entire Jie Sect, rendering them the subject of ridicule throughout the primordial world. Thus, Huang Longjinren had no choice but to secure victory at all costs. Through Guang Qingzi's meaningful gaze, Huang Longjinren discerned the underlying thoughts he was already held in low esteem by his master within the Jie Sect, and his status was precarious. Should he suffer defeat today, he could hardly envision what his future in the sect would entail. It seemed that he would have to get serious now. Huang Longjinren shed his earlier arrogance, adopting a grave expression and focused demeanor, repairing the heavens and bathing in the sun. As Huang Longjinren activated this technique, his aura intensified to a terrifying level, reaching the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Repairing the heavens and bathing in the sun was one of the 36 heavenly techniques, capable of temporarily enhancing one's magical power. Though the duration was limited, Huang Longjinren deemed it sufficient for his needs. Yuqing Divine Thunder, blue lightning gradually enveloped Huang Longjinren, even causing his eyes to emit bursts of thunderous light. With a swift motion, he unleashed a powerful strike, resulting in a tremendous roar from beneath the sea. Dozens of blue lightning bolts, each 100 zhang wide, surged toward Ao Bing, their terrifying force instantly vaporizing the surrounding seawater. Golden light of the earth. Upon witnessing this, Ao Bing transformed into a beam of golden light, successfully evading the attack. Golden light of the earth was also one of the 36 heavenly techniques, granting the caster a speed akin to teleportation, a divine ability imparted to Ao Bing by Li Qingxiu. Seeing Ao Bing evade the strike, Huang Longjinren immediately activated the Yuqing Divine Thunder, relentlessly pursuing Ao Bing. Boom! Boom! A seemingly endless barrage of jade clear divine thunder descended, completely evaporating the seawater within a radius of thousands of miles, leaving the arena's surface scorched and charred. Such a terrifying manifestation of jade, clear divine thunder, sent shivers down the spines of the Sea Dragon Kings and other dragon prodigies, their hearts trembling in fear of Ao Bing's potential devastation. Although the realm of Huang Longjinren far surpassed that of Ao Bing, and the might of the jade, clear divine thunder was exceedingly formidable, a single strike could lead to grievous injury or even death. Yet, Ao Bing remained unperturbed, deftly evading the onslaught of the jade, clear divine thunder with remarkable composure. She discerned that Huang Longjinren's comprehension was mediocre, and his mastery of the jade, clear divine thunder was merely at an entry level. Thus, he could only manipulate a few hundred bolts of lightning at a time, completely unable to target her, especially while she unleashed her soaring, earth-golden light divine ability. Once the effect of mending the heavens and bathing in the sun elapsed, and Huang Longjinren's cultivation regressed to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal, she was confident of her absolute victory over him. However, despite this being the most prudent approach, it was her first battle after joining her master, Li Qingxiu, and cultivating the Tao, immortal scripture. Ao Bing yearned to witness the full extent of her power when unleashed. With a mere thought, the myriad stars hidden within her flesh resonated in unison. A continuous stream of energy surged into her limbs, causing her aura to swell exponentially. Break the heavens with one sword. Albing's countenance grew grave, a spark of determination igniting in her eyes as she wielded the flying golden sword with all her might towards Hongjun. This divine ability was a revelation she had gleaned from the swordsmanship imparted by Li Qingxiu. While it might not rival the sword intent of the heavens, its power was nonetheless astonishing. The tens of thousands of feet of golden sword light surged forth, akin to the first light of dawn splitting the heavens, casting the entire martial arena in a resplendent golden hue, exuding an aura that was utterly terrifying. Hongjun's pupils constricted, and his expression shifted dramatically, his heart racing to his throat. "I cannot afford to lose." Hongjun roared within, channeling his divine power to its utmost. Swiftly forming hand seals, boom! In the next instant, hundreds of bolts of azure lightning coalesced, transforming into a raging sea of thunder that clashed against the golden sword light, attempting to shatter it. As the blue lightning collided with the golden sword light, an unimaginable destructive force erupted, manifesting as visible ripples of energy that surged outward. The hundreds of dragon prodigies, spectating from a distance, were swept away like leaves in a tempest. The battlefield was alive with flashes and roars. The sword light soaring to the heavens, countless patterns colliding and consuming one another, creating a scene that was utterly captivating. After a fierce exchange, the golden sword light ultimately cleaved through the blazing sea of thunder, hurtling towards Hongjun. Faced with the overwhelming force of the golden sword light, Hongjun's eyes widened, his mind blank, and he found himself unable to react in time. To the edge of the crowd. Tsing Daoist witnessed this and immediately extended her delicate fingers to grasp a willow branch, deciding to intervene and assist Hongjun in diffusing the crisis. Although she often looked down upon Hongjun and even dismissed the notion of sharing the title of the 12 Golden Immortals of Kunlun with him, she understood that if Hongjun were to be defeated by Albing, it would bring disgrace not only to himself but to all disciples of the Chan teaching and even to the primordial heavenly sovereign. With a flick of her willow branch, Tsing Daoist sent a barely perceptible, star-like glimmer towards the battlefield. Simultaneously, Guangchengzi covertly mobilized his divine power, attempting to mask the movement of Tsing Daoist. Tsing Daoist initially believed that, with Guangchengzi's cover, her actions would go unnoticed. However, they had once again underestimated Li Qingxiu. With a casual flick, Li Qingxiu unleashed a force that instantly dispelled the invisible divine light conjured by Tsing Daoist. In the next moment, the golden sword energy struck Hongjun. Hongjun let out a wretched scream as his body was cleaved in half, crashing heavily onto the martial arena, his life hanging by a thread. Simultaneously, a rapidly enlarging palm appeared before Tsing Daoist. Slap! The crisp sound of a resounding slap echoed, sending Tsing Daoist flying, twisting through the air for dozens of revolutions before finally regaining her balance. At that moment, blood streamed from her 7 orifices, a prominent purple palm mark marred her face, and her cheeks swelled significantly, her teeth shattered. All the dragons present were left dumbfounded, utterly shocked that Li Qingxiu had disregarded Tsing Daoist's esteemed position within the Chan teaching and had struck her without hesitation. Guangchengzi was consumed by a mix of rage and fear, furious at Li Qingxiu for his blatant disregard for their status, yet terrified that Li Qingxiu might direct his wrath towards him as well. A fair fight between Huanglong and my disciple, and you dare to interfere covertly. Do you think me blind, or do you consider me easy to deal with? Li Qingxiu's expression was cold as he strode towards the now stabilized Tsing Daoist, emanating an overwhelming aura. Senior brother, you misunderstand. Tsing Daoist's face was ashen, her heart racing with dread. Eye in her eyes, Li Qingxiu resembled a fearsome, chaotic beast, one that could easily obliterate her without a trace. Misunderstand? Li Qingxiu chuckled lightly, his palm raised once more. Slap. Tsing Daoist was again sent sprawling, her head nearly splitting from the force of the blow, and she struggled for a while before managing to stand up unsteadily. After receiving another slap, realization dawned upon her. She understood she had been caught red-handed in her actions, and that attempting to argue in front of the overpowering Li Qingshu would be akin to lighting a lantern in a toilet, an act of sheer folly. Furthermore, given Li Qingshu's terrifying strength, there was no hope of either fighting back or escaping. Her only recourse was to admit her fault and sincerely plead for forgiveness. "Brotherly, I acknowledge my mistake. I only intended to assist Huanglong in deflecting the attack, and I had no intention of targeting Albing's disciple. I beseech you to show mercy and forgive me this once in a desperate bid to save her own skin from Li Qingshu's wrath." Zihong Daoist set aside her pride as one of the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun and bowed deeply, her tone earnest in seeking absolution. Observing this, Li Qingshu finally halted his advance. Your apology merely verbal. "It seems your sincerity is lacking," Li Qingshu remarked coolly, raising his hand once more to this. Zihong Daoist trembled. Li Qingshu's physical prowess surpassed that of any ancestor at the same realm, and if she were to receive another slap, her head would undoubtedly shatter like a rotten watermelon. My apology is sincere, but I'm just a fool who does not know how to express it. Please, brother, guide me," Zihong Daoist hastily replied, fearing that her proposed compensation might not meet Li Qingshu's approval. And thus she urged him to name his price. Li Qingshu appraised Zihong Daoist with a discerning gaze, finally resting his eyes on the jade bottle in her hand. "Disciple, come forth." Li Qingshu beckoned to Albing. At his call, Albing descended from the sky, landing beside Li Qingshu. "Master, do you have any instructions?" Albing inquired, feeling a mix of joy and gratitude at her master's unwavering defense of her. "Zihong, divide half of the 3 light divine water within your jade bottle for my disciple," Li Qingshu stated matter-of-factly. Upon hearing this, Zihong Daoist's face turned ashen. The 3 light divine water comprised golden sunlight, silver moonlight, and purple starlight. Any one of these divine waters was a soul-corroding poison. Yet, when combined, they formed the most potent healing elixir of the primordial era, the 3 light divine water. This miraculous substance not only mended physical injuries, but also healed spiritual and Dao wounds. It was no exaggeration to say that as long as one's true spirit remained intact, even if one were reduced to ashes, a single drop of 3 light divine water could restore them to full vitality. The 3 light divine water within her jade bottle was a precious gift bestowed upon her by the primordial heavenly sovereign, amounting to merely a few hundred drops, her most treasured possession. Now, with Li Qingshu's demand, he sought to take half of her precious elixir, a request that felt like a dagger to her heart, utterly unacceptable. Seeing Zihong Daoist's hesitation, Li Qingshu's brow furrowed as he inquired sternly, "What? Are you unwilling?" Gazing at the unfriendly expression on Li Qingshu's face and sensing the perilous aura surrounding him, the compassionate navigator made a resolute decision and stamped his foot, declaring, "I am willing." Master brother, he understood that, given Li Qingshu's disposition, he was presented with only 2 choices: to voluntarily surrender the 3 light divine water, or to have half his life beaten out of him before he relinquished it. Since it was evident that the 3 light divine water was beyond his grasp, the compassionate navigator wisely opted to hand it over willingly, thus avoiding further punishment. "At least you are sensible," Li Qingshu replied, immediately retracting his imposing presence and tossing a golden gourd toward the compassionate navigator. "Divide half of the 3 light divine water into this gourd. If you dare to withhold even a single drop, I shall sever your head from your shoulders." The compassionate navigator shuddered at these words. Grasping a willow branch, he waved it gently, and the 3 light divine water in the jade purity bottle surged forth like a fountain, tracing an arc before landing precisely in the gourd. The 3 light divine water radiated a dazzling divine light, its abundant life essence gushing forth, causing the dragon clan present to fixate their gazes in awe, their breaths quickening involuntarily. This quintessential healing elixir of the primordial world was invaluable and elusive. Not only had the now-declined Dragon Clan never obtained it, but even during their zenith of power in the primordial era, they had failed to acquire such a treasure in a world governed by the law of the jungle. With a strong prey upon the weak, each drop of the 3 light divine water could be equated to a life. Its worth was immeasurable, Soon, the compassionate navigator had divided half of the three light, divine water into the golden gourd. Disciple, stow away the gourd. Li Qingshu instructed, a direct disciple of the Supreme Clear. Endowed with a protective token from his master, he faced little threat in the primordial world, save for Hongjun Daozu, and thus had no need for the three light divine water. Understood, Master, Ao Bing exclaimed joyfully. Promptly securing the golden gourd, his eyes narrowing into gleeful slits, in stark contrast, the compassionate navigator's expression soured, akin to one who had just swallowed a bitter pill, his heart bleeding from the loss. They had arrived at the Eastern Sea with grand aspirations, intending to use the yellow dragon as a means to acquire the golden dragon pearl to enhance their cultivation. Instead, they had not only failed to obtain the golden dragon pearl, but had also lost half of the three light divine water. Furthermore, to their embarrassment, the yellow dragon had been decisively defeated by Li Qingshu's disciple, Ao Bing, in plain view of all. Should this news spread, the entire Kunlun 12 Golden Immortals would likely become the laughingstock of the primordial realm. Enough, be gone. Should you dare return, my patience will have limits, Li Qingshu said coolly to the compassionate navigator, present. He had yet to fully mature, and the disciples of the Jie Sect were rapidly growing stronger under the auspices of the 6 paths of reincarnation's fortune. It was not yet time to completely sever ties with the Chan sect, which explained why he had refrained from taking action against Guang Chengzi earlier. Indeed, thank you, senior brother, the compassionate navigator replied, turning to leave with a sense of relief, as if granted a reprieve from a dire fate. Wake up. Meanwhile, Guang Chengzi first aided the yellow dragon in a brief recovery of his injuries before delivering several resounding slaps across his face. What is happening? The previously unconscious yellow dragon was abruptly roused, blinking awake as if emerging from a dream. Master brother, the yellow dragon recalled his recent defeat at the hands of Ao Bing. Feeling an overwhelming sense of trepidation, unable to meet Guang Chengzi's gaze. Let us depart, Guang Chengzi said, his face darkened. Though his heart burned with rage, wishing to flay the yellow dragon alive, he knew that acting on such impulses in front of the gathered crowd would only serve to amuse Li Qingshu and the dragons. Thus, he restrained his fury, planning to deal with the yellow dragon once they returned to Kunlun Mountain. Understood, the yellow dragon nodded, overwhelmed by a profound sense of despair. His standing within the Chan sect had always been precarious. And now he had caused Guang Chengzi and the others to lose face. The days ahead would undoubtedly be even more challenging. With the yellow dragon's defeat, Guang Chengzi dared not mention the golden dragon pearl again and left with the compassionate navigator and the yellow dragon. After their departure, Ao Guang, Ao Run, Ao Qin, Ao Shun, and other members of the dragon clan approached Li Qingshu and Ao Bing. Thank you, Immortal Li, for your guidance and care over Ao Bing these years. The elder dragon expressed his heartfelt gratitude, bowing before Li Qingshu. Not only had Li Qingshu forcefully intervened to protect Ao Bing by striking the compassionate navigator, but he had also casually bestowed such a precious treasure as the three light divine water upon him. Moreover, Ao Bing had demonstrated formidable abilities, wielding the innate spiritual treasure, the flying golden sword. It was evident that Li Qingshu held Ao Bing in the highest esteem and treated her with exceptional care. It was merely my duty. No need for such formalities, Li Qingshu replied, waving his hand dismissively. Although he had taken Ao Bing as his disciple with certain intentions, he genuinely cherished her as well. Ao Bing, you are fortunate to have been accepted by Immortal Li. You must dedicate yourself to your studies and serve your master well. Do not provoke his ire, Ao Guang advised his daughter. Witnessing his daughter join Li Qingshu's ranks, he felt immense pride and relief for her promising future that I know. Father, Ao Bing replied, sticking out her tongue, fully aware of her responsibilities without needing her father's reminders. Very well, Ao Guang nodded, raising his right hand to reveal a golden orb the size of a fist, shimmering with mysterious Tao patterns and exuding a pure and overwhelming divine energy, radiating like the sun and casting a golden hue upon the surrounding waters. Senior Ao Yuan was the last of our dragon clan's golden dragons. Since the Dragon Han calamity, he has been secluded in our clan's secret realm to recover. Unfortunately, the injuries he sustained during that calamity were of a fundamental nature. And not long ago, they flared up, leading to his demise, leaving behind this dragon pearl. This pearl contains the divine power of a primordial golden immortal and some essence of the golden dragon. If refined by a member of our dragon clan, there exists a slim chance of awakening their ancestral bloodline and transforming into a golden dragon. I now pass this dragon pearl to you, hoping you will make good use of it. A.O. Guang spoke earnestly to A.O. Bing. Should A.O. Bing fail to absorb the golden dragon essence within the pearl, the golden dragon lineage would face total extinction. As A.O. Bing gazed at the resplendent golden dragon pearl, envy flickered in the hearts of the other dragons, yet they could only admire from afar. After all, had A.O. Bing not triumphed over the yellow dragon, this golden dragon pearl would have fallen into the hands of the Jie Sect's disciples. Given the current circumstances, A.O. Bing was undoubtedly the most promising candidate among the Four Seas dragon pearls, making her the most qualified to refine the golden dragon pearl. Thank you, Father. Ao Bing did not refuse, carefully taking the dragon pearl from Ao Guang's hands before putting it away. I Qingshu initially intended to impart the Dao Yi Xianjing to the dragon clan, but ultimately decided to suspend this thought for the time being. The primary reason for Hongjun Daozu's 3 teachings in the Zixiao Palace was to enable all beings in the Hongwang realm to cultivate the immortal way, thereby continuously providing him with fortune, ensuring he remains at the pinnacle of the Hongwang pyramid. This portion of fortune directly pertains to Hongjun Daozu's personal interests as a member of the human race. He aimed to alter their plight, which made the idea of teaching the Dao to humanity somewhat justifiable. However, if he were to pass on the techniques of the Dragon Clan, it would likely not only arouse Hongjun Daozu's vigilance and scheming, but could also implicate the Dragon Clan itself. After a brief exchange of pleasantries with the 4 Dragon Kings, Li Qingshu returned to Jinao Island with Ao Bing. The Dragon Clan, afraid of offending the Jie Sect, chose not to spread the news of Ao Bing's defeat of Huang Longzhenren, thus preserving some face for the 12 golden immortals of Kunlun. Following this incident, disciples of the Jie Sect, including Guang Chengzi and Chijingzi, became increasingly motivated, dedicating themselves to relentless cultivation. After all, while it was understandable to lose to Li Qingshu, it was still within the realm of acceptability to lose to their peers. Should they later be defeated by Ao Bing, they would not only lose the right to flaunt their saints' teachings in the outside world, but might also become the laughingstock of the Honghuang realm, forever unable to face others with dignity. For the next several 100,000 years, Li Qingshu continued to comprehend other laws and the third style of the splitting heaven divine palm while guiding Ao Bing in her cultivation. With the enhancement of the golden dragon pearl, Ao Bing's cultivation speed surged once more, allowing her to break through to the late golden immortal stage in just a few 100,000 years. The only regret was that after refining the essence within the golden dragon pearl, there were still no signs of ancestral return within her bloodline. During this time, the Honghuang world remained tranquil, devoid of any turmoil. The ancestral witches, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, were striving with all their might to break through to the mixed Yuan de Luo golden immortal realm, hoping to rescue the ancestral witch Hudu. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, due to Li Qingshu's intervention, failed to forge the witch-slaying sword, and with their cultivation levels lagging behind those of Di Jiang and the other ancestral witches, they dared not easily turn against them. Furthermore, the complete annihilation of the 10 great demon gods by Li Qingshu added to the current state of affairs. Thus, during this period, the Wu and Yao clans existed in a state of mutual non-interference, with even minor skirmishes being rare. Just as the myriad beings of Honghuang believed that this serene period would persist for a long time, they were unaware that a change was quietly unfolding. One day, a portal to the void opened above the sun star. Shortly thereafter, a gaunt figure clad in a yellow Taoist robe, with a face full of sorrow, emerged from within, the saint of Zhundi. His gaze fell upon the sun star, and soon locked onto the 10 small golden crows perched upon the Fusang divine tree. These 10 small golden crows were entirely golden, their feathers glossy and neat. Without a trace of impurity, their underbellies adorned with 3 legs, exuding an extraordinary aura. They stood atop the trunk and branches of the Fusang divine tree, absorbing the essence of solar fire to enhance their cultivation. Surrounding the Fusang Divine Tree was a vast blue barrier, completely enveloping it and isolating it from the outside world. Brother, we have been cultivating here for over 1,000,000 years. When will we be able to go out? The youngest, Luya, complained to his elder brother, Bo Huang. Indeed, it's so boring to cultivate here every day. Jiotai Ren, Jing lamented. They had previously spent nearly 1,000,000 years cultivating in the demon court and had finally broken through to the great Luo golden immortal realm. They had hoped to soar freely thereafter, but their father, Di Jun, informed them that the Honghuang world was fraught with danger, unceremoniously imprisoning them on the Sun Star, stating that only by breaking through to the quasi-saint realm could they leave. 9th brother, 10th brother, let us hold on a little longer. Our father told our uncle that as soon as we break through to the quasi-saint realm, we can leave the Sun Star and go wherever we wish. The Golden Crow's eldest prince, Bo Huang, though not much older than them, took on the responsibility of an elder brother, patiently advising his younger siblings. Alas, sighed the second Prince Zhonglang, while we possess exceptional talents. Breaking through to the quasi-saint realm is not an easy feat. He gazed up at the heavens, his eyes filled with boundless yearning and aspiration. Indeed, we have only just broken through to the mid-stage of the great Luo Golden Immortal. To become quasi-saints, we may need to cultivate here for tens of millions of years. The 9th Prince Ren Jing spoke again. Upon hearing this, the Golden Crow's eldest prince, Bo Huang, fell silent. He knew that the 9th brother was correct. Moreover, he himself was deeply enchanted by the legendary and wondrous Honghuang lands, teeming with myriad races. You all wish to go out? The Saint of Juni, hidden in the shadows, revealed a sinister smile upon witnessing their conversation. With a pointed finger, a gap suddenly appeared in the blue barrier unbeknownst to them. Soon, the small Golden Crow Prince Luya discovered this gap. Brothers, look! It seems the barrier has opened a hole, he exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with excitement. The other small Golden Crows turned to look, quickly spotting the opening in the corner. Indeed, they released their divine sense and found the gap to be quite passable, presenting no obstacles, allowing them to leave the Sun Star directly. Let us hurry and go out. It will be too late once our father discovers this gap. The 9th Prince Ren Jing eagerly urged, ready to flap his wings and take flight. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Bo Huang, the Golden Crow's eldest prince, said. Though he too was tempted, he still maintained his reason and restraint. Our father and uncle are in seclusion, striving to break through to the quasi-saint perfect realm. If we sneak out for a quick look, they want to know. Yes, big brother, don't you want to see what the Honghuang lands are like with your own eyes? The 5th and 7th princes coaxed. Upon hearing this, Bo Huang hesitated. We have been yearning to see the Honghuang lands every day. If we do not fulfill this wish, we will surely be restless in the future and hinder our cultivation progress. Exactly. Only by dispelling this distraction can we concentrate on our cultivation and break through to the quasi-saint realm faster. Even if our father finds out, our mother will surely intercede for us. And we want to face severe punishment. The other small Golden Crows chimed in, each word striking against Bo Huang's already wavering resolve. Fine. After a moment of contemplation, Bo Huang finally relented, but we must agree to return immediately after a brief outing. And we must not invite trouble. Rest assured, big brother, we will follow your lead, the others assured him, all eagerly promising. Then let us go. Quick in and out. Having made the decision, the 10 small Golden Crows flapped their wings and leaped from the trunk and branches, sequentially passing through the gap in the barrier, flying away from the Sun Star. SD Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, and other high-ranking figures of the Honghuang realm were deeply engrossed in their secluded cultivation, striving to catch up with Di Jiang, Zhu Jioyin, and the other ancestral witches, and with the annihilation of the 10 great demon gods by Li Qingxiu, the 10 small Golden Crows departed the Sun Star without being detected by anyone from the demon court. Upon crossing the 9 heavens gale winds, they swiftly arrived at the Honghuang lands. Wow! The Honghuang lands are so vast, and the scenery is so beautiful. Brother, look at that mountain. Doesn't it resemble a chicken playing basketball? Wow, this race called Japanese is actually hermaphroditic, truly self-sufficient, not even needing to find a partner. Since their birth, the 10 little Golden Crows have been confined within the confines of the demon court. At long last, they have broken free from their prison and, upon arriving in the vast primordial land, they are filled with awe and excitement at all that they behold. Gradually, the 10 little golden crows begin to lose their sense of restraint, no longer concealing their own essence. As formidable beings at the mid-stage of the great Luo golden immortal realm, coupled with their mastery of the divine fire of the sun, their unabashed presence resembles that of 10 blazing suns, radiating an overwhelming heat. Wherever the 10 little golden crows pass, mountains and earth turn to magma, rivers and lakes evaporate instantaneously, trees are reduced to dust, and even the primordial creatures dwelling therein meet their demise. Their ostentatious display swiftly captures the attention of the myriad beings of the primordial world as well as the witch clan. The day has finally arrived, at the entrance of Qingshu Hall on Golden Ao Island. Li Qingshu gazes at the sky, which is ablaze with a fiery crimson hue, and cannot help but feel a sense of melancholy. The battle between the witches and the demons is indeed approaching. For the myriad beings of the primordial world, it may spell disaster. Yet for him, who possesses a system, it is an unprecedented opportunity. Stepping forward, Li Qingshu manifests endless spatial runes beneath his feet and instantly vanishes from his original position. Meanwhile, in the eastern part of the primordial world, ISNT that the 10 precious sons of Dijun, how have they suddenly arrived in the primordial land? The great witch Kwafu, who was previously hunting, finds himself utterly bewildered as he sees the 10 little golden crows flying overhead. After all, in the primordial realm, beings of greater lineage and bloodline find it increasingly difficult to produce offspring. Dijun, after years of hard work, has finally come to father these 10 little golden crows, whom he cherishes deeply. It is unexpected for them to suddenly appear in the primordial land. These 10 little golden crows have perfectly inherited the talents of Dijun and Shihi, making their existence a great calamity. It would be better to seize this opportunity to eliminate them. Although Kwafu does not know why Dijun would suddenly allow the little golden crows to leave the demon court, he notices that there are no other demon guards accompanying them, and a murderous intent surges within him, preparing to annihilate the 10 little golden crows. With this thought, Kwafu immediately reveals his true form as a great witch, transforming into a giant towering millions high, striding towards the little golden crows. Dijun's offspring. Do you recognize your grandfather, Kwafu? Kwafu bellows, his voice resonating like thunder, shaking the heavens and instantly attracting the attention of the 10 little golden crows. Kwafu, the little golden crow Prince Luya, upon hearing this, displays a look of confusion. Having no recollection of Kwafu, it seems I have heard my father mention that Kwafu is one of the great witches of the witch clan. The great prince of the golden crows, Bozhong, experiences a flash of brilliance in his mind, suddenly recalling that Dijun had casually mentioned him before. So he is the arch-rival of our demon court. The other little golden crows, upon hearing this, begin to scrutinize the Kwafu racing on the ground. Seeing that his cultivation is comparable to ours, why don't we eliminate him? It would also count as ridding the demon court of a formidable enemy. The third little golden crow prince, Shu Kuan, suddenly proposes that I think that sounds feasible, that if we kill him, it would be a great accomplishment. Even if our father finds out that we sneaked out, he might go easy on us because of this matter. The little golden crow Prince Luya agrees. Yes, that makes sense. The other little golden crows nod in agreement. We have heard that the witch clan possesses formidable physical prowess, with our golden crow speed and divine fire of the sun. We need not engage him in direct combat. We just need to maintain a certain distance, and we can incinerate him with the divine fire of the sun. After some contemplation, the great prince of the golden crows, Bozhong, immediately formulates a plan. After all, they have never fought anyone before, and Kwafu is a battle-hardened great witch. Thus, it is prudent to leverage their strengths and avoid weaknesses. Yes, let us proceed with this plan. The 10 little golden crows flap their wings and turn back towards the pursuing great witch Kwafu. You foolish beings! Since you seek death, I shall grant it to you. The simple-minded Kwafu believes that the little golden crows are returning to engage him in battle. He roars with fury, preparing for a grand confrontation. Boom! In the next moment, the 10 little golden crows open their mouths, unleashing 10 streams of scorching divine fire from the sun. These divine flames resembled 10 fire dragons, swiftly traversing the void and descending upon Kwafu. The divine fire of the sun is a product of the original sun essence of June combined with that of Shihi, possessing an extraordinarily high temperature that even melts the surrounding space, causing it to collapse. Faced with the assault of the 10 little golden crows, Kwafu instinctively raises his arm to shield himself. As the divine fire of the sun howls towards him, even the robust grate which Kwafu cannot withstand it. His thick arms are scorched black, suffering considerable injury. "You wretched little brats, how dare you harm me?" The sudden pain ignites Kwafu's fury that he strides forward, swinging his mountain-like fist towards the 10 little golden crows. The 10 little golden crows instantly scatter, evading Kwafu's blow. Subsequently, they continue to maintain a strategic distance from Kwafu, dodging his attacks while relentlessly unleashing the divine fire of the sun to sear him. Enraged by the continuous assaults, Kwafu loses all reason, consumed by the desire to turn the 10 little golden crows to ash. Before long, his injuries worsen significantly. Nearly every inch of his skin is charred, with some areas revealing blackened bones. Even the blood within him is on the verge of being evaporated by the divine fire of the sun. Damn demon court brats! In his relentless pursuit, Kwafu not only fails to touch a single feather of his foes, but also suffers grave wounds himself. Realizing that his injuries are becoming increasingly severe and his life force is dwindling, he seeks to evade the onslaught and make his escape. Yet the 10 little golden crows will not allow him to escape. "Brothers, Kwafu is almost finished. Quickly surround him. We must not let him get away." The little golden crow Prince Luya exclaims excitedly. Previously, the 10 great demon gods of the demon court had battled against the great witch Kwafu numerous times without managing to kill him. Now, however, it seems he is about to perish at their hands, filling the 10 little golden crows with overwhelming exhilaration. All right. The little golden crows press their advantage, circling above Kwafu's head and continuing to unleash the divine fire of the sun to scorch him. "You damned creatures!" Kwafu swings his arms, attempting to swat away the little golden crows, but to no avail. Gradually, his movements become more sluggish and feeble, his life force waning. Ultimately, his gigantic form, akin to a mountain, crashes heavily to the ground, lifeless and unblinking. It appears that these witches are not as formidable as rumored. This Kwafu couldn't even lay a finger on us before being burned alive. The third little golden crow prince, Shu Kun, exclaims with great excitement. "Yes, let us take his corpse back. Our father will surely praise us. And perhaps in the future, we will no longer be forbidden from leaving the demon court." The fourth little golden crow prince, Jie, chimes in. His suggestion is quickly met with unanimous approval from the other little golden crows, just as these little golden crows prepare to carry Kwafu's corpse back to the demon court. A sharp sound of something piercing through the air resonates. In the next moment, the body of the great prince of the golden crows, Bo Zhang, suddenly explodes without warning, showering blood upon the ground. All the little golden crows are momentarily stunned, having never expected their elder brother, who had been conversing with them just a second ago, to suddenly be torn from this world. Only when the warm blood splatters upon their faces do the remaining 9 little golden crows snap back to reality from their unparalleled shock. Following the intense aura of killing intent, they discover the great witch Ho is standing atop a cliff, drawing his bow to its full moon shape. The bowstring in Ho Yi's hand emits a thwack-thwack sound. As immense divine power coalesces into a golden arrow poised upon the string, in this moment, all the little golden crows feel as though they are ensnared by an invisible force. Their bodies ache faintly as they sense an unprecedented breath of death. "Quickly scatter!" The second prince of the golden crow, Zhonglong, let out a thunderous shout. Upon hearing this, the other little golden crows immediately flapped their wings and scattered in all directions, but it was already too late. As Ho-I released his grip, 3 golden arrows instantaneously sliced through the heavens, striking the 4th prince, Jie, the 5th prince, Xian Rui, and the 6th prince, Yiqiong, with unerring precision, before the 3 little golden crows could utter a single cry of despair. They followed in the footsteps of the eldest prince, their flesh and souls obliterated in an instant, even their true spirits annihilated. Witnessing the sudden demise of 4 of their brethren, Luya and the others were utterly petrified, fleeing in a state of sheer panic. It was only now that they truly felt the peril inherent in the primordial world and comprehended that Dijun's warnings were not mere exaggerations. Yet, it was too late. Hui gazed at the lifeless body of Kwa Fu lying on the ground, his fury akin to an erupting volcano, soaring into the skies and exuding a palpable aura. His mind was consumed by a singular thought: to eradicate all 10 little golden crows and avenge his dear friend Kwa Fu. He drew his bow once more. 3 golden arrows pierced the sky, shattering the void. Even though the little golden crows had flown tens of millions of miles away, they were still struck with unmatched accuracy by these arrows, their bodies exploding and their souls extinguished. The remaining golden crow princes, the 8th prince, Deshun, and the 9th prince, Ren Jing, along with Luya, were utterly terrified by the scene, filled with regret for disregarding their father's counsel and recklessly venturing into the primordial lands. Hui granted them no chance for repentance. In the blink of an eye, 3 more arrows were released at Luya. Get out of the way. The 9th prince, Ren Jing, desperately shoved Luya aside in a flash of lightning. Yet, he and the 8th prince, Deshun, were both pierced through, meeting a tragic end. Although Luya was not directly struck by the arrows, the residual force from the explosions sent him flying, injuring him gravely and leaving him on the brink of death. Damn the golden crows! Seeing the situation sealed, Hui sheathed his bow and drew a great blade, prepared to personally behead Luya and present his head at Kwa Fu's grave as an offering. At that moment, a portal of space opened, unleashing a terrifying aura akin to a vast ocean. The Eastern Emperor Tai, clad in golden imperial robes, emerged from the portal and appeared beside Luya. Beholding the 9 swirling mists of golden crow blood still lingering in the air, Eastern Emperor Tai's expression darkened, his features contorting with rage, veins bulging on his neck, and golden crow divine fire bursting forth from his eyes. As the brother of Dijun, who shared the same origin, the little golden crows were akin to his own children. Now, having merely taken retreat, 9 of the 10 little golden crows had perished, and Luya was gravely wounded and near death, nearly obliterated. This ignited a tempest of fury within Eastern Emperor Tai, threatening to engulf the heavens, as he yearned to flay Hui alive and grind his bones to dust. Hui, how dare you slay my nephew? I shall make you regret your very existence in this world. Eastern Emperor Tai extended his right hand toward Hui, his immense divine power coalescing into a colossal hand that threatened to engulf him. With only the cultivation of a Deluo golden immortal, Hui was leagues away from the power of Eastern Emperor Tai. Before the enraged Eastern Emperor Tai, he felt like a mere leaf in a tempest, utterly powerless to resist. Just as he sensed impending doom, the space before him suddenly warped slightly. Then, Eastern Emperor Tai's colossal hand was swallowed by a vortex of space, vanishing as if it had fallen into the sea. Eastern Emperor Tai, a thunderous voice rang out. 11 ancestral witches, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jioyin, emerged from the portal, their eyes trained menacingly on him. Upon seeing the lifeless body of the great witch Kwa Fu on the ground, their fury erupted instantaneously. Eastern Emperor Tai, how dare you take advantage of our retreat to strike down our great witch? Snarled the ancestral witch Gong Gong, his demeanor cold as ice, his body swelling as he manifested his true form. Ready to engage in battle with Eastern Emperor Tai, Xing Tian, Qiyu, Hui, Kwa Fu, and other great witches were the pillars of the witch clan, with the potential to ascend to the pinnacle of power in the primordial realm. The loss of any one of them would be an irreparable blow to the witch clan that a mere great, which like Kwa Fu means nothing. He has slain 9 of my nephews. Eastern Emperor Tai gritted his teeth, his body trembling with rage. Bah! The witch clan governs the earth while the demon clan governs the heavens. Your little golden crow spawn deserve to die for venturing into the primordial lands. Spat the ancestral witch Zhurong, hurling a glob of phlegm at Eastern Emperor Tai. Already incensed by the deaths and injuries of the golden crows, Eastern Emperor Tai's fury ignited further upon hearing Zhurong's words. Simultaneously, Di Jiang, Zhu Jioyin, and the other ancestral witches manifested their true forms. Preparing for battle, in his rage, Eastern Emperor Tai considered summoning the Chaos Bell to confront them. However, seeing Liu Ye's life force gradually fading, he ultimately restrained his impulse. After all, Liu Ye was the sole bloodline of his brother. In light of the current situation, protecting Liu Ye and returning him to the demon court was of utmost importance. This matter shall not end here. Eastern Emperor Tai's cold gaze swept across the ancestral witches and Ho-E before he used the Chaos Bell to open a portal back to the demon court, taking Liu Ye with him as they vanished from sight. After Eastern Emperor Tai departed, the ancestral witches and the great witch Ho-E approached Kwa Fu's corpse, gazing at the charred remains. Utterly devoid of life, their hearts burned with rage, and a murderous intent boiled within them. Damn the little golden crows, who indiscriminately descended to slay Kwa Fu, I shall settle this score with them. Gritted the ancestral witch Tian Wu. Once we achieve the Tao of primordial unity, I shall trample the celestial palace, leaving no trace of the demon court, declared the ancestral witch Chong Liang. Nevertheless, despite their seething anger, the witch clan had lost the Daishin Shinsha formation, their trump card, while the demon court was fortified by the Hongyuan Haloa formation, impervious to all but saints. They could only harbor this animosity in their hearts, waiting for an opportunity to exact vengeance in the future. After a collective sigh, the ancestral witches opened a portal, taking Kwa Fu's body back to Buzhou Mountain. Once all had departed, Li Qingshu gradually materialized from the void. Having previously slain the mosquito Taoist in the North Sea and devoured his essence, he had acquired the latter's innate divine ability. With his current cultivation, he could wield this ability to achieve stillness without shadow. As long as the opponent's cultivation did not reach the saintly realm, they would remain oblivious to his presence. Today, both the witch and demon clans suffered heavy losses, while he quietly collected 9 golden attributes. Top tier, innate X7. True solar fire, an extraordinary fortune, making for a bountiful harvest. However, his heart remained largely unperturbed. After all, the attributes from the little golden crows and Kwa Fu were merely appetizers. The true opportunity would arise when the witch and demon clans clashed, leading to the mutual destruction of Dijun, Eastern Emperor Tai, and the ancestral witches. Upon returning to the demon court with Liu Ye, Eastern Emperor Tai immediately awakened the still retreating Dijun, following intensive efforts from both Dijun and Eastern Emperor Tai. Alongside the consumption of numerous heavenly materials, Liu Ye's life was finally saved. Damn the witch clan! Damn Ho-E! How dare they strike at my kin! Roared Dijun, consumed by a desire for vengeance. I will slay him! Slay him! In the hall of the supreme heaven, the furious roars of Dijun echoed throughout the grand chamber, reverberating long after, even leaving his imperial throne in tatters from a single strike. As the sovereign of the demon court, Dijun had always remained unflinching in the face of calamity, his demeanor characterized by an unwavering composure. Yet this time he was consumed by rage, utterly shattered. The 10 little golden crows had simultaneously inherited his solar essence and the lunar essence of Shi-He, their foundations far surpassing both him and Donghuang Tai Y.as long as the little golden crow survived. They were destined to become formidable beings at the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, perhaps even achieving the Tao of Hongyuan. Once the 10 little golden crows matured, the demon court would flourish beyond imagination. Thus, Dijun cherished his 10 sons to an extreme degree, a sentiment that mere words could scarcely convey. Now, with 9 little golden crows utterly fallen, their souls scattered, only Liu Ye managed to cling to life with great difficulty. This tremendous blow ignited a fury within Dijun that threatened to engulf the 33 heavens. He yearned to lead the demon army into battle against the witch clan, seeking a cataclysmic reckoning. However, after a period of venting his fury, Dijun managed to restrain his impulses. After all, they were still half a step away from the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Engaging in a death struggle with the witch clan at this moment would only lead to mutual destruction. Upon hearing this grievous news, Shi nearly fainted from despair. The previous loss of Chong, she had already drained her spirit, and now the demise of 9 sons felt like the collapse of her world. Regaining her composure, Shi resolved to avenge her 9 sons by slaying Ho-E, no matter the cost. After a thorough discussion among Dijun, Donghuang Tai, and Shi, they ultimately devised a meticulous plan. Centuries later, While practicing archery in the northern wilderness, Ho Yi fortuitously encountered a woman named Chang Yi. Chang Yi's beauty left Ho Yi utterly entranced. He fell deeply in love at first sight, and she reciprocated his affections. Before long, the two were engulfed in a passionate romance. Ho Yi brought Chang Yi back to the witch clan's tribe, where, in the presence of other great witches, they joyfully wed. Officially becoming husband and wife, the couple lived in bliss for tens of thousands of years. One day, an unforeseen event occurred. While traveling through the wilderness, a golden divine light descended from the heavens. Enveloping Chang, her body began to uncontrollably ascend towards the celestial realm. Driven by a fierce desire to protect his wife, Ho Yi, despite knowing the celestial realm was the demon court's territory, fraught with peril, resolutely pursued her, intent on rescuing Chang. As the chase ensued, Ho Yi arrived at the lunar star of Taiyin. Wife, where are you? On the lunar star, Ho Yi, bow in hand, cautiously scanned his surroundings while calling out Chang Yi's name. As he wandered, he unknowingly found himself in the open space before the gates of Guanghan Palace. The cool moonlight cascaded softly, casting a serene silver glow, imbuing Guanghan Palace with an aura of mystery. The gates of Guanghan Palace swung open, and 4 figures emerged. These figures were Dijun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Shi He, and Chang Yi. Wife. You. Ho Yi's pupils constricted in disbelief. Though simple-minded, he could faintly grasp the truth of the situation. Bah, who is your wife? I am but the vessel of the demon queen Shi He. Chang. The usually gentle Chang Yi now bore a face of cold indifference, her gaze towards Ho Yi filled solely with murderous intent. Devoid of any prior affection. Ho Yi, I have warned you before. For the murder of my 9 nephews, I shall not rest until justice is served. Dong Huang Tai Yi sneered, revealing a cruel expression. Ho Yi, have you decided how you shall meet your end? Di Jun spoke in a low voice, his visage twisted with rage, veins bulging, emanating a palpable aura of death. Humph, you despicable coward, too afraid to confront my witch clan directly. Resorting to such underhanded tactics, do not think to intimidate me. What is death to me? Come, let us begin. Ho Yi scoffed, remaining composed even in the face of Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, and Shi He. Desire to die. It shall not be so easy. In my grasp, wishing for death is but a luxury. Di Jun raised his right hand, fingers curling like claws, and reached out towards Ho Yi with a powerful grasp. Ah! Ho Yi screamed in agony, his cries echoing in despair as his soul was forcefully extracted. Di Jun unleashed his divine power, and in an instant, Ho Yi's soul transformed into an immense laurel tree. Stripped of his 3 souls and 7 spirits, Ho Yi's gaze became hollow, his mind consumed solely by the yearning to find his beloved Chang. From this day forth, you shall remain here to fell trees. Only when you have cut down this laurel tree shall you be reunited with your beloved Chang. Dong Huang Tai. He tossed the axe to Ho Yi, etching the words directly into his mind with divine force. Chang Yi. Chang, with vacant eyes and a lost soul, Ho Yi picked up the axe from the ground and, in a daze, approached the laurel tree, swinging the axe with fervor. Thud! Thud! Each strike of the axe against the laurel tree would see Ho Yi's soul essence instantly restored, and he would continue to chop, creating a never-ending cycle. Humph! The day you fell the laurel tree shall also be the day your soul disintegrates that I intend for you to slowly kill yourself. A fitting tribute to my sons in the afterlife. Di Jun observed Ho Yi laboring tirelessly, a cold smile gracing his lips. Before long, the ancestral witches, including Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, sensed that something had befallen the great witch Ho Yi. After some investigation, the strategist Zhu Jiuyin concluded that Ho Yi had been lured to the lunar star by Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, leading to his tragic demise. Damn them! The furious ancestral witch Gong slammed his fist on the table in the ancestral witch hall. Those bastards from the demon court first caused the death of Kwa Fu, and now they have lured and killed Ho Yi. I shall not rest until they pay. Indeed, I have endured for too long. This time, they shall not escape justice. Ancestral witch Zhu Rong echoed. Let us march to the demon court and ensure those bastards have no place to hide. Ancestral witch Chang Liang roared, "It is time to settle this once and for all." Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin exchanged glances, both resolute in their decisions. They had broken through to the pinnacle of the Hongyuan golden immortal realm millions of years ago. During this time, they had trained tirelessly, yet their progress had stagnated, showing no signs of growth. That it was then that Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin realized that attaining the Hongyuan de Luo golden immortal status could not merely be achieved through fervor. Under their current conditions, even training for 10 million, 100 million, or even a trillion years would not suffice to break through to the Hongyuan de Luo golden immortal realm. The only viable strategy was to obliterate the demon court and gather the fortune of the entire wilderness. Then, with the accumulated fortune of the wilderness, they could strive for the Hongyuan de Luo golden immortal realm, where success might become possible. When the ancestral witches revealed to the rest of the witch clan the he had been deceived and murdered by Di Jun and Dong Huangtai, it ignited a wildfire of fury in the hearts of all clan members. Let us storm the demon court and trample the supreme heaven. Annihilate every demon, leave no one behind. The witch clan rallied. Seizing their weapons, and under the leadership of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin, they marched forth towards the demon court. The commotion of the witch clan soon reached the ears of Di Jun and Dong Huangtai. Those damned witches, they have slain my 9 sons and now dare to retaliate. In the hall of the supreme heaven, Di Jun slammed the table, his expression twisted with fury. Brother, we have both reached the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood. Our powers no less formidable than theirs. With the grand constellation formation at our disposal, we are more than capable of sweeping the witch clan aside. Dong Huangtai declared. Indeed, Di Jun nodded, this time refraining from intervening. After all, the long-standing enmity between the two clans of the Lich had reached a point where reconciliation was no longer feasible. Only the total annihilation of one side could bring about peace. Dominating the primordial world and harnessing the collective fate of all beings to attain the Tao of Hongyuan was indeed their ultimate objective, coupled with the recent agony of losing a child. Di Jun resolved that today he would eradicate the Wu clan completely. With a command from Dong Huangtai, all the demon clans from the 33 heavens gathered immediately in less than a quarter of an hour. Countless fully armed demon warriors arrived at the 4 celestial gates, subjects of the demon clan. Follow this emperor to flatten Buzhou Mountain, annihilate the Wu clan, unify the primordial world, and achieve unparalleled glory. Di Jun proclaimed, raising his arm in a rallying cry, his powerful voice igniting the battle fervor among all the demon warriors. Kill, kill! The myriad demon warriors brandished their sharp weapons, shouting to the heavens. Following closely behind, under the leadership of Di Jun, Dong Huangtai, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, and Shi He, the entire demon clan surged forth, a grand procession heading towards Buzhou Mountain. The overwhelming malevolence radiating from the countless lich and demon armies obscured the sun and moon. Casting a pall over the once clear skies that in the heart of the primordial world, dust and stones flew as fierce winds howled, creating an apocalyptic scene, while the overwhelming killing intent, akin to a boundless sea, sent shivers down the spines of all living beings, chilling them to the core by the heavens. The area around Buzhou Mountain was desolate, as the entirety of the Wu clan emerged, with even the Empress Shi He joining the fray. This spectacle indicated that the Lich and Demon clans were prepared for a decisive, life-or-death battle. The countless beings in the central primordial world gazed up at the sky, stunned to the point of being struck by lightning. What are we waiting for? Quickly flee. As the inhabitants of the central primordial world regained their senses, they hastily gathered their families and fled to other regions, terrified of being caught in the crossfire and facing inevitable doom. Meanwhile, as all beings in the central primordial world scrambled to escape, Li Qingshu took the opposite route, traversing the void from Jin Ao Island to the heart of the primordial world. Although he could conceal his form within the void and completely suppress his aura, rendering Di Jun and Dong Huangtai oblivious to his presence. The impending battle between the Lich and Demon clans promised to be a cataclysmic event, one that could annihilate the entire central primordial world. Thus, for his own safety, Li Qingshu halted at the outskirts of the central primordial world, opting not to draw closer. This location was not only sufficiently secure, but also positioned him to swiftly collect the spoils once Di Jun and Di Jiang met their demise. Soon, the formidable Lich army and the fiercely aggressive demon army clashed in the skies above the central primordial world that Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, Fu Shi, Kuan Peng, and Shi form a line at the forefront of the demon forces, while Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, Gong Gong, and Zhu Rong, among 11 ancestral witches, stood opposed to them at a distance. Furthermore, both armies remained fixated on each other, ready to eradicate one another and extinguish their respective races from the primordial world. Kill! With a sweeping gesture, Di Jun commanded the myriad demon warriors to surge forth like a floodgate unleashed, roaring and charging toward the Wu clan. Annihilate them, with a single order from Gong Gong. The dark mass of the Lich army transformed, revealing their true forms as towering giants, hundreds of thousands of feet tall, charging at the demon warriors in previous conflict between the Lich and demon clans. There would often be a verbal exchange before the battle commenced. However, this time, the accumulated grievances had reached a point of no return, with both sides intent on complete annihilation, sparing no room for idle chatter as they plunged directly into a life-and-death struggle. Boom! The dark mass of the Lich army collided with the sky-covering demon army in a cataclysmic clash in that instant. The sound of their collision echoed like a volcano striking the earth, accompanied by the clang of metal, the tearing of flesh, and the cries of the dying. Within merely a second, millions of Lich and demon warriors fell, severed limbs and blood raining down in torrents. Simultaneously, a terrifying battle erupted in the skies between Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Yi, along with the other high-ranking figures from both clans. The ancestral witches Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin revealed their true forms, unleashing a torrent of spatial and temporal Dao patterns that surged toward Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi. With a sweeping motion, Dong Huang Tai Yi summoned the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, which soared into the sky, transforming into a colossal size. The surface of the Chaos Bell was inscribed with celestial bodies, while within it lay the mountains and rivers of the world, with the myriad races of the primordial world subtly manifesting. Multicolored light illuminated the heavens, and the holy might of chaos reverberated throughout the universe. As the embodiment of the divine acts that opened the heavens, the Chaos Bell was unparalleled among the three innate treasures. It could imprison time, suppress space, rebound any attacks from divine weapons, and nullify the effects of all spells, embodying both offensive and defensive capabilities, ensuring invincibility within its realm. As Dong Huang Tai Yi activated the Chaos Bell, radiant five-colored light cascaded down, enveloping both him and Di Jun in a protective shroud. Temporal and spatial strangulation. Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin understood the formidable nature of the Chaos Bell. Channeling their full power, the myriad spatial and temporal Dao patterns intertwined, transforming into a terrifying force of time and space. This law of time and space, capable of devouring all and annihilating existence, surged against the Chaos Bell, attempting to strangle both Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi within. For Dong Huang Tai Yi, this was the first time facing the combined divine powers of Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Although the Chaos Bell emanated vast and overwhelming strength, completely isolating the temporal and spatial laws, Dong Huang Tai Yi found himself unable to divert his focus to counter the other ancestral witches in such a brief moment. This was precisely the situation that Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin aimed to create. While Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin restrained Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai Yi, the other 9 ancestral witches, including Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, targeted Kuan Peng, Fu Shi, and others directly. After revealing their true forms, Gong Gong and Zhu Rong transformed into towering giants, pursuing and cornering Kuan Peng. Faced with the colossal fists of Gong Gong and Zhu Rong, which rivaled mountains, along with the all-consuming flames of divine water, Kuan Peng found himself under immense pressure, barely managing to evade with his swift movements, knowing that a moment's distraction could lead to his demise. If Kuan Peng faced such immense pressure, the situation for Fu Shi and Shi He was even more dire. While Fu Shi excelled in the innate 8 trigrams, adept at divining yin and yang and unraveling the mysteries of fate and formations. He was indeed a master in strategy, surpassing even the collective strength of the 12 ancestral witches. However, when it came to combat prowess, Fuxi was no match for the ancestral witches, suffering grievous wounds from the relentless assaults of Chang Liang and Tian Wu. Struggling to hold on as for Shihe, despite her burning desire to annihilate the Wu clan and avenge Chang Shi and the Golden Crow, sheer strength could not be compensated for by fervor alone. After a brief exchange, Shihe was struck down by the formidable Zhu. Her form shattered, and she barely clung to life thanks to the remnants of the three lights, divine water left by the ancient heavenly court. Meanwhile, the towering figure of the great, which Xing Tian wielded as weapon, wreaking havoc among the demon ranks, leaving numerous demons fallen in his wake. Qiyu, riding his round iron-eating beast, charged wildly, each swing of his tiger blade claiming thousands of demon lives. With the 10 great demon gods having been annihilated by Li Qingxiu, the demon army found no capable opponents to counter the likes of Xing Tian and Qiyu, leading to a rapidly one-sided battle. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai recognized that if the battle continued in this manner, the demons would undoubtedly face defeat, only by unleashing their trump card, the Zhou Tian Star Array. Could they turn the tide and obliterate the Wu clan? All demon clans, heed my command. Prepare the Zhou Tian Star Array. Di Jun's voice boomed like thunder, resonating in the ears of all the demon warriors. Yes, countless demon warriors responded in unison, swiftly retreating from the battlefield to prepare the formation. Meanwhile, Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai united their efforts to activate the Chaos Bell, ding. A resounding and distant chime reverberated, unleashing waves of intangible chaotic sound that momentarily shattered the surrounding laws of time and space. Once freed from his predicament, Emperor Jun swiftly gestured with his hand, causing the supreme, innate spiritual treasures, the river diagram and the Luo book, to soar into the heavens, spanning tens of millions of zhong. The river diagram and Luo book unfurled like a colossal scroll, surging in the sky like a tide, casting ethereal shadows of mountains and rivers. The grand array of the stars and the heavenly cycle relied on two crucial focal points: the Eastern Emperor Tai invoking the power of the sun with the chaotic bell, and Emperor Jun harnessing the power of the moon with the river diagram and Luo book. Meanwhile, other demon clans also presented the great and small celestial banners at specific positions, preparing to draw in the celestial forces from beyond their realm. Just as everyone believed the grand array of the stars was nearing completion, the ancestral figure of Kunpeng suddenly emerged from behind Emperor Jun, swiftly seizing the river diagram and Luo book that hovered above him, and without a backward glance, flew towards the northern wilderness. Both Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were left utterly dumbfounded. As the saying goes, no matter how many precautions one takes, a traitor within is the hardest to guard against. They had been vigilant against the ancestral witches interrupting the demon clan's arrangement of the grand array, yet the silent Kunpeng ancestral figure unexpectedly struck at the most critical moment, delivering a treacherous blow. Kunpeng, you treacherous scoundrel! How dare you! Gazing at the retreating figure of Kunpeng, which had vanished into the vast northern mountains, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai were consumed by rage, their fury reaching its zenith. They could not fathom why, at a moment when the grand array was on the verge of completion and the witch clan was about to be vanquished, Kunpeng would choose to betray them. After all, should the demon clan successfully dominate the wilderness, the demon master Kunpeng would undoubtedly reap unimaginable benefits. Not only were Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai perplexed, but the entire witch clan, along with countless beings observing from the wilderness, were equally bewildered. The sudden chaos had left them in a state of utter confusion. Was Eastern Emperor Tai possessed by the witch clan, or had Kunpeng succumbed to madness? How could he snatch away Emperor Jun's river diagram and Luo book at such a critical juncture? Indeed, Kunpeng had previously joined the demon court with the intention of benefiting once the demon court unified the wilderness. Yet, just as victory was within reach, he resorted to such treachery. The myriad beings of the wilderness speculated fervently, unable to comprehend Kunpeng's motives. Meanwhile, Li Qingxiu, concealed within the void, raised his gaze towards the direction of the chaotic world. Possessing memories of a past life, he understood all too well that Kunpeng's actions were orchestrated by the hidden directives of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the ruler of the wilderness. After all, what the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun desired was the simultaneous destruction of both the witch and demon clans during the impending calamity, allowing their essence to return to the heavenly Tao while facilitating the collapse of Mount Buzhou, eradicating Panga's control over the wilderness. If the demon court successfully established the grand array of the stars, the witch clan would inevitably face annihilation today, and the demon court would ascend to supremacy over the wilderness. Even Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai could potentially attain the status of saints, beyond their control, bolstered by the fortune of the entire wilderness. Therefore, both the heavenly Tao and Tao ancestor Hongjun would never permit such an outcome. Although Kunpeng's actions would earn him the enmity of the entire demon clan, even the scorn of countless beings, he had undeniably secured a supreme, innate spiritual treasure and managed to survive the calamity between the witch and demon clans. Truly, being in a position of power made it easier to navigate such affairs. Li Qingshu mused that the Tao ancestor Hongjun, the arbiter of the wilderness, possessed the support of the heavenly Tao. Manipulating the wilderness was remarkably simple, requiring no personal intervention. Fortunately, he had refrained from any actions that might have led Hongjun to perceive him as a variable. Otherwise, with the other's cultivation and means, even residing within the Purple Cloud Palace, there were countless methods to erase him from the wilderness that on the other side, Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, faced with Kunpeng's sudden betrayal, were consumed by rage, intent on pursuing him to the northern wilderness to reclaim the river diagram and Luo book. However, the ancestral witches, including Emperor Jiang and Zhu Juyin, would not allow them to succeed. The ancestral witches, such as Emperor Jun, Zhu Juyin, Gong, and Zhurong, unleashed their most potent techniques, aiming to eliminate Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai in one fell swoop. Before long, the Emperor of the Sun, Shihe, exhausted from the three lights' divine water, was the first unable to withstand the onslaught, obliterated into a rain of blood by a single punch from the ancestral witch Tianwu, his soul extinguished. Following that, Fuxi encountered the ice and fire dual heavens and was reduced to ashes by the laws of fire. Just as Fuxi's true spirit was on the verge of being consumed by the flames, a small spatial vortex suddenly appeared around him, drawing his true spirit within, causing it to vanish from sight. The myriad beings of the wilderness were utterly shocked, unable to believe that the esteemed Emperor Shihe and the Emperor of the Sun had perished so completely in the face of calamity. The danger of obliteration for those not saints was no mere you think you can kill me, the Emperor? Not so easily. As Shihe and Fuxi fell one after another, the demon army suffered countless casualties under the relentless pursuit of the great witches, such as Xing Tian and Qiyu. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai's eyes burned with fury, and they were resolute in their vengeance. The two activated the chaotic bell, enduring the assaults from Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juyin, and the other ancestral witches, pouring all their wrath onto the ancestral witch Zhurong. After all, among the 12 ancestral witches, Zhurong had the foulest tongue, often berating Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai mercilessly. Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai had long harbored a deep-seated hatred for him, determined to ensure he met a fate worse than death. Boom! Boom! The chaotic bell resonated repeatedly, waves of chaotic sound crashing upon the ancestral, which Zhurong like relentless tides. Even with a body comparable to a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, Zhurong could not withstand the continuous assaults of the chaotic bell. His form became riddled with ghastly cracks, his organs crushed to pulp. Boom! Ultimately, Zhurong's body shattered, transforming into a storm of bones and blood rain. The witch clan lacked a primordial spirit. Their 3 souls and 7 spirits were entirely reliant on their corporeal forms. That Zhurong's death was thus utterly complete, leaving no chance for reincarnation. Fourth brother, old Fourth. Witnessing Zhurong's demise at the hands of the chaotic bell, the remaining ancestral witches were plunged into despair, spiraling into a frenzy. Boom! Boom! Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juyin, and the other ancestral witches launched a furious assault on the chaotic bell, causing it to tremble violently, emitting thunderous sounds that nearly obliterated the Tao patterns on its surface, its 5-color divine light flickering erratically. Yet the chaotic bell, the foremost among the three great innate treasures forged from the heavenly opening acts, possess the power to suppress the primordial chaos, alter the laws of time and space, unravel the mysteries of the heavenly Tao, and refine the energies of earth, water, fire, and wind. Despite the ancestral witch's frenzied onslaught, the chaotic bell continued to protect the safety of Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai. The two, employing similar tactics, weathered the attacks of the ancestral witches, once more unleashing the myriad waves of the chaotic bell, completely annihilating the ancestral witch Jumong Dada. As they witnessed their brother, who shared a bond of origin and had been by their side for countless eons, perish once more before their eyes, Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juin, and the other ancestral witches felt as though their hearts had been violently torn asunder, unable to breathe from the pain. They finally realized they had severely underestimated the power of the chaotic bell. Previously, due to Eastern Emperor Tai's insufficient cultivation, the power he wielded from the chaotic bell was exceedingly limited. However, with Eastern Emperor Tai's recent surge in cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of quasi-sainthood, the capabilities of the chaotic bell were now beyond comparison. In the face of their relentless attacks, although some residual waves of law brushed against Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai through the chaotic energy, their injuries would soon heal, bolstered by the three lights divine water and other miraculous pills. Emperor Jiang, Zhu Juin, and the other ancestral witches knew that if they continued fighting under the current circumstances, they would be systematically defeated by Emperor Jun and Eastern Emperor Tai, eventually leading to their complete annihilation. Boom! The chaotic bell waves surged forth like invisible tidal waves, relentlessly crashing against the venerable ancestor Congo, propelling him billions of miles away, plunging him into the ground, leaving his fate unknown to Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, and Tian Wu exchanged glances, each recognizing the profound resolve reflected in the other's eyes. Their methods of attack were utterly ineffectual against the defenses of the chaotic bell, the only means to vanquish Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai lay in a collective self-detonation. Ha! What does it matter if the great array of the stars is gone? This sovereign can still annihilate you all. I shall dominate the primordial chaos, reigning supreme over the world, while your witch clan will be reduced to mere dust beneath the cataclysm. Utterly erased from the primordial realm, as Dong Huang Tai beheld the three ancestral witches he had slain, victory seemed within his grasp, prompting him to burst in a hearty laughter. Just as Di Jun was about to utter some fierce words, he noticed startling fissures appearing upon the forms of Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, and the other ancestral witches. Simultaneously, torrents of immense and violent energy erupted from the cracks, warping the very fabric of space itself. What do you intend to do? Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai's expressions shifted drastically, an ominous premonition welling within them. Di Jun, Dong Huang, let's embark on this journey together. Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, Tian Wu, and the other ancestral witches donned frenzied expressions as they shouted and charged toward Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Retreat. Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai attempted to open a portal to escape, but it was already too late. The 9 ancestral witches braved several waves of the bell's force, disregarding their injuries as they rushed toward Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai at extraordinary speed. Boom! In the next moment, the bodies of Di Jiang, Zhu Juin, and the other ancestral witches erupted simultaneously, unleashing an overwhelming torrent of energy that surged forth that was as if a myriad of immortal volcanoes erupted at once, causing the entire primordial world to tremble violently. The frenzied energy instantaneously tore apart the space within a billion-mile radius, rendering everything within that expanse unable to withstand such terrifying power, disintegrating into dust. Mountains collapsed with a thunderous roar, the ground split open, creating bottomless chasms, and the seas boiled, erupting into countless waterfalls that soared towards the heavens. That moment, the myriad beings of the primordial realm found their minds blank, their souls trembling, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. Time passed, though how long was unclear, and as the dust began to settle, the battlefield between the witch and demon clans lay devoid of life. A vast expanse of void stretching across 1 billion miles, as if an entire section of the primordial world had been excised at Di Jun, Dong Huang Tai Di Jiang, Zhu, and countless beings from the witch and demon clans have been reduced to ashes, no longer existing. Upon regaining his senses, Li Qingxiu swiftly traversed the void, arriving at its edge. As he approached within a certain distance, the system's prompt finally materialized before him. Detection of the fallen items from the ancestral which Zhu roam. Pangu's essence, gold. Law of fire, gold. Would you like to collect immediately? Detection of the fallen items from the ancestral which Jun Mang. Pangu's essence, gold. Law of wood, gold. Would you like to collect immediately? Detection of the fallen items from the ancestral which Di Jiang. Pangu's essence, gold. Law of space, purple, gold. Would you like to collect immediately? Detection of the fallen items from the ancestral which Zhu Juyin. Pangu's essence, gold. Law of time, purple, gold. Would you like to collect immediately? Detection of the fallen items from Di Jun. Three-legged golden crow, gold. Law of fire, gold. Extraordinary fortune, gold. Would you like to collect immediately? Detection of the fallen items from Dong Huang Tai E. A comprehensive list of system messages appeared before Li Qingxiu, detailing the various precious items dropped by the ancestral witches, Dijun, Dong Huang Tai E, Fu Shi, and Shi He. Such an abundant harvest stirred excitement, even within the seasoned Li Qingxiu, who had weathered numerous storms. Collect immediately. To prevent the items from dissipating, Li Qingxiu commanded the system. While the collection process was underway, as the system assimilated these precious items, he keenly sensed something lurking within the void, and that entity was fleeing at an alarming rate. Trying to escape? Not a chance. After a moment of contemplation, Li Qingxiu deduced what it was. After all, the only item capable of surviving amidst this world-destroying energy storm was the innate treasure, the chaotic bell. Upon locking onto his target, Li Qingxiu discreetly summoned his divine power, attempting to ensnare the chaotic bell. But if the chaotic bell were to slip away and plunge into chaos, he would never have another opportunity to encounter it. Originally the companion treasure of Dong Huang Tai E, the chaotic bell had become a forsaken relic following the obliteration of Dong Huang Tai Yi's soul, due to its unclaimed status and lack of any wielder. Li Qingxiu expended minimal divine power to successfully capture it in his grasp. Observing the bell in his hand, a deep yellow hue adorned with intricate innate patterns, Li Qingxiu felt an overwhelming surge of excitement. After all, the chaotic bell was the foremost of the three innate treasures, embodying both offense and defense, its value far exceeding the Tai Chi diagram of Laozi and the Panga banner of Yuan Shi Tianzun. More importantly, the Jie possessed no innate treasures, relying solely on the slaying immortal's sword array of Tong Tianjiao, Zhu, to suppress their fortune. Though the slaying immortal's sword array was the foremost killing formation of the heavenly Tao, it was ill-suited for the task of fortune suppression. The fortunes it subdued would not only erode slowly, but would also be lost entirely once the slaying immortal's sword array was breached. This was one of the crucial reasons behind Jiao's downfall in Li Qingxiu's previous life. Now that the innate treasure, the chaotic bell, had come into his possession, he could use it to suppress the fortunes of Jie. With the chaotic bell to maintain their fortunes, Jie would be as secure as a fortress. The law of space, purple gold, law of time, purple gold, Panga's essence, gold, X7, extraordinary fortune, gold, X2 have been successfully collected. Congratulations, host, your law of fire, gold, and law of water, gold, have fused and transformed into the law of the five elements, purple gold. Congratulations, host, your law of yin, gold, and law of the sun, gold, have fused and transformed into the law of yin and yang, purple gold. Congratulations, host, your exceptional comprehension, gold, has fused and transformed into the insight of 1,000 realizations, purple gold. As the system's voice resonated, the dozens of items Li Qingxiu had collected fully integrated. Simultaneously, he felt as though he had undergone a profound metamorphosis, experiencing a complete transformation. His strength surged exponentially, his foundational essence multiplied by dozens, and his comprehension and fortune elevated to unimaginable heights. Host, Li Qingxiu cultivation, Taiji, golden immortal. Great perfection items, ultimate innate, purple gold, heaven-splitting divine palm, purple gold, law of space, purple gold, law of time, purple gold, law of the five elements, purple gold, law of yin and yang, purple gold. Fortune like a rainbow, purple gold, inside of 1,000 realizations, purple gold. Li Qingshu glanced at his attribute interface, his heart swelling with awe. The quality of his items was extraordinarily impressive, nearly rivaling that of the three pure ones, if not surpassing them. The total amount of divine power within him reached a staggering level. If it weren't for the presence of 3,600 great celestial bodies to contain this divine power, he would have undoubtedly exceeded the threshold of his realm and ascended to the great Luo Golden Immortal or even higher. However, although Li Qingshu's foundation was now exceptionally solid, according to his plans, it was not yet the optimal time to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal at this moment. The terrifying energy storm gradually subsided, and the shattered space began to heal under the primordial realm's self-repairing power. As the myriad beings of the primordial realm regained their composure, they gazed upon the vast void and the shattered remnants of the world in the center of the primordial realm. Their expressions frozen in shock, as if struck by lightning. They had speculated that the witch or demon clans would pay a heavy price to emerge victorious and unify the primordial realm, becoming the sovereigns of heaven and earth. Yet, what lay before them was the outcome of mutual destruction between the witch and demon clans, which far exceeded their expectations. Even more astonishing was the realization that the final battle between the witch and demon clans had wrought such catastrophic consequences. Not only had a significant portion of the primordial realm center been devastated and fragmented, but those beings who had failed to escape were also entirely perished within. The destruction was comparable to that caused by the explosion of Mount Xiumi during the ancient battle between the immortals and demons. Led by the demon ancestor Luo Ho, roar! As the myriad beings were engulfed in profound shock, an earth-shattering roar reverberated from the edge of the void. In the next moment, a battered giant hand emerged from the fissures in the ground. Following this, a colossal figure, towering several tens of thousands of zhong, heaved aside the rubble that had weighed him down and struggled to his feet. That it was the ancestral shaman, Gonggong. Good heavens, he was still alive. The countless beings of the primordial wilderness gasped in astonishment at the sight of the magnificent giant standing between heaven and earth. They had all believed that Gonggong had perished, much like Zhu Rong and Zhu Meng. After being struck by the chaos bell, their disbelief. Gonggong had not only survived after being hurled billions of miles away, but had also evaded the self-destruction of the other ancestral shamans, such as Di Jiang and Zhu Jiuyin. Elder brother, second brother, seventh brother, ninth brother, Gonggong clawed away the debris from his body and soared into the shattered void, frantically searching for any trace of Di Jiang, Zhu Jiuyin, and the other ancestral shamans. However, despite scouring the vast emptiness for billions of miles, he found no sign of them. Even the lingering aura of the other ancestral shamans was rapidly dissipating. Gonggong fell to his knees, his voice resonating through the heavens as he let out a heart-wrenching cry. Tears of blood streaming from his wide, tiger-like eyes, he had coexisted with the other ancestral shamans for countless eons on Mount Buzhou, sharing life and death, their bond forged in the fires of camaraderie. Gonggong could not fathom that his dearest brothers had perished alongside Di Jun and Dong Huang Tai. Why had this happened? Why? His anguished roar echoed throughout the vast wilderness, and all beings within it felt the profound despair and unwillingness in Gonggong's voice. How pitiable was Gonggong, once surrounded by countless brothers and sisters, now left as the solitary remnant of his kin. Indeed, who could bear such a crushing blow? As the myriad beings lamented Gonggong's plight, he suddenly turned his gaze toward Mount Buzhou. Since his brothers and kin were no more, what purpose did his existence in this primordial world hold? Gonggong's features contorted with madness. Boom! In an instant, flames erupted from his being, and his power surged dramatically. Bring down Mount Buzhou and ensure the entire primordial world accompanied the shaman clan to the grave. Gonggong unhesitatingly ignited his own essence, temporarily elevating his strength to the level of a quasi-saint. Let us return to the embrace of our Father God. Gonggong roared, transforming into a colossal fireball, hurtling toward the mountainside of Buzhou with cataclysmic intent. What the hell? Gonggong had gone mad. He intended to break Mount Buzhou and bury the entire primordial world with the shaman clan. Quick, stop him! Hurry! The beings of the primordial wilderness, who had been lamenting, were now seized by terror, their souls half escaping as they shouted in panic. After all, Mount Bujo was the pillar supporting the heavens and the earth. Should it fall, the cosmos would revert to chaos, leading to the total annihilation of the myriad beings dwelling within. Zhen Yuanzi, Shi Wangmu, and other formidable entities of the primordial wilderness intended to intervene. However, Gonggong, having ignited his essence, had attained quasi-saint status. Moreover, being situated in the central region of the primordial wilderness, any attempt by the other powerful beings to intervene would be too late. Though Mount Bujo was an indomitable whole, its middle section was relatively slender. Moreover, the previous establishment of the ancestral shaman hall at the mountainside had rendered it the weakest point of Mount Bujo. In the incredulous and terrified gazes of billions of beings, the massive fireball formed by Gonggong collided with Mount Bujo with overwhelming force. The impact was akin to a meteor striking the earth, causing the entire Mount Bujo, towering billions of zhang, to tremble violently. Upon crashing into the mountainside with all his might, Gonggong immediately detonated himself, just as Dijiang, Zhu Jioyin, and the other ancestral shamans had done. Boom! A tremendous gash appeared at the mountainside of Mount Bujo, which had already endured multiple assaults. Cracks, reminiscent of a spider web, spread rapidly from the fissure, engulfing the entire mountain. Subsequently, large boulders began to detach from the mountain, cascading downwards. As the cracks multiplied, Mount Bujo could no longer withstand the strain and collapsed with a thunderous roar. Boom! The towering, immeasurable Mount Bujo plummeted down, creating a vast depression in the very heart of the primordial wilderness, shattering the surrounding space into a chaotic disarray. The terrifying shockwaves of energy surged forth, obliterating countless mountains and causing the demise of innumerable living beings. Yet this was not the most dreadful aspect. As the backbone of the primordial realm crumbled, a cavern of unfathomable depth appeared above Mount Bujo. This abyss connected to the depths of the chaotic world, unleashing a torrential cascade of the heavenly river that erupted from the fissure, forming an immense waterfall. Alongside the deluge of the heavenly river, countless chaotic beasts surged into the primordial realm. These creatures, each as colossal as mountains and bearing grotesque visages, varied from those with thousands of legs to those bristling with fangs, and even to those that were but vast, formless clouds of dark red calamity. All of these beasts had survived in the chaotic realm, with their lowest cultivation reaching the pinnacle of the great Luo golden immortal, and many even surpassing this threshold to attain the state of complete perfection. In the chaotic world where the law of the jungle prevailed, these beasts adhered solely to the principles of predation and evolution. Thus, upon their rush into the primordial realm, they immediately commenced a merciless slaughter of its myriad creatures. Moreover, Mount Bujo had previously supported the heavens and the earth, ensuring that the primordial realm remained eternally separate from the chaos. However, with its collapse, the firmament and the earth of the primordial world began to converge at a perceivable pace. Concurrently, the myriad laws governing the cosmos descended into utter turmoil. In an instant, the heavens tilted southeast, the earth crumbled northwest, countless mountains collapsed, and the seas surged into towering waterfalls reaching millions of zhang, resulting in innumerable rifts across the eastern, southern, western, and northern lands of the primordial realm. This moment, the primordial world resembled a fractured porcelain artifact on the brink of total destruction. The myriad beings within the primordial realm were engulfed in profound terror, akin to ants scurrying on a hot pan. They had initially believed that the mutual destruction of the witch and demon clans was already beyond comprehension. Little did they anticipate that the ancestral witch Gonggong, in a fit of ultimate despair, would collide with Mount Bujo, seeking to drag the entire primordial realm into oblivion alongside the witch clan. Faced with the imminent destruction and the return to chaos of the primordial world, those powerful beings above the great Luo golden immortal immediately soared into the skies, traversing the void to seek refuge in the chaotic realm. Although this realm was fraught with peril, where cultivators below the great Luo golden immortal would be instantaneously torn apart. Even the great Luo golden immortals could barely ensure their own survival, with the constant threat of demise looming over them. Nevertheless, even in such danger, they preferred to take the risk of venturing into the chaotic realm in search of a glimmer of hope rather than perish alongside the primordial world. However, the number of those above the great Luo golden immortal was but a fraction. The countless beings below were unable to escape the primordial realm, forced to helplessly witness the cataclysmic scene unfolding before them. Awaiting the arrival of death, despair enveloped the myriad beings. Their hearts turned to ashes. A golden bridge suddenly materialized from the void, showering down infinite divine light, while a vast array of sage-like patterns surged forth. Wherever the golden bridge traversed, the tumult of earth, wind, and fire subsided, momentarily stabilizing the central region of the primordial realm, preventing further fragmentation. In the next moment, a razor-sharp sword aura sliced through the void from the eastern expanse of the primordial realm, decimating hundreds of chaotic beasts that had just emerged from the cavern. The venerable Taiqing Laozu, Yuanshi Tianzun, Shanqing Tong Tian, the sage Enhua, the sage Juni, and the sage Jin appeared almost simultaneously above the collapsed Mount Buzhou. The 6 sages stood aloft, exuding an aura of supreme majesty that transcended the heavens, instantly igniting a flicker of hope for the desperate beings. Given the dire circumstances, the primordial world was on the verge of annihilation. The 6 sages exchanged no superfluous words and quickly set to their tasks. Taiqing Laozu activated the Taiji diagram to stabilize the elements of earth, wind, and fire, securing the entire space to prevent the chaotic beast from spreading further into the primordial realm and wreaking havoc upon its inhabitants. Open, Shanqing Tong Tian commanded with a wave of his hand. The swords of Zhu Xian, Xian, Levexian, and Juexian soared into the sky, positioning themselves at the 4 cardinal points of the cavern, forming the primordial world's first lethal formation, the Zhuxian sword array. As the ancient saying goes, neither copper, nor iron, nor steel once concealed beneath Mount Sumeryu. And no need to invert yin and yang for refinement. Can there be no water and fire to sharpen its edge? The Zhuxian is sharp, the Levexian leads to demise, the Xian emits a crimson glow. The Juexian transforms infinitely, stained in the blood of the Hongjun saints. Once the formation was unleashed, an immense aura of destruction enveloped the skies. While the color of relentless slaughter surged towards the chaos, those chaotic beasts that had poured into the primordial realm were instantly reduced to powder by the ceaseless sword qi, their very souls obliterated. Yuanshi Tianzun wielded the Panga banner, dividing forces with Zhuanti and Jin to slay the chaotic beasts that had already infiltrated the primordial realm. For the sage Enhua, she began devising a means to seal the cavern above, utterly severing the source from which the chaotic beasts emerged. Witnessing the incessant slaughter of countless chaotic beasts, Li Qingshu felt a whirlwind of emotions within him. These beasts, each at least of the great Luo golden immortal level, possessed high-grade attributes and were numerous. Should he manage to collect their attributes, his overall strength would undoubtedly undergo a remarkable transformation. However, Taiqing Laozu's activation of the Taiji diagram had already confined an area of billions of li, leaving him to observe from a distance, unable to approach. Furthermore, the central region of the primordial world had become a battleground for the 6 sages, at his current level of merely the Tai golden immortal. He could not withstand even a casual strike from a sage, let alone the overwhelming killing intent emanating from the 6 sages that could shatter his soul countless times. Fate will always present itself when the time is right, and one should not force what is not destined. There was little use in merely watching, so he resolved to proceed according to his plan. Qingshu quickly adjusted his mindset. After all, even the venerable Hongjun Daozu could not account for every variable and control everything. How much less could he? With that, Li Qingshu opened a portal through space and stepped inside, vanishing from sight. The North Seas returned to the void. A portal opened, and Li Qingshu emerged. Due to the collapse of Mount Buzhou and the cataclysmic upheaval in the primordial realm, the once sleeping North Sea Xian turtle had awakened and was currently conversing with the ancestral dragon that suppressed the seas. I truly did not expect that these little scions of the witch clan would be driven to such madness. Unable to accept the defeat of their kin, they would collide with Mount Buzhou, seeking to drag the entire primordial realm into their demise, remarked the North Sea Xian turtle with heartfelt lamentation. Despite its quasi-saint level of cultivation, even if the primordial realm were to perish, it possessed the capability to carve out a small world within the chaotic realm to sustain itself, yet for reasons unknown. An ominous premonition took hold within the North Sea Xian turtle, as if some great misfortune were about to befall it. During the height of the Witch Clan's power, they proclaimed themselves the true descendants of Pangu, occupying Mount Buzhou. Should the Witch Clan fall, Hongjun would surely demand that the entire primordial realm and its myriad beings serve as a sacrifice in their wake. Such actions were indeed more ruthless than those of the demon ancestor Luo Hu. The ancestral dragon spoke, brimming with resentment towards the Witch Clan's actions. Although the Dragon Clan had fallen, remnants of the Qing, Bai, He, and Qi dragon clans still survive in the North Sea, thus preserving their lineage. However, Hongjun's actions threatened the very extinction of the dragon race. Amidst the bitterness, the ancestral dragon also keenly sensed the peculiarities surrounding the ultimate conflict between the witch and demon clans. For many years, the two clans had coexisted peacefully. Yet, the 10 precious sons of Dijun, confined to the Sun Star, had suddenly arrived in the primordial realm unnoticed by all the beings of the demon court. The 10 little golden crows scorched Quafu, and Hui shot down the little golden crows to avenge Quafu. Dijun and Dong Wangtai then killed Hou-yi to avenge the little golden crows. This series of events ignited the long-simmering animosity between the witch and demon clans, culminating in the brutal witch-demon war. This narrative, while not identical to the Dragon and Han calamity, bore striking similarities. Such a resemblance led the ancestral dragon to involuntarily question whether these events were being orchestrated by some unseen hand. However, despite partially discerning the truth, the ancestral dragon did not dare to reveal a single word for the sake of the Dragon Clan's survival. Xian Turtle Sr., Ancestral Dragon Sr. After Li Qingshu emerged from the portal of space, he saluted the two beings before him, both the North Sea Xian Turtle and the Ancestor Dragon, as top-tier powers of the primordial realm. Subtly sensed the overwhelming blood energy emanating from Li Qingshu, his essence as vigorous as the boundless sea, and his divine power vast and pure. The growth rate of young friend, Li has truly surpassed my expectations. The North Sea Xian Turtle remarked with genuine admiration. As an ancient being born at the dawn of creation, it had stood the test of time, witnessing countless so-called prodigies and heroes. However, it was the first time it encountered someone like Li Qingshu, who had undergone such a transformative evolution in merely a few million years. The ancestor dragon sentiments were similarly aligned with those of the North Sea Xian Turtle. Although he himself was a supreme, innate being of the primordial realm, he had to concede that at the pinnacle of his own cultivation in the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, he was nowhere near as formidable as Li Qingshu. You honor me with your compliments. Esteemed seniors, Li Qingshu replied with a slight smile, exuding humility. Might I inquire as to the purpose of your summons? Asked the North Sea Xian Turtle. I believe the great calamity you sensed, esteemed Xian Turtle, may have already arrived, which is why I have come to assist in seizing a glimmer of hope. Li Qingshu stated, his tone direct due to the urgency of the situation. Oh, the North Sea Xian Turtle responded, intrigued that it had not anticipated that just as it sensed impending doom, Li Qingshu would appear. Esteemed senior, the collision of Hongjun with Mount Buzhou has caused the primordial world to lose its celestial backbone, plunging it back into chaos. In my humble opinion, the saints will seek to slay the chaotic beasts and mend the rift above Mount Buzhou, thereafter searching for a substitute to support the heavens in its place. Li Qingshu postulated. That certainly makes sense, but what does this have to do with esteemed Xian Turtle? The ancestor dragon inquired, somewhat perplexed. The esteemed Xian Turtle, as a divine tortoise that has survived since the creation of the world, possesses an immense form, unparalleled among all beings of the primordial realm, that I believe the saints may indeed consider using your 4 limbs to prop up the 4 corners of the primordial realm. Li Qingshu suggested, though he had already conveyed his message with considerable politeness. The ancestor dragon and the North Sea Xian Turtle instantly grasped his meaning. So, the calamity I foresaw entails the saints slaying me to utilize my 4 limbs to uphold the 4 corners of the primordial realm. The North Sea Xian turtle murmured, a heavy weight settling in its heart. It had believed that with its seemingly endless lifespan, formidable power, and a life spent in the North Sea in peaceful slumber, untouched by the entanglements of karma, it would evade such a fate. Yet, it found that even having reached such a state, it could not escape a path leading to demise in the face of the universal forces at play. Does this imply that esteemed senior, the ancestor dragon began, but hesitated? While the North Sea Xian turtle had attained the quasi-saint realm, against true heavenly Tao saints, it possessed no means of resistance and would be easily vanquished. There is no need for concern, for as the saying goes, all things possess a thread of variability. In my view, this presents both a calamity and a tremendous opportunity for you, esteemed senior, Li Qingshu continued. Observing the North Sea Xian turtle's state of helplessness, "Oh, please, young friend, enlighten me." The North Sea Xian turtle's eyes gleamed with curiosity upon hearing this. The primordial realm is formed from the essence of the great Tao Sun, Pengu, and thus the Tao pays particular attention to it. Prop up the heavens could prevent the primordial realm from reverting to chaos, thereby saving countless beings from peril, which is an act of immeasurable merit. If esteemed senior can resolve to pledge to the Tao, willingly sacrificing your physical form to support the heavens, you will undoubtedly receive an abundance of Tao merit and boundless fortune. At that point, I shall assist you in reincarnating through the path of celestial beings, allowing you to cultivate anew. With the backing of such Tao merit and fortune, you will have an excellent chance to break free from your constraints and attain the Tao of the primordial unity. Li Qingshu articulated his thoughts gradually. Upon hearing this, the North Sea Xian turtle experienced a profound clarity, akin to emerging from a thicket into a bright glade, with the primordial world on the brink of destruction and poised to return to chaos. If it could voluntarily sacrifice its physical form to support the heavens, it would equate to saving all beings of the primordial realm now and in the future. Such merit and fortune would be on par with the 3 pure ones. Given its current quasi-saint cultivation, if it were to reincarnate with such vast Tao merit and fortune, achieving the Tao of primordial unity and becoming the 8th saint of the primordial realm would surely be a certainty. Thank you for your guidance, young friend, that I now know what course to take, the North Sea Xian turtle declared after a brief contemplation, swiftly arriving at its decision. After all, this calamity was unavoidable. Rather than passively awaiting the saints to come and sever its limbs, it was better to proactively support the heavens, garnering merit and fortune to lay the foundation for a future path of the Dao. The great Tao above, the North Sea Xian turtle proclaimed. Seeing the primordial realm lose its celestial sovereign and on the brink of returning to chaos, I cannot bear to stand idly by that. I willingly offer my physical form to support the 4 corners of the heavens, rescuing all beings from fire and water. May the great Tao witness my vow. The North Sea Xian turtle's resonant voice, bolstered by divine power, echoed throughout the primordial realm like a great bell. The primordial beginning, Zhuan Ti, and Jie, among other saints, were momentarily taken aback. Although the chaotic beasts that had surged into the primordial realm were numerous and formidable, they were still akin to ants before the heavenly Tao saints and were quickly vanquished. The Saint Nuwa, under the guidance of the Tao ancestor Hongjun, ventured to the 5 sacred mountains of the primordial realm to gather the 5-colored divine stones, intending to refine them into 5-color divine liquid using the Qian Kuan cauldron bestowed by Hongjun to mend the celestial cave. Meanwhile, the saints began searching for a substitute to uphold the primordial heavens in place of Mount Buzhou. After some discussion, they recalled the North Sea Xian turtle, who had been in slumber in the North Sea, and contemplated severing its limbs and refining them to serve as supports for the heavens. However, just as they formed this intention, the North Sea Xian turtle unexpectedly pledged to the Tao, voluntarily offering its physical form to support the heavens. As the North Sea Xian turtle made its vow to the Tao, its true spirit emerged from its brow and abandoned its physical form. Immediately, a continuous cascade of purple-gold merit clouds surged into the sky. The purple-gold merit clouds stretched for countless miles, casting a radiant hue over mountains and rivers alike, their supreme and sacred aura sweeping across the 6 directions and 8 desolations. Additionally, a plethora of extraordinary phenomena, such as flowers raining from the heavens and golden lotuses springing forth from the earth, unfolded magnificently across the realm. Boom! In the next moment, 2 immensely thick beams of golden merit light, blazing like the starry rivers of the 9 heavens, cascaded from the center of the clouds, descending upon the North Sea Xian turtle and Li Qingshu. The figures of the North Sea Xian turtle and Li Qingshu were instantly enveloped in rich purple-gold divine light, transforming the surrounding waters into a crystalline liquid of unparalleled brilliance. Wow! The merit of the great Tao. Such vast merit of the great Tao. In the primordial expanse, countless beings gazed in awe at the resplendent North Sea. Shrouded in a radiant, purple-gold glow, they were left speechless, their hearts astonished, eyes wide with disbelief. If one were to liken the merit of the great Tao that Li Qingshu received upon vowing to become the emperor of Fengdu to a small pond, then the vast merit acquired by the North Sea's Xiangui, supporting the heavens, would be akin to an expansive ocean. Such a boundless merit of the great Tao is sufficient to elevate any being devoid of cultivation to soaring heights, transforming them into a formidable entity within the sacred realm. Moreover, a sage who absorbs the merit of the great Tao is bound to possess strength far surpassing that of the 6 saints of the primordial wilderness who draw upon the merit of the heavenly Tao. However, due to the true spirit state of the North Sea's Xiangui, this immense merit did not enhance its power, but instead merged entirely into its true spirit, as the one who guided the North Sea's Xiangui to sacrifice its corporeal form in support of the heavens. Li Qingshu garnered approximately 1/10 of this great merit. Although it was merely a fraction, the quantity was indeed astonishing. He fervently operated the Tao Yi Xianjing, channeling all this merit into the 600 celestial bodies within his being. The merit of the great Tao is the most refined essence of the Tao's origin. With the infusion of such abundant merit, countless purple-gold light points emerged densely within Li Qingshu's body. Following the absorption of the merit, all celestial bodies within him began their transformation from mere stars into a miniature world. Li Qingshu and the North Sea's Xiangui absorbed the merit of the great Tao. A tumultuous uproar erupted among the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. It became evident that Li Qingshu of the Jie had also attained merit of the great Tao. It seemed likely that he had persuaded the North Sea's Xiangui to relinquish its physical form and voluntarily support the heavens. Upon probing the situation above the Guishu, the myriad beings quickly deduced the sequence of events. Last time, when Hotu transformed into reincarnation, Li Qingshu ascended as the emperor of Fengdu. Not only did he acquire merit of the great Tao, but he also obtained immense fortune from the 6 paths of reincarnation, benefiting the entire Jie in the process. Now, as the heavens trembled and the primordial wilderness was on the brink of returning to chaos, he could still uncover such a grand opportunity amidst despair, demonstrating an intellect bordering on the extraordinary. Li Qingshu possessed not only an exceptional intellect and abundant fortune, but also formidable strength. In my view, a supreme being from the Jie will soon emerge. The myriad beings of the primordial wilderness sighed in heartfelt admiration, enviously acknowledging his prowess. Meanwhile, the Taiji Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Zhuan Ti, among other sages, looked upon the blinding golden light of merit in the skies above Guishu with palpable dissatisfaction. Brother, you have indeed taken on a remarkable disciple, daring even to intercept the opportunity of your own master. Yuan Shi Tianzun remarked darkly to Shangqing Tong Tian. In response to Yuan Shi Tianzun's insinuations, Shangqing Tong Tian remained unfazed. Your words are misguided, that we merely acted upon a fleeting thought. Qingshu had no prior knowledge of this matter. His capability to guide the North Sea's Xiangui in acquiring the merit of the great Tao is entirely a result of his own fortuitous circumstances. There is no question of interception here. Shangqing Tong Tian replied with a smile. He did not perceive that Li Qingshu had usurped his opportunity. Rather, he felt immense gratification that his disciple could find such a grand opportunity amidst the chaos and destruction. Brother Tong Tian, we could have severed the North Sea's Xuangui's limbs to support the heavens, obtaining the merit of the heavenly Tao. Now, due to your disciple Qingshu's interference, it has all turned to naught. Shouldn't you provide us with an explanation for this significant loss? Zhuan Ti spoke coldly to Shanqing Tongtian. They had previously made 48 grand vows to borrow a vast amount of merit from the heavenly Tao to achieve sanctification. If one day they failed to repay, the heavenly Tao might reclaim the merit, reverting them to their original forms. Therefore, Zhuan Ti and Jie placed immense importance on merit. Witnessing the merit that was once within their grasp slip into Li Qingshu's hands left them deeply resentful. Furthermore, the last time, I instructed Dizong to lead hundreds of disciples to the 18 levels of hell to enlighten the myriad beings, alleviating their karmic burdens. Yet, not only did Qingshu refuse them entry, but he even broke my disciple Dizong's leg. Shouldn't you also provide an explanation to the Western Church regarding this matter, Brother Tongtian? Jie seized the opportunity as he observed the other 5 saints harboring discontent towards Shanqing Tongtian. I have stated that my disciple Qingshu's guidance of the North Sea's Xiangui to acquire the merit of the Great Tao is solely due to his own fortune. There is no question of interception. As for your Western Church's disciples, who publicly claim to alleviate the karmic burdens of the myriad beings, they are, in truth, seeking to meddle in the realm of the dead and stake a claim to reincarnation's karma. In my view, Qingshu has shown leniency towards them out of goodwill for the Xianmen. You still do not understand the gravity of the situation and wish for me to provide an explanation? What do you wish to know? Speak clearly. Shanqing Tongtian's expression hardened, and he immediately locked on his Zhuan Ti and Jie with the extermination sword array, though the 3 pure ones had separated. Yuan Shi Tianzun remained his elder brother. Thus, he could respond politely when questioned by Yuan Shi Tianzun. However, what were Zhuan Ti and Jie to him? Previously, they were the pariahs of the primordial wilderness, known for their deceitful ways. Later, by feigning pity in the Zixiao Palace, they managed to gain the sympathy of Hongjun Laozu, securing a coveted spot on the first row of mats, thus fortuitously becoming registered disciples of Hongjun Daozu. Ultimately, through the making of 48 grand vows, they had barely managed to borrow merit for their sanctification. For Shanqing Tongtian, being associated with the shameless Jie and Zhuan Ti as disciples of the Daozu was already a disgrace to his status as a true inheritor of Pangu. Now, they dared to turn the tables and demand an explanation from him. Such audacity was akin to a child who hadn't been disciplined for 3 days, completely oblivious to their own limitations. Upon being ensnared by the invisible aura of the extermination sword array, Zhuan Ti and Jie felt a chilling terror grip them, their very souls quaking. They possessed only a few pieces of exceptional innate spiritual treasures, and should Shanqing Tongtian truly employ the extermination sword array against them, they would stand no chance of resistance and would be obliterated in an instant. Zhuan Ti and Jie cast desperate glances towards Taiji Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, and Yua, but the 3 averted their eyes, pretending not to see. Ahem, my junior brother merely mentioned it in passing. He did not seek any explanation. Brother, do not take it to heart, Zhuan Ti said, his head pounding as he hurriedly waved his hand. Indeed, we are genuinely pleased that our nephew Qingshu has encountered such an opportunity, Jane added, attempting to smooth things over, fearing that Shanqing Tongtian might lash out. Humph, it is best to leave it at that, Shanqing Tongtian replied coldly, casting a disdainful glance at them as he reined in his murderous intent. Meanwhile, the magnificent golden light of the great Tao gradually dimmed and dissipated after a quarter of an hour. The true spirit of the North Sea's Xiangui, infused with an immense amount of merit from the great Tao, had transformed from a pale golden hue to an exceptionally pure purple gold, emanating an intense aura of the Tao, akin to a vessel of the great Tao itself. Additionally, its shell had absorbed a portion of the merit of the great Tao, undergoing a metamorphosis, its robust limbs detached from its body, becoming resplendent pillars of light, as if forged from divine gold, and soared towards the 4 poles of the primordial wilderness. Before long, the 4 limbs of the North Sea's Xiangui arrived at the southern, northern, eastern, and western extremes of the primordial wilderness, stabilizing the converging realms of heaven and earth, merging seamlessly with the surrounding land. The shell of the North Sea's Xiangui continued to shrink, ultimately transforming into a purple-gold divine armor of great Tao merit. The Tao patterns that once adorned its shell were now imprinted upon the armor, becoming even more profound due to the merit of the great Tao. Although this divine armor of great Tao merit was only of the grade of postnatal supreme spiritual treasure, its absorption of the merit of the great Tao rendered it extraordinary. Not only does it possess the ability to attract fortune and avert calamity, severing the ties of causation, but its defensive capabilities are also on par with those of the most exquisite innate spiritual treasures. Simultaneously, the Saint Nuwa, utilizing the Qian Kuan Ding, melted the five-color divine stones gathered from the East Mount Tai, West Mount Hua, South Mount Hung, Central Mount Song, and North Mount Hung into a copious amount of five-color divine liquid. Subsequently, the Saint Nuwa, cradling the Qian Kuan Ding, soared to the lower realm of the heavenly cavern and forcefully splashed the divine liquid towards it. Splash! The five-color divine liquid cascaded forth like a radiant rainbow from the heavenly cavern, precisely sealing the colossal chasm under the manipulation of divine power. One additional drop of the divine liquid descended from the heavens, landing on the shores of the East Sea. The five-color divine liquid that sealed the heavenly cavern swiftly coalesced into a solid form after a brief flow, gradually merging with the surrounding space until it became flawless. Thus, the cataclysmic crisis brought about by the shattering of Mount Buzhou by the ancestral deity Gonggong was ultimately resolved. However, due to the slight imbalance of the four legs of the Black Sea's mysterious turtle, the heavens tilted to the northwest while the earth sank in the southeast, causing all rivers and lakes of the primordial land to flow towards the East Sea from that point onward. Thank you, Saint, for your intervention, rescuing us from the brink of disaster. We are eternally grateful for your life-saving grace. As the primordial world gradually returned to tranquility, the laws of earth, wind, water, and fire stabilized. The countless beings who survived the catastrophe were moved to tears, collectively kneeling and bowing in reverence to the six saints of the primordial world. When Mount Buzhou collapsed and the heavens shattered, countless chaotic beasts surged into the primordial realm, leading many to believe that the apocalypse had descended upon them, leaving no one with a place to rest. Unexpectedly, through the united efforts of the six saints, this cataclysm was ultimately quelled. Those mighty beings who had sought refuge in the chaotic world also began to return to their homeland. The six saints nodded lightly, acknowledging the gratitude of all beings. Their decision to intervene was not solely for the salvation of the primordial world. There were also personal motivations at play. After all, as saints of the heavenly Tao, their true essences were anchored in the heavenly Tao itself. Should the primordial realm revert to chaos and the heavenly Tao be annihilated, they too would accompany it to oblivion. Gazing at the fragmented Mount Buzhou, the three pure ones waved their hands. Instantly, the fragments of Mount Buzhou trembled, with the three largest pieces soaring into the sky, shrinking at a visible rate, ultimately vanishing into the sleeves of the three pure ones. Although Mount Buzhou had collapsed, it was after all transformed from the spine of Pangu, still harboring remnants of the primordial essence, thus retaining boundless utility. While Nuwa, Junti, and Jin were envious, they dared not vie with the three pure ones, the true successors of Pangu, and could only take away less valuable fragments of Mount Buzhou. Once the dust settled, ceaseless golden clouds of merit emerged in the skies above Central Primordial, accompanied by a plethora of splendid phenomena. The six saints sealing the heavenly cavern, slaying chaotic beasts, restoring the primordial land, and saving countless souls from peril was indeed a monumental act of merit. The heavenly Tao naturally showered them with rewards. Boom! In the next moment, the sprawling clouds of merit transformed into six beams of varying thickness, accurately descending upon the six saints, including Laozi of Taiji. Among them, the Saint Nuwa received the most merit due to her act of mending the heavens, followed closely by Laozi, who restored the primordial land, and Tong Tian of Shangqing, who had slain countless chaotic beasts. Zhuanti and Jin, who had merely assisted from the sidelines, received the least merit. Moments later, the vast clouds of merit were entirely absorbed by the six saints. The cultivation of Taiji Laozi, Yuan Shi Tianzun, Shanqing Tontian and Yuhua saw a notable enhancement, while Zhuanti and Jane's merit automatically repaid their merit debts, resulting in no increase in their cultivation, having only repaid about 1/10 of the merit. They wondered when they could fully settle the debt. As they observed the significant advancements of the three pure ones, Yuhua, and others, Zhuanti and Jane were filled with mixed emotions. Their foundations paled in comparison to the three pure ones, and the merit they received was not on par with Yuhua's. The only hope for surpassing them lay in vigorously developing the Western teachings, enabling their disciples to provide a continuous flow of vast fortunes. However, the formidable beings of the primordial world had mostly been taken under the wings of the three pure ones. Especially with the myriad celestial beings flocking to the Jie Sect, they had virtually gathered all the talents of the primordial realm. To further strengthen their Western teachings, they might have to devise ways to undermine the three pure ones. As the dust settled and the myriad beings of the primordial world prepared to return and rebuild their homes, a resplendent five-colored celebratory cloud suddenly re-emerged over the North Sea. Upon its appearance, the five-colored celebratory cloud expanded to cover millions of acres and continued to grow. What is happening? The great beings of the primordial realm were perplexed and swiftly directed their divine consciousness towards the North Sea. Soon, they discovered Li Qingshu, seated in the sky above the North Sea, his robes billowing majestically, exuding an aura of grandeur. That moment, Li Qingshu was enveloped in golden radiance, emanating an incredibly terrifying presence that caused the waters within a radius of millions of miles to appear as if they were boiling. Is Li Qingshu of the Jie Sect about to break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm? Someone exclaimed, when he had vanquished the 10 great demon gods of the demon court 1,000,000 years ago. He had already reached the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm. Now, having absorbed the merits of the Tao, accumulating strength over time, he would likely reach at least the 9th tier of flowering. What? The 9th tier of flowering? Are you joking? Li Qingshu was a formidable figure capable of slaying Bai Zhe at the pinnacle of the Tai golden immortal realm, his talent undoubtedly surpassing that of the top innate beings like Dijun and Dong Huang Tai. I predict Li Qingshu will reach at least the 12th tier of flowering. In my view, you are being too conservative. Li Qingshu's comprehension was extraordinary, and his fortune was abundant. It was likely he had grasped considerable power of the laws in recent years. The top beings, such as Dijun and Dijiang, were nowhere near as formidable at his current level. I assert that when Li Qingshu attains the Great Luo, he could reach 16 or even 18 tiers of flowering. The great beings of the primordial realm were abuzz with speculation about what tier of flowering Li Qingshu would achieve upon attaining the Great Luo. Meanwhile, the Jie Sect, the human sect, the Chan Sect, the Western sect, the human race, as well as Zhen Yuanzi, the Queen Mother of the West, and the 6 saints of the primordial world closely monitored Li Qingshu. After all, the tier of flowering upon attaining the Great Luo largely determined the ultimate potential of a cultivator. The Jie Sect and the human race hoped that Li Qingshu would soar to greatness, fully rising to become a true dragon soaring through the 9 heavens. Conversely, the members of the human sect, the Chan Sect, and the Western sect secretly prayed that Li Qingshu was merely a fleeting star in his lower cultivation, and that once his realm increased, he would not be as unstoppable as before. As the multitude watched, the 5-colored celebratory cloud in the sky over the North Sea continued to spread, soon surpassing 10 million acres, and showed no signs of abating. Half an hour later, the 5-colored celebratory cloud ceased expanding after reaching 30 million acres. Truly astonishing. I recall that when the Jie Sect's chief disciple, Dao Ren Duo Bao, attained the Great Luo, the 5-colored celebratory cloud only spanned several 100,000 acres, right? While the size of the 5-colored celebratory cloud does not necessarily determine the tier of flowering. It certainly seems that Li Qingshu will undoubtedly achieve at least the 16th tier. The myriad beings of the primordial realm gazed in awe at the ever-moving, radiant 5-colored celebratory cloud, all expressing their admiration. Among them, the most anxious was Duo Bao, Dao Ren, who found himself compared to Li Qingshu. Li Qingshu had thwarted Guang Qingzi at the heavenly marriage of the demon court, standing up for his fellow disciples. He then established the rules of the Jie Sect, transforming its chaotic state. Subsequently, he became the emperor of Fengdu, appointing many Jie Sect disciples as officials of the underworld, enjoying the benefits of the 6 paths of reincarnation. Today, Li Qingshu's position and prestige in the hearts of his disciples had completely surpassed that of Duo Bao Dao Run. The only aspect in which Duo Bao Dao Ren excelled over Li Qingshu was in terms of cultivation level. He often consoled himself, reminding that many heavenly prodigies had emerged prominently during their lower realms. Yet, like fleeting blossoms, the vast majority fade into obscurity after transcending to the great Luo golden immortal realm. Only those who blossom at the 9th tier or above and successfully break through to the great Luo golden immortal realm possess the qualification to contend for supremacy among the ancient powers. Otherwise, regardless of how astonishing their talents may have been, they ultimately dissolve into dust. Thus, the Taoist Du Bao merely hopes that Li Qingshu's blossoming will be of a low tier or that he will falter under the great Luo thunder tribulation. Scattering his soul that in such a scenario, he could reclaim his esteemed position as the revered senior brother in the hearts of many disciples of the Jie Sect. The aura emanating from Li Qingshu grew increasingly potent. When his aura accumulated to a significant degree, a radiant light burst forth from his brow, giving rise to 3 flower buds the size of fists. These 3 buds, translucent and delicate, shimmered in gold, silver, and bronze, embodying the manifestation of Li Qingshu's path. Subsequently, these 3 flower buds soared into the heavens, hovering at the center of a vast expanse of colorful clouds. In the next moment, divine light erupted from his heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys. While the essence of ordinary cultivators is unremarkable, the 5 energies they nurture primarily manifest as a wisp of divine light. In contrast, Li Qingshu's foundational attributes reach the level of purple gold, boasting an extraordinarily rich essence, resulting in his 5 energies bursting forth like a vibrant rainbow, instantly merging into the 3 flowers. Nourished by this infusion, the 3 flowers atop began to swell and blossom, radiating with an unparalleled brilliance, as if gestating divine beings. 3 tiers, 6 tiers, 9 tiers. The speed at which Li Qingshu's 3 flowers blossomed was astonishing, rapidly unfurling 9 petals, reaching a level comparable to most ancient powers. With momentum unabated. 12 tiers, 14 tiers, 16 tiers. Only after blooming into 16 crystalline petals did the flowers finally cease their expansion. 16 tiers of blossoming. The myriad beings of the ancient realm were awestruck. Yet it was anticipated. After all, Li Qingshu's previously displayed prowess was evident to all. Meanwhile, disciples of the Jie Sect, including Master Xuandu and Guang Chengzi, felt a profound sense of helplessness in their hearts. Their goal was to achieve a 9-tier bloom upon breaking through to the great Luo golden immortal level, standing shoulder to shoulder with ordinary ancient powers. Yet Li Qingshu had directly attained 16 tiers, nearly surpassing all ancient powers, rivaling the Beast Emperor, the Ancestral Dragon, and the Primordial Phoenix, only second to the 3 pure ones. Moreover, as a direct disciple of the upper purity Tongtian, Li Qingshu had no cause for concern regarding any mid-course demise. Thus, it was almost a foregone conclusion that Li Qingshu would become a formidable force, achieving the peak of quasi-sainthood or even reaching the sub-saint realm. The disciples of the Jie Sect erupted in jubilant cheers, filled with excitement. Within the confines of his cave, Taoist Du Bao listened to the piercing cheers from Janeo Island. Gazing at the dazzling 16-tier flowers in the sky, his features twisted in jealousy. Li Qingshu. Taoist Du Bao gritted his teeth, fists clenched tightly, even his nails digging painfully into his palms. After today, his soul's solace and hope would be utterly shattered. With his 16-tier bloom, Li Qingshu's future seemed limitless. His senior brother truly had an exceptional disciple. The expressions of the duo, Zhuanti and Jin, grew somewhat stiff, yet their hearts were consumed with envy. Their own prized disciples, Dizongwang, Yaoshi, and Methria, were still striving for a 9-tier bloom, while Li Qingshu had already firmly achieved 16 tiers. What is the meaning of disparity? This is the very essence of disparity. Congratulations, senior brother. Congratulations, junior brother. Enhua and Laozi Taiji also 4 smiles as they extended their congratulations to upper purity Tongtian. Thank you. Observing Li Qingxiu's 16-tier bloom and the radiant prospects ahead, Upper Purity Tantian responded with a beaming smile. Just as everyone marveled at the height of Li Qingxiu's 3 flowers, little did they know that this was merely the beginning. Li Qingxiu's body erupted with countless intricate and mysterious Dao patterns, each glowing brilliantly and shifting unpredictably. Each pattern represented a different law of power that Li Qingxiu had comprehended. For instance, the blue space pattern, the purple time pattern, the black and white yin-yang pattern, the fiery red fire pattern, and the blood-red killing pattern, among others. These Dao patterns swirled densely around Li Qingxiu, numbering in the hundreds. My goodness, Umitba, limitless heavens. Hallelujah! How many years has Li Qingxiu been cultivating? He has astonishingly begun to master hundreds of laws of power. The ancient powers observing in the shadows stood dumbfounded, their eyes nearly popping out of their heads, their faces etched with disbelief. Generally, a Tai Golden Immortal only needs to grasp one law of power to break through to the great Luo Golden Immortal level. Yet now, Li Qingxiu exhibited an astounding 200 laws of power. Even more astonishing was that among the top 10 of the 3,000 great Dao laws, Li Qingxiu had already mastered the space law, time law, yin-yang law, 5 elements law, and more, exceeding half. Additionally, the Bagua law, as well as the laws of metal, wood, water, fire, earth, battle, and killing, were also among the top 50 formidable existences. This was truly beyond comprehension, leaving those ancient powers who had just survived the cataclysm of the ancient realm utterly shocked. Go! With a thought, Li Qingxiu commanded all the law patterns to transform into colorful divine lights, merging into the 3 flowers atop his head. The 3 flowers, which had momentarily ceased their blossoming, began to bloom once more upon receiving the infusion of law power. 18 tiers, 20 tiers, 24 tiers. My heavens, they showed no signs of stopping. The myriad beings of the ancient realm gazed at the continuously blooming petals in the sky, exclaiming in astonishment. After all, when the 3 pure ones, the true heirs of Pangu, broke through to the great Luo Golden Immortal level, they only achieved a 24-tier bloom. Yet now, Li Qingxiu was on the verge of shattering that record at 28 tiers. 32 tiers, 36 tiers. Only when all 36 petals unfurled did the 3 flowers atop Li Qingxiu's head fully blossom. I could see this moment. They resembled 3 blazing suns, radiating with unparalleled brilliance and emitting countless divine lights that illuminated the heavens and the earth. At this instant, all was silent, as if time itself had come to a standstill. All beings witnessing this spectacle were left in stunned silence, their minds buzzing, their thoughts utterly blank. When Li Qingxiu initially embarked on a journey to transcend to the great Luo Golden Immortal, they speculated that his 3 flowers would not fall below 12 tiers, and many believed they could potentially reach 16 tiers. Even the boldest among them dared to predict 18 or perhaps even 20 tiers. Yet, no one anticipated that Li Qingxiu would blossom to 36 tiers, surpassing the 3 pure ones formed from Pangu's primordial spirit and breaking the record that had stood since the formation of the ancient realm. Following this, the vast expanse of colorful celebratory clouds, spanning 30 million acres, transformed into the purest energy, once again pouring into Li Qingxiu's 3 flowers. Although the golden, silver, and bronze divine flowers did not continue to bloom, they gradually solidified. Simultaneously, Li Qingxiu felt an earth-shattering, transformative change occurring within him. Once all the colorful celebratory clouds had been absorbed by the 3 flowers, not only did the petals become incredibly solid, but even the delicate patterns on the petals became vividly discernible. Gather! With a thought, Li Qingxiu commanded, and the golden, silver, and bronze flowers transformed into 3 streaks of flowing light, re-entering his brow, hovering above his sea of consciousness. Gently rotating, boom! As the 3 flowers returned to their rightful places, a powerful aura surged forth like an invisible, boundless ocean, sweeping across the realms in an instant. This moment, Li Qingxiu felt as though he had undergone a profound transformation. His essence was brimming, his thoughts were clear, and every movement he made radiated the strength to shatter the heavens and rend the earth. Furthermore, he attained a higher level of understanding and insight into the laws of the universe. However, The process of breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal was far from over. This was because ascending to the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal signified a leap from the realm of ordinary beings to that of eternal life, necessitating the trial of heavenly tribulations imposed by the Tao of Heaven. This was also a means by which the primordial rules maintained their balance. After all, the resources of the primordial world, its space, land, water sources, and spiritual energy, were finite. Should the number of immortal beings become excessive, it would deplete vast resources, impacting the survival of other beings and even the operation of the primordial world itself. Generally, the more gifted a being was, the greater their future influence on the primordial world, and, consequently, the more terrifying the tribulations they would invoke, that if one could withstand the heavenly tribulations, they would become a true great Luo Golden Immortal, destined for eternal longevity alongside the sun and moon. Conversely, failing to endure these trials would result in even the most extraordinary talents being reduced to ashes, erased from the primordial realm. With a thunderous roar, the five-colored clouds dissipated, and the once clear sky darkened ominously. Endless black thunderclouds spread across the heavens. These clouds were incredibly dense, obscuring the sun and moon, while brilliant arcs of lightning danced within, exuding a chilling aura. It appeared to be the divine thunder of the heavens. The myriad beings of the primordial realm looked up towards the sky, quickly recognizing the type of divine thunder. Typically, when a great Luo Golden Immortal faced tribulations, they encountered ordinary thunder types such as wood, gold, or fire thunder. In contrast, figures like Zhen Yuanzi and Hongjun Laozu, during their breakthroughs, faced the five elements divine thunder or the yin-yang divine thunder. The divine thunder of the heavens, however, was exceedingly rare, with only a handful of beings ever able to summon it since the primordial realm's inception. Yet, when it manifested upon Li Qingxiu, who had blossomed into the 36th grade, the onlookers were not surprised. With a resounding crash, after a moment of brewing, hundreds of colossal green bolts of thunder descended upon Li Qingxiu. In that instant, the entire northern sea was illuminated with a blazing intensity, blinding those present. Where the lightning struck, the very fabric of space shattered like glass, and even a stray arc of electricity could obliterate mountains into powder. The great powers of the primordial realm, witnessing this scene, could only click their tongues in astonishment. The might of this divine thunder of the heavens was indeed terrifying. Even an ordinary great Luo Golden Immortal would struggle to withstand a mere flicker of its power. Just as everyone was curious about which divine ability or spiritual treasure Li Qingxiu would employ to counter such fearsome thunder, he simply sat down on the spot and, opening his mouth wide, inhaled the torrent of divine thunder with a swift motion. In the next moment, all hundreds of bolts were drawn directly into his being. For ordinary beings of the primordial realm, the divine thunder of the heavens represented a terrifying calamity. Yet, to Li Qingxiu, these divine thunders were invaluable nourishment for the myriad small worlds within him. Lightning embodies both destruction and vitality. Present, his numerous small worlds were just beginning to take shape. In a state of eager development, the divine thunder of the heavens was perfectly suited to both temper his physical form and invigorate the nascent worlds within him. With a thunderous rumble, Li Qingxiu was enveloped in a radiant glow of lightning, the violent force of thunder coursing through his veins, refining his entire being before infusing it into countless small worlds. This was merely the first wave of the divine thunder of the heavens. Shortly thereafter, the second wave descended, carrying the overwhelming force to obliterate all in its path, crashing down upon Li Qingxiu with a vengeance. The number of bolts in the second wave surged to thousands, exceeding tenfold the first wave. Nevertheless, Li Qingxiu continued to absorb these divine thunders, swallowing them whole. The subsequent third, fourth, and fifth waves followed suit. After absorbing a vast quantity of the divine thunder of the heavens, Li Qingxiu was not only surrounded by dazzling arcs of lightning, but even the 7 apertures of his body erupted with terrifying electric light, while the small worlds within him turned charred and blackened under the relentless onslaught of the divine thunder. Such reckless actions left all the powerful beings of the primordial realm stunned and speechless. After all, this was one of the 10 most devastating divine thunders of the primordial realm. Even a single spark could shatter mountains and evaporate rivers. Yet Li Qingxiu consumed this immense power with ease, a feat that was utterly chilling to contemplate. As the ninth wave of the divine thunder of the heavens descended, the number reached millions of bolts. Resembling a seething ocean of lightning crashing down upon Li Qingxiu. Not only did the beings of the northern sea tremble in horror, but even the powerful figures from across the primordial realm, separated by countless miles, felt their hearts race at the sight. Yet, Li Qingxiu, containing within him millions of small worlds, absorbed the terrifying tide of thunder without hesitation, as he withstood 9 waves of the divine thunder of the heavens unscathed. The disciples of Jie, along with the human race, collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, just as everyone believed that Li Qingxiu's breakthrough to the great Luo Golden Immortal had reached its conclusion. The thick thunderclouds above the northern sea not only did not dissipate, but transformed into an even more sinister shade of purple. The aura emanating from the purple thunderclouds was 100-fold more terrifying than that of the previous divine thunder of the heavens, instilling dread even in those at the quasi-saint level. Why the heavens? This was the legendary purple sky divine thunder. Many primordial powers scrutinized the clouds overhead, suddenly recalling something, their eyes widening in astonishment. The purple sky divine thunder was the foremost among the 10 divine thunders of the primordial realm, possessing the terrifying ability to extinguish all existence and erase any living being. It was said that only Hongjun Daozu had ever achieved mastery over such divine thunder in the entire primordial world. As for the purple sky thunder tribulation, it had never been seen since the dawn of creation. It seemed that the unprecedented emergence of this purple sky thunder tribulation was due to Li Qingxiu's extraordinarily high potential for future achievements. The myriad beings of the primordial realm gasped in awe, while the billions of human beings and disciples of Jie felt an involuntary tension rise within them, although they held confidence in Li Qingxiu's strength. The legendary nature of the purple sky thunder tribulation still left them anxious, for Daobao Daoren. Witnessing this spectacle, he resembled a drowning man clutching at a straw, desperately wishing for Li Qingxiu to be obliterated by the onslaught of the purple sky thunder. In the skies above the central region of the primordial realm, the one who had once broken through to the great Luo Golden Immortal could only summon a mere 5 layers of Tai with thunder tribulation. Compared to Qingxiu's encounter with the 9 sky thunder tribulation, it was indeed a matter of misfortune. Quinty Shengrun remarked with a hint of schadenfreude. Silence. Tong Tian glanced coldly at him, his sharp killing intent piercing through like an invisible sword, causing Quinty to shrink back, awkwardly chuckling as he fell silent. Although Tong Tian maintained a calm demeanor, his heart raced in apprehension, were it not for the fact that the great Luo thunder tribulation was a test imposed by the primordial rules upon cultivators. With no outside interference permitted, he would have longed to intervene and assist his beloved disciple in overcoming the purple sky thunder tribulation. With a resounding boom, after a moment of brewing, the first wave of purple sky divine thunder descended with earth-shattering force. Though the first wave comprised only 9 bolts, their power surpassed that of millions of divine thunders of the heavens. Wherever the searing purple sky divine thunder struck, space shattered, oceans evaporated, and all tangible and intangible matter was swiftly obliterated. Confronted with such a terrifying force, Li Qingxiu had no intention of resisting. Instead, he continued to open his mouth, voraciously swallowing the purple sky divine thunder whole. Mere glimpses of the purple sky divine thunder from millions of miles away made one feel as though their body would shatter. Yet Li Qingxiu consumed it effortlessly, truly a defiance of the heavens. The line separating genius from madness was indeed perilously thin. In the primordial wilderness, myriad beings gasped in astonishment, their admiration palpable. After Li Qingxiu consumed the first wave of the purple cloud's divine thunder, the subsequent waves, second, third, and fourth, followed in rapid succession, each more terrifying than the last. In an instant, the sky above the northern sea returned to the void, transformed into a blazing sea of purple lightning, rendering all things silent, save for the terrifying roars of thunder that rampaged ferociously. A full quarter of an hour passed before the 9th wave of the purple cloud's divine thunder descended, at which point the heavens gradually returned to tranquility. Amidst the gaze of countless onlookers, Li Qingshu stood resolutely amidst the vast expanse of the sky, his robes billowing majestically, his demeanor as radiant as jade. An overwhelming aura, akin to the vastness of the ocean, emanated from him, and every gesture he made was imbued with an inexplicable might. Within Li Qingshu's inner world, the small realms were subjected to the relentless bombardment of the Dujin, divine thunder, and the purple clouds, divine thunder. Some were charred black, others shattered into pieces, while others transformed into rivers of flowing starlight, and even more broke into countless fragments. Yet these small worlds were not annihilated or severely wounded. They merely morphed into various forms, destined to evolve towards diversification in the future. Furthermore, divine thunder, while capable of destruction, also harbored boundless vitality. Beneath the scorched surface of the world, tender green branches emerged, and simple organisms swam within the liquid that resembled a galaxy. Though these beings appeared insignificant for the time being, they had already accomplished the transformation from nothingness to existence. Given time, the myriad small worlds within Li Qingshu would undoubtedly flourish, exhibiting a thriving vitality. After accumulating profound power over millions of years, he finally attained a complete metamorphosis today. His cultivation soared from the previous pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal to the current apex of the Deluo Golden Immortal. A transformation akin to shedding one's skin and soaring into the heavens. The numerous mighty beings of the primordial wilderness gazed in awe at Li Qingshu, who stood like a deity in the skies above the northern sea. Utterly astonished, the magnitude of Li Qingshu's breakthrough was nearly equivalent to an entire realm. Such an occurrence was unprecedented and utterly inconceivable. Moreover, with his mastery of 36 grades of blossom and hundreds of laws, coupled with his status as a direct disciple of the upper clear celestial path, he had no cause for concern regarding a fall from grace in the eyes of the myriad beings of the primordial wilderness. Should there ever be an eighth saint in the future, it would undoubtedly be none other than Li Qingshu. The billions of human beings in the eastern part of the primordial wilderness erupted in jubilant cheers, their voices resonating like thunder, their spirits soaring to unprecedented heights. From this day forth, a true powerhouse had finally emerged among humanity. Meanwhile, the disciples of the Hongjun island were equally exhilarated, their emotions surging to as a member of the Li Qingshu's growing strength would only enhance the overall power of the. Furthermore, should Li Qingshu succeed in attaining sainthood in the future, the strength of the would far surpass that of the other three celestial sections. Upon witnessing this spectacle, the Taoist of treasures in the cave abode was left momentarily speechless.